It was, then, not the separation of powers in the abstract that constituted the main danger, but rather the overlarge and independent role which this doctrine assigned to the executive and its bureaucracy. Voilà l'ennemi. However, the degree to which the bureaucracy assumes an independent and even sacrosanct position may vary under different national conditions. During the Revolution of 1848 to 1849, Marx had occasion to attack the Prussian legal system before a jury. He argued that even the Napoleonic despotism that emerged from the French Revolution was poles apart from the patriarchal schoolmasterish despotism of Prussian law. In this respect, the French variety gave special status to an official only while executing his official duties, but Prussian despotism, on the contrary, confronts me with an official who is a superior, sanctified being. His character as an official is interwoven into him like consecration in a Catholic priest. The Prussian official always remains a priest for the Prussian layman, that is, the non-official. Offending such a priest, even one who is not exercising his post, who is away from home, who has retired into private life, remains a religious profanation, a desecration. The higher the official, the more serious the profanation. The highest offense against the state priest is therefore against the king. Lèse Majesté, 13. The state priest pattern represents a higher degree of bureaucratic autonomization, of the elevation of the bureaucracy as a stratum out of and above civil society. 3. The state as Caliban. Insofar as the autonomization of the executive goes forward, insofar as the executive frees itself from vestigial control by a representative assembly, it also becomes freer to assert its autonomy from any other arm of society, and conversely, insofar as the state moves toward autonomy in society at large, it will also tend to exalt and fortify the executive as the organ of autonomization. For in spite of what is taught in civics classes, the executive is not just another department of the government, it is typically the operative heart of the state, directly controlling the repressive forces of political power. But does not the Marxian formula in the Communist Manifesto assert that the state is but the executive committee of the ruling class, or, more accurately, that the executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie? If so, can one speak of the autonomy of the state from the whole bourgeoisie, or in general, its autonomy from the ruling class or classes of society? And in that case, what does this autonomy mean? How far can it go? This is precisely the question that Marx grappled with in his analysis of Bonapartism and allied phenomena. The reader must be warned that we are entering an area which is a favorite habitat of that mechanical or fossilized Marxism which has approximately the same relation to Marx himself as the Nicene Creed has to the Sermon on the Mount. Our account of the rise of the state in Chapter 11 already shows that Marx and Engels did not make the state out to be merely an extrusion of the ruling class, its tool, puppet, or reflection in some simplistic, passive sense. Not merely, and certainly not simply, for the actuality can be complex indeed, as Marx's study of Bonapartism showed. Rather, the state arises from and expresses a real overall need for the organization of society, a need which exists no matter what is the particular class structure. But as long as there is a ruling class in socio-economic relations, it will utilize this need to shape and control the state along its own class lines. The metaphor of tool, reflection, and so on may well be of use as a suggestive figure of speech, a first approximation, a pedagogical simplification, or a legitimate forceful overstatement or interpretative exaggeration, but it is perhaps more enlightening to think of the state, in many cases, as the Caliban to the ruling class's Prospero. Caliban is in service to his master, as his slave, but nonetheless has his own independent aspirations, which he can give rein depending on Prospero's condition. He can look forward to tearing himself free from servitude, and meanwhile mouth insults against the power he submits to. I must obey, his art is of such power. But still he mutters to himself, a plague upon the tyrant that I serve. And the bourgeoisie is equally suspicious and apprehensive of its slave. Prospero introduces the ruling class cannot miss, cannot do without, its slave, and the latter is bent to its profit. This is all the relationship that is necessary as a rule, to use Engels' qualification. Caliban, my slave, who never yields us kind answer. Miranda. 'Tis a villain, sir. I do not love to look on. Prospero. But, as 'tis, we cannot miss him, he does make our fire, fetch in our wood, and serves in offices that profit us. 17. A relationship of this type, one of bilateral tension, is characteristic not only of the state but of all the superstructural elements of society, in Marx's mature view of historical dynamics. All these elements tend to take on a life of their own, that is, to manifest a certain amount of autonomy. With respect to the state as a rule, the fullest exposition of this relationship was given by Engels in a letter right after a passage which we have already quoted in chapter 11.18. And now things proceed in a way similar to that in commodity trade and later in money trade. The new independent power, the state, while having in the main to follow the movement of production, reacts in its turn, by virtue of its inherent relative independence, that is, the relative independence once transferred to it and gradually further developed upon the conditions and course one of production. It is the interaction of two unequal forces, on the one hand, the economic movement, on the other, the new political power, which strives for as much independence as possible, and which, having once been established, is endowed with a movement of its own. On the whole, the economic movement gets its way, but it has also to suffer reactions from the political movement which it itself established and endowed with relative independence, from the movement of the state power, on the one hand, and of the opposition simultaneously engendered, on the other. 21. All this applies to normal times, that is, periods of relatively stable social relations, historical events as a rule. What never exists is the wooden-headed ideal of a constant one-to-one correspondence from moment to moment between the basic socio-economic relations of society and the attendant political and ideological superstructure, otherwise any simpleton could be an infallible social analyst once he had memorized a few Marxist formulas. When we leave normal times and deal with periods of rapid social change, whether revolutionary or retrogressive, we are bound to expect even greater dislocations between the changing socio-economic base and the political ideological superstructure. It is virtually a defining characteristic of such periods that all social relations become upset, volatile, fluid. Formulas that worked as a rule in stable times now become more variable approximations. It is necessary to go behind the formulas to keep close watch on the concrete patterns of change. What this means will be exhibited in the next chapter in connection with Marx's work The 18th Brumaire. 4. The political inaptitude of the capitalist class. So much for a general theoretical consideration, at this point. But this much applies across the board to historical change at large. The phenomenon of state autonomization arises also because of a specific characteristic peculiar to the capitalist class. Of all the ruling classes known to history, the membership of the capitalist class is least well adapted, and tends to be most averse, to taking direct charge of the operation of the state apparatus. The key word is, direct. It is least suitable as a governing class, if we use this term in its British sense to denote not a socio-economic ruling class but only the social circles from which the state machine tends to derive its personnel. This characteristic of the bourgeoisie is not altogether new to our discussion. It is the political side of some features of the system that we have already had occasion to mention. One there is the fact that capitalism enjoys the deepest separation between its economic and political institutions. As early as 1843 Marx was plainly struck by the change that had taken place from feudalism, where economic and political rule were systematically fused in the same personnel. 22 As for the ancient slave states, a Roman patrician, to be sure, could retire to his estates and ignore political life if he chose, but normally membership in this ruling class entailed a felt obligation to participate in political life as well as an automatic status in the political system. The capitalist class is different in this respect, basically because its mode of exploitation depends characteristically on the processes of the market, not on politics, which is ancillary and supportive. The capitalist needs a state that will give political backing to his economic activities, a Caliban that serves in offices that profit us. But in his own activity as a capitalist he is concerned with non-political preoccupations. In his capacity as a capitalist, he wants to make money, not run the government himself. He needs free workers, as Marx explained, because he is not their lord, but only their boss. That is, his relationship of mastership is not directly political but economic. It is this side of capitalism, transmuted into a one-sided ideology, that appears first as the laissez-faire illusion the best government is the least government and even reaches the rarefied extreme of bourgeois anarchism. To be sure, laissez-faire never meant that the state's relationship to economics was to leave it alone, it merely meant that the state should remain as unobtrusive and unintruding as possible, also as inexpensive as possible, while the invisible hand of the market took care of the main operation, just as the campaign rhetoric of Republican candidates in the United States about keeping government out of business still reflects a very powerful aspect of the social psychology of the capitalist class, rooted in the nature of the system itself, which hangs on long after it is functionally obsolete. Another characteristic of the capitalist class reinforces this tendency. Historically, the capitalist class does not develop as a class of idlers but rather of very busy and hard-working men, working hard at exploiting the productive labor of others. The industrial capitalist is a worker, compared to the money capitalist, but a worker in the sense of capitalist, i.e. an exploiter of the labor of others, noted Marx. The contrast between the landowning nobility as an idle ruling class and the rising bourgeoisie as a productive class runs all through social thought in the transitional epoch of the bourgeois revolution, and is found very extensively in the non-Marxist socialist movements, from Saint-Simonism through Fabianism. This very old and deep-rooted distinction between the idlers and the producers, the latter embracing both bourgeoisie and proletariat, reflects the peculiarity of capitalism which we are spotlighting. The capitalist class likes to boast of its closer involvement with the productive process and its greater detachment from the political game, as justification for its existence. The exceptions which literally prove the rule are, in the United States, some long-established bourgeois families which have accumulated their wealth in previous generations and whose scions adopt public service direct participation in state management as a high-minded alternative to pure parasitism. Still another built-in characteristic of capitalism, previously mentioned, minimizes the functioning of capitalists themselves as state administrators or managers. No other ruling class is so profusely crisscrossed internally with competing and conflicting interest groups, each at the other's throat, the dog-eat-dog pattern. Competing national groups, countries, are split by regional group interests, different industrial interests, antagonisms within an industry, rivalry between producers of consumers and producers' goods, light and heavy industry, and so on, aside from religious, political, and other ideological differences. Internally, capitalism is a snake pit. By comparison, the incessant feuding of medieval barons was a marshmallow-throwing contest, just as the doughty deeds of medieval warriors were Tea Party gallantries compared with the conditions of modern war. This exuberance of internal hostilities makes it more difficult for any individual capitalist to be trusted as executor for the class as a whole. For example, especially in critical times, concessions may have to be made to the class enemy below, the working classes. At whose expense? Whose interests are to be shaved for the sacrifice? If an economic depression drives small businesses to the wall, how enthusiastic will representatives of big business become about saving them? If there are anti-imperialist threats against our capital abroad, how important is it to capitalist interests as a whole to save the investments of one corporation in Chile or Guatemala? So it goes. All of these considerations underline the question, important for any ruling class, which elements can best be trusted with the direct levers of political power. Historically, a common answer has been, the most successful members of the ruling class. This answer works far less well for capitalism than for previous social systems. The special characteristics of capitalism put a premium on finding political leaders who can take, and stick to, an overall and far-sighted view of the interests and needs of the system as a whole, rather than the short-sighted, close-up blurred vision characteristic of the busy profit seeker. 5 consequences for the state. The consequences for the political history and patterns of capitalist society have been considerable. 1. To begin with, there arises a need for what is aptly called the professional politician. The bourgeoisie, individually and collectively, is accustomed to hiring whatever specialist services it needs, for a number of tasks: managers, engineers, professors, publicists, tax lawyers, journalists, etc. The professional politician is the specialist required to manage its common affairs through the state under the complications of bourgeois democracy. It would be misleading and unjust to suggest that this is necessarily a cynical arrangement. On the contrary, professional politicians who are merely ward-heeler types are likely to remain small fry. The society needs statesmen who are above petty larceny. They will be all the more effective insofar as they are sincere and even idealistic, provided they possess the right sort of ideals. It is natural for these specialists to be mouthpiece types, hence the high incidence of lawyers. It is useful for them to be trained ideologists, hence professorial and journalist mouthpieces are not unknown in the field, depending on national traditions and the times, though they may be more prominent in the administrative corridors of the state. But the professional politician may be an upward climbing spin-off from any class, like bullfighters in Spain, as long as he is amenable to the service required, that is, to operate within the ring of interests set by the system. His is still one of the few trades where a self-made man can rise to the top, from log cabin to log rolling. Effective political service, however, requires something more than the complacent pliability of spirit known as political pragmatism. The system needs statesmen who qualify precisely by holding a far-sighted, overall vision of its interests, and it resents them for the same reason. This has been the crux of a great many political conflicts. It is difficult enough for an aspirant to the mantle of statesmanship to decide for himself what is really in the best long-range interests of society, that is, capitalist society. The second difficulty is, imposing this solution on a ruling class which, taken individually, is inherently nearsighted about its own class interests. It has been quite common for measures absolutely essential to the health and safety of the system to be put over on the capitalist class itself only against the vicious opposition of many or even most practicing capitalists themselves, or in less acute cases, only after violent internecine struggles among interest groups within the class. This pattern, sometimes regarded as a confutation of the Marxist theory of the state, follows from the specific nature of the capitalist class, as we have seen. It is the professional function of the bourgeois statesman to take the long, high view of the system as distinct from the approach of the myopic money grubber. Some of the differences cutting through the capitalist class have a direct bearing on ability to do this. For example, far-flung monopoly capital naturally has a broader, more encompassing viewpoint than, say, a small-town shopkeeper. Sheer size can make the difference. Similarly, capital that is nationwide in operation is more likely to take a hawk's eye view than regional or local capital. The same applies to capital that is diversified through different branches. Time is another dimension that influences viewpoint. The first generation of capitalist wealth tends to be the most nearsighted. Succeeding generations may form a simulated aristocracy, dividing between degeneracy or parasitism on the one hand, and dedication to public service on the other. There is also a more general sense in which a ruling class matures with experience and time. During most of its existence, American capitalism has been relatively raw and inelegant as compared with its British counterpart, as far as class relations are concerned. 3. We have not yet mentioned one of the most important of the internal strains of the system, the tendency toward the concentration and centralization of economic power, which entails monopoly profits for a top stratum at the expense of the lower echelons of the class. This is not simply just another one of the crisscrossing internal conflicts that we have already remarked, it acts unidirectionally to focalize social power itself in the top strata. What happens to the proposition that the state manages the common affairs of the ruling class if, as power concentrates, the affairs become less and less common? One of the consequences of the relative autonomy of the state is to permit the dominant sectors within the capitalist class to secure the main levers of power. The state, it would seem, becomes less the executive committee of the ruling class as a whole, and more the executive committee of monopoly capital. Its social base narrows. Yet, in reality, the state still remains the committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie in spite of and through this development. Under conditions of advanced capitalism, the interests of the top strata really are the basic interests of the capitalist class as a whole, not in the sense that the fruits of dominance are even-handedly and fairly distributed, but in the sense that capitalism cannot continue at all on any other basis. This is a sense, however true, that is not likely to cheer a small businessman who is forced into bankruptcy by monopoly conditions, but then, after all, the man who is left out of a lifeboat because he would overload it may also have a minority view of the issue. The interests of the capitalist class as such are still loyally represented, since these interests lie first and foremost in the preservation of the system, and not in the preservation of this or that sector of the system. For one of the most paradoxical consequences for the political leadership of modern capitalism arises directly out of the inaptitude of the bourgeoisie as a governing class. In more than one country, when capitalism has faced its most critical problems, the most far-sighted and socially sophisticated political leadership has come to the rescue from elements outside the capitalist class itself. Outstanding examples, to which Marx and Engels paid particular attention, come from Germany and Britain. Let us turn to them. 6. The autonomized state in Germany. In Germany, after bourgeois democracy funked its chance in 1848 while the imperatives of modernization demanded the forced development of capitalist industry, the job was done by a political leader, Bismarck, whose outlook and Junker class ties were distinctly pre-bourgeois, scornful and suspicious of the bourgeois spirit. With blood and iron, Bismarck forced Germany through the meat grinder of modernization which, economically speaking, meant bourgeoisification without any need to be tender of this or that section of the bourgeoisie itself. He did the job that capitalism could not do for itself. Bismarck was able to do this because he was an outsider. German capitalism was raised to maturity with a whip. As Engels noted, neither the Junkers nor the bourgeoisie possessed even average energy. The Junkers had proved this in the past 60 years, during which the state had constantly done what was best for them despite the opposition of these Don Quixotes. 25. Bismarck, seeking to save as much as possible for an obsolete class his own, the Junkers which was standing in the way of modernization, had to act in the face of constant opposition from the main body of that same class. For modernization was also in the basic interest of the Junkers and not only of the bourgeoisie, since it was a necessity for the state and society in which they retained a dwindling share of power and pelf. If modernization meant bourgeoisification, this was a fact of life that could not be changed by class will, and so a man like Bismarck was indeed dependent on a policy of maneuvering between the various classes. 26. How did the outsider pull this off against the opposition of his own class and without allowing the bourgeoisie itself to take the reins of state power? The basic tactic was to balance class against class, the Junkers against the bourgeoisie, as long as possible, then to threaten proletarian discontent against the bourgeoisie, and thus to play them against each other, imposing the autonomized state's solution on all and thereby gaining time to demonstrate to the bourgeoisie that its interests were in good hands and to the Junkers that they had no better alternative. More about this in Chapter 16. It was the Junker Bismarck who gave the workers a system of universal suffrage, one of the most paradoxical events in political history, in order to set them up as a political counterweight to the liberal bourgeoisie in a period when he could hope that the boon would not get out of hand. The autonomy exhibited by this exploit of the Bismarckian state was strictly relative. For its success was conditioned on the fact that its policy was really in the basic interests of the ruling classes, and that this fact could be demonstrated before too long. It is quite different, therefore, from the absolute autonomy which would permit a state to pursue its own interests, as it saw them, even in long-term contradiction with those of economically dominant classes. The pattern necessarily involved an element of uneasy tension, of countervailing pulls, so Engels emphasized in a letter to the German party leader Bebel. In 1892 he noted signs of oppositional organization among the liberal bourgeoisie, and commented, "Capitalist society, which has not yet formally subordinated the state to itself, has to leave the actual government to a monarchic bureaucratic Junker hereditary caste and has to content itself with the fact that by and large its own interests are finally decisive after all. This society, in view of its situation in Germany, wobbles between two trends: on the one hand, alliance of all official and property-owning strata of society as against the proletariat. On the other hand, there is a trend which keeps continually placing the old conflict on the order of the day, the old conflict, which was not fought out because of cowardice, between the monarchy with its absolutist reminiscences, the landed aristocracy, and the bureaucracy which thinks itself elevated above all parties, and, counterposed to all of these, the industrial bourgeoisie, whose material interests are harmed daily and hourly by these outlived elements. Which of these two trends has the upper hand at any moment is determined by accidental personal, local, and see factors. Point 27. And there was one more condition behind Bismarck's strategy. While the mentality of the Junkers, and of Bismarck himself, was subjectively anti-bourgeois, they had this in common with the bourgeoisie they scorned: they constituted a property-holding, labor-exploiting, possessing class. And in the course of the bourgeoisification of society, this pre-bourgeois owning and exploiting class was capable of being partly assimilated to the economic patterns of bourgeois accumulation and even bourgeois habits. This was a course in which the Germans had been preceded and outdone by the English aristocracy. There was an occasion on which Engels was led to note the similarities between Bismarck's and the bourgeois mentality. This was in 1867 when a letter from Marx informed him of a veiled bid by an agent of Bismarck's to buy him up. Point 28. Engels commented in reply: "It is indicative of the mentality and mental horizon of the fellow Bismarck that he judges everyone by himself. The bourgeoisie may well admire the great men of today, it sees itself mirrored in them. All the qualities contributing to the successes of Bonaparte and Bismarck are businessmen's qualities: pursuit of a definite goal by biding one's time and making tentative moves till the right moment is found, diplomatic maneuvering with a back door always open, bargaining and haggling, swallowing insults if self-interest demands it, the business of now let's not be thieves, in short, the businessman all over." Gottfried Ehrmann, the other partner in the Ehrmann and Engels firm, in his own way is just as great a statesman as Bismarck, and if you follow up these great men's tricks, you always wind up on Manchester Exchange. Bismarck thinks, if only I keep after Marx, someday I will finally hit on the right moment and then we will do business together. Pure Gottfried Ehrmann. Point 29. The Bismarckian state, then, was managed by an alien class element, from the bourgeoisie's viewpoint, but it was not so alien as to be unappreciative of what an exploitative society needed in the interest of property. 7. The case of the English bourgeoisie. The country in which this pattern had been pioneered was England. Marx discussed it several times in the 1850s. He began by posing the question of the class nature of the Whig Party. They form a fraction of the large landed property of Great Britain, indeed the oldest, richest, and most arrogant portion. Degree what, then, distinguishes them from the Tories? The Whigs are the aristocratic representatives of the bourgeoisie, of the industrial and commercial middle class. Under the condition that the bourgeoisie should abandon to them, to an oligarchy of aristocratic families, the monopoly of government and the exclusive possession of office, they make to the middle class, and assist it in conquering, all those concessions, which in the course of social and political development have shown themselves to have become unavoidable and undelayable. Neither more nor less. The interests and principles which they represent besides, from time to time, do not belong to the Whigs, they are forced upon them by the development of the industrial and commercial class, the bourgeoisie. 31. But the Whigs do not play this role in order to serve the bourgeoisie, nor even primarily because, by allying with the bankocracy or millocracy to defeat the Tories, they also secure to themselves the governmental part of the victory. Like their similars later, they are still serving their own class in their own way. For example, after 1846 they confined their free trade measures so far as was necessary, in order to save to the landed aristocracy the greatest possible amount of privileges. Each time they had taken the movement in hand in order to prevent its forward march, and to recover their own posts at the same time. It follows that they can exist in this role only as long as the aristocracy retains enough power in the society to make their mediation useful. From the moment when the Tories are definitively overthrown, British history has no longer any room for the Whigs. The aristocracy once destroyed, what is the use of an aristocratic representation of the bourgeoisie against this aristocracy? 33. When, the following year, a coalition government took shape, Marx interpreted it along the same lines. Degree in a word, the entire aristocracy agree that the government has to be conducted for the benefit, and according to the interests of the middle class, but they are determined that the bourgeoisie are not to be themselves the governors of this affair, and for this object all that the old oligarchy possess of talent, influence, and authority are combined, in a last effort, into one administration, which has for its task to keep the bourgeoisie, as long as possible, from the direct enjoyment of governing the nation. The coalised aristocracy of England intend with regard to the bourgeoisie, to act on the same principle upon which Napoleon I professed to act in reference to the people, tout pour le peuple, rien parle peuple 34. On the Napoleonic principle, everything for the people, nothing by the people, the aristocratic governing class, the class that rule officially, struck a compromise with the class that rule non-officially, a compromise. Degree by which the general governing power is abandoned to some sections of the middle class, on condition that the whole of the real government, the executive in all its details, even to the executive department of the legislative power, or that is, the actual lawmaking in the two houses of parliament, is secured to the landed aristocracy. 35. Already in 1855 Marx saw this compromise as superannuated, and in 1858 he thought he saw his 1852 prediction about the fate of the Whigs coming true. Degree the fact is that the two ruling oligarchic parties of England were long ago transformed into mere factions, without any distinctive principles. Till now, the Tories have been aristocrats ruling in the name of the aristocracy, and the Whig aristocrats ruling in the name of the middle class, but the middle class having assumed to rule in their own name, the business of the Whigs is gone. In order to keep the Whigs out of office, the Tories will yield to the encroachments of the middle class party until they have worried out Whig patience and convinced these oligarchs that, in order to save the interests of their order, they must merge in the conservative ranks and forsake their traditionary pretensions to represent the liberal interest or form a power of their own. Absorption of the Whig faction into the Tory faction, and their common metamorphosis into the party of the aristocracy, as opposed to the new middle-class party, acting under its own chiefs, under its own banners, with its own watchwords, such as the consummation we are now witnessing in England. 36. Nor was 1858 actually the end of the English aristocracy, or elements of it, in the role of governing surrogates for the bourgeoisie. So late into the 19th century did the bourgeoisie display its backwardness in politically managing its own system. Beat me, daddy, says the bourgeoisie. In the latter part of the 19th century, thought Engels, the English bourgeoisie did finally exhibit a certain talent for upholding its position as leading class, at least to some degree, but in 1889 he was led to comment that this seemed to be changing. The bourgeoisie once again showed it could not easily act as a class on behalf of its class interests, only this time it had to be bailed out not from above, by the aristocracy, but from below, by the working class. His article cited two recent events. One involved London's antiquated port system, whose absurdity threatens to stifle the living conditions of all of London, the rest of the bourgeoisie included. Then the dock workers' strike breaks out. It is not the bourgeoisie being robbed by the dock companies that rebels, it is the workers exploited by them, the poorest of the poor, the lowest layer of the East End proletarians, who fling down the gauntlet to the dock magnates. 39. The fact that the challenge to the dock companies was indirectly also in the interests of the bourgeois class brought public sympathy for the strike and money contributions. The workers fought the battle to the end and stirred public opinion to the point where modernization of the dock system was made inevitable. This job should have been done by the bourgeoisie long ago. It was unable or unwilling to do it. Now the workers have taken it in hand and now it will be done. In other words, in this case the bourgeoisie has renounced its own part in favour of the workers. In Lancashire, a speculator's ring sought to corner cotton and hoist prices. The cotton spinners could retaliate only by combining to curtail their consumption of the raw material by large-scale shutdowns. But no common action could be achieved as the individual interests of the cotton spinners were at sixes and sevens. How could all cotton mills be shut down? A wage cut could do it by causing a strike or lockout, in which case all the mill owners would discover their class solidarity, but it happened that a wage cut was not feasible. The alternative was a step which is unique in the history of modern industry. The mill owners, through their central committee, semi-officially approached the central committee of the workers' trade unions with the request that the organized workers should, in the common interest, force the obstinate mill owners to shut down by organizing strikes. Messrs. mill owners, admitting their own inability to take concerted action, asked the formerly so much hated workers' trade unions, kindly to use coercion against them, the mill owners, so that the mill owners, induced by bitter necessity, should finally act in concert, as a class, in the interests of their own class. They have to be forced to do so by the workers, for they themselves are unable to bring this about. In 24 hours the mere threat of a strike smashed the ring. Thus, here too, in the most modern of all modern large-scale industries, the bourgeoisie proves to be as incapable of defending its own class interests, as it is in medieval London. And what is more, it frankly admits it, and by turning to the organized workers with the request that they should defend a major class interest of the mill owners themselves, it not only abdicates, but recognizes in the organized working class its successor, who is called upon to rule and is quite capable of doing so. 40. The moral to be drawn goes beyond Engels' propagandistic conclusion. For one thing, by showing that its class interests could be preserved only by some outside force of coercion, the bourgeoisie invited more candidates for the role of savior than merely the labor movement, and for another, this pattern helps to explain why it took the social democracy to preserve the system during the convulsions that followed the First World War. But more immediately, there is another lesson. It is a distinct advantage to the bourgeoisie if its own state, the state which assures its interests, is not simply its tool, if indeed this state enjoys sufficient autonomy from the ruling class so that, if need be, the former can even exert coercion on the latter. This is the conclusion that Marx drew from the experience of the English Factory Acts, prototypes of bourgeois labor legislation and welfarism. The capitalist state has to correct for the short-sightedness of the capitalists themselves. These acts curb the passion of capital for a limitless draining of labor power, by forcibly limiting the working day by state regulations, made by a state that is ruled by capitalist and landlord. Apart from the working class movement that daily grows more threatening, the limiting of factory labor was dictated by the same necessity which spread guano over the English fields. The same blind eagerness for plunder that in the one case exhausted the soil, had, in the other, torn up by the roots the living force of the nation. Periodical epidemics speak on this point as clearly as the diminishing military standard in Germany and France. 41. The Lancashire example was double-barreled, as Engels mentioned. The same results could have obtained, not by deliberate arrangement with the labor movement, but in genuine fear of it. In actuality, both were involved anyway. The deliberate arrangement was only by the more far-sighted leadership of the millocracy. It was the fear that whipped the body of the class in line. Historically, the bourgeoisie showed itself ever ready to cede the helm of government to alien hands whenever that was necessary to protect it from the danger from below. In the 1830s, remarked Marx, the English bourgeoisie preferred the renewal of the compromise with the landed aristocracy to a compromise with the mass of the English people. 42 of the German bourgeoisie. Engels wrote, "It does not know how to rule. It is powerless and incapable of anything. It can do only one thing, savagely attack the workers as soon as they begin to stir." 43. It is a peculiarity of the bourgeoisie, in contrast to all former ruling classes, that there is a turning point in its development after which every further expansion of its agencies of power, hence primarily of its capital, only tends to make it more and more unfit for political rule. Behind the big bourgeois stand the proletarians. From that moment on, it loses the strength required for exclusive political rule, it looks around for allies with whom to share its power, or to whom to cede the whole of its rule, as circumstances may require. 44. For all of these reasons, state autonomization represents a valuable element of flexibility in the state structure. If the bourgeoisie were capable of keeping the state on a short leash, and always did so, that state would have strangled long ago. On the other hand, while the state needs a long leash, this tends to make capitalists uneasy, especially when the state strains at the leash. This aspect, like others we have mentioned, gives rise to ambiguous personages in politics. The element of autonomous flexibility was well represented by Disraeli in Marx's time, as he had occasion to note. Degree whatever be our opinion of the man, who is said to despise the aristocracy, to hate the bourgeoisie, and not to like the people, he is unquestionably the ablest member of the present Parliament, while the flexibility of his character enables him the better to accommodate himself to the changing wants of society. 45. The role that Disraeli played was conditioned on the degree to which he personally stood apart from the classes, his outsider aspect. 9. Can the bourgeoisie do it? Could the bourgeoisie ever take the governing power really into its own hands as a class? Engels, who paid a good deal of attention to the question, could not avoid shuttling between a negative and a positive answer, over the decades. The reason for the uncertainty is plain. On the one hand, could the bourgeoisie be so different from previous ruling classes? Wasn't it, rather, merely retarded, but on the way nevertheless? On the other hand, the facts of current history continued to enforce a negative conclusion. Let us illustrate this zigzag in 3 scenes. 1. In 1866 Bismarck's universal suffrage coup, and the bourgeoisie's meek acceptance of it, swung Engels over to one side. It is becoming clearer and clearer to me that the bourgeoisie doesn't have the stuff to rule directly itself, and that therefore, where there is no oligarchy as there is here in England to take over, for good pay, the managing of state and society in the interest of the bourgeoisie, a Bonapartist semi-dictatorship is the normal form. It carries out the big material interests of the bourgeoisie even against the bourgeoisie, but deprives the bourgeoisie of any share in the ruling power itself. On the other hand, this dictatorship is itself, in turn, compelled to reluctantly adopt these material interests of the bourgeoisie. 46. But this symbiotic relationship between the socio-economic ruling class and its autonomized state, which holds the power of government, that is, the immediate reins of the state apparatus, is not confined to the case of Bonapartism. We have seen that it holds true in less extreme form also. 2. In 1889, writing to Laura Lafargue, Marx's daughter, Engels thought that the elections just held in France would at last bring about a totally bourgeois government. The rightist danger apparently ended, politics shifted toward the bourgeois liberal end of the spectrum. Degree now, for the first time, you will get a real government of the entire bourgeoisie. In 1849-51, the Rue de Poitiers political club under THIRD-WORLDISM formed a government of the whole bourgeois class. 47. But that was by the truce between two opposing monarchical factions, and by its very nature passager short-lived. Now you will get one based upon the despair to upset the Republic, upon its recognition as an unavoidable pis-aller last resort, and therefore a bourgeois government which has the stuff to last until its final smash-up. 48. At last, he thought, the various warring sectors of the bourgeoisie would act as a bourgeoisie unet indivisible. The phrase echoes the unitary and indivisible republic slogan. Later the same month he explained that this did not necessarily entail party coalition governments. Rather, the impending rule of the French bourgeoisie as a class meant that you have the real conditions of the rule of the whole bourgeois class, of parliamentarism in full blossom, two parties struggling for the majority and taking in turns the parts of ins and outs, of government and opposition. Here, in England, you have the rule of the whole bourgeois class, but that does not mean that conservatives and radicals coalesce, on the contrary, they relieve each other. 49. But in these two letters Engels' discussion, focused on the removal of the danger from the right, does not take account of the bourgeoisie's fear from the left. Would not this make the rule of the whole bourgeois class a transitory one also in the Third Republic? 3 in 1892, in his English Introduction to Socialism Utopian and Scientific, a more rounded discussion pointed once again to an essentially negative conclusion. This discussion occurs in the context of the bourgeoisie's fear of working-class revolt. It seems a law of historical development that the bourgeoisie can in no European country get hold of political power at least for any length of time in the same exclusive way in which the feudal aristocracy kept hold of it during the Middle Ages. Even in France, where feudalism was completely extinguished, the bourgeoisie, as a whole, has held full possession of the government for very short periods only. It is only now, in the Third Republic, that the bourgeoisie as a whole have kept possession of the helm for more than 20 years, and they are already showing lively signs of decadence. A durable reign of the bourgeoisie has been possible only in countries like America, where feudalism was unknown, and society at the very beginning started from a bourgeois basis. In England, the bourgeoisie never held undivided sway. Even the victory of 1832 left the landed aristocracy in almost exclusive possession of all the leading government offices. The English bourgeoisie are, up to the present day, so deeply penetrated by a sense of their social inferiority that they keep up, at their own expense and that of the nation, an ornamental caste of drones. The industrial and commercial middle class had, therefore, not yet succeeded in driving the landed aristocracy completely from political power when another competitor, the working class, appeared on the stage. 50. It is the threat from below, from the working class, that represents the potentialities of the future, hence reinforces the inaptitude of the bourgeoisie to take direct control of the state machine and the consequent tendency toward state autonomization. But autonomization can take many forms, and extend to different degrees. The experience that was decisive for Marx's thinking on this subject took place in France. It was what Engels, in his 1866 remark cited above, had called the normal form Bonapartism. 15. The Bonaparte model. The tendency of the bourgeois state under pressure to revert back to more authoritarian and despotic forms of government does not arise only from a working-class threat from below. Another factor imparting the same tendency is one of the characteristics making for the political inaptitude of the capitalist class, as summarized in the preceding chapter, namely, the exuberance of internal hostilities, the fact that no other ruling class is so profusely crisscrossed internally with competing and conflicting interest groups, the dog-eat-dog pattern. 1. It may be helpful to think of these two factors as being, respectively, the vertical and horizontal components of social struggle in the system, without necessarily equating them in importance. The horizontal struggle takes place among sectors of the ruling classes themselves, not only between different blocks of the bourgeoisie but also pitting landowning interests, however bourgeoisified, against various bourgeois interests. In practice, to be sure, such horizontal social struggles can rarely take place without involving the vertical class struggle of the exploited classes against the tops. Conflicts within the ruling circles tend to stimulate or unleash intervention from below, and conversely, the threat of subversion from below may divide the tops either on how to deal with the problem or in terms of whose interests are mainly endangered. In practice, therefore, these components of the historical social struggle tend to interpenetrate, with the driving force coming from below, vertically. But whatever their source, if the internal conflicts become so unmanageable as to threaten the stability of the system, the resolution of the conflict by authoritarian means becomes the lesser evil for every stratum that shares in the benefactions of the status quo. If the bourgeoisie can no longer control the social jolts and tremors within the framework of democratic forms, its own preservation demands that, as a class, it yield up direct political power to other and firmer hands, the better to safeguard its socio-economic rule. For Marx, the classic case that acted out this proposition was the situation in France leading from the February Revolution of 1848 to the military dictatorship established by Louis Napoleon Bonaparte in a coup d'état on December 2, 1851. The analysis of this original Bonapartism was the subject of his work written directly after the events, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, which was perhaps his most brilliant historical study. Its pervasive theme is the relations between the state power and the various social groups thereof, and an outstanding characteristic is its painstaking dissection of the complexity of the historical situation, to which we will not be able to do justice here. Justice here. 1. The problem posed. Today's reader has to recapture the contemporary historical background of the 18th Brumaire, for it is not an abstract treatise but an analysis of the news of the day as it happened. In July 1830 the Restoration monarchy had been brought down by a timid bourgeois republican effort at revolution which succeeded only in replacing the Bourbons with a constitutional monarchy headed by Louis Philippe, a bourgeois-ified royalty. Never a very strong regime, the July monarchy of Louis Philippe hit the rocks with the industrial depression of 1847. The following year saw the outbreak of the first Europe-wide revolutionary upsurge. In France the Second Republic was proclaimed in February. Louis Philippe's bourgeois monarchy, in which a limited section of the bourgeoisie ruled in the name of the king, was now replaced by a bourgeois republic, in which the whole of the bourgeoisie will now rule, or so they thought. 3. The Constituent Assembly, which was elected with the help of peasant and clerical support, was thoroughly bourgeois, and set out to settle accounts with the main class danger from below, the Paris proletariat. The liberal Tocqueville reported, "I saw society split in two, those who possessed nothing united in a common greed, those who possessed something in a common fear." No bonds, no sympathies existed between these two great classes. Everywhere was the idea of an inevitable and approaching struggle. For in the face of mass starvation among the workers, the bourgeois republicans provocatively cut down on the welfare program. The workers' response was the June insurrection, the most colossal event in the history of European civil wars up to then. The bourgeois republic triumphed. On its side stood the aristocracy of finance, the industrial bourgeoisie, the middle class, the petty bourgeois, the army, the lumpen proletariat organized as the Mobile Guard, the intellectual lights, the clergy, and the rural population. On the side of the Paris proletariat stood none but itself. More than 3,000 insurgents were butchered after the victory, and 15,000 were transported without trial. With this defeat the proletariat passes into the background of the revolutionary stage. 5. At this point, all other social strata and their political representatives were united against the vanguard proletariat of Paris. The savage, because terror-stricken, slaughter of the rebel movement eliminated the threat of proletariat revolution for more than 2 decades. But, as Marx stressed, the threat still remained in the background. The foreground of the picture is going to concern the tug-of-war among the various strata of those who possessed something, the property-owning classes and their hangers-on. The problem which they from February to the coup d'état. To aid the reader in following Marx's analysis of events in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, here is a chronological table of the main developments that took place between the February Revolution and Bonaparte's coup d'état. In this work Marx divides the story into 3 main periods or phases as follows: 1. The February period, headed by a provisional government; 2. The period of the Constitution of the Republic, headed by the Constituent National Assembly; and 3. The period of the Constitutional Republic, headed by the Legislative National Assembly, and brought to an end by the coup d'état. First period. 1848. February 22. Uprising in Paris. February 24. Louis Philippe abdicates, Second Republic proclaimed. April 23. Elections to Constituent National Assembly, victory of bourgeois republicans. May 4. Constituent Assembly meets. Second period. May 15. Workers' demonstration invades Assembly, proclaims a revolutionary government, Blanqui, Barbes, others arrested. June 23 to 26. The June uprising, workers' rebellion in Paris suppressed by terror and Cavaignac dictatorship. November 4. New constitution completed. December 10. Louis Napoleon Bonaparte elected President of Republic. December 20. President Bonaparte installed, forms cabinet. 1849. January 29. Constituent Assembly votes its own dissolution under pressure of troops in Paris. April. French begin attack on the Roman Republic. May 28. Legislative National Assembly meets. Third period. June 13. Suppression of demonstration, abortive revolt, by Ledru-Rollins radicals. October 31. President Bonaparte installs cabinet of his own men, de haute-pole cabinet. 1850. March 10. Assembly by-elections, swing to left. 1851. July 15. Assembly rejects constitutional revision permitting second term for President Bonaparte. December 2. Coup d'état, Bonaparte seizes power with help of army. Aftermath. December 21. Plebiscite held by Bonaparte to sanction coup. 1852. November 2. Empire, Second Empire, proclaimed with Bonaparte as Napoleon III. 18th Brumaire addressed mainly was not the role of the state with respect to the proletariat, a role which had been amply demonstrated by the June days. It had revealed that here bourgeois republic signifies the unlimited despotism of one class over other classes. 6. This class despotism is what Marx elsewhere called the class dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. The problem which Marx set himself to unravel was, rather, the subsequent role of the state with respect to the criss-crossing conflicts among the property-owning classes themselves, which had united to crush the June Rising. The immediate subject is the role of the state with respect to the ruling classes themselves. After June, the wide united front of the righteous upholders of property, family, religion, order 7 was going to narrow down, as one slice of it after another was cut off from political rule, like the famous salami. After the June scare, the simplest bourgeois reform demand was going to be stigmatized as a subversive attempt on society and as socialism, until the very heroes of law and order who had suppressed the proletarian insurgents were themselves cast aside like squeezed lemons. It is this process which we are now going to follow for the light it casts on the phenomenon of state autonomization. 2. Bankruptcy of bourgeois liberalism. The next months marked the political rule, and then collapse, of the pure bourgeois republicans, one of whose leaders was General Cavaignac, the executioner of the June days. It was not a faction of the bourgeoisie held together by great common interests and marked off by specific conditions of production. It was a clique of republican-minded bourgeois, writers, lawyers, officers, and officials that owed its influence to the personal antipathies of the country against Louis Philippe, to memories of the old republic, to the republican faith of a number of enthusiasts, above all, however, to French nationalism, whose hatred of the Vienna treaties and of the alliance with England it stirred up perpetually. The industrial bourgeoisie was grateful to it for its slavish defense of the French protectionist system, the bourgeoisie as a whole, for its vicious denunciation of communism and socialism. 8. This bourgeois party came to power not through a liberal revolt of the bourgeoisie, but through a rising of the proletariat against capital, a rising laid low with grapeshot. Its ascendancy did not come about through an ascending line of progressive struggle, as it had once dreamed when it opposed the monarchy. Its accession to power was not a revolutionary event but rather the most counter-revolutionary. It was this liberal bourgeois party which presided over the drafting of the constitution for the new republic. On the one hand, it wanted to extend the vote to the mass of the bourgeoisie itself, on the other hand, it was afraid of universal suffrage which went beyond bourgeois bounds. Still feeling the heat generated by the February Revolution, it had to twist and turn. The narrow electoral qualification of the July monarchy of Louis Philippe, which excluded even a large part of the bourgeoisie from political rule, was incompatible with the existence of the bourgeois republic. In lieu of this qualification, the February Revolution had at once proclaimed universal suffrage. The bourgeois republicans could not undo this event. They had to content themselves with adding the limiting proviso of a 6 months' residence in the constituency. The old organization of the administration, of the municipal system, of the judicial system, of the army, etc., continued to exist inviolate. 9. There were two consequences relating to state forms. 1. As Marx mentions later in the work, the old state apparatus was not smashed, it was merely taken over, and 2. The democratic liberties apparently guaranteed in the Constitution were turned into frauds, and the executive power was separated from and counterposed to the legislative, representative, in the manner which we detailed in preceding chapters. 10. Such was the Constitution of 1848, which collapsed before Bonaparte at a mere touch. Marx concludes: while this constitution was being fabricated, the bourgeois Republican General Cavaignac was maintaining the state of siege, martial law, in Paris. If the constitution is subsequently put out of existence by bayonets, it must not be forgotten that it was likewise by bayonets, and these turned against the people, that it had to be protected in its mother's womb, and by bayonets that it had to be brought into existence. Thus these respectable republicans, says Marx bitterly, produced a splendid invention, periodically employed in every ensuing crisis, eagerly adopted by other continental powers, the state of siege device to keep the masses under military control at critical points. But the military learned from this. If the armed forces of the state were periodically laid on French society's head to render it quiet, if they were periodically allowed to act as judge, censor, and policeman as the highest wisdom of society and as its rector, then were not these same armed forces bound to hit upon the idea of rather saving society once and for all by proclaiming their own regime as the highest and freeing civil society completely from the trouble of governing itself? All the more as they might then also expect better cash payment for their higher services. 11. Thus, by giving the armed forces their head to suppress the masses, the respectable, the pure republicans also prepared the ground for the coup d'état of Bonaparte's Praetorians. Having exhausted its role, this liberal bourgeois party was given its quietus when Bonaparte got himself elected president in December 1848, the squeezed lemon syndrome. Marx here refers readers to the analysis of this period which he had made in his earlier class struggles in France. 12. In sum, the liberals were defeated mainly by the massive peasant vote. But the result was also greeted by the army, which had garnered neither pay nor glory from the liberals in exchange for the dirty work it had done, by the big bourgeoisie, which hailed Bonaparte as a bridge to monarchy, and also by the petty bourgeoisie and the proletariat, who saw in the vote a revenge on the hated party of Cavaignac for their own slaughter in June. This is the famous pattern of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, which has helped more than one despot to power. 3. The pattern of permanent counter-revolution. Now to the fore came the mass of the bourgeoisie, especially the big bourgeoisie, the main body of the property-owning classes, as distinct from the ideological current which had been represented by the bourgeois liberals. This bourgeois mass was, however, royalist. One section of it, the large landowners, had ruled during the Bourbon Restoration and was accordingly legitimist. The other, the aristocrats of finance and big industrialists, had ruled during the July monarchy of Louis Philippe and was consequently Orleanist. The high dignitaries of the army, the university, the church, the bar, the academy, and of the press were to be found on either side, though in various proportions. Here, in the bourgeois republic, which bore neither the name Bourbon nor the name Orleans, but the name capital, they had found the form of state in which they could rule conjointly. 13. This united front of the two kinds of royalists was the party of order, that is, the flag wavers of the slogan of law and order, meaning systematic repression of even mild bourgeois democratic reformers. The liberal republicans slunk out of effective existence just as cowardly, mealy-mouthed, broken-spirited, and incapable of fighting as they had been brutal in shooting down workers. They were through. 14. The party of order had helped Bonaparte to hound them and their constituent assembly out of existence, thereby helping to make parliamentarism a hollow shell, a shell which Bonaparte could easily crack later when he in turn had to get rid of his allies. With this turn in the situation, Marx pauses for an interim generalization. In the First French Revolution, the shift of political dominance from the Constitutionalists to the Girondins and then to the Jacobins followed an ascending line, that is, as each political tendency brought the revolution as far as it itself could go, it was thrust aside by the bolder ally that stands behind it. Now we have the reverse process, we are watching a revolution as it follows a descending line. The Proletarian Party appears as an appendage of the petty bourgeois Democratic Party. It is betrayed and dropped by the latter on April 16, May 15, and in the June days. The Democratic Party, in its turn, leans on the shoulders of the bourgeois Republican Party. The bourgeois Republicans no sooner believe themselves well established than they shake off the troublesome comrade and support themselves on the shoulders of the Party of Order. The Party of Order hunches its shoulders, lets the bourgeois Republicans tumble and throws itself on the shoulders of armed force. Each party kicks back at the one behind, which presses upon it, and leans against the one in front, which pushes backwards. 16. In this situation, Marx explains, the period comprises the most motley mixture of crying contradictions, contradictions which he proceeds to list in a brilliant vein of black humor. 17. Among these contradictions was one which also provides the key for the next period. We have already mentioned it, the fact that the united royalists of the Party of Order could remain united only on the terrain of the Republic which they both detested, for as soon as restoration of monarchy came on the agenda, they split on the royal house to be restored. Monarchism, which they shared, divided them, republicanism, which they hated, united them. This split among the royalists reflected more than simply the opposition of Lily to tricolour. Under the Bourbons, big landed property had governed, with its priests and lackeys; under the Orleans, high finance, large-scale industry, large-scale trade, that is, capital, with its retinue of lawyers, professors, and smooth-tongued orators. The Bourbon legitimate monarchy was merely the political expression of the hereditary rule of the lords of the soil, as the Orleanist July monarchy was only the political expression of the usurped rule of the bourgeois parvenus. What kept the two factions apart, therefore, was not any so-called principles, it was their material conditions of existence, two different kinds of property. It was the old contrast between town and country, the rivalry between capital and landed property. 18. Marx adds an important note on the relationship between these two rival forms of property, which qualifies the rivalry. Orleanists and legitimists found themselves side by side in the Republic, with equal claims. If each side wished to effect the restoration of its own royal house against the other, that merely signified that each of the two great interests into which the bourgeoisie is split, landed property and capital, sought to restore its own supremacy and the subordination of the other. We speak of two interests of the bourgeoisie, for large landed property, despite its feudal coquetry and pride of race, has been rendered thoroughly bourgeois by the development of modern society. Thus the Tories of England long imagined that they were enthusiastic about monarchy, the Church, and the beauties of the Old English Constitution, until the day of danger wrung from them the confession that they are enthusiastic only about ground rent. Under the corporate business title of the Party of Order, this united front of royalists exercised more unrestricted and sterner domination over the rest of society than had ever been possible for it under either the Bourbons or Louis Philippe. Only under the form of the parliamentary republic could these two royalist divisions of the bourgeoisie pool their strength, and thus establish the rule of their whole class instead of the regime of a privileged faction of it. 19. But it was not only royalist sentiments which made these republicans hate and fear the republic. Instinct taught them that the republic, true enough, makes their political rule complete, but at the same time undermines its social foundation, since they must now confront the subjugated classes and contend against them without mediation, without the concealment afforded by the crown. It was a feeling of weakness that caused them to recoil from the pure conditions of their own class rule and to yearn for the former more incomplete, more undeveloped, and precisely on that account less dangerous forms of this rule, that is, monarchist forms. 20. We pass over the section in which Marx summarizes how the Party of Order next proceeded to smash its remaining adversary in Parliament, the party to the left of it, previously called the petty bourgeois democracy or social democracy, the pinkish reformers led by Ledru Rollin. Suffice to say that in this way the Party of Order also tore down the constitution and parliamentary prestige, facilitating Bonaparte's subsequent operation. With the reformist left put out of action, the Party of Order remained alone as the dominant force in Parliament, and thus isolated, confronted the executive power which was named Bonaparte. 4. State gigantism versus democracy. As an individual, Louis Bonaparte was a political adventurer. He was neither the first nor the last such type to make his adventure successful by gearing it to the historical need of the moment. Up to this point, the dominant politicians had tended to scorn him as a nonentity, as unnecessary, but these same politicians were now in process of making themselves not only unnecessary but impossible. A vacuum was being created by their inability to rule, that is, by the inability of the bourgeoisie to rule as a class, which they reflected. The adventurer's game was to move into this vacuum, thereby making himself useful, and finally necessary, to a class which could not rule in any other form. There was no doubt that the two-headed bourgeoisie ruled the socio-economic domain, civil society, but it was paralyzed in the attempt to develop the state forms through which it could effectively wield the reins of power in the political domain. When civil society is paralyzed, there is only the state power to take hold of things and keep them working. At the given moment, this meant Bonaparte. Bonaparte's next step was to detach the cabinet, ministry, itself from parliamentary control, and convert it into an agency of the executive. The party of order lost every lever of executive power. Marx explains the significance of this step in a passage of great importance. It is immediately obvious that in a country like France, where the executive power commands an army of officials numbering more than 500,000 individuals and therefore constantly maintains an immense mass of interests and livelihoods, in the most absolute dependence. We interrupt to note that, while Marx wrote this passage in 1852 and of a country like France, the picture he painted is increasingly true of both the capitalist and communist states in our own time, hence this passage should be read with contemporary eyes. To continue. Where the state enmeshes, controls, regulates, superintends, and tutors civil society from its most comprehensive manifestations of life down to its most insignificant stirrings, from its most general modes of being to the private existence of individuals, where through the most extraordinary centralization this parasitic body acquires a ubiquity, an omniscience, a capacity for accelerated mobility and an elasticity which finds a counterpart only in the helpless dependence, in the loose shapelessness of the actual body politic. It is obvious that in such a country the National Assembly forfeits all real influence when it loses command of the ministerial posts, if it does not at the same time simplify the administration of the state, reduce the army of officials as far as possible and, finally, let civil society and public opinion create organs of their own, independent of the governmental power. 23. Marx's remedy for this gigantism of the state was going to be even more drastic later. The point now is his diagnosis of the condition. The bourgeoisie, he goes on to explain, was incapable of opposing this development. Its contradiction was that it was simultaneously disarmed and defended by one and the same process, cured and castrated by the same operation. But it is precisely with the maintenance of that extensive state machine in its numerous ramifications that the material interests of the French bourgeoisie are interwoven in the closest fashion. Here it finds posts for its surplus population and makes up in the form of state salaries for what it cannot pocket in the form of profit, interest, rents, and honorariums. On the other hand, its political interests compelled it to increase daily the repressive measures and therefore the resources and the personnel of the state power, while at the same time it had to wage an uninterrupted war against public opinion and mistrustfully mutilate, cripple, the independent organs of the social movement, where it did not succeed in amputating them entirely. Thus the French bourgeoisie was compelled by its class position to annihilate, on the one hand, the vital conditions of all parliamentary power, and therefore likewise of its own, and to render irresistible, on the other hand, the executive power hostile to it. 24. The bourgeoisie suffered from another contradiction. It could hope to stand up politically to Bonaparte's state apparatus not just by mobilizing money bags but by mobilizing the people behind it. Yet never did it display more ostentatiously the insignia of domination in its capacity as an exploiting class. A symbol was its re-establishment of the wine tax, which hit the peasantry, already burdened by low grain prices. Out of social fear, the bourgeoisie leaned on the clergy for the superintendence of the French mind, on the gendarme for the superintendence of action, and on bureaucratic prefects and spies to forestall subversion. 25. And the slightest reform was denounced as socialism. This is 1850, not the 1950s. Even bourgeois liberalism is declared socialistic. There was class logic for this apparent silliness, as usual. The bourgeoisie had a true insight into the fact that all the weapons which it had forged against feudalism turned their points against itself, that all the means of education which it had produced rebelled against its own civilization, that all the gods which it had created had fallen away from it. It understood that all the so-called bourgeois liberties and organs of progress attacked and menaced its class rule at its social foundation and its political summit simultaneously, and had therefore become socialistic. In this menace and this attack it rightly discerned the secret of socialism, whose import and tendency it judges more correctly than so-called socialism knows how to judge itself. 26. Along this road there followed the logical conclusion that it's the bourgeoisie's own parliamentary regime, that its political rule in general must also be condemned as socialistic. For its political rule under democratic forms opened the door to the use of these same weapons against its social rule, against capitalism. The parliamentary regime created unrest where the bourgeoisie needed tranquility, apathy. The parliamentary regime lives by discussion, how shall it forbid discussion? Every interest, every social institution, is here transformed into general ideas, debated as ideas. How shall any interest, any institution, sustain itself above thought and impose itself as an article of faith? The debating club in Parliament is necessarily supplemented by debating clubs in the salons and the pot-houses. The parliamentary regime leaves everything to the decisions of majorities. How shall the great majorities outside Parliament not want to decide? When you play the fiddle at the top of the state, what else is to be expected but that those down below dance? 27. Here Marx is making his first detailed analysis of the basic incompatibility of capitalism with democracy. The analysis will be supplemented later when he works out the revolutionary alternative to parliamentarism. 5. The key to Bonapartism. Marx comes to the following conclusion. Thus, the bourgeoisie confesses that its own interests dictate that it should be delivered from the danger of its own rule, that, in order to restore tranquility in the country, its bourgeois parliament must, first of all, be given its quietus, that in order to preserve its social power intact, its political power must be broken. Here we come to the key to Bonapartism. In order to preserve the bourgeoisie's social power, its political power must be broken. That the individual bourgeois can continue to exploit the other classes and to enjoy undisturbed property, family, religion, and order only on condition that their class be condemned along with the other classes to like political nullity, that in order to save its purse, it must forfeit the crown, and the sword that is to safeguard it must at the same time be hung over its own head as a sword of Damocles. 28. So Bonaparte was able to get away with breaking the political rule of the bourgeoisie as a class, expressed through its parliamentary domination. He wooed the workers with demagogic if empty reform schemes, with the help of Saint-Simonian socialists, at the same time that he allied himself with high finance in the cabinet. He let the parliamentarians lull themselves with electoral victories while he gathered the police powers into his own hands. When the bourgeois parliamentarians showed their hand by outlawing universal suffrage, he came out for the suffrage, knowing that the levers to manipulate it were in his hands alone. And he organized his storm troops, called the Society of December 10th, mainly out of the disintegrating scum of all classes, the lumpen proletariat. While he usurped the political power of the assembly, he shouted that France demands tranquility. And the bourgeoisie did demand tranquility. The assembly was afraid to fight back, by so doing it would give the nation its marching orders, and it fears nothing more than that the nation should move. 29. The danger of being defended from below is worse than that of being defeated from above, such is the principle of the Kerenskys in every epoch. This socially determined cravenness of the bourgeoisie allowed Bonaparte to take over control of the army unchallenged, and thus the party of order declares that the bourgeoisie has forfeited its vocation to rule. 30. The parliamentary majority opposed to Bonaparte fell apart, as desertions from its camp multiplied out of sheer egoism, which makes the ordinary bourgeois always inclined to sacrifice the general interest of his class for this or that private motive. The assembly became a mere talking shop, but the deputies went through the motions of winning meaningless parliamentary victories. This is that peculiar malady, parliamentary cretinism 31, that is, the illusion that activity in Parliament has a meaning independent of the social struggle outside. Even now, with economic discontent growing among the lower classes, the party of order could have won back some mass support, thereby possibly throwing Bonaparte into its arms, but all Bonaparte's puppets had to do to stop this was to conjure up the red spectre. Instead of letting itself be intimidated by the executive power with the prospect of fresh disturbances, it ought rather to have allowed the class struggle a little elbow room, so as to keep the executive power dependent on itself. But it did not feel equal to the task of playing with fire. 32. By a maneuver threatening revision of the constitution, Bonaparte further set the two royalist factions of the party of order against each other, the split weakening both. Outside Parliament, the mass of the bourgeoisie now yearned only for a strong government, one which would ensure tranquil conditions for business and security against economic discontent. The leaders of high finance had gone over to Bonaparte even before this. The London Economist declared, "The President is the guardian of order, and is now recognized as such on every stock exchange of Europe." By the aristocracy of finance must here be understood not merely the great loan promoters and speculators in public funds, in regard to whom it is immediately obvious that their interests coincide with the interests of state power. All modern finance, the whole of the banking business, is interwoven in the closest fashion with public credit. A part of their business capital is necessarily invested and put out at interest in quickly convertible public funds. Their deposits, the capital placed at their disposal and distributed by them among merchants and industrialists, are partly derived from the dividends of holders of government securities. If in every epoch the stability of the state power signified Moses and the prophets to the entire money market and to the priests of this money market, why not all the more so today, when every deluge threatens to sweep away the old states, and the old state debts with them? Thus the growing interpenetration of finance capital and the state power was a weapon in Bonaparte's hands. The industrial bourgeoisie also demanded tranquility and strong government, especially with the onset of business depression. It proved that the struggle to maintain its public interests, its own class interests, its political power, only troubled and upset it, as it was a disturbance of private business. 33. Above all, the bourgeoisie demanded stability, and turned against its own parliamentary mouthpieces and ideologists, whose very squirmings were now upsetting to the status quo. By such servility to Bonaparte, it declared unequivocally that it longed to get rid of its own political rule in order to get rid of the troubles and dangers of ruling. At the same time, this bourgeoisie, which every moment sacrificed its general class interests, that is, its political interests, to the narrowest and most sordid private interests, had the gall to denounce the stupidity of the masses, the vile multitude for the state of affairs. 34. The same masses it had helped shoot down every time they raised their head. Now picture to yourself the French bourgeois, how in the throes of this business panic his trade-crazy brain is tortured, set in a whirl and stunned by rumors of coups d'état and the restoration of universal suffrage, until he madly snorts at his parliamentary republic, rather an end with terror than terror without end. 35. Under all these conditions, Bonaparte could finally pull off his coup d'état of December 2, 1851 without successful opposition. 6. The autonomized state and the classes. Now the executive power had smashed the legislative power. Now it seemed that all classes, equally impotent and equally mute, fell on their knees before the rifle butt. In this way the executive power was reduced to its purest expression. It was set up as the sole target, against which the subsequent forces of revolution would concentrate. 36. This executive power, with its enormous bureaucratic and military organization, this appalling parasitic body, summarizes Marx, had been created by the absolute monarchy and then proliferated into a state authority whose work is divided and centralized as in a factory. It had been strengthened as a centralized repressive power by the parliamentary republic in struggle against revolution. All revolutions perfected this machine instead of smashing it, notes Marx, in an early reference to the revolutionary task of dismantling the old state machine. The parties that contended in turn for domination regarded the possession of this huge state edifice as the principal spoils of the victor. 38. Under the previous French regimes, the state bureaucracy, however much it strove for power of its own, had been only the means through which the bourgeoisie prepared or carried out its class rule. Only under the second Bonaparte does the state seem to have made itself completely independent. But this apparent independence of the state was conditional. And yet the state power is not suspended in mid-air. Bonaparte represents a class, and the most numerous class of French society at that, the small-holding peasants. 39 represents here meant that Bonaparte presented himself as the defender of the peasantry and thus based his power on them, a class incapable of enforcing their class interest in their own name. This, qualified Marx, was true only of the conservative bulk of the peasantry, not of its radicalized elements who were able to look beyond their small land parcels. 41 But it was the conservative bulk of the peasantry that provided both the votes and the armed force for the establishment of the military dictatorship. As Engels later summarized it, Louis Napoleon founded the empire, on the votes of the peasants and on the bayonets of their sons, the soldiers of the army. 42. Resting on this backward mass, the executive power manipulated a simulacrum of universal suffrage as a plebiscitary device. Using the state power, Bonaparte nourished an enormous bureaucracy, well-groomed and well-fed, an artificial caste, for which the maintenance of his regime becomes a bread-and-butter question. 43 But while the broad butt of this autonomized state rested on the peasant mass as its support, Bonaparte knew well where economic power lay. As the executive authority which has made itself an independent power, Bonaparte feels it to be his mission to safeguard bourgeois order. But the strength of this bourgeois order lies in the middle class. He looks on himself, therefore, as the representative of the middle class and issues decrees in this sense. But there was a permanent contradiction in Bonapartism. Nevertheless, Bonaparte is somebody solely due to the fact that he has broken the political power of the middle class and daily breaks it anew. Consequently, he looks on himself as the adversary of the political and literary power of the middle class. But by protecting its material power, he generates its political power anew. 44. And in fact, as we know, the political power of the bourgeoisie was going to regenerate itself eventually under the protection which Bonapartism gave to its socio-economic power. Industry and trade, hence the business affairs of the middle class, are to prosper in hothouse fashion under the strong government. 45 At this point, it was Marx's prediction, when Engels looked back after 4 decades, it was possible merely to report. Louis Bonaparte took the political power from the capitalists under the pretext of protecting them, the bourgeois, from the workers, and on the other hand the workers from them, but in return his rule encouraged speculation and industrial activity, in a word, the upsurgence and enrichment of the whole bourgeoisie to an extent hitherto unknown. 46. 7. Bonapartism, the class equilibrium. On December 2, 1851, when the adventurer Bonaparte established his dictatorship over France, no political observer or thinker understood that something new and different of world historic importance had just occurred in the modern world, whatever analogues existed in the past. That applied to Marx and Engels like everyone else for at least 1 week. Engels' next day letter to Marx was punctuated by words like comedy, farce, silly, infantile, stupid, and never left this superficial level. There was no hint of an insight into what had taken place. 47 As we have mentioned, this common contemporary reaction left its mark in the first sentence of Marx's great essay, a sentence which is as undeservedly famous as it is shallow. Leaving aside Hegel's inflated generalization that all great historical events occur twice, the first time as tragedy, the second as farce, 48 and granting the comedic elements in Bonaparte's rise to power, as in Hitler's, it was a concession to the short-sighted punditry of the time to view the advent of Bonapartism as a farce. This initial reaction was refuted by the rest of the work. Marx's first letter to Engels about the event avows frankly that he is quite bewildered by these tragicomic events in Paris. He ventures the suggestion that At any rate, it seems to me that the situation has been improved rather than deteriorated by the coup d'état. It is easier to cope with Bonaparte than would have been possible with the National Assembly and its generals. And the dictatorship of the National Assembly was standing at the gate. 50. This was a week after the coup. The letter underlines how much Marx had to learn, very fast, about the nature of the state and revolution as illuminated by the phenomenon of Bonapartism. What did he learn? Let us sum up the French experience on how the state machine achieved a formal autonomy from political control by the bourgeoisie or any other class of society, while the bourgeoisie surrendered all forms and channels of its political rule in exchange for the preservation of its socio-economic dominance. 1. The state moves toward autonomization insofar as an unresolved class struggle balances the power of contending classes against each other. The secret of Bonaparte's victory, wrote Marx in 1858, lay in the mutual prostration of the antagonist parties, with the help of the onset of a period of prosperity following his coup. It was the total apathy, the politically used up, blasé state of mind of these classes, the middle classes, which allowed Louis Napoleon to establish his power, wrote Engels the same year. 51 The precondition was mutual exhaustion of the contending classes in a struggle without issue. The State Powers Balancing Act could be effective because it could demagogically appeal to each class against the others in a situation that offered no good alternative to demagogy. Bonaparte, wrote Marx in 1856, made his coup d'état on two diametrically opposite pretenses, on the one hand proclaiming it was his mission to save the bourgeoisie and material order from the Red Anarchy to be let loose in May 1852 when elections were due, and on the other hand, to save the working people from the middle-class despotism concentrated in the National Assembly. 52 But the class resentments whipped up could not be fought out. As against both the workers and the capitalists, wrote Engels in a pamphlet closely checked by Marx, Bonapartism distinguishes itself by preventing them from coming to blows. That is, it protects the bourgeoisie from forceful attacks by the workers, promotes a little peaceful skirmishing between the two classes, and, for the rest, deprives both of them of any trace of political power. No right to organize, no right to assemble, no freedom of the press, universal suffrage under such bureaucratic pressure that opposition votes are almost impossible, a police economy which was unheard of up to now even in police-ridden France. Moreover, a section of the bourgeoisie as well as of the workers is directly bought, the former through a colossal credit swindle, whereby the money of the small capitalists is lured into the pockets of the big capitalists, the latter through colossal state works, which, alongside the natural, independent proletariat, concentrate an artificial pro-empire proletariat, dependent on the government, in the big cities. Finally, national pride is flattered by apparently heroic wars. This regime exists only to keep the workers under a tight rein with respect to the bourgeoisie. 53. In an article written about the same time that Marx was finishing the 18th Brumaire, Engels explained for Chartist readers the real causes why the French proletarians remained comparatively inactive in December last, that is, in face of Bonaparte's coup. First of all, he explains that whatever Louis Napoleon took from others, he took it not from the working classes but from the middle classes. Degree not that Louis Napoleon would not, quite as gladly, have robbed the working classes of anything that might appear desirable to him, but it is a fact that in December last 1851 the French working classes could not be robbed of anything, because everything worth taking had already been taken from them during the 3 years and a half of middle-class parliamentary government that had followed the great defeats of June 1848. Thus the working classes had, at the moment of the late coup d'état, very little, if anything, to lose in the chapter of political privileges. But, on the other hand, the middle and capitalist class were at that time in possession of political omnipotence. And for them it was indeed a hard case to be robbed of all this, and to be reduced at once to the state of political nullity to which they themselves had reduced the working people. The struggle, then, on the 2nd of December lay principally between the middle classes and Louis Napoleon, the representative of the army. But while the workers could hardly be moved to shed their blood in order to fight the enemy of their enemy, that did not mean they had no interest in the outcome, even if they had no direct political privilege to lose. What they had to lose were opportunities to struggle for power. Thus, they could not let the occasion pass without showing the two opposing forces that there was a third power in the field, which, if momentarily removed from the theatre of official and parliamentary contentions, was yet ever ready to step in as soon as the scene was changed to its own sphere of action, to the street. The workers' problem was this: if they rose against Bonaparte, wouldn't they simply be helping to restore the rule of the bourgeois class enemy which had slaughtered their militants? And if they at once declared for a revolutionary government, would they not, as was actually the case in the provinces, frighten the middle class so much as to drive them to a union with Louis Napoleon and the army? 54. Thus the working class was in no position to strike out for itself, and declined to go into the streets on behalf of one or the other enemy. Under these conditions, the class struggle was not abolished but immobilized in equilibrium. The whole secret of Louis Napoleon's success is this, that by the traditions of his name he has been placed in a position to hold, for a moment, the balance of the contending classes of French society. For it is a fact that under the cloak of the state of siege by military despotism which now veils France, the struggle of the different classes of society is going on as fiercely as ever, though not by forcible means at the moment. Engels emphasizes that Bonaparte's opportunity came only after all the social classes had demonstrated their incapacity to rule, and thus exhausted not only themselves but their credit. After the February Revolution had upset the power of the large bankers and stock jobbers, each class had a shot at power: first, the workingmen during the days of the first revolutionary excitement, then the Republican petty bourgeoisie under Ledru Rollin, then the bourgeois Republicans under Cavaignac, lastly the bourgeois royalists of the National Assembly majority. None of these classes had been able to hold fast the power they for a moment possessed. The royalists, uniting the landed interest and the moneyed interest, feared lest power return to the hands of the working class, who themselves might be expected to have become fitter to turn it to account. Making use of all these divisions, Bonaparte used the peasant vote, the lumpen demonstrators, and the army's force to step in and assume a more or less absolute sway over those classes, none of which, after a 4 years' bloody struggle, had proved strong enough to seize upon a lasting supremacy. Hence the success of the coup. Thus the reign of Louis Napoleon is not superseding the class war. It merely suspends for a while the bloody outbreaks which mark from time to time the efforts of this or that class to gain or maintain political power. None of these classes were strong enough to venture at a new battle, with any chance of success. The very division of classes favored, for the time being, Napoleon's projects. 55. In resume, in the last section of the article, we repeat, Louis Napoleon came to power because the open war carried on during the last 4 years between the different classes of French society have worn them out, had shattered their respective fighting armies, and because under such circumstances, for a time at least, the struggle of these classes can only be carried on in a peaceful and legal way. Under these circumstances it is in a manner of speaking in the interest of all contending classes that a so-called strong government should exist which might repress and keep down all those minor, local, and scattered outbreaks of open hostility, which without leading to any result, trouble the development of the struggle in its new shape by retarding the recovery of strength for a new pitched battle. This circumstance may in some way explain the undeniable general acquiescence of the French in the present government. 56. The repeated emphasis on the stalemate of the contending classes may well recall the beginning of the Communist Manifesto, which stated the historical generalization that the class struggle has always ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. 57. Neither of these denouements was yet the case, for the process had not ended, it was something in between, for the contending classes were not ruined but exhausted and deadlocked. The recovery of strength for a new pitched battle was still ahead. 8. Bonapartism, society in a plaster cast. 2. The state moves toward autonomization insofar as there is no other alternative to prevent society from shaking itself apart in internecine conflict without issue. This summarizes much that we have already seen in Marx's and Engels' discussions. In the 18th Brumaire and elsewhere, Marx stressed that the June defeat pushed the working class threat to the background, but that does not mean it was pushed out of the picture. Behind the impotence of the upper classes to resolve the issue of power was their fear of moving in any direction that might open the way for a renewed proletarian assault. When the volcanic upheavings of 1848 wrote Marx and Engels suddenly threw before the eyes of the astonished liberal middle classes of Europe the giant spectre of an armed working class, struggling for political and social emancipation. The middle classes, to whom the safe possession of their capital was of immensely higher importance than direct political power, sacrificed this power, and all the liberties for which they had fought, to secure the suppression of the proletarian revolution. The middle class declared itself politically a minor, unfit to manage the affairs of the nation, and acquiesced in military and bureaucratic despotism. 58. In the following summary view that Marx included in his essay on the Paris Commune, we direct attention to the last sentence. The Bonapartist Empire, with the coup d'état for its certificate of birth, universal suffrage for its sanction, and the sword for its scepter, professed to rest upon the peasantry, the large mass of producers not directly involved in the struggle of capital and labor. It professed to save the working class by breaking down parliamentarism, and, with it, the undisguised subserviency of government to the propertied classes. It professed to save the propertied classes by upholding their economic supremacy over the working class, and, finally, it professed to unite all classes by reviving for all the chimera of national glory. In reality, it was the only form of government possible at a time when the bourgeoisie had already lost, and the working class had not yet acquired, the faculty of ruling the nation. 59. The autonomized state, then, steps into a vacuum created by the frustration of class power on all sides. 3. The autonomized state provides the conditions for the necessary modernization of society when no extant class is capable of carrying out this imperative under its own political power. In the present case, modernization meant industrialization above all, and industrialization meant bourgeoisification as long as the working class was still too immature to organize society under its own aegis. The Bonapartist state had to adopt the bourgeoisie's economic aims and interests as its very own, not simply as a concession to a business partner, but in its own interests as well. It needed a modern industrial and economic development to pursue its own aggrandizement too, in this era when imperial and military aspirations had become toothless without an economic capacity to give them bite. The propertied classes could well afford to be content with a strong government which assured their interests along with its own, wrote Marx. When Louis Napoleon vaulted to a throne, the sovereign princes and aristocracies of Europe, the great landowners, manufacturers, rentiers, and stock jobbers, almost to a man, exulted in his success as their own. "The crimes are his," was their general chuckle, "but the fruits are ours." Louis Napoleon reigns in the Tuileries, while we reign even more securely and despotically on our domains, in our factories, on the bourse, and in our counting houses. Down with all socialism! Vive l'empereur! And next to the military, the fortunate usurper plied all his arts to attach the rich and powerful, the thrifty and speculating, to his standard. 60. The Bonapartist state served the socio-economic interests of the classes that owned the instruments of production, and these propertied classes, in turn, willingly plied their profit-taking under the political domination of the Bonapartist state, as long as it did not get in their way. In these terms there was a special symbiosis between the socio-economic ruling classes and the state they did not control directly. But this arrangement bore the seed of its own dissolution. Accelerated modernization meant, on the one hand, that a maturing bourgeoisie would begin to feel its oats, and on the other, that the Bonapartist state would begin to outlive the value of the services it rendered to the socio-economic order. In Chapter 18 we will return to the regime of Louis Bonaparte as it reaches the stage of dissolution, but first we must follow Marx and Engels as they broaden their historical conception of the nature of the Bonapartist state itself. 16. Bonapartism, the Bismarckian extension. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx worked out the class analysis of a particular historical development taking place in one country. In contrast, consider the following passage by Engels written over 30 years later, in which he succinctly sums up much that both he and Marx had written in the meantime. Engels had just explained that the state is, as a rule, the state of the most powerful, economically dominant class, which, through the medium of the state, becomes also the politically dominant class. Only as a rule, not always. There are, then, exceptions to the rule that the class which dominates economically also dominates politically, that is, controls the state machinery. By way of exception, however, periods occur in which the warring classes balance each other so nearly that the state power, as ostensible mediator, acquires for the moment a certain degree of independence of both. Such was the absolute monarchy of the 17th and 18th centuries, which held the balance between the nobility and the class of burghers burgherdom. Such was the Bonapartism of the first under Napoleon I and still more of the Second French Empire Louis Bonaparte, which played off the proletariat against the bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. The latest performance of this kind is the new German Empire of the Bismarckian nation. Here capitalists and workers are balanced against each other and equally cheated for the benefit of the decadent Prussian cabbage junkers. 1. A few pages later, we are reminded that the cohesive force of civilized society is the state, which in all typical periods is exclusively the state of the ruling class. Plainly it is not so in atypical periods. But in all cases it remains essentially a machine for keeping down the oppressed, exploited class. What is in question, then, is not the class repressive function of the state, which is fundamental to its role, but the variable relationship of the state to the ruling classes. This applies not only to the regime of the Second Empire but that of Napoleon I, not only to France but Bismarckian Germany, and not only to the modern era but also the era of absolute monarchy. Later we will see still other types of regimes discussed in terms of this pattern. We are dealing with an extension of the concept of Bonapartism made by Marx and Engels after the original analysis, an extension in which Bonapartism is not merely broadened in application but eventually becomes itself a special case of a still broader concept. These extended concepts of Bonapartism will be the subject of the next 4 chapters. The application of the concept of the Bonapartist state to Bismarckian Germany was no great leap in itself. This step was adumbrated by Marx by the end of the 1850s, as the Prussian monarchy showed that it was carrying out certain aims and aspirations of the bourgeoisie while sternly excluding its representatives from political power. At this point the goal involved was the unification of Germany, albeit under Prussian hegemony and without Austria, Little Germany, the realization of a progressive aim in a reactionary form. The reaction executes the program of the revolution. In this apparent contradiction lies the strength of Napoleonism. Bonapartism, which still today regards itself as the mandatary of the revolution of 1789. To be sure, this program of revolution in the hands of reaction turns into a satire of the revolutionary strivings involved, and thus into the deadliest weapon in the hands of the irreconcilable foe. The reaction carries out the demands of the revolution in just the same way as Louis Bonaparte carries out those of the Italian Nationalist Party. 3. Of course, Bonaparte carried out the demands of the Italian nationalists in the sense that he wanted to liberate Italy by replacing Austrian rule with his own. The implicit analogy was that Bismarck carried out the demands of the progressive bourgeoisie by unifying Germany under the aegis of reactionary Prussian Junkerdom. Socially, the analogy was somewhat less than complete, for while the substitution of French oppression for Austrian would change little for Italians, the unification of Germany even under reactionary auspices would and did benefit the bourgeoisie by spurring the modernization of the society. But the other analogy, between Bismarck's course and Bonapartism, was closer. Writing to Engels in 1862, Marx connected the enthusiasm of the German bourgeois progressives for the Bismarck cabinet with their enthusiasm for Louis Bonaparte. Now they see what a Bonapartist cabinet means in Prussia, for the Prussian Bonapartism of Bismarck was indeed welcomed by the bourgeoisie, which found its economic benefits more interesting than constitutional aspirations, even though Marx damned their dereliction, that she Germany finds her unity at first in the Prussian barracks, is a punishment she has amply merited. 5. 1. Bismarck's coup. It was Engels who took up and developed the analogy between Bismarck's and Bonaparte's regimes, first in correspondence with Marx and then in a major work. For him, The turning point was Bismarck's announcement in April 1866 summoning a German parliament elected by universal suffrage. In preparation for war with Austria, it was the rabidly anti-democratic Junker monarchist who had become the champion of universal suffrage, not the bourgeois progressives. It was a sort of coup d'état in itself, the 18th Brumaire, or December 2nd, of Otto von Bismarck. Before this, Engels, like Marx, had been tentative about seeing Bonapartism in the Prussian development. In an 1864 letter he had casually represented Bismarck as wanting to emulate the French Emperor. 9 In an 1865 pamphlet on Prussian military and social policy, he had included a direct discussion of Bonapartism as a possible recourse of reaction, though the description of Bonapartism was pitched in French terms only. He had even explicitly raised the question, what if the government were to decree direct universal suffrage? 10. 4 days after Bismarck's announcement, Engels ventured, in a letter to Marx, a first sketch of Bonapartism as an extended concept bearing on bourgeois development in general, not only locally. So Bismarck's universal suffrage coup has been made, even if without his Lassalle who, now dead, had urged him to this course. It looks as if the German bourgeois will acquiesce in it after some kicking, for Bonapartism is indeed the real religion of the modern bourgeoisie. It is becoming clearer and clearer to me that the bourgeoisie doesn't have the stuff to rule directly itself, and that therefore, where there is no oligarchy as there is here in England to take over, for good pay, the managing of state and society in the interest of the bourgeoisie, a Bonapartist semi-dictatorship is the normal form. It carries out the big material interests of the bourgeoisie even against the bourgeoisie, but deprives the bourgeoisie of any share in the ruling power itself. On the other hand, this dictatorship is itself, in turn, compelled to reluctantly adopt these material interests of the bourgeoisie. So now here we have Monsieur Bismarck adopting the program of the National Verein, the pro-Russian bourgeois liberals. 11. The political mechanism was, as in France, an equilibrium of classes, though not necessarily the same balance pattern of classes. Bismarck seeks to play the Bonaparte as against the bourgeois with the Junkers behind him instead of peasants. 12. In fact, Bismarck also counted on the Junkers shepherding the peasant vote and on Prussophile leaders like the Lassalleans doing the same service in the working class. Moreover, Engels saw that Bonaparte's pupil, Bismarck, could not act simply as an agent of his own class, the Junkerdom. History had an ironic edge for Bismarck, who, so as to be able to carry on for a few months an apparently feudal and absolutist rule inside the country, on the outside pursues the policies of the bourgeoisie. With a vengeance. Prepares the way for the rule of the bourgeoisie, enters onto roads where progress can be made only with liberal and even revolutionary methods, and thereby day after day throws their own principles in the faces of his own cabbage Junkers. The feudal party, he chuckles, is now choking over the crap they have to eat by command of their own leader. 13. Eventually Bismarckism will have to converge with bourgeois aspirations more and more. Politically speaking, Bismarck will be obliged to base himself on the bourgeoisie, which he needs as against the princes. Perhaps not at this moment, since prestige and the army still suffice right now. But if only to make sure he has the necessary conditions for the central power with respect to parliament, he must give the bourgeoisie something, and the natural course of things will continually force him or his successors to fall back on the bourgeois again and again, so that even if Bismarck possibly avoids giving the bourgeoisie right now any more than he absolutely has to, still he is more and more pushed in the bourgeois direction. 14. 2. Engels' first sketch. In 1872 Engels published a first sketch of the Bonapartist interpretation of Bismarckianism in his article on the housing question. The context is important, for it comes right after his vigorous reassertion that the state is nothing but the organized collective power of the possessing classes, the landowners and the capitalists, as against the exploited classes, the peasants and the workers. But, he asks, are the reactionaries right in claiming that in Germany, where the bourgeois do not rule as yet, the state is still to a certain extent a power hovering independently over society, which for that very reason represents the collective interests of society and not those of a single class? One should note that there are two quite separate assertions involved here: 1. That the state hovers independently over society, and 2. That it represents the collective interests of society. Engels explains, in reality, however, the state as it exists in Germany is likewise the necessary product of the social basis out of which it has developed. Whatever conclusions we may come to about this specific situation, the state will still be found explainable only in terms of the class structure of society, not primarily in terms of the collective interests. In Prussia, Engels continues, the class structure looks as follows. There exists side by side with a landowning aristocracy, which is still powerful, a comparatively young and extremely cowardly bourgeoisie, which up to the present has not won either direct political domination, as in France, or more or less indirect domination as in England. Side by side with these two classes, however, there exists a rapidly increasing proletariat which is intellectually highly developed and which is becoming more and more organized every day. This becomes the class basis of the Bonapartist equilibrium. Therefore, alongside of the basic condition of the old absolute monarchy, an equilibrium between the landed aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, we find here the basic condition of modern Bonapartism, an equilibrium between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. But both in the old absolute monarchy and in the modern Bonapartist monarchy the real governmental authority lies in the hands of a special caste of army officers and state officials. 15. Note that, whereas at first, 1866, Engels had interpreted the Bismarckian class equilibrium as balancing primarily bourgeois against Junkers, he now sees this relationship as the obsolescent component still hanging on from the era of absolute monarchy. The distinctively modern component of Bonapartism is the bourgeoisie-proletariat equilibrium. This had not been so clearly visible in the French model because the proletariat had been pushed temporarily into the background. As Engels wrote later, Bismarck's whole Bonapartist game consists in playing off, in turn, the workers against the bourgeois and the bourgeois against the workers, and thereby doing both in the I-16. What is this bureaucratic caste? A loose term for a social stratum which does not play the role of a separate class. In Prussia it is recruited partly out of its own ranks, father to son, and partly from the higher and lower aristocracy, and least of all from the bourgeoisie. This caste enjoys a certain independence, but that does not mean the state is independent of class society. The independence of this caste, which appears to occupy a position outside and, so to speak, above society, gives the state the semblance of independence in relation to society. But only the semblance. Under Prussian pseudo-constitutionalism, a form which is at once both the present-day form of the dissolution of the old absolute monarchy and the form of existence of the Bonapartist monarchy, the old state forms are dissolving under the impact of industrial development. 17. What is taking place is the social fusion of the governing bureaucracy and aristocracy with the bourgeoisie, through the growing bourgeoisification of the old ruling elements. The titled aristocrats enter the whirlpool of speculation in stocks, and the stock speculators enter the titled gentry. The bureaucrats, as well as the nobles, turn away from the traditional bureaucratic industry, embezzlement, in favor of corporation posts. As the elements of the old state decompose, the non-bourgeois elements are becoming more bourgeois every day, and the transition quickens from the forms of the absolute monarchy to those of the Bonapartist monarchy. In all economic questions the Prussian state is falling more and more into the hands of the bourgeoisie. The trend is held back only because the bourgeoisie itself is afraid of any of its own demands, which also provides the menacing proletariat with new weapons. And if the political power, that is, Bismarck, is attempting to organize its own bodyguard proletariat Lassalleans and other pro-Prussian elements to keep the political activity of the bourgeoisie in check, what else is that if not a necessary and quite familiar Bonapartist recipe which pledges the state to nothing more, as far as the workers are concerned, than a few benevolent phrases and at the utmost to a minimum of state assistance for building societies à la Louis Bonaparte, 18. The reparations exacted from defeated France, the French milliards, have given a new, short reprieve to the independence of the Prussian state machine in regard to society. 19 by giving it an independent source of revenue, but being temporary. This cannot change the course of development. In short, Engels does not take the wooden course of denying that, under Bonapartism, the state apparatus and the caste that operates it enjoy a certain autonomy with respect to the class society which they manage, but first, this autonomy is temporary or better, conjunctural, that is, the outcome of a certain constellation of forces, and second, this fact does not in the least mean that the state is a power hovering independently over society or that it merely represents the collective interests of society rather than the actual resultant of class forces in a changing equilibrium. True, this social reality could hardly be fully summed up in the aphorism that the state is merely a committee for managing the common affairs of the ruling class, but it illustrates that this aphorism is nothing more than an approximation, like Kepler's laws of motion in a far more exact science. 3. The class shift. This first exposition of Bismarckian Bonapartism did not cover all the angles. In an article the following year, Engels emphasized the impotence and political emasculation of the bourgeoisie under the very regime that carried out its economic aspirations, while the Junkerdom that still seemed to be ruling politically was being undermined socially. For every government, including the most despotic, is compelled to govern with an eye on existing social relations, under pain of breaking its neck. Junkerdom, a necessity for old Prussia, was an encumbrance on the Reich. Just as Bismarck had been obliged to put through freedom of trade, freedom of movement, and other bourgeois reforms albeit in bureaucratically deformed manner contrary to his previous views, so also the irony of history finally condemned him, the Junker par excellence, to lay the axe to Junkerdom. 20. But the bourgeoisie got what it needed, though what it got was bureaucratically deformed. It took credit for the fact that Bismarck was compelled, by the historical position in which he had put Prussia and by the industrial progress of the last 20 years, to do that which the bourgeoisie itself had been too cowardly to carry through from 1848 to 1850. It did not even have the courage to force its Bismarck to carry out these little reforms in plain and simple bourgeois fashion, without making a police state mess of it. It loudly exulted over the fact that Bismarck had to deal with its own demands of 1846 by emasculating them. And, mind you, only its economic demands, things that 1,000 Bismarcks could not have kept from being carried out even if they wanted to. As for political demands, turning over political power to the bourgeoisie, this sort of thing comes up in talk only as a concession to decency, at the most. For fear of the class below, the bourgeoisie was happy to surrender political power to stronger hands, in exchange for cash payment. The Prussian bourgeoisie does not want political dominance, it is rotten before attaining maturity, without having ever enjoyed political rule, it has already reached the same stage of degeneration that the French bourgeoisie attained after 80 years of struggle and a longer period of rule. Panem et circenses, bread and theatricals, that is what the demoralized Roman plebs asked of their emperor, panem et circenses, swindlers' profits, and animal-like luxury, this is what is asked of its emperor not by the Prussian people but by the Prussian bourgeoisie. The Roman plebs together with their emperor were swept away by the German barbarians. Behind the Prussian bourgeoisie towers the threatening figure of the German workers. 21. This autonomized state had been strengthened by its military victories of the 1860s, followed by the smashing triumph over France, and its very increase in strength made it necessary for it to shift its class base. Engels wrote in another essay a year later, in this way the very victories of the Prussian army shifted the entire basis of the Prussian state structure, the Junker domination became ever more intolerable even for the government. For now a big European power had to be a modern power. Socio-economic modernization was a necessity for a Reich, an empire. An economic modernization reinforced another class shift. At the same time, however, the extremely rapid industrial development caused the struggle between bourgeois and worker to supersede the struggle between Junker and bourgeois, so that internally also the social foundations of the old state underwent a complete transformation. This brought up the distinction we saw before. The obsolescent component was the class equilibrium held over from the era of absolute monarchy, the modern component was the specifically Bonapartist equilibrium of bourgeoisie against proletariat. The basic precondition for the monarchy, which had been slowly rotting since 1840, was the struggle between nobility and bourgeoisie, in which the monarchy held the balance. From the moment when it was no longer a question of protecting the nobility against the onrush of the bourgeoisie, but of protecting all propertied classes against the onrush of the working class, the old absolute monarchy had to go over completely to the form of state expressly devised for this purpose, the Bonapartist monarchy. 22. Bonapartism, Engels now stressed, is modern. It is a modern form of state which presupposes the abolition of feudalism. That is why Junkerdom had to be sacrificed, even by the chief Junker, if he was to be a European power wielder. This, naturally, is being done in the mildest possible form and to the favorite tune of Immer langsam voran. This echoed an old German song, translated by the U.S. Supreme Court as with all deliberate speed. The Junker was being transformed into something like an English squire, and need not have offered so much resistance because the one is as stupid as the other. Thus Prussia was completing its bourgeois revolution in the form of Bonapartism. 23. In exchange for the Bonapartist power's economic benefactions, the bourgeoisie leaves all actual political power in the hands of the government, votes taxes, loans, and soldiers, and helps to frame all new reform laws in a way as to sustain the full force and effect of the old police power over undesirable elements. The bourgeoisie buys gradual social emancipation at the price of the immediate renunciation of political power. Naturally, the chief reason why such an agreement is acceptable to the bourgeoisie is not fear of the government but fear of the proletariat. 24. 4 elements of Bonapartism. In 1887 Engels began writing a summary account of the Bismarck era for use as an exposition of the relationship between political force and socio-economic factors. It was intended as the new 4th chapter, dealing with Germany, of a booklet whose main contents would be a reprint of the 3 chapters on the force theory in Anti-Düring. Although the role of force in history was therefore not focused on the problem of Bonapartism and, being unfinished, lacks whatever summation of the question Engels might have had in mind, let us review what it does contain for its partial recapitulations and special emphases. 1. The historical role of Bonapartism is modernization of the society. In his best period up to 1870-25 at any rate, Bismarck was willy-nilly engaged in this course. He realized that the Junkers were not a viable class, that only the bourgeoisie had a future as a ruling class, and though concern for the bourgeoisie was not his motivation, yet the existence of his new Reich promised to be so much the more secure, the more he gradually prepared it for the transition to a modern bourgeois state. 26. The Junkerdom was mostly past rescue in any case, its downfall imminent. By a policy of gradual and slow political concessions to the bourgeoisie which were anyway inevitable, the new Reich would at least be guided onto the road where it could fall in with the other West European states that were far ahead of it, finally shake off the last remnants of feudalism as well as the Philistine tradition still strongly dominating the bureaucracy. 27. It was wise of Bismarck to steer toward bourgeois rule. In short, to cut off Germany's immensely long old pigtail, and guide her consciously and definitely on the road of modern development, to adjust her political to her industrial state of affairs. 28. Engels never suspected that such a role would one day be interpreted by self-styled revolutionists as a justification for giving political support to the Bonapartist modernizer. For him, it was objective evidence of how the old society, in one way or another, prepared the ground for eventual socialist victory. As he wrote in a letter, apropos of the rapid progress of industry in Germany, in any case the old Philistine Germany is finally beginning to become a modern country, and that is absolutely necessary to help us get ahead. 29. 2. The bourgeoisie trades its political rights and power in exchange for the insurance of economic expansion. This aspect has already been sufficiently brought out. In the role of force in history, Engels is particularly concerned with those economic concerns of the bourgeoisie which required the national unification of Germany. He explains in some detail why the split-up state of Germany inevitably soon became an unbearable fetter on vigorously growing industry, and therefore why the desire for a united fatherland had a very material background. 30. National unity was inextricably bound up with foreign policy, and here bourgeois aspirations matched Prussia's. Bismarck moved in. It was a matter of repeating Louis Napoleon's coup d'état, making the real relationship of forces utterly clear to the German bourgeoisie, forcibly dispelling their liberal self-delusions, but carrying out those national demands of theirs that coincided with Prussian wishes. In the continuing conflict over the constitution, Bismarck had fought the parliamentary demands of the bourgeoisie to the uttermost. But he burned with eagerness to carry out its national demands. After all, they coincided with the deepest held heart's desires of Prussian policy. 31. Marx had remarked that Bismarck began by building up a despotism under the plea of unification. 32. That is, the aim was his despotism, the means to it, the espousal of national unity. For the bourgeoisie, the aim was unification, the price, Bismarckian despotism, their surrender of political power to the old state. 3. The Bonapartist state had to enforce the interests of the class even against the opposition of the class itself or its unenlightened sections. Bismarck, remarks Engels, did the will of the bourgeoisie against its will, that is, carried out what the bourgeoisie really wanted even while the bourgeoisie fought him in the conflict over the constitution. 33. In part, this relationship depended on the previous point, the swapping of political rights for economic benefits. But in addition, there were different bourgeois elements involved, since the class consisted of disparate parts and individuals. In particular, Engels pointed, as Marx had done in the 18th Brumaire, to the split between the practicing bourgeoisie and the ideological wing of the bourgeoisie. The ideological spokesman in and out of Parliament could not be as crudely indifferent as the real economic powers to the demands of political consistency and democratic rhetoric. They sometimes had to be left high and dry, still spouting. There was a contradiction quite similar to the one in France in 1851 between the bourgeoisie in the chamber who wanted to keep the power of the President Bonaparte in check and the bourgeoisie outside who wanted tranquility and strong government, tranquility at any price, a contradiction which Louis Napoleon resolved by dispersing the squabblers in Parliament and giving the mass of the bourgeoisie tranquility. 34. Bismarck was equally ready to manhandle the constitution to suit his purposes. The introduction of universal suffrage forms by fiat from above was one means at hand. Hadn't Louis Napoleon shown there was absolutely no risk if handled right? And wasn't it precisely this universal suffrage that offered a means of appealing to the great mass of people, and flirting a little with the newly arising social movement, if the bourgeoisie proved refractory? 35. For the social movement of the proletariat was green and stumbling, and Bismarck had his 44 Royal Prussian Socialists, as Marx called them, just as Bonaparte had had his Saint-Simonians at heel. The case was clearest with respect to the Junkers, who could not understand that the world was changing at all, nor that their own man Bismarck was doing well in letting them down easily, for their saurian mentalities understood only that they were being let down. To be sure, they could not get in Bismarck's way, for this class was a living fossil lacking effective energy. The Junkers had proved this for 60 years, during which the state continually did what was best for them against the opposition of these Don Quixotes themselves. 36. Even when Bismarck put through a district ordinance that preserved as far as possible the Junkers' privileges in exploitation of the rural helots, they could only rail at the introduction of any change at all. But what can one say about the stupidity of their excellencies the Junkers, who pulled a tantrum like spoiled children against this district ordinance which had been worked up solely in their own interests, in the interest of prolonging their feudal privileges, only under a somewhat modernized label? 37. No more than F. Ebert or F. D. Roosevelt later did Bismarck get any thanks for saving a sickly class from its own short-sighted excesses. As Engels commented in 1890, degree the aristocracy Bismarck never could rely on, they always considered him as a traitor to true conservatism, and will be ready to throw him overboard. 38. Yet Bismarck was in fact trying to save as much of their class privileges as could be saved, just as the agrarian legislation of pre-1848 Prussia had tried to save as much of feudalism as could be saved, as Engels had remarked in another connection. 39. For Bonapartism as a state form does not depend on the personal qualities of the dictator in charge. There was a considerable personal element in Marx's analysis of Louis Bonaparte's regime in the 18th Brumaire and in his subsequent articles for the New York Tribune. On the one hand, Marx's close attention to the personality of the chief actor is a salutary antidote to the myth that Marxism simply negates the role of the individual in history, for it was necessary to explain how this development took place in a specific place at a specific time, and how the individual element became part of the fabric woven by dominant social forces. But there is an inherent difficulty when a scientist can examine only a unique specimen of a given phenomenon. Where exactly is the line between the generic and the specific? Bismarckism, as another case of the Bonapartist pattern, helped to clarify this question. On the personal plane, it was enough to see the difference between the lumpen Napoleon and the super junker. Bismarck, wrote Engels, is Louis Napoleon translated from the French adventurist pretender into the Prussian cabbage junker and German student fraternity man corpse Bursche. 40. He tried to find common ground between the two. Like Louis Napoleon, Bismarck is a man with a very practical head and great cunning, a born businessman and a crafty one, who in other circumstances would have rivaled the Vanderbilts and Jay Goulds on the New York Stock Exchange. 41. Had not Louis Napoleon become the idol of the bourgeoisie precisely because he dispersed their parliament but increased their profits? And didn't Bismarck have the same business talents that the bourgeoisie admired so much in the false Napoleon? 42. But the indicated characteristics, even if taken to be true of Louis Napoleon, are not really specifically bourgeois. They are generally found among successful organizers and reorganizers of states in difficult situations, including Diocletian and Charlemagne, as well as in corporation manipulators. In the same passage, Engels points out pertinently that Bismarck, although so narrow-minded at bottom that he could not free himself of his specifically Prussian outlook, lacking originality of mind, yet was the artful user of others' ideas, and, unlike the bourgeois leaders, endowed with energy and will. Each Bonapartism shared a similar socio-political content even though details naturally differed. The bourgeoisie supplied him Bismarck the goal, and Louis Napoleon supplied the path to the goal, only the way he carried it out remained Bismarck's own work. 43. Also, the two regimes operated under different economic circumstances, which led to different short-range economic effects, and so on. 44. It need hardly be added that the two Bonapartes likewise became deadly rivals for supremacy in Europe. It is not only the personality factor that has to be identified if the various adventitious elements of given Bonapartisms are to be separated from the specifically Bonapartist element. 4. As in all real historical situations, Bismarck's regime was no more than Louis Napoleon's a chemically pure or laboratory isolated distillation of Bonapartism, if such a thing can be imagined. Like all social phenomena, it is found in nature only in various admixtures. If the Germans, as Engels remarked in a letter, are stuck in a mishmash of semi-feudalism and Bonapartism, 45. What belonged to the old and what to the new ism? What constituted the differentia specifica of Bonapartism? 5. The crux of Bonapartism is the autonomization of the state power with respect to all the classes, including the ruling classes. We remind that this use of the term autonomization is ours, not Marx's or Engels', but it represents the conception which Engels develops on Bismarckism's relation to the class structure. As things stood in 1871 in Germany, writes Engels, a man like Bismarck was indeed thrown back on a policy of tacking and veering among the various classes. That in itself was no reproach. The question was, where was he heading? There were three possibilities. Toward eventual bourgeois rule? In that case, his policy would at least be in harmony with historical development. Toward preserving the old Prussian state? In that case, it would be reactionary. Or was his policy headed in a third direction? If it headed toward simply maintaining Bismarck's rule, then it was Bonapartist and bound to end like every Bonapartism. 46. Indeed, events showed that Bismarck's guiding star was the third aim, as he insisted on cutting the Reich Constitution to his own measure. It was one step further on the road to his personal one-man rule Alleinherrschaft, by balancing the parties in the Reichstag and the particularist states in the Federal Council, one step further on the road to Bonapartism. 47. Thus the specifically Bonapartist direction is clearly differentiated from a state policy directed either in the interest of the bourgeoisie or of the old Prussian ruling class. Subsequently, Engels made clear, Bismarck did veer in the direction of Junkerdom, reverting to his own class roots and ensuring his downfall. To follow this line of thought more closely, we have to turn from the manuscript of the role of force in history, which breaks off soon after this point, and go on to his outline notes on how he planned to finish this chapter. Here his point I is naturally sketchy but quite clear. I 3 classes, 2 rotten ones, of which one Junkers is in decay, the other bourgeoisie on the rise, and the workers, who only want bourgeois degree fair play degree. Thus, tacking and veering between the latter two would be right, but no. This is not Bismarck's course, rather, this is his policy, strengthening the state power in general and especially making it financially independent, railway stationification, monopoly, police state, and principles of justice of provincial law. Point 48. Under point 2, Engels notes the restoration of the police state and anti-bourgeois legal system, 1876, bad copy of the French. But then comes Bismarck's complete swing about toward Junkers, marked by the protective tariff, the colonial swindle, and so on. Yet, following this swing about is the following note under 2.5, Social policy à la Bonaparte. A. Anti-socialist law and crushing of workers' organizations and labor funds. B. Social reform crap. 49. The result, in a terse note, Bismarck at the end becomes reactionary, foolish. The Junker comes to the fore, for lack of other ideas. 50. And then after the War of 1870–71. Bismarck's mission is fulfilled, so that he can now sink back again into the ordinary Junker. 51. There was still something of the mishmash of semi-feudalism and Bonapartism in the admixture, but with Bismarck's fall the modern elements of bourgeois development asserted themselves more and more. It is clear, then, that it is not the existence of a class equilibrium, the balancing of countervailing class pressures, which is itself the distinguishing feature of Bonapartism. This condition would confront any statesman under the circumstances, and would necessitate a maneuverist policy by any ruling class leader. The crux of Bonapartism was the utilization of this condition to maximize the autonomous position of the state with respect to the classes, strengthening the state power in general and especially making it financially independent, and autonomization organized under a personal one-man rule, the one man being an individual who is not functioning as the chairman of any class's executive committee. 6. Still, the objective historical result is a social transformation, a revolution from above. The revolution from below had failed in 1848 to 1849. At that time the bourgeoisie had hoped to bring about a fusion of ruling classes with itself on top, and in its own way. Momentarily there had been a triple alliance of Junkers, bureaucrats, and bourgeois now in power, as Engels had written in April 1849.53, but this alliance refused to stabilize itself under the new hegemony. The alliance fell apart, but while the bourgeoisie remained excluded from political power, the tasks of the revolution pressed heavily on society nonetheless. Something had to give, in the tension between the revolution that labored in the womb and the revolutionary class that could not give it birth. The same fusion of ruling classes had to be re-established only, under the hegemony of the old classes and with a different relation of forces. The revolution that had to come came, but in the most reactionary possible form. The reaction executed the program of the revolution, and this program of revolution in the hands of reaction turns into a satire on the revolutionary strivings involved, and thus into the deadliest weapon in the hands of an irreconcilable foe, as Marx had foreseen well in advance. In short, wrote Engels of Bismarck, it was a thoroughgoing revolution, carried out with revolutionary methods. We are naturally the last to make this a matter of reproach. What we reproach him for, on the contrary, is that he was not revolutionary enough, that he was only a Prussian revolutionary from above. 54. It was only half a revolution, stopping short with the interests of the bourgeoisie and the Junkers, even if it did revolutionize the outmoded social conditions. Thus Bismarck made his coup d'état, his revolution from above, in 1866, against the German Confederation and Austria, and no less against the Prussian conflict scammer. 55. The revolution from above by the autonomized state power was not accepted by Marx or Engels as a progressive substitute for revolution. During the 1850s and 1860s, Marx's journalistic articles particularly carried on a drum fire of denunciation and indictment against the Bonapartist regimes that is not outdone by any of his other writings. The objective historical role of these regimes was a fact that had to be accepted, but also accepted was the fact that they were the deadliest weapon in the hands of an irreconcilable foe. The first fact depended on a social analysis, a scientific determination of the lay of the land; the second, on a social taking of position, a choice of sides in a class war. 17. Bonapartism and the progressive despot. In the key passage, given at the beginning of the previous chapter, where Engels lists the types of states characterized by a certain degree of independence from the classes in equilibrium, we note that he includes the Bonapartism of the First Empire under Napoleon I as well as that of Louis Bonaparte. Whereas Bismarckism moved Marx and Engels to extend the Bonapartist pattern geographically, here we see them extending it back in time. The word Bonapartist or Bonapartism, of course, was common under Napoleon, referring to his partisans, but in the passage under discussion Engels obviously used it in the new sense of a type of autonomized state power. This Bonapartism was less well developed under the uncle than under the nephew, but still visible. How did it manifest itself under the first Napoleon? 1. The Napoleonic state. One of Marx's earliest political attitudes was a deep hostility to Napoleon as a military despot and oppressor of peoples, but it was tempered by a willingness to grant his stature as a military and state-organizing genius and by recognition of his progressive social role in smashing the old regime outside France, especially in Germany. This combination was common enough among German liberals and leftists, especially in the Rhineland where Napoleon's armies had done their work most thoroughly. A letter by Marx's father to his 19-year-old son already denounced Napoleon as a suppressor of free thought, even though the father was no Francophobe but rather a pupil of the Enlightenment. 1. The same year, to instance the positive side, Marx's juvenile humorous novel Scorpion and Felix illustrated the thesis that giants are succeeded by pygmies, geniuses by wooden Philistines, with examples that included the contrast of Napoleon I with Louis Philippe. 2. These cases reflect the political climate surrounding Marx's juvenile consciousness, but the same pattern essentially obtains in the first considerable reference to Napoleon in his political writings. In the 1843 exchange of letters published in the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, the new-fledged socialist Marx depicts Napoleon as a despot who exemplifies the proposition that despotism's sole thought is contempt for man, dehumanized man, even if the despot is one capable of great aims, like Napoleon prior to his dynastic frenzy. 3. 4 decades afterward, Marx frequently echoed the giants versus pygmies comparison, especially in contrasting Louis Bonaparte with Napoleon, the nephew with the uncle. For the progressive role of Napoleon's impact on Germany was not in question, the German ideology duly acknowledged his services in cleaning out Germany's Augean stables, for example. 5 During the 1848–1849 revolution, the Prussian regime's anti-democratic crimes could be compared only to the Napoleonic despotism over the press. Still, it had to be acknowledged that, if the French sighed for Napoleon after the Bourbon Restoration, it was only because the despotism of a genius is more bearable than the despotism of an idiot. 6. Marx's germinal statement on the link between Napoleon and the concept of Bonapartism occurs, interestingly enough, long before he developed that concept in the 18th Brumaire, and even before he had fully developed the class theory of the state. It is to be found in the Holy Family. The fact that it occurs so early means that we are dealing with the roots of the concept of Bonapartism, not its application. The analysis in the Holy Family revolves around the relation between the French Revolution and the social classes. The Revolution opened society to bourgeois rule, but Marx sees that the Jacobin left here represented by the Terror wanted to push beyond the bounds of mere bourgeois interests. Robespierre fails, the Thermidorian reaction leads to the Directory. Under the government of the Directory, bourgeois society, which the revolution itself had freed from feudal fetters and officially recognized even though the Terror wanted to sacrifice it to an ancient form of political life, burst out in mighty streams of life. It was against the flourishing of the liberal bourgeoisie under the Directory that, Marx goes on to say, Napoleon directed his coup d'état of the 18th Brumaire. Was, then, Napoleon simply anti-bourgeois? The question is ambiguous. He did not wish to reverse the revolution's acceptance of bourgeois society, capitalism as a social system, still less did he have any notion of turning social relations back to pre-bourgeois channels. The bourgeoisie would dominate within civil society, sure enough, but the Napoleonic state must dominate all of civil society itself, including the bourgeoisie. Let us see how Marx puts this crucial thought. Napoleon was the last struggle by the revolutionary terror against bourgeois society, and its policy. To be sure, Napoleon already had the insight into the essence of the modern state that it rested on the basis of the unhampered development of bourgeois society, the free activity of private interest, and so on. He decided to recognize and protect this basis. He was no dreamy-eyed terrorist. 7. This was the pro-bourgeois side. Now the other. But at the same time Napoleon still regarded the state as an end in itself, and civil bürgerliche life only as the treasure and as its subordinate, which must have no will of its own. He satisfied the egoism of French nationalism to the point of complete surfeit, but he also demanded the sacrifice of bourgeois business, self-enjoyment, wealth, etc. whenever the political goal of conquest required it. If he despotically suppressed the liberalism of bourgeois society, the political ideology of its day-to-day practice, he showed no more consideration for its essential material interests, commerce and industry, whenever they came into conflict with his political interests. His contempt for industrial businessmen was the complement to his contempt for ideologues. Internally as well, what he fought in bourgeois society was opposition to the state, embodied by himself, as an absolute end in itself. 9. To be sure, this Napoleonic concept of an autonomized state, which fostered bourgeois development so that the state's interests might thereby be aggrandized, had no future under the social circumstances. Marx had already written on a previous page of the Holy Family that bourgeois interests were so powerful that they victoriously overcame the pen of a Marat, the guillotine of the terrorists, and the sword of Napoleon, as well as the crucifix and the blue blood of the Bourbons. 10. However, it was Napoleon's striving in this direction that constituted the specific Bonapartism of the First Empire, no matter how surely doomed at the time. A question mark remains. We can certainly not assume automatically that a given analysis in the Holy Family represents a continuity of thought with the mature Marx, in the absence of a repetition of the same analysis later. Unfortunately, Marx never took the occasion later to take up the theme of the Bonapartism of the first Napoleon directly. But Engels did, even if briefly. Furthermore, in the case of both Marx and Engels it is worth noting the constancy of their general view of the man. In 1860 a pamphlet by Engels linked Napoleon to the later Bonapartism in a minor aspect, and in passing, but much later the figure of General Boulanger gave him another opportunity, as he commented on the new would-be Bonaparte's electoral victory in 1889. This, he wrote, reflects degree a distinct revival of the Bonapartist element in the Parisian character. In 1798, actually 1799, Napoleon's coup d'état, 1848 and 1889, this revival arose equally from discontent with the bourgeois republic, but it took this special direction appeal to a savior of society entirely in consequence of a chauvinistic current. 13. Bonapartism's anti-bourgeois side is stressed here, as also in a follow-up letter on the same subject, which links Napoleon I, Napoleon III, and Boulanger with the recrudescence of Bonapartism, of an appeal to a savior who is to destroy the vile bourgeois who have quashed the revolution and the republic, this reflecting the negative side of the Parisian revolutionary character, chauvinistic Bonapartism. 14. 2. The littleness of Napoleon the Great. Insofar as Marx's and Engels' general attitude toward Napoleon shifted in later life, it was only in the direction of a more virulent antipathy, less qualified by recognition of positive achievements. While Marx's journalistic articles of the 1850s constantly scorned Louis Bonaparte in contrast with Napoleon as far as ability was concerned, a pattern set for all France when Victor Hugo labeled the epigone emperor Napoleon the Little, he was equally ready to condemn the cruel despotism of Napoleon I. If he denounced Louis Bonaparte for filling the Paris salons with his police spies, he added, quite as in the days of the first Emperor 15. What Marx attacked most often was any leaning toward a Napoleon cult, such as is found even in the alleged libertarian Proudhon. 16 Marx lashed at the traditional Napoleon superstition, the Napoleon cult or Napoleon legend. In his major works on France, he linked Thiers as sycophantic historian of Napoleon to Thiers as butcher of the Paris Commune. The peasant cult of Napoleon was a delusion or fantasy, just as both Thiers and his imperial subject were notorious liars. 17. Both father and daughter Jenny hated Napoleon I. Related drive. Q. Gelman's daughter, to explain why Jenny answered the question characters of history I most dislike with Bonaparte and his nephew. It was often to abuse the nephew that the real Napoleon could even be granted his genius, as when Marx repeated the jest that Napoleon le premier a Eugenie, Napoleon le Troisième a Eugenie. Around the same time Marx asked Engels for a clipping from a recent history revealing the wretched behavior of the hero Napoleon so that daughter Jenny could win an argument. 18. There are two longer denunciations of Napoleon in Marx. He devoted a New York Tribune article to demonstrating that the current Bonaparte's suppression of liberty and press freedom only reenacted the shabby part invented and played before by Napoleon the Great, and in fact objected to the title Napoleon the Great as furthering Napoleon worship. Marx added, what is more useful to impress on the present generation is that Napoleon the Little Louis Napoleon represents in fact the littleness of Napoleon the Great. 19 This article was an elaboration of a remark that Marx had already made in a letter to Engels 2 months previously, Bonaparte is only copying his alleged uncle. He degree personates personifies in a most admirable way degree the degree littleness degree of the great Napoleon. 20. Again, in a detailed indictment of French policy on Poland, Marx elaborated the thesis that Napoleon betrayed Polish independence, and even at home that despot rather than have a truly national and revolutionary war in France after his defeat at Waterloo, preferred to succumb to the coalition. 21 In his book Herr Vogt, Marx flayed Napoleon's betrayal of Venetian independence to the despotic yoke of Austria. 22 Likewise, in referring to Napoleon's invasion of Spain, he criticized it as the Napoleonic usurpation, yet also recognized the fact that where Napoleon's armies overran the country, there they swept away from the soil all monastic and feudal institutions, and introduced the modern system of administration. 23 This two-sided appreciation is very much like Marx's appraisal of British imperialism's role in India, combining political hostility with recognition of imperialism's modernizing impact. Later Marx introduced a new note even into his appraisal of Napoleon's relationship to European reaction. It appears in a change made between the first draft of the Civil War in France and the final version. In the first draft Marx writes of the overgrown French state apparatus, which grew to its full development under the sway of the first Bonaparte, that under Napoleon it served not only to subjugate the revolution and annihilate all popular liberties, it was an instrument of the French Revolution to strike abroad, to create for France on the continent instead of feudal monarchies more or less states after the image of France. Here, as before, is the counterposition of despotism at home and a progressive impact abroad. But in the corresponding passage of the final version, Napoleon's First Empire is described merely as itself the offspring of the coalition wars of old semi-feudal Europe against modern France. 24 There is an appreciable shift here, from seeing the Napoleonic regime as an instrument of the French Revolution even in one aspect, to seeing it as the offspring of European reaction itself in a definite sense. Engels' course was quite similar. In his pre-socialist literary period of 1840 to 1841, he referred to Napoleon both with hostility as a despotic ruler and with respect as nonetheless responsible for progressive social gains, listing these gains as emancipation of the Jews, trial by jury, and a sound civil law system. Heine's Napoleon worship is alien to the feelings of the German people, he insisted. 25 On the other hand, when Napoleon's body was moved to the Invalids, he published a poem combining relief at the passing of the Napoleonic era with respect for the man. It was good that Europe's scourge, France's god, had died like Alexander, without issue, and now the emperor sleeps, and hushed is the Te Deum. A stately pall hangs o'er the pious stone. The whole great chapel is his mausoleum. A dead god lies interred, and all alone. 26. This two-sided view continued after his conversion to socialism, without essential change. Napoleon established undisguised despotism, contrasted with Babeuf's goal of real liberty. At the same time, his progressive impact on Germany as the destroyer of old feudal society was appreciated, even though the longer he reigned, the more he deserved his ultimate fate. 27. In the later Engels, the references to Napoleon are more uniformly hostile. The Code Napoleon was really the work of the revolution and only botched by Napoleon himself. He was indeed something of a charlatan like Boulanger. The peasant's Napoleon figure was a legend. 30. In a May Day greeting to Spanish socialists, Engels recalled the resistance to the foreign invasion and tyranny of Napoleon. Then he started on a longer denunciation of Napoleon, the so-called representative of the bourgeois revolution, in reality a despot inside his own country and a conqueror vis-a-vis the neighboring peoples, but left this out of the final version. 31. In his introduction to Marx's Civil War in France, he contrasted the Paris Commune with the bureaucratic state machine which Napoleon had created in 1798. As we saw above, Marx had made the same connection in his first draft of the Address on the Commune. When he wrote that the gigantism of the state machine grew to its full development under the sway of the first Bonaparte and that under him it served to subjugate the revolution and annihilate all popular liberties. 32. Typically, the later Engels did not begrudge a passing bout to the progressive side of Napoleon's impact when the context was Russian Tsarism's expansionism, though he stressed Napoleon's betrayal of European national movements. In an 1890 article on Russian foreign policy, he reviewed the Tsar's relations with Napoleon. The French Revolution had worn itself out, and had brought forth its own dictator and Napoleon. The rise of Napoleon now gave it Russian diplomacy the opportunity for new successes. Napoleon played along with Russia's game until they came to a parting of their imperialist ways over the Tsar's effort to dominate the German states. Austerlitz kept the Rhineland free of Russian domination, and of course Engels felt that Napoleonic domination was objectively preferable. The French yoke, at least, was a modern one. At all events it forced the disgraceful German princes to do away with the most crying infamies of their former political system. There is a good deal more on Napoleon's disregard of various national interests, Finland's and Turkey's as well as Poland's, as he played his imperialist chess game with Russia. Still, the downfall of Napoleon meant the victory of the European monarchies over the French Revolution, whose last phase had been the Napoleonic Empire. 33. 3. The line of political opposition. The significance of Marx's and Engels' hostility to the progressive despotism of the first Bonaparte has not usually been appreciated, especially if we keep in mind that this hostility mounted as their politics matured. It is a good test case because, for one thing, the frequent allegation of a personal factor in Marx's political antipathies clearly has no basis in this instance. In general, Marx's pattern is that expressions of personal dislike flow from political enmity, not vice versa. For another thing, Napoleon I came along so early that he was not clearly counterposed to a proletarian movement, nor had socialism yet appeared as a viable alternative. This would seem to make him a good candidate for support as a historically progressive modernizer, despot though he be. But such an approach was totally alien to Marx's and Engels' politics. They were quite capable of appreciating the historical progressiveness of a regime in an objective social sense without confusing this with the criteria for political support, any more than they would dream of becoming political supporters of or apologists for the progressive capitalists of the Industrial Revolution. The touchstone of politics for them was the class struggle, the struggle of the lower classes against oppression and exploitation, in the present as in the time of Spartacus or Napoleon. A political position was a taking of sides in a class war. Hence they felt not the slightest contradiction between recognizing the objective historical impact of a Bonapartism, Bismarck's, for example, and rallying the harshest political opposition against it. The objective progressiveness of a despot or exploiter meant merely that the enemy was compelled by history to help your cause despite himself. It could not for a moment induce you to change your mind about which side you were on. On the contrary, it was only the continued class struggle from below that could even squeeze the greatest historical advantage out of the progressive social forces which were propelling your enemy on his path. This was the attitude spelled out, firmly but ruefully, by Engels when it became clear that Bismarck was in position, by reason of Prussian military successes, to bring about the long-desired unification of Germany in his own way, the situation discussed at the beginning of the previous chapter. A progressive aim was being carried out, though not in our way, and so Engels allows that we, like others, must recognize the fait accompli, whether degree we may like it or not degree. The good side of this is that it simplifies the situation, facilitates a revolution by getting rid of the rows kicked up by the little state capitals, and in any case accelerates the development. After all, a German parliament is still something altogether different from a Prussian diet. The whole mess of little states will be drawn into the movement, the worst influences toward local narrowness will come to an end, and the parties will finally become really national instead of merely local. The main drawback is the inevitable swamping of Germany by Prussianism, and this is a very big one. Then there is the temporary separation of German Austria, which will result in an immediate advance of Slavdom in Bohemia, Moravia, and Carinthia. Unfortunately, against neither of these is there anything to be done. So in my opinion we can do nothing but simply accept the fact, without approving it, and make use, as far as we can, of the greater facilities for the national organization and unification of the German proletariat that must now arise in any case. 34. Marx replied agreeing, I am entirely of your opinion that the filthy business must be taken as it is. Still it is nice to be far away during this honeymoon period while the German states cohabited under Prussia. 35. The turn in the situation established a new starting point, but it was a new start for the struggle against the progressive Bonapartist. Bismarck was facilitating a revolution, but the revolution could be furthered only by intransigent opposition to this facilitator. When the Lassalleans showed softness on Bismarck, Marx and Engels broke with them publicly. For the case of Bolivar, a case similar to Napoleon's, this time outside of Europe, was that of the leader of the South American liberation struggle, Simon Bolivar. Finding Bolivar's name on the list of articles to be done for the new American Cyclopedia, Marx researched his subject and came up with an attitude of intense political hostility to the liberator as a military dictator, authoritarian, and Bonaparte-type seeker of arbitrary power for himself. 36. The issue is sharpened by the fact that Marx clearly assumed the progressiveness of the national liberation movement itself. His attack on Bolivar is always fully inside the framework of the view that the independence struggle was weakened by Bolivar's insistence on his personal dictatorship. The various revolutionary congresses exercised a popular mobilizing appeal to the masses insofar as Bolivar failed to control and abort them, whereas the leader's despotic methods kept the mass base of the revolution small. Bolivar is a real soluk, one of the current sobriquets for Bonaparte, Marx wrote to Engels, explaining the reason for the partisan style of his Cyclopedia article, which its editor had questioned. 37. In the article itself, Marx had managed to link Bolivar with Napoleon I 3 times, however obliquely, mention of Louis Bonaparte would have been obviously intrusive. If Bolivar was a real Bonaparte, the leader of another contemporary national liberation movement was another Bolivar, in Marx's view. This was Hungary's Louis Kossuth, of whom Marx's opinion was as scathing as of Italy's Mazzini. One of Marx's many denunciations of Kossuth's political role, written 2 years after his Bolivar article, began as follows: the myth-creating force of popular fantasy has manifested itself in all times in the invention of great men. The most striking example of this sort is indisputably Simon Bolivar. 38. The dissection of Kossuth followed. Marx saw these, and other, leaders as men who were riding a movement with progressive and liberationist aims, but who best rode it with political aims of their own which were antithetical to the interests of the masses. 18. Bonapartism in extremis. We can now return to the figure of the model Bonapartist, Louis Bonaparte himself, in order to view him from the same angle as Napoleon I and Bolivar, namely Bonaparte as progressive despot. Marx paid little attention to this aspect in his best-known works. When he wrote the 18th Brumaire it had not yet emerged as strongly as it did later, and when he looked back in the Civil War in France it seemed a finished episode. In the meantime he had written it up cogently, and from today's perspective the subject has new interest. 1. Bonaparte's Socialism. Even at the time of his 18th Brumaire, Bonaparte's Idées Napoléoniennes, the title of one of his books, played a role in giving him an anti-bourgeois posture, at the same time that his deeds assured the bourgeoisie of his anti-proletarian and anti-revolutionary bona fides. Other writings like L'Extinction du Pauperisme stressed his orientation toward state direction of the economy and social welfare plans to appeal to a controlled working class. Government is the beneficent mainspring of every social organism, he had written. Also, nowadays the day of class rule is over, the day of mass rule has begun. The masses must be organized so that they can formulate their will, and disciplined so that they can be instructed and enlightened as to their own interests. Bonaparte helped to clarify this rhetoric when he broke strikes, banned independent workers' organization, and worked to keep wages down. Through it all, he represented himself even as a sort of socialist, when appropriate, and in view of the amorphous history of that label, it would be a purely terminological enterprise to argue that he was less socialistic than certain figures discussed in histories of socialism. Indeed, some modern historians seriously present him as a sort of socialist in the same vague way that he put forward the pretense. There was a definite socialistic wing of the Bonapartist entourage. Its royal patron was the emperor's cousin, Prince Napoleon, Plon-Plon, or the Red Prince, who actually consorted with socialists of a sort. Marx liked to take thrusts at the illustrious Plon-Plon, alias the Prince Rouge, the scion of the Bonapartist family, upon whom has fallen the lot of coquetting with revolution, in the same way that his bigger cousin dallies with religion, order, and property too. Bonaparte's economic brain trust was composed of disciples of Saint Simon, who had been considered raving radicals in the 1830s and were now ravenous financiers and industrial expansionists, the Parier brothers, Michel Chevalier, and others. It was through these Saint Simonians that the biggest Bonaparte adventure in state-sponsored high finance was founded, the Credit Mobilier, of which we will hear more. There were other recruits from time to time. The father of anarchism himself, Proudhon, greeted Bonaparte's coup d'état with a book which fawned before his new power and invited him to be so kind as to institute the new society. 3 Disillusioned eventually by the emperor's failure to oblige, our anarchist returned to his former hostility, without however giving up hope in Plon-Plon. Part of the difficulties of the Proudhonist-led French section of the First International was that its leadership was unwarrantably suspected of also being pro-Bonapartist. Later, after Bonaparte's fall, 2 of Bakunin's chief lieutenants were going to come out as Bonapartist partisans in the name of revolution, of course. 4 Bonaparte's secret payroll included known radicals like Karl Vogt, the same Herr Vogt who published a scurrilous book slandering Marx for dictatorial ambitions while at the same time he hailed the emperor as a workers' dictator. 5 Among other more or less left Bonapartists were Saint Beauvais, who called Bonaparte an eminent socialist, Auguste Comte, Frederick Le Play, and Felix Piat. 6. If, as Bonaparte had written, today, one can govern only with the masses, it was necessary to look for Judas goats who could lead the masses in the proper spirit. Conservatives who did not understand the new game helped Bonaparte along by indignantly denouncing him as a socialist old Guizot, for example, who greeted the news of the coup d'état by crying, "It is the complete and definitive triumph of socialism." 7. To Engels, Bonaparte appeared as a sort of true socialist, of the Hesse-Grun tendency pilloried in the Manifesto, shading into bourgeois reform. As for Louis Napoleon, wrote Engels to Marx, didn't the man say to L. Blanc, when he went to France, "When I am president I will put your ideas into practice"? Anyway, one sees how financial necessity can drive even a true socialist like Louis Napoleon to typical financial bourgeois measures, like conversion of bonds. The degree shopkeeper degree and small industry forgive 20 socialistic pranks for this one saving of 18 millions, and the Daily News admires the measure. Incidentally, it is impossible to say anything more stupid or disgusting on this business than the Journal des Débats. Altogether the old story, post office reform equals socialism. Conversion of bonds equals socialism. Free trade equals socialism. I'm only afraid that Monsieur Napoleon, who despite everything went into his own socialistic things very timidly and in the mortgage question likewise does not go beyond the bounds of the bourgeois Prussian loan institution, is finally under the pressure of circumstances transforming all his socialistic impulses into simple bourgeois reforms. 8. Marx likewise referred to Bonaparte's true socialism in this period right after the coup d'état. 9. A few years later, the original true socialist himself, Moses Hess, became a Bonapartist apologist. 10. 2. The Credit Mobilier. It was the rise of the Credit Mobilier and its subsequent scandals that turned Marx, in 1856, to his first close consideration of what he began to call Bonapartist socialism or imperial socialism, in an important series of articles. The Credit Mobilier was a banking institution set up as a sort of holding corporation to stimulate the development of industry and public works by concentrating the ownership of various enterprises in one common fund controlled by itself. It is one of the most curious economical phenomena of our epoch, and may have an immensely greater development in the future. It buys up the stocks of the various industrial concerns themselves, and this means to make industry and public works in general dependent on the favor of the Credit Mobilier, and therefore on the individual favor of Bonaparte, on whose breath the existence of the company is suspended. Hence the Credit Mobilier avows the intention of making itself the proprietor, and Napoleon the Little the supreme director, of the whole varied industry of France. This is what we call imperial socialism. In practice the Credit Mobilier goes beyond this, by proposing to make itself not only the proprietor of such great industrial enterprises, but also the slave of the treasury, and the despot of commercial credit. 11. The phenomenon had two sides. On the one hand, the Bonapartist higher ups and speculators had a chance to enrich themselves by grabbing a piece of the flowing monies before the whole thing blew up in a crash. On the other hand, there was the socialistic side. Bonaparte proposed to convert all the property and all the industry of France into a personal obligation toward Louis Bonaparte. To steal France in order to buy France, that was the great problem the man had to solve, and in this transaction of taking from France what was to be given back to France, not the least important side to him was the percentage to be schemed off by himself and the Society of December 10. The method, through a credit operation. And there happened to be in France the school of Saint-Simon, which in its beginning and in its decay deluded itself with the dream that all the antagonism of classes must disappear before the creation of universal wealth by some new-fangled scheme of public credit. And Saint-Simonism in this form had not yet died out at the epoch of the coup d'état. 13. Among the surviving representatives of this idea, Marx goes on, were the Parier brothers, who had sat at the feet of the Père Enfantin in former days, and who had now become the founders of the Credit Mobilier, and the initiators of Bonapartist socialism. It is an old proverb, habent sua fata libella. Doctrines have also their fate as well as books. Saint Simon to become the guardian angel of the Paris Bourse, the prophet of swindling, the messiah of general bribery and corruption. Another legal move by the government. Sanctions the expropriation of the mortgagers of the land, in favor of the government of Bonaparte, who by this machinery proposes to seize on the land, as by the Credit Mobilier he is seizing on the industry, and by the Bank of France on the commerce of France, and all this to save property from the dangers of socialism. The next article, Promises Marx, will explain the plain scheme of dragging all the industry of France into the whirlpool of the Paris Bourse, and to make it the tennis ball of the gentlemen of the Credit Mobilier, and of their patron Bonaparte. 15. That is, through the machinery of stock manipulation, all the industry of France is to be put under a single control, ultimately dominated by the Bonapartist state power. 3. The state and industrial feudalism. The promised explication is given in the third and last article of this series. Marx explains that the speculative profits made by the manipulators of the set-up, stock jobbers, will be the base of the industrial development. Schemed off profits from the stock turnover are supposed to fatten the Credit Mobilier holdings and increase the value of its stocks. In this manner the Credit Mobilier obtains command over a large portion of the loanable capital intended for investment in industrial enterprises. Obviously, this kind of operation offers plenty of opportunity for stock jobbing profits for the insiders too. But Marx does not see the plan simply as a scheme for their personal pocket lining. As he considers the potentialities inherent in the plan quite apart from his prediction that the unavoidable crash of the whole structure was on the way, he theoretically projects its meaning into the future. This explanation starts by recalling that the Credit Mobilier is required by its statutes to operate only on joint stock companies. Consequently, there must arise a tendency to start as many such societies as possible, and, further, to bring all industrial undertakings under the form of these societies. Now, it cannot be denied that the application of joint stock companies to industry marks a new epoch in the economical life of modern nations. On the one hand, it has revealed the productive powers of association, not suspected before, and called into life industrial creations, on a scale unattainable by the efforts of individual capitalists. On the other hand, it must not be forgotten that in joint stock companies it is not the individuals that are associated, but the capitals. By this contrivance, proprietors have been converted into shareholders, i.e. speculators. The concentration of capital has been accelerated, and, as its natural corollary, the downfall of the small middle class. A sort of industrial kings have been created, whose power stands in inverse ratio to their responsibility, they being responsible only to the amount of their shares, while disposing of the whole capital of the society, forming a more or less permanent body, while the mass of shareholders is undergoing a constant process of decomposition and renewal, and enabled, by the very disposal of the joint influence and wealth of the society, to bribe its single rebellious members. Beneath this oligarchic board of directors is placed a bureaucratic body of the practical managers and agents of the society, and beneath them, without any transition, an enormous and daily swelling mass of mere wages laborers whose dependence and helplessness increase with the dimensions of the capital that employs them, but who also become more dangerous in direct ratio to the decreasing number of its representatives. It is the immortal merit of Fourier to have predicted this form of modern industry, under the name of industrial feudalism. To be sure, Marx goes on to say that the specific new invention by Bonaparte and his pariahs is not this setup itself but the idea to render the industrial feudalism tributary to stock jobbing. But his article does not end there. He explains why a crash is inevitable, and he asserts his belief that the real founders of the Credit Mobilier have included a crash in their calculations. When that crash comes, after an immensity of French interests has been involved, the government of Bonaparte will seem justified in interfering with the Credit Mobilier, as the English government did in 1797 with the Bank of England. Louis Bonaparte, the imperial socialist, will try to seize upon French industry by converting the debentures of the Credit Mobilier into state obligations. Will he prove more solvent than the Credit Mobilier? That is the question. 16. We have, then, a vast prospect unrolled by a method of extrapolation from incipient tendencies, with several stages of future history seen close up, as always when a telescopic lens is used, even though they would not actually occur for most of a century. There is, in the first place, the development of the capitalist corporation into the stage of evicting the mass of shareholders from effective control and concentrating the real corporate power in the hands of the oligarchic board of directors, who in turn operate through a bureaucratic body of the practical managers, the development which Burleigh and Means, 8 decades later, rediscovered after it had taken place. But that is only the beginning, for Marx is quick to give credit to a socialist predecessor, Fourier. Even more important, Marx does not see this taking place simply as an autonomous economic process, but in close association with the state power, in an eventual fusion in personnel and role, of the state manipulators with the economic manipulators. The state power, at first standing behind its creature, will then have to step in openly to take over the economic power that will have been thus concentrated. Certainly Marx did give short shrift to the fantasy, reinvented by A. Burleigh in our day, 19, that the oligarchic corporations would develop a social conscience for the good of humanity. Powerful engines in developing the productive powers of modern society, wrote Marx of the joint stock companies, they have not, like the medieval corporations, as yet created a corporate conscience in lieu of the individual responsibility which, by dint of their very organization, they have contrived to get rid of. 24 Toward a Bonapartist state economy? Marx did not return to this sweeping view. The definitive crash of that curious mixture of imperial socialism, Saint-Simonistic stock jobbing, and philosophic swindling which makes up what is called the credit mobilier 21 did not actually come about until a decade later, by which time Bonaparte's regime was in far too much serious trouble to dream of trying to seize upon French industry. He did not prove more solvent than the credit mobilier after all. But a monstrous crisis did break out in the autumn of the same year, 1856, and while the credit mobilier did not collapse, it began to decline. Although a dozen years later Marx looked back with some pride to his analyses of the real essence of the thing, 22 it is hard to say whether he continued to look on a Bonapartist takeover of the economy as one of the continuing possibilities. The answer seems to be, a possibility, yes, but less and less of a probability. The prospect that the Bonaparte regime would be swept away altogether seemed bright. When the Depression started, Marx, as often, saw a new 1848 coming, with a difference. For the European upper classes are now discovering that they were themselves the instruments of a revolution in property greater than any contemplated by the revolutionists of 1848. A general bankruptcy is staring them in the face. Marx calls them the official revolutionists. For in 1848 the movements preceding the outbreak were of a merely political character. Now, on the contrary, a social revolution is generally understood, even before the political revolution is proclaimed, and a social revolution brought about by no underground plots of the secret societies among the working classes, but by the public contrivances of the credits mobiliers of the ruling classes. 23. Engels opined that now all socialistic dodges had been exhausted by Bonaparte, but Marx wondered what socialistic coups d'état Bonaparte is still capable of resorting to at the last moment. 24 He was still wondering a year later. One of the open questions continued to be the relationship of swindling, the personal enrichment side of the operation, to the state capitalist aspect. Swindling, which, to be sure, in turn also became a presupposition of solid commerce and industry, exists properly speaking only in the branches where the state is directly or indirectly the actual employer. However, it is certain that a capitalist of the size of the French government, even one that is bankrupt in itself, as Hegel would say, can make shift somewhat longer than a private capitalist. 25. Bonaparte's plan is evidently to make the Bank of France, the general entrepreneur of all his swindle schemes, he guessed on another day. Engels expressed the opinion in a letter that nobody believes in Bonapartist socialism anymore. 26 But this was not the tone of a New York Tribune article in which Marx discussed Bonaparte's economic maneuvers to keep bread prices down for the masses while at the same time keeping agricultural prices up. Thus, wrote Marx, he proclaims himself a sort of socialist providence to the proletarians of the towns, although in a rather awkward way, since the first palpable effect of his decree must be to make them pay more for their loaf than before. At all events, we may be sure that the imperial socialist will prove more successful in raising the price of bread than he has been in attempts to reduce it. However, this did not mean to Marx that Bonaparte was thereby acting as executive committee chairman for the bourgeoisie, rather, the emperor thereby served notice on the bourgeoisie that the state asserted control over their purses. The savior of property shows the middle class that not even the formal intervention of his own mock legislatures, but a simple personal ukase on his part, is all that is wanted to make free with their purses, dispose of municipal property, trouble the course of trade, and subject their monetary dealings to his private croquettes. And lastly, the question is still to be considered from the purely Bonapartist point of view. The purely Bonapartist point of view is the point of view of the bureaucracy. The immense public works necessitated by the plan, granaries, will open up a fresh field, for jobs and plunder, that is, more jobs for a lower officialdom and more plunder for the higher. 27. 5. The autonomous economic policy. During this depression period, Marx came to the opinion that the specific economic form represented by the credit mobilier was a limited phenomenon. In a letter to Engels at the end of 1857, after referring to the degree general rottenness degree of the bankrupt state in France, he remarked that at bottom, a credit mobilier was possible and necessary only in a country so immobile as France. 28 That is, it was the form necessitated by the previous stagnation of the economy, immobile as counterposed to mobilier. But Marx never changed his mind about what was implicit, or potential, in the possibilities open to Bonapartist socialism with its Saint-Simonian theoretical framework. About the same time as the above letter, he was working out a train of thought in his Grundriss notebook, which ended up with almost as sweeping a statement about the credit mobilier as the previous year's telescopic view of industrial feudalism. The context was a discussion of the then common panacea of a labor bank. Marx shows at some length that such a bank could not merely remain a simple exchange agency or replacement for the money system, but would have to go on to control buying and selling in general and indeed all production, that is, take over the entire economy. Then, viewed with precision, the bank would not only be the universal buyer and seller, but also the universal producer. A basic comment then follows. In point of fact, such a bank would either be a despotic government over production and administrator over distribution, or else it would be in fact nothing but a board degree that kept books and accounts for a society based on labor in common. It presupposes that the means of production are held in common, etc., etc. The Saint-Simonians made their bank into the papacy of production. 31. Thus, on the basis of the same presupposition, collectivism in production, two different courses branched out. In one, the organizing authority set up as a controlling despotism, a papacy over the productive system; in the other, the organizing authority simply served a free society as technical coordinator. The Saint-Simonian managers of the Bonapartist enterprise, Marx thought, were pointed in the first direction. The fact that the potentiality did not work out historically, that the Saint-Simonian aims did not become Bonapartist realities, did not negate the theoretical meaning of Bonapartist socialism in Marx's view. Already in the article about industrial feudalism he had pointed out a specific national peculiarity of the credit mobilier. It was the Bonaparte-Barrier way to render the industrial feudalism tributary to stock jobbing. Later, Marx discussed the limitations of the Saint-Simonian operation more fully in notes which became part of the third volume of Capital. There, again expounding the economic meaning of Saint-Simonism on the basis of the Bonapartist scheme, Marx argues that the embryo of the credit mobilier is already found in that doctrine. He remarks, "This form, incidentally, could become dominant only in a country like France, where neither the credit system nor large-scale industry had reached the modern level of development. This was not at all possible in England and America." 32. Saint-Simonism incubated the credit mobilier because it looked to the bank and credit system for a takeover of the industrial structure. It was a victim of the illusions concerning the miraculous power of the credit and banking system, in the socialist sense. The notion that the banks themselves should take over the management and distinguish themselves through the number and usefulness of their managed establishments and of promoted works, p. 101 of a Saint-Simonian textbook, contains the credit mobilier in embryo. In the same way, Charles Pecker demands that the banks, which the followers of Saint-Simon call a système général des banques, should rule production. Pecker is essentially a follower of Saint-Simon, but much more radical. He wants the credit institution to control the entire movement of national production. 33. Marx, to be sure, believes that it is illusory to think of taking over by this route. There is no doubt that the credit system will serve as a powerful lever during the transition from the capitalist mode of production to the mode of production of associated labor, but only as one element in connection with other great organic revolutions of the mode of production itself. 34. But he discusses this illusion as a mistaken and eventually feudal form of anti-capitalism, not simply as a bourgeois dodge. This also provides the context for the credit mobilier. In short, Marx consistently interpreted the economic policy of the Bonapartist regime as autonomous from the bourgeoisie. This relative autonomy need not be interpreted as going any further than Napoleon I, who, as the Holy Family had explained, already knew that his state had to recognize and protect the unhampered development of bourgeois society. Its driving force was not derived from hostility to the economic interests of the bourgeoisie, but rather from the aim of subordinating those interests to the autonomized state, which had its own aims of self-aggrandizement. Just as the bourgeois point of view was ruled by profits, so the purely Bonapartist point of view was ruled by the goal of jobs and plunder for the deserving Bonapartist cadres of the bureaucracy. How far was it possible for these two interests to coexist peacefully? We consider this question next, in the light of Marx's coeval discussions of the political course of the Bonaparte regime. 6. What class supports the regime? The year 1858 saw a high point in the revolutionary hopes of the anti-Bonapartist left, including Marx and Engels as well as the French radical émigrés and others. 35 While there were several reasons for the belief that the regime was on the skids, the main underlying drive was seen by Marx and Engels as the growing alienation between the Bonapartist state power and the developing bourgeoisie. In a New York Tribune article toward the end of that year, they summarized this pattern in essentially the same way as they did in later historical works. After 1848 to 1849, the middle class declared itself politically a minor, unfit to manage the affairs of the nation, and acquiesced in military and bureaucratic despotism. Then arose that spasmodic extension of manufactures, mines, railways, and steam navigation, that epoch of credits mobiliers, joint stock bubbles, of swindling and jobbing, in which the European middle class sought to make up for their political defeats by industrial victories, for their collective impotence by individual wealth. But with their wealth rose their social power, and in the same proportion their interests expanded, they again began to feel the political fetters imposed upon them. The present movement in Europe is the natural consequence and expression of this feeling, combined with that return of confidence in their own power over their workmen which 10 years of quiet industrial activity have brought about. 38. As the bourgeoisie's economic strength grew thanks to the protection and stimulation given it under the aegis of the Bonapartist state, it sought a commensurate political power, such as Bonapartism denied it on principle. 5 years before, too, Marx had thought to see this development reaching a breaking point, with the peasantry disillusioned, the proletariat still hostile, and the bourgeoisie pining for a new change of power, to afford them at last a regular government and sound business. 39 Now, in 1858, it was perhaps the assassination attempt on Bonaparte's life by the Italian conspirator Felice Orsini in January that helped to crystallize revolutionary hopes. Marx thought the coolness of the public reaction was notable. The small bourgeoisie particularly feared commercial ruin and would welcome a change. Boustrapa Bonaparte has perceived this and will now unleash the despot as such. We shall see. 40. What was the despot as such that had not yet been unleashed? We shall see. In a Tribune article, Marx marshaled the evidence pointing to the coming overthrow, in class terms. Bonaparte's victory had taken place on an upsurge of commercial prosperity. The commercial crisis, therefore, has necessarily sapped the material basis of the empire, which never possessed any moral basis, save the temporary demoralization of all classes and all parties. The working classes reassumed their hostile attitude to the existing government the very moment they were thrown out of employment. A great part of the commercial and industrial middle classes were placed by the crisis in fear of the debtor's prison. Another very large portion of the Paris middle classes, and a very influential one too, the petits rentiers, or men of small fixed incomes, have met with wholesale ruin. That portion, at least, of the French higher classes which pretends to represent what is called French civilization never accepted the empire, except as a necessary makeshift, never concealed their profound hostility to the nephew of his uncle, and of late have seized upon every pretext to show their anger at the attempt to transform a mere expedient, as they considered it, into a lasting institution. This description certainly does not leave much of a civil ruling class to support the state. Bonaparte, Marx continues, senses the gathering storm. The street enthusiasm displayed for Bonaparte's escape from Orsini's bombs was organized by the police. The congratulatory addresses came exclusively from men who, one way or the other, belong to the administration, that ubiquitous parasite feeding on the vitals of France. Bonaparte therefore demands new repressive laws, instead of pretending to the more or less respectable forms of a regular government. This shows that the time of the sullen acquiescence of the nation in the rule of the society of the perjured usurper has definitively passed away. The addresses of loyalty from the army are simply the undisguised proclamation of Praetorian rule in France 41. In his next article Marx continued the argument showing the disintegration of internal support to the regime, this time ending with the growing opposition among the peasantry. 42. 7. The rule of the Praetorians. In a special article Marx then squarely confronted the question of the class base and unique character of the Bonapartist state power in this, its period of dissolution. Its title took up a note that had already been sounded, the rule of the Praetorians. 43. The analogy, implied but not specifically discussed, was, then, the character of the state power in the epoch of the advanced dissolution of the Roman Empire, a long drawn-out epoch. Marx's thesis in The Rule of the Praetorians is that by this time the state machine of Louis Bonaparte has gone all the way to a new relationship with society. The bonds connecting it with the social strata it has rested on, in its own peculiar way, have stretched, and now have snapped. France has become the home of Praetorians only, Marx emphasizes. Now the rule of the naked sword is proclaimed in the most unmistakable terms, and Bonaparte wants France to clearly understand that the imperial rule does rest not on her will but on 600,000 bayonets. If this means merely an ordinary military dictatorship, it is nothing new. Marx poses the key question in class terms with utter sharpness. A great modern historian has told us that, disguise the fact as you like, France, since the days of the Great Revolution, has been always disposed of by the army. There have certainly ruled different classes under the Empire, the Restoration, Louis Philippe, and the Republic of 1848. Under the first the peasantry, the offspring of the Revolution of 1789, predominated, under the second, the great landed property, under the third, the bourgeoisie, and the last, not in the intention of its founders but in fact, proved an abortive attempt at dividing dominion in equal shares among the men of the legitimate monarchy and the men of the monarchy of July. Still, all these regimes rested alike on the army. Has not even the Constitution of the Republic of 1848 been elaborated and proclaimed under a state of siege, that is, the rule of the bayonet? Was that Republic not personated by Gen. Cavaignac? Was it not saved by the army in June, 1848, and again saved in June, 1849, to be finally dropped by the same army in December, 1851? It is clear, then, that all the preceding class regimes also rested openly on the army. To be sure, all class rule rests on armed force in the last analysis, but here Marx's point is that since 1789 all the French regimes rested on armed force in the first analysis. Still, in all previous cases the armed force supported the socio-economic power of different ruling classes. Marx continues, what then forms the novelty in the regime now openly inaugurated by Louis Bonaparte? That he rules by the instrumentality of the army? So did all his predecessors since the days of Thermidor. Now comes the answer, the novel phenomenon is that this state power supports no social class whatsoever, it maintains the rule of no group other than itself. Yet, if in all bygone epochs the ruling class, the ascendancy of which corresponded to a specific development of French society, rested its ultima ratio against its adversaries upon the army, it was nevertheless a specific social interest that predominated. Under the Second Empire the interest of the army itself is to predominate. The army is no longer to maintain the rule of one part of the people over another part of the people. The army is to maintain its own rule, personate by its own dynasty, over the French people in general. It is to represent the state in antagonism to the society. This is state autonomization no longer as a mere tendency, not even one that is realized in practice to a greater or lesser extent. This is state autonomization driven, exceptionally, to its extreme conclusion. The army is not the instrumentality of any of the social classes, of any specific social interest of civil society. It represents the state itself in antagonism to society tout court, to civil society in general. This is the dangerous experiment underway. It must not be imagined that Bonaparte is not aware of the dangerous character of the experiment he tries. In proclaiming himself the chief of the Praetorians, he declares every Praetorian chief his competitor. That is, he becomes vulnerable to military coups by his own generals. Again, the obvious analogy is the pattern of the corresponding Roman epoch, when one Praetorian chief after another seized the imperial throne. This new system of government in France is not the result of any seizure of power by the military in the usual sense. The head of state himself has gone over to it, as his last resort. We repeat that it is impossible to suppose Louis Bonaparte ignorant of the dangers with which his new-fangled system is fraught. But he has no choice left. He understands his own situation and the impatience of French society to get rid of him and his imperial mummeries. He knows that the different parties have recovered from their paralysis, and that the material basis of his stock-jobbing regime has been blown up by the commercial earthquake, the crisis. The reference to the material basis of his Bonaparte's stock-jobbing regime may recall Marx's formulation of jobs and plunder as the economic drive of the specifically Bonapartist cadres, the men who one way or the other, belong to the administration, that ubiquitous parasite feeding on the vitals of France. This state bureaucracy, as we have previously noted, had been intertwined by innumerable bonds with the bourgeoisie in the orgy of self-enrichment which the empire had unleashed. Now the commercial and financial crisis had cut these opportunities. The non-military sector of the state bureaucracy was now itself treading air. Only the military cadres, the generals, could save the whole state machine that Bonaparte had put together. Consequently, Bonaparte is not only preparing for war against French society, but loudly proclaims the fact. The denunciation of all parties as his personal enemies enters, therefore, into the game of Bonaparte. It forms part of his system. He tells them, in so many words, that he indulges no delusion as to the general aversion his rule is the subject of, but that he is ready to encounter it with grape and musketry. 8. By the sword alone. This article, Marx's most direct statement on a case of complete state autonomy, raises important questions in hindsight. But first, to complete the picture, let us review Marx's subsequent analyses of the crisis of the Bonaparte regime, into 1859. All of his articles continue to be based on the premises laid out in The Rule of the Praetorians. We will not find any change in the conception, only variant formulations which may be useful especially for those unused to this area of Marx's thinking. Here are some highlights. 1. Bonapartist state versus bourgeoisie and all other classes. The eventual rising of the revolutionary masses will be helped by the decidedly anti-Bonapartist attitude of the bourgeoisie, the secret societies undermining the lower strata of the army, the petty jealousies, venal treacheries, and Orleanist or legitimist leanings dividing its superior layers. 46. Even now there is coolness toward the regime, the masses show themselves degree in different degree. Direct and serious counter-remonstrations have come from high finance, industry, and commerce, the clerical party, finally, the high military circles. 47. The European aristocracy and bourgeoisie are now disillusioned with Bonaparte. They knew him long since as a villain, but they deemed him a serviceable, pliant, obedient, grateful villain, and they now see and rue their mistake. He has been using them all the time that they supposed they were using him. 48. In a Tribune article drafted by Engels, the middle classes are longing for a return of the time when they, or at least a fraction of them, governed the country. 49. 2. The swindler's regime. The Bonapartist Empire had already dropped every pretense of being a regular government, or the offspring of the suffrage universal. It had proclaimed itself the regime of the upstart, the informer, and the 12-pounder cannon. It goes now a step further, and avows itself the regime of the swindler. This introduces Marx's report on the new financial machinations of the credit mobilier, amidst the financial and commercial rigors of the Depression. In addition, there is an immense wastage of capital in unproductive public works, typified by the Haussmann urban renewal program in Paris, which features great boulevards suitable for using cannon and cavalry against barricades. Meanwhile, Bonaparte clings to his old way of sinking capital in unproductive works, but which, as Mr. Haussmann, the prefect of the Seine, has the frankness to impart to the Paris people, are important in a strategical point of view, and calculated to guard against unforeseen events which may always arise to put society in danger. Thus Paris is condemned to erect new boulevards and streets, the cost of which is estimated at 180 million francs, in order to protect it from its own ebullitions. 50. 3. Bonaparte's hankering for confiscations. This phrase 51 refers to Bonaparte's plan to expropriate the landed property of the charity institutions in return for state bonds. The regime's finances are in a desperate state, and this time the Credit Mobilier is in no position to help out. There remains, then, nothing for Bonaparte but to return, in financial matters, as he has been forced to do in political ones, to the original principles of the coup d'état. After plundering the Bank of France and the Orleans estates, now he moves toward the confiscation of the property of the charitable establishments. But this operation would cost Bonaparte one of his armies, his army of priests, who administer by far the greatest portion of the charitable establishments. An outcry has arisen against this intended encroachment upon private property. 52. For the despotic military state. Bonaparte is instituting a system of domestic terrorism, a reign of terror. As a result, the French middle classes will soon be worked up to the point where they will consider a revolution necessary for the restoration of confidence. 53. In this despotic military state, Bonaparte bids fair to become the prisoner of his military instruments, as the late Roman emperors did. At the same rate that France grows impatient of the yoke of the army waxes bolder in its purpose of yoking Bonaparte. After the 10th of December 1848, Bonaparte could flatter himself that he was the elect of the peasantry, that is, the mass of the French nation. Since the attempt of the January 14, 1858, by Orsini, he knows that he is at the mercy of the army. Having been compelled to avow that he rules through the army, it is quite natural that the latter should seek to rule through him. This seems better nuanced than the subsequent flat assertion that the army reigns in France. 54. In the shift to a decisively military base and an inevitable outbreak of war, Marx sees the beginning of the end for the Bonapartist regime. The commercial and agricultural distress, financial coup d'état, and the substitution of the rule of the army for rule by the army, are hastening the explosion. Meanwhile, war is believed to be imminent. Louis Napoleon has no other means of escaping speedy destruction. The beginning of the end is at hand. 55. As late as March 1859, it was still Marx's opinion that degree Louis Napoleon can never more be the demigod of the bourse and the bourgeois. He rules henceforth by the sword alone. 56. 9 Limits of the Bonaparte model. Let us now return to the interpretation of the Bonapartist state in dissolution given by Marx in The Rule of the Praetorians, within the context of his running analyses of the Second Empire's crisis in 1858 to 1859. The picture is of a state which has pushed its autonomization to the extreme point, where it is no longer the resultant of the actual class forces in society but rather stands in antagonism to all the social classes of civil society. To be sure, this state is the result of a historical process through which this class society has actually gone, but the result is that the political superstructure has torn loose from the social foundations which produced it. It has assumed an independent life of its own in the fullest sense. It is evident that this picture is quite at variance with the narrow and cramped view of the Marxist theory of the state commonly presented by Marxist and anti-Marxist expositors, for whom Marx's and Engels' fairly extensive writings on the autonomized and bureaucratic state virtually do not exist. 2 addenda are necessary. 1. The theoretical flight which Marx took in 1858 with the rule of the Praetorians has to be put in the perspective of later developments. Through 1858 to 1859 Marx evidently believed and certainly hoped that the Bonapartist regime, having broken its umbilical cord to civil society in a paroxysm of autonomy, had reached a point of no return. But we know, with 2020 hindsight, that Bonaparte did return, that is, make a turn back to accommodation with the social powers of bourgeois society. This was marked by a free trade treaty with England in January 1860 and a revival of parliamentary life in November. In consequence, our history textbooks commonly date something called Bonaparte's liberal empire from that year. The despot had pulled back from the brink, realizing that he could not rule by the sword alone. The extreme tensions induced by the autonomous course, which made Marx sent revolution, had the same effect on the emperor. For the fully autonomized state power that was depicted in the rule of the Praetorians meant a drastically unstable situation. If Bonaparte was preparing for war against French society, it was the latter that was sure to win, for this bourgeois society was not only viable but on the rise, so Marx calculated, and so Bonaparte decided. As we have seen, Marx looked for revolutionary rumblings to begin quite soon. As French society, the classes that dominated the socio-economic system hardened in antagonism to the runaway state machine. The snapping of the bonds between this state and this society, therefore, marked a pre-revolutionary situation, to use a modern term. The split between state and society had to be fought to a decision, the anomaly had to be resolved, the abnormal normalized. It cannot be overemphasized that, in this case, the continued viability of bourgeois society was the underlying precondition for this conclusion. There was a state in dissolution, but there was no society in dissolution. On the contrary, we must recall that the roots of the conflict lay in the rapid growth of the bourgeoisie's economic strength. With their wealth rose their special power, they again began to feel the political fetters imposed upon them. These material conditions prescribed the limits of state autonomization for the period. The limits of Bonapartism were defined by the historical position of the social classes it defied. We need not inquire here whether the Bonapartist state really did reach the extreme point of autonomy which Marx saw in 1858, for even if we come to the conclusion that Marx's hopes were outrunning the facts, the question of state theory is nevertheless settled. What is established is Marx's lack of inhibition about envisaging the special case in which a state achieves full autonomization. What it settles is that Marx's theory of the state includes provision for historical conjunctures in which a state, completely independent in the fullest sense, cuts loose from its foundations in civil society and turns on them. In fact, there is no reason to believe that Marx even thought there was a special problem about it, or that it ever occurred to him that a rigid taboo against such notions would one day be considered Marxism. For one thing, the formulations in the Tribune articles on the subject give not the slightest indication that the writer feels he is venturing into delicate territory. On the contrary, they are unusually brash for Marx, who could become positively Sibylline when he was on thin ice with respect to theory. For another thing, there is the evidence of the Marx-Engels correspondence, which was heavy during those years. This evidence is like Sherlock Holmes's barking dog. The point is that, in the course of constant cross-discussions of developments in Bonaparte land, the question at issue is never mentioned, either by Marx to get his friend's opinion or by Engels in comment. To Marx's 1858 analysis of Bonaparte's autonomous state throws a light, forward and backward, on two better-known writings in which the same question is raised but not answered sharply. These were written at the beginning and at the end of the Second Empire's life, in the one case before the autonomization process reached its apex, in the other, after the crisis thereby created was past. In the 18th Brumaire, Marx's formulation of the question is very tentative. He refers back to 6 previous periods and regimes in French history, from the absolute monarchy to the 1848 republic, each with its pattern of state-class relations, in order to make the point that the Bonapartist state is something new. Only under the second Bonaparte does the state seem to have made itself completely independent as against civil society. The state machine has consolidated its position so thoroughly that the chief of the Society of December 10 Bonaparte suffices for its head. 58. The key qualification is seem. The state machine has not really made itself completely autonomous from civil society. The implication, not spelled out, is that it has, however, reached a high point of autonomy not previously seen. Marx then goes on to discuss what classes' interests are represented by Bonaparte, and how. At this point, before the actual experience of the Second Empire, it is clear that Marx already has his eye on the problem. In 1871 Marx, drafting the Civil War in France, started a passage on this problem with a statement similar to that in the 18th Brumaire, then, once more emphasizing the relative novelty of the state form, he ended up with a strong statement that the Bonapartist state was the form needed for the social rule of the bourgeoisie. For this, indeed, was what it had turned into. Degree the governmental power with its standing army, its all-directing bureaucracy, its stultifying clergy and its servile tribunal judicial hierarchy had grown so independent of society itself, that a grotesquely mediocre adventurer with a hungry band of desperadoes behind him sufficed to wield it. That much was a rewrite of the 18th Brumaire. It appeared no longer as a means of class domination, subordinate to its parliamentary ministry or legislature. Humbling under its sway even the interests of the ruling classes, sanctioned in its absolute sway by universal suffrage, the acknowledged necessity for keeping up order, that is, the rule of the landowner and the capitalist over the producer, the state power had received its last and supreme expression in the Second Empire. But this state, which humbled under its sway even the interests of the civil, ruling classes, proved in fact the only political form through which the ruling classes of civil society, landowners and capitalists, could maintain their power over the producers, workers and peasants. Apparently the final victory of this governmental power over society, it was in fact the orgy of all the corrupt elements of that society. To the eye of the uninitiated it appeared only as the victory of the executive over the legislative, of the final defeat of the form of class rule pretending that is, claiming to be the autocracy of society by its form pretending to be a superior power to society. But in fact it was only the last degraded and the only possible form of that class ruling, as humiliating to those classes themselves as to the working classes which they kept fettered by it. 59. There is another passage, dotted with allusions to the autonomy of the state machine, which also makes clear that this state protected the social interests of the ruling capitalists and landowners. Only a vestigial reference to all this remained in the final version of the Civil War in France after the work of condensation. There is a quick reference to the state power, apparently soaring high above society, and the heavy emphasis is on the conclusion that Bonapartism is the ultimate form of the state power which nascent middle-class society had commenced to elaborate as a means of its own emancipation from feudalism, and which full-grown bourgeois society had finally transformed into a means for the enslavement of labor by capital. 62. The Bonapartist experience left a model, the record of a striving, and evidence of a potentiality, but it came too early in the history of bourgeois society to develop into anything more. Its significance for the development of Marxist theory, however, was immense. 19. State autonomy in pre-capitalist society. The formula version of Marx's theory of the state committee FO managing the common affairs of the ruling class is the formula FO relative normality, like most formulas that sum up experience. We have been testing the meaning of the theory by getting behind the formula, investigating the conditions under which the state tends to assert autonomy from the ruling classes to a greater or lesser extent. To push this inquiry further, let us leave the boundaries of Bonapartism, as Engels did in the passage which inaugurated this discussion at the beginning of chapter 16. He had broached the general category of exceptional periods in which the warring classes balance each other so nearly that the state power, as ostensible mediator, acquires, for the moment, a certain degree of independence of both. As we saw, under this head he included three Bonapartists: Napoleon I, Louis Bonaparte and Bismarck, but the first example he adduced was, as a matter of fact, not a Bonaparte at all. Such was the absolute monarchy of the 17th and 18th centuries, which held the balance between the nobility and the class of burghers. The absolute monarchy as a state form reigned over a long historica era, not for the moment but for a couple of centuries more or less depending on the country. No Bonaparte figure was necessarily involved, the absolute monarchies being headed by individual monarch of various shapes and sizes. We have here an ongoing political system involving an autonomized state of a particular kind for a whole historical period, in a number of disparate countries. The absolute monarchy is not introduced by Engels as an example of Bonapartism. On the contrary, it is subsumed along with the three Bonapartisms under a broader head, to which no ism or other label is applied but which is described. They are all autonomized states resting on an equilibrium of contending class forces. To generalize a point made in the last chapter, they are all cases reflecting a system in dissolution, and hence a crisis of a certain magnitude. In the case of Louis Bonaparte, we said, it was a particular political system that was on its last legs, but not the society itself. In different terms, the same would apply to the other Bonapartisms. But in the period of absolute monarchy, the political system was the outcome of a social system in dissolution, feudal society. The crisis was on an entirely different order of magnitude, and the persistence of the autonomized state for a whole historical era was of the same order. One, the state that swallowed up society. As we know, Marx and Engels were quite aware of the possibility that the final crisis of a society might not be soluble even by revolution. They stated it in one of the most conspicuous places in all their writings, the opening statement in the Communist Manifesto of the proposition that all history, since primitive times, is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. Point 2. Engels repeated the alternatives much later in Anti-Düring, not about the past, but with reference to the future. It's the bourgeoisie's own productive forces have grown beyond its control, and as if necessitated by a law of nature, are driving the whole of bourgeois society towards ruin, or revolution. 3. As the proletariat grows into a power, then under penalty of its own destruction, it is forced to accomplish this revolution which abolishes capitalism. Point 4. In the manifesto, Marx and Engels assumed everyone was aware of the great example in the past of the common ruin of the contending classes. It was the disintegration without revolution of the society of the Roman Empire, an example which weighed heavily on all political thought and on its terminology. Caesarism later became a general catchword for personal and military dictatorship, but in terms of Marx's conception, Caesar's dictatorship was undoubtedly one Roman analogue of Bonapartism. Caesar was the last step in the downfall of the patrician democracy, democracy for the ruling class as a whole, organized in the Roman Republic, after a long period of class struggles stemming from the bid of the rich plebeians for more political power and the ongoing battle between debtors and creditors. Caesar's state maneuvered between the class pressure of the patricians and the rich plebs, with an eye on its own interests. It is a pity that neither Marx nor Engels had occasion to take up the political forms in which the Roman state disintegrated, in the course of the common ruin of the contending classes. Most of their writings were ad hoc, and this hoc never arose as a pressing theoretical problem. There are many animadversions to the Roman period in their works 9, but nothing substantial on the politics of the period of social disintegration, the period when the imperial state more and more came forward as the only cement of the system, while no revolutionary class appeared with aspirations toward a new and progressive social transformation. For present purposes, the pattern may briefly be summarized as follows: the state sought to maintain the status quo by patching here and there, substituting its own apparatus as necessary for the failing mechanisms of the old order. But this way of maintaining the status quo became just another channel through which the unviable status quo changed into something else, for it could not remain the same. Since the status quo could not remain quo, the patchwork on the body started turning at long last into the body itself. By the time of Diocletian, around 300 AD, if not before, there could be no doubt about what had happened. The old ruling classes had disintegrated with their old social order, the state's role had changed, over centuries, from preserving an ongoing social system to replacing the organizer classes of disintegrating civil society with its own cadres and mechanisms. One of the few places in which Marx touched on this process in passing dealt with another problem altogether. he wished to give an example of how the tillers of the land could be expropriated not by driving them off but by appropriating the product of their labor beyond the point of viability. In the last days of the Roman Empire, the provincial decurions, which consisted not of peasants but of private landowners, deserted their homes, abandoning their land and even selling themselves into slavery, all in order to get rid of property which had become nothing more than an official pretext for harsh and merciless extortion. 10. The merciless extorter in this case was the autonomized state, and the victims were part of the former ruling classes. The state that developed has been variously dubbed state capitalism, state socialism, corporative state, and fascism by historians, anachronistically resorting to later historical phenomena to find a label for a special type of state arising out of the common ruin of the contending classes. For when a whole civil society disintegrates, the only institution remaining to keep society together is the state, not to keep the old society together anymore, but to keep a society, some kind of organized society, together on any terms. The autonomized state becomes the residual legatee of society for a historical period. The political institutionalization of force, the state, infuses all the processes of society and subordinates everything to itself. The political and economic institutions fuse. The state is no longer simply a superstructure, it has swallowed up all of society. This is what Engels saw happening in his own time, but, as usual, with the close-up telescopic view. In a summary passage of great power, moving in a few lines from the ancient slave societies to present-day Europe, he notes the monstrous growth of state bureaucratization. The state power grows stronger, however, in proportion as class antagonisms within the state become more acute, and as adjacent states become larger and more populous. We have only to look at our present-day Europe, where class struggle and rivalry in conquest have tuned up the public power to such a pitch that it threatens to swallow the whole of society and even the state. 11. An unexplained remark like this was possible because Engels assumed everyone knew that a state once had swallowed up the whole of society. 2. The fusion of politics and economics. When we come to feudalism, there is a marked difference in the formulations of the early Marx, before the German ideology, and the later Marx. An explanation is necessary before the nature of the difference can be appreciated. The new feudal order crystallized in Western Europe out of the Statified society in dissolution. In feudal society, land ownership and power went together, on the manner the feudal lord was also the embodiment of the state automatically, who held the land held the mastery of society. In this sense, one of the characteristics of feudalism as a social system was its specific way of fusing economic power and political power in the same hands. Especially where feudalism is decentralized, where the power of the nobility has not yet been absorbed by a monarchy or princedom, the power of the ruling class can be, and has been, discussed in two apparently different ways, which are really one. The lord can be considered as the landowner, a socio-economic category, and his land as his private property. At the same time the lord is the state power, which would seem to make the land the property of the state. There is no real contradiction, the difficulty, if any, exists solely in our habit of thinking of state power and economic power necessarily as two separate if related powers, that is, our habit of thinking in terms of the social relations of the bourgeois era and social systems in which property ownership does not directly entail political status. Thus, in the third volume of Capital, Marx casually lists the slave owner, the feudal lord, and the state, for instance, the Oriental despot, as representing different social orders. 12 Obviously, at this point he is not thinking of the feudal lord as being also the state power, even if only on a duodecimo domain. But the lord was indeed the state power on his manner. In Western Europe, out of the common ruin of the contending classes of the ancient world, it was the relations of production, established locally between the tiller of the soil and the military-based owner of the land, that gave rise to the specific state forms of the Middle Ages. The political power of the feudal lord was organically fused with his relationship as landowner to the actual producers. If the consequence was that the land was therefore state property, it was an entirely different form of state property than obtained under the Oriental despotism. Also different was the state production that Marx refers to as existing in former epochs of Russian history on the basis of serfdom. 13. This is only another way of saying that, just as quite different social systems exist on the basis of private property as an economic form, so also there are different social systems based on state property as an economic form. As we saw in Part I, the thinking of the young Marx on social issues was dominated by the Hegelian dichotomy between the particular and the universal, the particularity of private or personal interests versus the universality of public or state interests. The political sphere was the sphere of the universal, the economic sphere was that of the particular. And so the relationship of universal to particular translated into the relationship of political and economic. For this young Hegelian, an overriding problem was how to fuse the universal interest and the particular into a genuine unity, how to make them identical, or reconcile their antagonism, through changed political forms and institutions. In this context, it was recognized that such a fusion had existed in the Middle Ages, in a specifically feudalistic way. The aim was not to return to those old forms, but to find a way of making the fusion on the basis of modern conditions. This is why the young Marx had occasion so often to refer to the fusion of politics and economics as characteristic of medieval society, to use our terms, not his. As early as 1842, in his Reinigungszeitung article on the wood theft law, Marx referred to the mixture of private law and public law such as we meet in all institutions of the Middle Ages. 14. But it is in his notebook Critique of Hegelian Politics, 1843, that this is done to the greatest extent. One important passage occurs in the section where medieval society was called the democracy of unfreedom, discussed in chapter 3.15. If the broad and narrow meanings of state in Hegelius are recalled. 16. The following statement becomes clear. Under the old regime, the political sphere was the sole state sphere in the state, the sole sphere in which the content was the true universal. It stands to reason that the political constitution as such is developed only where the private spheres have attained an independent existence. It is in modern bourgeoified society that the private spheres have attained an independent existence, that is, independent of the state power, political sphere. The abstraction of the state as such belongs only to the modern period because the abstraction of private life belongs only to the modern period. The abstraction of the political state is a modern product. In the Middle Ages, property, trade, society, men were political. Every private sphere had a political character or was a political sphere, or in other words politics was also the character of the private spheres. In the Middle Ages the political constitution was the constitution of private property, but only because the constitution of private property was the political constitution. In the Middle Ages the life of the people and the life of the state or political life were identical. 17. Again, in his commentary on Hegel's section 303, Marx, in the course of attacking Hegel's identification of the state bureaucracy as the universal class, 18, also attacks his reactionary way of doing away with the modern split between civil and political life. In Hegel, writes Marx, the civil society's class difference becomes a political difference, and the separation of civil and political life is to be abolished in this way and their identity established. Marx points out that Hegel is trying to re-establish the typically medieval state of affairs. Hegel himself admits that identity in his sense was at its peak in the Middle Ages. Here in the Middle Ages the stand of civil society, that is, the classes in general, and the stand in their political meaning, the estates, were identical. The spirit of the Middle Ages can be expressed thusly: the stand of civil society classes and the stand in their political meaning estates were identical because civil society was political society, because the organic principle of civil society was the principle of the state. The identity of the civil and political stand was the expression of the identity of civil and political society. This identity has disappeared in modern society. 20. There is a good deal more of this, for example, of the medieval stand. Their whole being was political, their being was the being of the state. 21. The same point recurs in Marx's essay on the Jewish question. These passages have already been quoted in chapter 5.22, likewise in the 1844 manuscripts. In general, the sway of private property begins with landed property, that is its basis. But in feudal landed property the lord at least appears to be the king of the landed property. The piece of real estate is individualized with its lord, it has his rank, it is baronial or ducal along with him, it has his privileges, his jurisdiction, his political position, and so on. Hence the proverb nulliter sans maître, no land without a master, in which the growing together of the lordship and the landed property is expressed. Point 23. As for the tillers of the soil, the lord's status with respect to them is therefore directly political. Modern society now requires that landed property be drawn completely into the movement of private property and become a commodity, that the rule of the owner appear as the pure rule of private property, of capital, abstracted from all political tincture. 24. Thereby the medieval proverb nulliter sans maître is replaced by the modern proverb l'argent n'a pas de maître, money has no master, which expressed the complete dominion of lifeless matter over people. Point 25. Insofar as the state power is constituted directly by the feudal lord without intermediary, the state can hardly be called the executive committee or committee to manage the common affairs of the ruling class. That aphoristic formula requires an obvious readjustment in a society where economic power and political power are fused in the same hands. Insofar as each feudal lord in his own domain could say l'état c'est moi, he had no need of any other formula. It was only as political power was centralized, in latter-day feudalism, in the hands of a more or less absolute monarchy that the centralized state had to function as the managing committee of the nobility as a class, precisely because land ownership no longer automatically conferred all sovereign political power on the landowner. Next step, insofar as political power is separated from economic control, it first becomes possible for that political power to aspire to or move toward autonomy from the economic masters. This is precisely what happens under the absolute monarchy, when the history of state autonomization resumes. But before we can consider this, we must take up a loose end. 3. Private property under feudalism. We have detailed the thinking of the young Marx on the fusion of politics and economics in feudalism, but what did the mature Marx have to say about this feature of the feudal social order before the era of absolute monarchy? Very little one way or the other, and the above stated view is reaffirmed very glancingly, never directly. The reasons for this appear to be two. One from the German ideology on that is, as soon as Marx develops the historical method which points him toward seeking the roots of modern society in the productive relations of previous history, his attention is overwhelmingly concentrated on the later period of feudalism. It is difficult to find even passing references to the earlier feudal period, just as it was difficult to find references to the long period of Roman society in dissolution. Marx's and Engels' interests usually responsive to some contemporary political task, in the same sense that the writing of Capital was undertaken as a political need focused on the transition from feudalism to capitalism, and to a lesser extent on the transition from primitive society to various succeeding forms including Oriental despotism. But they virtually ignored the historical problems of several centuries of European history, from the palmy days of the Roman world to the onset of absolute monarchy, including the transition from the common ruin of the contending classes to Western European feudalism. 2. Where Marx and Engels do comment on the social relations of feudalism, their emphasis is always on the thesis that the underlying determinant of the system was the socio-economic relation between the landowner and the actual producer, serf. The feudal lord is here considered as the owner of private property, as we have already discussed. At no time did Marx or Engels stop to take up the analysis of the nature of the state power under decentralized feudalism. These emphases can be seen most clearly, perhaps, in the German ideology, just because it lies on the border between the young Marx and the mature Marx. In this book, where the method of exploring the material factors in history is first being worked out, Marx's emphasis is that, under feudalism, land ownership played the chief role, and that in the feudal outlook it was land ownership that determined the whole structure of society. 26. He does not, however, go on to discuss directly what sort of state power was thus determined. Perhaps he thought the question sufficiently covered by his brief statement about the origin of feudalism. The feudal system had its origin, as far as the German conquerors of Rome were concerned, in the martial organization of the army during the actual conquest, and this only evolved after the conquest into the feudal system proper through the action of the productive forces found in the conquered countries. Point 27. And, elsewhere in the work, the hierarchical structure of land ownership, and the armed body of retainers associated with it, gave the nobility power over the serfs. 28. The feudal system, wrote Engels much later, was in its very origin a military organization. 29. The implications of these statements correct the one-sidedness of the emphasis on land ownership alone, but the implications are not brought out. Instead, Marx hurries on to latter-day feudalism, since it is this that leads to the historical roots of modern society. Further on, there is a section devoted to the relation of state and law to property which gives the feudal era short shrift. It gets little more than one phrase in a sentence which moves rapidly on to modern capital. Characteristically, we learn that it is not until the rise of modern capital that there comes into being pure private property, which has cast off all semblance of a communal institution and has shut out the state from any influence on the development of property. It is, furthermore, only in the bourgeois-dominated state that, for the first time, through the emancipation of private property from the community, the state has become a separate entity, beside and outside civil society, and that private property has become entirely independent of the community. 30. If this becomes true under the modern bourgeois state for the first time, then the case must have been otherwise under feudalism. But Marx is not interested in backtracking to cover that problem for its own sake. A similar pattern is found in later writings, insofar as any attention is paid to the question at all. More than once it is implied in passing that under feudalism the relation between the political and the economic was different from today, but this difference is not in the center of the exposition. Thus in Capital there is the remark that the leadership of industry is an attribute of capital, just as in feudal times the functions of general and judge were attributes of landed property. 31. These latter functions of feudal times were state functions. Elsewhere, when landed property is bourgeoisified, integrated into capitalist relations, it receives its purely economic form by discarding all its former political and social trappings and admixtures, all those traditional accessories of feudal landed property. 32. In a real sense, feudal landed property has to be depoliticized in order to be bourgeoisified. In other notes Marx makes the point that private property in land becomes exchange value only as the product of capital and of the complete subordination of the state organism to capital. 33. But before capitalist relations become dominant, the state organism is not only not subordinated to capital, it is not subordinated to civil society in general. Under feudal relations, the state power is inextricable from landed property. The same goes for Engels. In his draft for the manifesto, he wrote that, as distinct from feudal and guild property, the rise of capitalism created a new form of ownership, private ownership. This reflects a feeling that private ownership did not exist under feudal forms of property, obviously a vague formulation until explained. In the Peasant War in Germany he was not loath to write about the status of feudal vassals as almost independent sovereigns when the bonds of empire fell apart. There is a passage of similar force in his Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany. 34. Such is the state of this question in Marx's and Engels' writings, very unsatisfactory. Fortunately, a quite different situation exists when we come to the more decisive period that followed, the era of absolute monarchy, with respect to the issue of state autonomization. For absolute monarchy and state autonomy, the fragmentation of state power in the hands of the separate feudal lords, each sovereign in his domain, had originally arisen as a means of organizing the disintegration of the ancient world, but this political fragmentation could not endure indefinitely in the face of the economic integration promoted by merchant capital, the growth of cities, and the use of money. These pressures necessitated a centralized state power. Without it, even the old feudal nobility could not survive. They exhausted their historical initiative in finding ways to kill themselves off, devoured by the great feudal wars, or annihilated in the peasant wars. 35. In England they were in a fair way of exterminating themselves in the so-called Wars of the Roses. 36. This class as a whole had to be deprived of its sovereign political power in order to preserve its socio-economic privileges, or more exactly, to preserve as much as possible of its ruling class privileges. It had to be shorn of political power for its own good, as usual, which means, for the good of the social system in which it had a place. As before and after, state autonomization came in as a means of maintaining a system in dissolution, by rescuing its ruling class from their own incapacities. The centralization of state power in the hands of one feudal lord, all others becoming dependent vassals, took the form of the absolute monarchy. This absolutism was the formal reflection of the need for state autonomization. The more absolute, the more autonomous, the more a duke here or a count there retained some of his former power, the less autonomous the centralized state. The feudal lord, as a member of a ruling class, remained a landowner, still exploiting enserfed labor and deriving his income therefrom. The land which was formerly both his private property and his state property now took on more and more the aspect of feudal private property only, later to merge into bourgeois private property, and at the same time, ownership became more and more divorced from management of the domain. The landed noble turned into the court noble, the faster and surer to be ruined. In notes for a revision of his peasant war in Germany, Engels remarked that the absolute monarchy had to be absolute just because of the centrifugal character of all elements. However, absolute is not to be understood in the vulgar sense. It was in constant struggle partly with the estates, partly with the insurgent feudal lords and cities. And he makes the interesting suggestion that the absolute monarchy should rather be called the standisk, or estate, monarchy, that is, it should be designated not by the new political form on top but by the way in which the underlying population was organized in socio-political estates. This monarchy, he adds, was still feudal in decline, and bourgeois in embryo. 39. This state was still feudal inasmuch as it began as the only possible way of saving the feudal lords from shaking their society apart with their blind alley brawls. In Notes for a History of Germany, Engels pointed to the confused tangle of feudal rights, among numerous reasons for a permanent state of internecine conflict. How could conflicts be avoided? Hence that century-long alternation of the vassals' attraction to the royal centre, which alone could protect them against external foes and against each other, and of their repulsion from that centre, into which that attraction inevitably and perpetually changed, hence that continuous struggle between royalty and vassals, whose tedious uproar drowned out everything else during that lengthy period when robbery was the only source of income worthy of free men. His conclusion. It is plain that in this general chaos royal power was the progressive element. It represented order in confusion, and the budding nation as opposed to dismemberment into rebellious vassal states. All the revolutionary elements taking shape under the feudalistic surface gravitated just as much towards royalty as the latter gravitated towards them. Centralized monarchic power offered both protection and encouragement to the burgeoning bourgeoisie. The alliance of royalty and burgherdom dates back to the 10th century. Often interrupted by conflicts, because nothing pursued its course consistently in the Middle Ages, it was each time more firmly and vigorously renewed, until it helped royalty to its final victory over the nobility, and royalty, by way of thanks, subjugated and plundered its ally 40. The basic conception that the absolute monarchy represented a form of relative state autonomy, balanced on the countervailing pressures of contending classes, already appeared in the German ideology. There it comes up first as codicil to one of the earliest statements of Marx's characteristic theory of the state, that the state is the form of organization which the bourgeois necessarily adopt both for internal and external purposes, for the mutual guarantee of their property and interests. The independence of the state is only found nowadays in those countries where the estates have not yet completely developed into classes, where the estates, done away with in more advanced countries, still have a part to play, and where there exists a mixture, countries, that is to say, in which no one section of the population can achieve dominance over the others. This is the case particularly in Germany. 41. Germany's retarded social development is linked with the fact that none of the social spheres, estates turning into classes, had been capable of asserting exclusive domination. The necessary consequence was that during the epoch of absolute monarchy, which was seen here Germany in its most stunted and semi-patriarchal form, the particular social sphere which, owing to the division of labor, was responsible for the administration of public interests, acquired an abnormal independence, which was pushed even further in the modern bureaucracy. Thus the state constituted itself as an apparently independent power, and this position, which in other countries was only transitory, a transitional stage, it has maintained in Germany to the present day. There were certain consequences in the ideological superstructure. It is this position of the state which explains both the honest character of the government officialdom, which is found nowhere else, and all the illusions about the state which are current in Germany, as well as the apparent independence of German theoreticians in relation to the burghers, the apparent contradiction between the form in which these theoreticians express the interests of the burghers and those interests themselves. Point 42. The equilibrium thesis was put forward directly by Engels in 1847. The Prussian king, representing the central power of the state, and supported by the numerous class of government officers, civil and military, besides having the army at his disposal, was enabled to keep down the middle classes by the nobility, and the nobility by the middle classes, by flattering now the interests of the one, and then those of the other, and balancing, as much as possible, the influence of both. This stage of absolute monarchy has been gone through by almost all the civilized countries of Europe, and in those most advanced it has now given place to the government of the middle classes. Point 43. And then this stage was mentioned in the Communist Manifesto as one of the steps in the development of the bourgeoisie, when it was serving either the semi-feudal or the absolute monarchy as a counterpoise against the nobility, and, in fact, cornerstone of the great monarchies in general. 44. Soon afterward, the equilibrium thesis was applied by Engels to countervailing social forces other than classes, namely, to the disparate national groups in the Austrian Empire of the Habsburgs, in combination with a class equilibrium. To begin with, the Habsburgs supported the city burghers against the nobility and the towns against the princes as the sole condition on which a great monarchy was at all possible. 45. But the developing bourgeoisie began to threaten the dominance of the nobility, and growing peasant opposition aroused old national struggles. In this state of affairs Metternich brought off his masterpiece. With the exception of the most powerful feudal barons, he deprived the rest of the nobility of all influence over the conduct of the state. He deprived the bourgeoisie of its strength by winning over the most powerful finance barons. Indeed, he had to do this, under compulsion of the financial situation. Thus, supported by the high feudal nobility and high finance as well as the bureaucracy and the army, he attained the ideal of absolute monarchy more completely than any of his rivals. The burghers and peasants of every nationality he kept in hand through the nobles of the same nationality, and the peasants of all the other nationalities, the nobles of every nationality, through their fear of the burghers and peasants of their own nationality. The various class interests, narrow-minded nationalist tendencies, and local prejudices, complicated as they were mutually held in check to the fullest, and allowed the old scoundrel Metternich the greatest freedom of movement. Point 47. 5. Absolute monarchy, the down phase. There was a common pattern to the absolute monarchies, including the Austrian, at first, a push behind the rising bourgeoisie, in order to keep the nobility in line, then a bridling of the new class, to prevent it from taking the bit in its teeth. Thus the era of absolute monarchy had its ascending line, when as a product of bourgeois development 48 the royal power played a progressive role, and then it started downward on the path of decline, when it stood in the way of further progress. In the first period, the bourgeoisie was not moved above the nobility but merely alongside, as recipients of the state's favors. Here in Kautsky's article, wrote Engels, there is missing a lucid exposition of how the absolute monarchy came into existence as a naturally evolved compromise between nobility and bourgeoisie, and how it therefore had to protect certain interests of both sides and distribute favors to them. In this process the nobility politically put in retirement got as its share the plundering of the peasantry and of the state treasury and indirect political influence through the court, the army, the church, and the higher administrative authorities, while the bourgeoisie received protection through tariffs, monopolies, and a relatively orderly administration of public affairs and justice. Point 49. In the later period, the Crown was still trying to keep the bourgeois forces locked into this pattern in spite of their increasing economic power. But this was no longer possible on the basis of the old division of the plunder. The Crown therefore had to shift the direction of its thrust in order to try to maintain the old equilibrium, that is, in order to maintain the status quo, it had to alter the status quo. At this point the absolute monarchy turned against the current of economic development. Now, as a rule such a turn means that the ongoing system is no longer historically viable and must eventually succumb. For the absolute monarchy too, there was a period when the Crown played the burghers against the nobility, in order to keep one estate in check by means of the other, but from the moment when the bourgeoisie, still politically powerless, began to grow dangerous owing to its increasing economic power, the Crown resumed its alliance with the nobility, and by so doing called forth the bourgeois revolution. 51. The pattern of decline was discussed by Marx a little more fully in an 1847 article. The target of this article was the feudal socialist tendency in Germany whose anti-capitalism led it to support the absolutist regime against the bourgeoisie. Marx was therefore intent on emphasizing the reactionary role to which the absolute monarchy had descended. The bourgeoisie, he explained, originally helped the monarchy to victory against the great feudal lords, and later exploited the financial needs of the Crown to make it dependent on high finance. 52 Now the absolute monarchy was trying to check further progress. Having arisen out of the defeat of the feudal orders and itself taken the most active part in their destruction, it now tries to maintain at least the semblance of feudal distinctions. Formerly encouraging commerce and industry and simultaneously the rise of the bourgeois class as necessary conditions of both national power and its own resplendence, the absolute monarchy now stands in the way of commerce and industry, which have become more and more dangerous weapons in the hands of an already powerful bourgeoisie. 53. True, a process of bourgeoisification takes place inexorably, but the absolute monarchy sets its face against this development, it tries to hold back the clock. But in Prussia, as previously in England and France, the absolute monarchy does not let itself be bourgeoisified amicably. It does not abdicate amicably. Besides their personal prejudices, the princes have their hands tied by a whole civil, military, and clerical bureaucracy components of the absolute monarchy which by no means want to change their status as rulers for one as servants with respect to the bourgeoisie. For another thing, the feudal orders hold back, for them it is a question of to be or not to be, that is, property or expropriation. It is clear that the absolute monarchy, in spite of all the servile genuflections of the bourgeoisie, perceives its real interests to lie on the side of these feudal orders. 54. Thus, when push comes to shove, the absolutist state perceives its real interests to lie on the same side as the decaying aristocracy. It is plainly not acting in this respect as the managing committee of the old aristocracy, now far gone in marasmus and political impotence. It is acting in its own real interests, including the interests of its components, the various sectors of the ruling state bureaucracy, which has the social power to tie the hands of the head of state. 6. From absolutism to Bonapartism. Given this analysis of the play of class forces producing the absolute monarchy in both its up and down phase, there is a plain relationship between this state form and the state form of Bonapartism. Both are autonomized states resting on an equilibrium of contending classes, but the classes in question are different. In the first case, the basic condition of the old absolute monarchy was an equilibrium between the landed aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, while the basic condition of modern Bonapartism is an equilibrium between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. 55. In the class struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie, wrote Engels in a letter, the Bonapartist monarchy played a part similar to that of the old absolute monarchy in the struggle between feudalism and bourgeoisie. 57. The Bonapartist monarchy here is the Prussian, under Bismarck. In Prussia the relationship between absolute monarchy and Bonapartism had a special feature, for the general social backwardness of German conditions caused one to merge into the other. The basic precondition for the Prussian monarchy, which had been slowly rotting since 1840, was the struggle between nobility and bourgeoisie, in which the monarchy held the balance. When the nobility no longer needed protection against the onrush of the bourgeoisie and it became necessary to protect all the propertied classes against the onrush of the working class, the old absolute monarchy had to go over completely to the form of state expressly devised for this purpose, the Bonapartist monarchy. 58. Evidently the nobility no longer needed protection against the bourgeoisie after the ignominious collapse of bourgeois radicalism in 1848–1849. At the same time an impetus was given to the bourgeoisification of the bureaucracy itself as well as of the rural nobility. 59. Catching up with itself, Prussia ran the two state forms together, in the Bismarckian monarchy, the result being a pseudo-constitutionalism which is at once the present-day form of the dissolution of the old absolute monarchy and the form of existence of the Bonapartist monarchy. 60. If the absolutist monarchy could telescope into the Bismarckian, Bonapartist, state without any break in continuity, it was because of the continuity of the common feature, the autonomization of the state. What changed was the equilibrium pattern of the contending classes on which the state rested. The social formation that assured the continuity of the state through the changeover in class basis must have been, then, the one that Marx pointed to as a decisive component of the autonomized state, the bureaucracy. To this question we now turn, last but not least. 20. State bureaucracy and class. There has already been frequent occasion to refer to the role of the state officialdom or bureaucracy. Naturally, for the development of a special social stratum of state officials is already involved in the basic conception of Marx's theory of the origin of the state, as we saw in Chapter 11. This is one of the distinctive features of Marx's political theory. The bureaucracy is not a mere accretion or an adventitious element in society, not simply an unfortunate tumor on the otherwise sound body of the state, but rather inherent in and inseparable from the very existence of a state. Therefore no political theory makes the officialdom, as an institution, more central to state theory as well as practice. Within Marx's framework, the state cannot be defined without thereby defining the bureaucracy. Terms like managing committee or special agencies are collective nouns for the people who man them. The integral connection is most evident in Engels' summary. Society gives rise to certain common functions which it cannot dispense with. The persons appointed for this purpose form a new branch of the division of labor within society. This gives them particular interests, distinct too from the interests of those who empowered them. They make themselves independent of the latter and the state is in being. 1. Thus, the characteristic detachedness of the officialdom's relationship to the mass of the people, the gulf between this special body and the people it rules, this already exists in the Marxist conception of the state as a power seemingly standing above society, and increasingly alienating itself from it too. In any case, who says state says bureaucracy. In popular parlance and some academic systems, bureaucracy may be reduced to a conjunctural relationship, perhaps a set of bad habits, for example, arrogance, insensitivity, slothful organization, or bad governmental practices, overstaffing, red tape, swollen paperwork, or bad intragovernmental relations, hierarchy. These are indubitably bureaucratic diseases or disease symptoms to be combated, but they do not define the diseased organism, they are consequences. This secondary meaning may be best represented by the term bureaucratism, to distinguish it from bureaucracy as a social formation. In our present context, then, bureaucracy is used to denote a social stratum of officialdom which is an instrument of rule from above in society, institutionally detached from the mass it is organized to manage. Its internal hierarchy, with lines of command from the top down, is a reflection of its basic class function. 1. The view from 1843. When Marx discussed bureaucracy so extensively in his notebook Critique of Hegel in 1843, the term was still quite rare in serious political writing. It had not been used by Hegel himself for his class of officials, it was Marx who introduced it into the analysis. What did it mean in 1843? Firstly, from its beginnings in French and German the term was strongly pejorative as it still usually is today, especially outside academic circles influenced by Max Weber. It was possible for Marx to put it to use because his viewpoint was pointed against bureaucracy. Secondly, the term had already bifurcated into its two areas of meaning, a ruling social formation of some kind, or merely a set of practices or attitudes. The former had characterized the term's first recorded appearance in a German book, by C. J. Krauss, 1808, where the bureaukratie denoted a stratum which blatantly rules Prussia in place of the aristocracy. It had earlier been used in the German periodical press in connection with the French revolutionary developments after 1789.8. The Brockhaus Encyclopedia of 1819 had recognized it, and in the 1820s it became better known through use by the prominent publicist J. J. Gors, whose writings, familiar to the young Marx and Engels, are said to have naturalized the term in German. 10. But in France, where the term had originated and which still provided the impetus for its international diffusion, Balzac's novels had popularized it in the 1830s in its reduced, secondary meaning of bureaucratism. This is clear from the little essay on bureaucracy toward the beginning of his Les Employés, the main source. 3 months later John Stuart Mill published an article on France using the term, probably its first appearance in an English magazine, with exactly the same limited meaning. 11. A similarly limited meaning was also dominant in German academia up to a short time ago, according to a contemporary authority writing in 1846. When Marx first discussed bureaucracy in his Hegel critique of 1843, then, there was a choice. But in Marx's critique, bureaucracy definitely denotes a ruling bureaucracy as a basic social formation. The present chapter will begin the discussion of how Marx regarded the role of the state bureaucracy in the context of class society. There is a present-day tendency, unfortunately, to concentrate this subject under the narrow issue: is the bureaucracy a class? While taking account of this current approach, it must be emphasized that the question did not exist in this form for Marx's milieu or for Marx himself, and we shall see that this formulation of the question violates some fundamentals of Marx's method. If the question is the bureaucracy a class? Were asked in the society in which Marx came to political consciousness, it would have been as frivolous as asking whether Prussia was a monarchy. In the Prussian absolutist regime, in which the bourgeoisie was only commencing to aspire to participation in political life, the classes usually meant the stand, the estates of the realm. These were the official classes of society, social formations recognized as having a formal juridical relationship to the state even though rooted in civil society, represented as such in the Rhenish Diet, for example, as we saw in Chapter 1.14. It was a Hegelian tenet, previously discussed 15, that not only was the bureaucracy a class, it was the universal class, allgemeine Stand, the one that represented the interests of society as a communal whole as against particularistic interests. Even when Marx set out to refute Hegel's view in his first theoretical exploration of state concepts, in 1843, it did not even occur to him to question the plain fact that the bureaucracy was a class. He sought only to prove that it was a particularist class like all the others, that it did not deserve the universal class badge which Hegel pinned on it in order to raise it above the ruck of the other social classes. This view had incubated while he was still a Reinigungszeitung left Democrat. After all, the Cologne paper was not simply a business enterprise, it was the mouthpiece of an embattled political tendency, whose direct enemy was precisely the existing state bureaucracy. Writing for it, and then taking over its editorship, meant a day-to-day collision with the agencies of that bureaucracy. In the foreground, as the enemy, was not merely the monarchy in the abstract but the Beamton state, functionary state. The power of the bureaucracy had to be clipped. Marx wrote. 16 The state arrogantly demands that the people put unlimited trust in the officialdom while the state itself holds unlimited distrust of all non-officials. This is the basic defect of all our institutions. 17. His article on the wood theft law anticipated his critique of Hegel. The Diet debases the state officialdom into material instruments of private interest. 18 His article on the Moselle peasants emphasized the narrow-mindedness of the bureaucratic mentality. The government official is guilty of demeaning the state, that is, communal interests, into his private affair, and of regarding the domain of governmental authority as the one and only official reality. 19 In another passage this article pushed the insight a little further. The obtuseness of the bureaucratic mind is no personal or adventitious characteristic but inherent in the bureaucratic essence of the government administrative machine, which is not able, Marx's emphasis, to see that the trouble lies within itself, not only in the sphere of nature and the private citizen. He continued. With the best will in the world, the keenest humanitarianism and the strongest intelligence, the administrative authorities are unable to do more than resolve temporary and transitory conflicts, and are unable to resolve a continual conflict between reality and administrative precepts, for neither is this a task covered by their position, nor is the best will in the world capable of breaking out of an essential relationship or fatality, if you will. This essential relationship is the bureaucratic relationship, inside the administrative body as well as in its connection with the body administered. Point 20. The last sentence drew a necessary distinction between bureaucratism as a characteristic of the internal life of the administration itself, hierarchy, and so on, and bureaucracy as a characteristic of the government's relationship to society at large. For it was the second that defined the bureaucracy as a social stratum. Then Marx's 1843 notebook on Hegel's state theory spelled out a hard position demoting Hegel's universal class to just another class with selfish, particular, class interests, which were falsely identified with those of the state, society. The bureaucracy holds the essence of the state, in its possession, it is its private property that is, for the bureaucracy state power plays the same role, in terms of the material basis of its ascendancy, posts, career, and so on, as private property does for the property-owning classes. Point 21. Class in the medieval sense stand, writes Marx, remained only within the bureaucracy itself, where the civil status and political status are directly identical. 22. That is, the fusion of economic and political position which characterized society as a whole in the Middle Ages. 23. Holds true today only for the bureaucracy. Only for the bureaucracy is its economic position directly based on its political. Furthermore, the bureaucracy generates typical bureaucratic symptoms. Thus the state exists as various bureau mentalities connected by relations of subordination and passive obedience. The chief abuse becomes hierarchy. Nor is this bureaucracy a mere institutional abstraction, it is certain people. The affairs and operations of the state are bound up with individuals, the state operates only through individuals. Hegel forgets that the state affairs and operations are human functions, incarnated in human beings called bureaucrats, officials, functionaries, and so on. 24. Because Hegel made the state an abstract category. This is Marx's first reminder that, while customary language spoke in shorthand of the state, or the monarchy or the crown, doing thus and so, it was not merely one royal individual that was in question, but the whole class, stand, which corporately governed under the aegis of the crown holder. To the absolutist bureaucracy before 1848. When Marx wrote down the first clear exposition of a Marxist view of social development in the German ideology, he did not suddenly suffer amnesia about something previously accepted as part of the ABC of politics. In this work Marx is no less aware than before of the role of the bureaucracy, but now he also points to the difference in the socio-political role of the state bureaucracy before and after the bourgeoisie acquires dominance in the state. Let us first examine the exposition in Marx and Engels of the before role of the bureaucracy, its role in the epoch of absolute monarchy before the bourgeois assumption of political power. In the German ideology, to illustrate the epoch-making thesis there first formulated that the ideas of the ruling class are in every epoch the ruling ideas. The immediate example given by Marx is not a period with a ruling class. He starts with the harder case. For example, in a period and in a country in which royal power, aristocracy, and bourgeoisie are contending for political rule, and where the rule is therefore shared, the separation of powers doctrine manifests itself as the ruling idea and is now expressed as an eternal law. 25. This, then, is a three-sided contest, still unresolved. There is not a ruling class, but a pattern of shared rule. In this type of situation, in which the pre-bourgeois state system has not yet been decisively replaced by social class divisions, in which no one section of the population can achieve dominance over the others, one still finds the independence of the state Germany being given as the case in point as distinct from the more advanced countries, France, England, and America, where the modern state has become subordinated to bourgeois private property. This independence of the state clearly refers to its relative autonomy from control by any of the contending classes, not the basic independence of any state from society as such. Point 26. Later in the same work, this autonomy is concretized as the abnormal independence of the bureaucracy under the royal power, not simply of the state. For there was no question but that operationally the state manifested itself as the state bureaucracy. Point 27. As the manuscript of the German ideology was being finished, Engels wrote an article in which he carried this line of thought further. His subject was the persistence of the absolute monarchy in Germany, the current form of which he viewed as a new system, which has been peculiar to Germany. His explanation was in terms of a class equilibrium which would later apply much more widely. Degree the aristocracy was willing to govern, but too weak. The middle classes were neither willing to govern nor strong enough. Both, however, were strong enough to induce the government to some concessions. The form of government, therefore, was a sort of mongrel monarchy. A constitution, in some German states, gave an appearance of guarantee to the aristocracy and the middle classes. For the remainder there was everywhere a bureaucratic government, that is, a monarchy which pretends to take care of the interests of the middle class by a good administration, which administration is, however, directed by the aristocrats. The consequence is, the formation of a separate class of administrative government officers, in whose hands the chief power is concentrated, and which stands in opposition against all other classes. Point 28. This article illustrates the prevalent view of the absolutist bureaucracy as a class-like formation. However, the relation of class forces is not yet clear in this 1846 article. The separate class of administrators in this bureaucratic government holds the chief power as against all other classes, yet the government is directed by the aristocrats. Into the bargain, the next sentence is, it is the barbarian form of middle-class rule, meaning a form preparatory to bourgeois rule, as barbarism is preparatory to civilization. At this point Engels had just begun his intellectual association with Marx. The following year he wrote more clearly of the balancing of classes, nobility versus bourgeoisie, by the king, representing the central power of the state, and supported by the numerous class of government officers, civil and military. 29. It was also in 1847, as we saw in the previous chapter, that Marx presented the same bureaucracy in quite as autonomous a light, without actually using the class label. The absolute monarchy, which did not act as the instrument of the feudal aristocracy, was still farther from acting as if it had become a bourgeois state. On the contrary, from previously encouraging the development of commerce and industry, it now stood in the way, positively resisting bourgeoisification. Why? Besides their personal prejudices, the princes have their hands tied by a whole civil, military, and clerical bureaucracy, components of the absolute monarchy, which by no means want to change their status as rulers for one as servants with respect to the bourgeoisie. The attitude of the feudal orders is given as an additional reason. The royal power now sees its interests as allied with the feudality, not with the bourgeoisie. Point 30. Clearly this state power involves so autonomous a social formation at its heart that the class label becomes a mere matter of terminology. Outside the triangle of contending forces there is a new class growing up, the proletariat. It confronts alternatives. It asks whether it is the present political state of affairs, the rule of the bureaucracy, or the one which the liberals strive for, the rule of the bourgeoisie, that will offer it more means to attain its own ends. 31. This rule of the bureaucracy referred concretely to the Prussia of 1847, still cramped and clogged by absolutism. More summarily, Marx indicated the same line of thought for absolutist France, in retrospect. In his 18th Brumaire he explained that the enormous over-bureaucratization of the French state, embracing wide strata, with a host of officials numbering 500,000, had arisen under the old absolute monarchy, but had continued on through and after the bourgeois revolution. The privileges of the former ruling class, the landowning nobility, had been transmuted by absolutism into the bureaucratic power of the new rulers. The seigneurial privileges of the landowners and towns became transformed into so many attributes of the state power, the feudal dignitaries into paid officials, and the motley pattern of conflicting medieval plenary powers into the regulated plan of a state authority whose work is divided and centralized as in a factory. 32. This description of the transference of political power from the feudal lords to the state bureaucracy was somewhat revised by Marx in 1871 for his work on the Paris Commune. Objectively, this autonomized state incubated the bourgeois economy and thereby a new class rule, but the state itself did not become the instrument of any ruling class of civil society except as it was eventually mastered by either the old feudals or the new bourgeois. Under the absolute monarchy, during the First Revolution, under Napoleon, bureaucracy was only the means of preparing the class rule of the bourgeoisie. Under the Restoration, under Louis Philippe, under the Parliamentary Republic of 1848, it was the instrument of the ruling class, however much it strove for power of its own. 35. This makes the interesting statement that until 1814 to 1815 the autonomized state, under various leaderships, could not be considered the instrument of the ruling class, either of the former ruling class, the feudal aristocracy, or of the upcoming ruling class, the bourgeoisie. 3. The test case of Friedrich Wilhelm IV. Marx spelled the point out even more bluntly in connection with the problem posed by the reign of the current Prussian king, Friedrich Wilhelm IV. We have already touched on this king's inclination to turn the clock back in social conditions. 36. As Marx explained in 1843, the king who burbled about a great past full of priests, knights, and bondsmen, a feudal past to which he dreamed of returning, found that even the crown could not transfer power back to the old feudality, for the servants of the old despotism soon put an end to these un-German activities. These servants were the bureaucracy, whom the crown could not control, so Marx argues. For while the young king had illusions about the omnipotence of the royal power, thinking it was his state, the actual outcome was a return to the servant's state, Dienersstaat. 37. Here was a test of strength, a test of the realities of state power, and Marx insists it was the bureaucracy that wielded the power of decision, not the crown. In 1850 Engels, in his series on revolution and counter-revolution in Germany, which, remember, was reviewed by Marx and published as his own work, gave an account of the same interesting class struggle. After describing the pre-1848 Prussian regime as a half-feudal, half-bureaucratic monarchism, he writes that Friedrich Wilhelm IV was known to be no supporter of the predominantly bureaucratic and military monarchy of his father, Friedrich Wilhelm III. Rather, he hated and despised the bureaucratic element of the Prussian monarchy, but only because all his sympathies were with the feudal element. He aimed at the restoration, as complete as possible, of the predominant social position of the nobility. And this aspiration was combined with the concept of a class equilibrium. The king's ideal was to rule over a complete hierarchy of social ranks or castes fixed rigidly by birth and social position, the whole of these castes or estates of the realm balancing each other, at the same time, so nicely in power and influence, that a complete independence of action should remain to the king. 39. Finally, in 1859 Marx presented this test case in even greater detail, for there was now more evidence to go on. The king with the brainless head wished to return to medieval relations, with an independent aristocracy while at the same time retaining an omnipotent bureaucratic administration. 40 up to 1848 he was unable to satisfy the class aspirations of the Junkers, despite his preachment of the necessity of engrafting the poetical rule of aristocracy upon the Prussian prosaic rule by the schoolmaster, the drill sergeant, the policeman, the tax-gatherer, and the learned mandarin, that is, rule by the bureaucracy. And so the Junker aristocracy were forced to accept the king's secret sympathies in lieu of real concessions. The weak bourgeoisie was still unable to move. And finally, the romantic king himself was, after all, like all his predecessors, but the visible hand of a commonplace bureaucratic government which he tried in vain to embellish with the fine sentiments of bygone ages. 41. The absolute monarch was typically only the visible agency of the bureaucracy, which was the real ruler. This remained, during the 1848 to 1849 revolution, the viewpoint from which Marx and Engels wrote voluminously in the Neue Reinigungszeitung. Perhaps its most general expression came in Marx's speech at his Cologne trial in February 1849. All through this period, as before and after, the crown and similar shorthand labels were freely used in writing in the usual way, but in this political lecture to the jury Marx differentiated the relationships. The crown is viewed alongside the bureaucracy in specifying the political expression of the regime. 42 End. The political expression corresponding to the old society was the crown by the grace of God, the domineering bureaucracy, the autonomous army. The social foundation corresponding to this old political power was the privileged aristocratic landed property. The old political power heaven-anointed crown, domineering bureaucracy, autonomous army saw that its actual material foundation would disappear from under its feet as soon as there was any infringement on the foundation of the old society, the privileged aristocratic landed property, the aristocracy itself. On the other hand, that old society saw that political power would be torn out of its hands as soon as the crown, the bureaucracy, and the army lost their feudal privileges. 43. So the bureaucracy, which term properly covers the military bureaucracy too, joined with the aristocracy in impelling the crown to counter-revolution. In any case, it is made repetitively clear that the label crown does not denote the rule of one man. The rule of the crown by the grace of God is precisely the rule of the antiquated social elements. 44. Then, after 1849, Junkerdom utilized the victorious counter-revolution to implement the king's medievalizing dreams for a few years, 1850 to 1857, turning the clock back to pre-1807 conditions. Marx's summary of this short-lived restoration shows he saw it in terms of a power struggle in which the state bureaucracy was temporarily subordinated to the old feudal class. Degree there was an end of coy, romantic aspirations, but in their place there sprang up a Prussian House of Lords. Mortmain was restored, the private jurisdiction of the manor flourished more than ever, exemption from taxation became again a sign of nobility, the policemen and the government men had to stoop to the noblemen, all places of power were surrendered to the scions of the landed aristocracy and gentry, the enlightened bureaucrats of the old school were swept away, to be supplanted by the servile sycophants of rent rolls and landlords, and all the liberties won by the revolution: liberty of the press, liberty of meeting, liberty of speech, constitutional representation. All these liberties were not broken up, but maintained as the privileges of the aristocratic class. 45. This describes a more thorough purging and recasting of the bureaucratic state by the restored aristocracy than was effected by the bourgeoisie during its temporary ascendancy in 1848. Marx sums it up this way: the police and administrative machinery were not destroyed, but converted into the mere tools of the ruling class. That is, of the ruling class in civil society, the landed aristocracy. The bureaucratic monarchic state, then, had not been the tool of this ruling class. Marx's article continues with an explanation of how the bustling bourgeois economy grew and spread, until even the aristocrat became converted into a profit-loving, money-mongering stock jobber, and price rises brought about the general fall of the fixed incomes of the bourgeoisie's bureaucratic rulers. In short, the struggle for dominance between the old feudal class and the bureaucratic rulers was finally superseded by the common bourgeoisification of the contending classes. For the bureaucracy in bourgeois society, it is this basic process of social bourgeoisification which, in Marx's view, changes the autonomous role played by the state bureaucracy. The new bourgeois society had to subordinate the state bureaucracy to itself, to the new ruling class of civil society. It had to break the tradition of autonomy established by the special conditions of absolutism. The bourgeoisification of the bureaucrats was a means toward the political subordination of the bureaucracy. The change can be summarized as follows: in the highly autonomized state of the absolute monarchy, the bureaucracy had been in position to act as a class element in terms of the specific structure of that society. But insofar as the bourgeoisie gained more and more social and political power in its own name, thereby taking over direct command of the state, the bureaucracy was reduced more and more to the status of a social stratum acting merely as the agent of the ruling class. This is the status it tends to be restricted to, as a rule, wherever the ruling class of a given society is still robust enough to exercise unchallenged socio-economic and political sway. In this sense, it is its normal status. In the United States, which had started on a more or less bourgeois basis without evolving through feudalism, Marx noted that the state, in contradistinction from all earlier national formations, was subordinated from the first to bourgeois society and bourgeois production, and could never make the claim of being an end in itself. 46. For Marx, this new relationship under bourgeois conditions, in the modern state, first came to the fore in the German ideology, as we saw in Chapter 8. There Marx's exposition of the class nature of the state was already applied to a social order taken, by anticipation, as already bourgeois in essentials, even though the retarded actuality in Germany was fully recognized in other sections of the same book. The thesis about the change in the role of the bureaucracy was set down by Marx in so many words in his 1849 speech to the Cologne jury, in the midst of the passage already cited. The crown had been linked with the old feudal bureaucratic society and represented the feudal aristocratic society as against modern bourgeois society. It inheres in the conditions of existence of the latter modern bourgeois society that bureaucracy and army, instead of being masters of commerce and industry, be reduced to their tools, and be made into mere organs of bourgeois business relations. Verkehr. It cannot be tolerated that agriculture be restricted by feudal privileges or industry by bureaucratic tutelage. It must subordinate the treasury administration to the needs of production, while the old state had to subordinate production to the needs of the crown by the grace of God and to shoring up the pillars of royalty, the social props of this crown. In modern society there are still classes but no longer estates. 47. We have seen that the thesis was repeated, in passing, in Marx's 18th Brumaire. Until 1814 to 1815 the bureaucracy was historically a means of preparing bourgeois class rule, but with the bourgeois monarchy born in July 1830, and still more with the Second Republic in 1848, the bureaucracy became the instrument of the ruling class. 48. To be sure, this downgraded bureaucracy still strove for power of its own, adds Marx in the same work. This reminder is necessary, since the bureaucrats' strivings by no means disappear from history. Caliban continues to mutter, "I must obey, his art is of such power," but adds, "and yet I needs must curse, sometime am I / all wound with adders, who with cloven tongues / do hiss me into madness." The servant monster cries throughout the subsequent history of the bourgeoisie, "A plague upon the tyrant that I serve," while he dreams of riches and a return to power. Caliban drunk seeks a new master, and in the next tempest, the Caliban state did find a new god to worship in the form of Louis Bonaparte. With this new master, the state machine took off at a zigzag angle away from that straight course which history rarely follows. The bureaucracy was conjuncturally able to tear itself free again, only under the second Bonaparte, wrote Marx, does the state seem to have made itself completely independent. 49. With this contrast Marx asserted that under the regime of Louis Bonaparte the state was more autonomous than ever before, more so even than under the absolute monarchy. It was not dominated by any ruling class of civil society. But even in this case the state power is not suspended in mid-air, Marx cautions in the next paragraph. This power rests on the support of the peasantry, the support or toleration of sectors of the bourgeoisie, and above all, on the precarious equilibrium of the bourgeois-proletarian antagonism, the frozen class struggle. This highly autonomized state is not the instrument of any one of the propertied classes contending for political power, but it is still the resultant of class society taken as a whole in its current constellation of countervailing powers. We thus get behind the formula version of Marx's theory, to find that even in this abnormal situation the class conception of the state is as central as ever. Furthermore, the Bonapartist state power is not suspended in mid-air in terms of its own social orientation, it does not set itself against the ruling socio-economic powers of civil society, on the contrary, it strives to be accepted by the latter, to be accepted as the managing committee of class society taken as a whole. And one of the decisive issues of the period will be whether it can impose itself in this capacity on the reluctant bourgeoisie. It should then be clear that, In terms of Marx's historical method, the abstract question: is the bureaucracy a class? Is little better than how high is up? An answer can be considered only in terms of a specific social order at a given historical stage. If Marx had no trouble explaining that the state bureaucracy of Friedrich Wilhelm III functioned as a class in the framework of the estates structure of the Prussian absolute monarchy, he also had no doubt that the triumph of the bourgeoisie normally produced social relations in which the state bureaucracy was demoted to a status too amorphous and ancillary to claim a class role. This same conclusion about the role of the bureaucracy under capitalism was approached from the economic side in Marx's manuscripts for the fourth volume of Capital. Here Marx is concerned with the state officialdom as one of those social strata that consist of people who do unproductive labor but are nevertheless useful to the ruling class in some way. These strata are collectively labeled the ideological, etc. classes in one of the passages to be cited, and the ideological stand in another. The question under discussion in this context is the revenue devoted by the bourgeoisie to maintaining these strata, hence the bourgeoisie's original objection to the expense of maintaining them, and its subsequent reconciliation to this expense. Political economy in its classical period, just like the bourgeoisie itself in its parvenu period, took a severe and critical attitude toward the state machinery, etc. Later it saw, and as was also shown in practice learned by experience, that it was out of its own organization that the necessity arose for the inherited societal combination of all these classes, which were in part quite unproductive. 52. With this realization, the bourgeoisie became willing to justify even the exaggerated demands of its defenders, and the dependence of the ideological, etc. classes on the capitalists was in fact proclaimed. 53. Marx then quotes a notable passage from Adam Smith lumping the whole state officialdom among the unproductive laborers along with the men of the church and the intellectual professions, as well as players, buffoons, and so on. He explains, "This is the language of the still revolutionary bourgeoisie, which has not yet subjected the whole of society, state, etc. to itself. These illustrious and time-honored occupations, sovereign, judges, officers, priests, etc., the aggregate of all the old ideological strata stand arising out of them, their men of learning, teachers, and priests are economically speaking put on a par with the swarm of their own lackeys and jesters. They are mere degree servants, degree of the degree public degree, just as the others are their degree servants. Degree, state, church, etc. are justified only insofar as they are committees for the management or administration of the common interests of the productive bourgeoisie. But as soon as the bourgeoisie has conquered the terrain, in part itself taking over the state and in part making a compromise with its former possessors, as soon as it has acknowledged the ideological strata stand to be flesh of its flesh, and has everywhere transformed them into its functionaries in accordance with its own nature, as soon as the intellectual tasks themselves are more and more carried out in its service, entering into the service of capitalist production, then, taking a new tack, the bourgeoisie seeks to justify economically from its own standpoint what it previously had critically opposed. 54. Even where, in other cases, Marx emphasizes the autonomous importance of the bureaucratic apparatus, he does not forget that, under bourgeois relationships, its power after all is limited to a subordinate sphere. We saw such a case in Marx's apparently sweeping identification of the permanent and irresponsible bureaucracy of creatures of the desk and obstinate old clerks staffing India House as the real home government of British India. But before the end of this tirade against bureaucratism, it is made clear that the power of the state is wielded by the British oligarchy and moneyocracy, and it is under their aegis that a subordinate bureaucracy paralyze its India's administration and perpetuate its abuses as the vital condition of their own perpetuation. 55. The abject bureaucratic oddfellows reigned over the administration, but did not rule. The same view is implicit in a sketch of the British bureaucracy in India itself, written a few years later. 56. 5. The question of class provenance. The autonomized hierarchy is not suspended in mid-air in another respect, with regard to its class composition. This important question of the class provenance of the bureaucracy was first discussed at some length in an important manuscript, of an unfinished educational pamphlet, by Engels in 1847. Let us follow its line of thought. German backwardness is shown by the dominance of agriculture. On the land, dominance is held by the aristocracy. Below the aristocracy and dependent on it is the petty bourgeoisie, small property owners, artisans, and so on. The poorly developed bourgeoisie still counts officially only alongside the petty bourgeoisie. What political structure results? The present constitution of Germany is nothing more than a compromise between the aristocrats and the petty bourgeois, which is tantamount to turning over governmental administration to the hands of a third class, the bureaucracy. The two high contracting parties share in the makeup of this class in accordance with their mutual position. The aristocrats, who represent the more important branch of production, reserve for themselves the higher positions. The petty bourgeoisie is content with the lower ones and gets only exceptional candidates into the higher echelons of administration. Where the bureaucracy is subjected to a direct control, as in the constitutional states of Germany, the aristocrats and petty bourgeois share in it in the same way, and it is easy to understand that here too the aristocracy reserves the lion's share for itself. 57. Engels then asks, now, how does the German bourgeoisie stand in relation to the two classes that share in the political rule? 58. It would seem that the aristocracy and the petty bourgeoisie share in the political rule in proportion to their contribution to the formation of the bureaucracy, which however functions as a third class, the one that runs the government. Is this bureaucratic class merely derived from the two classes dominant in civil society, or is it more basically conditioned by its derivation? How autonomous is this peculiar class with respect to the other two? Engels' pamphlet is concerned with quite other problems, not these, but his picture of Germany clearly expresses the conception that no single class has managed to achieve ruling status as yet. The wretchedness of the German status quo consists principally in the fact that no single class has so far been strong enough to put its own sector of production forward as the national one par excellence, and thereby put itself forward as the representative of the interests of the whole nation. This regime represented by the bureaucracy is the political compendium of the general impotence and contemptible meanness, the stuffy tediousness and the filth, of German society. 59. The thrust is, in hindsight, plainly toward the view, more clearly formulated later, of the bureaucratic monarchy. 60 as the result of an equilibrium of class forces, producing a highly autonomized bureaucracy. As Marx did in his article of the same year, Engels proceeds to emphasize strongly that this bureaucratic state power is a fetter on the development of the progressive class, the bourgeoisie, whose decisive section is the manufacturing capitalists. The manufacturers, however, are hampered in the full utilization of their capital not only by inadequate tariffs but also by the bureaucracy. If they are confronted with indifference in the matter of tariff legislation, they are here, in their relationship to the bureaucracy, confronted with the very direct hostility of the government. The bureaucracy has been established to rule petty bourgeois and peasants. The petty bourgeois and peasants therefore cannot do without a powerful and numerous bureaucracy. They must let themselves be kept in tutelage in order to avoid the greatest confusion, in order not to be ruined by hundreds and thousands of lawsuits. But the bureaucracy, which is a necessity for the petty bourgeois, very soon becomes an intolerable fetter on the bourgeois. The officialdom's surveillance and interference become very irksome already in manufacturing. The manufacturing industry is hardly possible under such supervision. Up to now the German manufacturers have kept the bureaucracy off their necks as much as possible by bribery, for which they certainly cannot be blamed. 61. There is more about the bureaucratic hatred of the bourgeoisie. Then comes an important statement about the change in the status of the bureaucracy that would result from bourgeois political victory. The bourgeoisie is therefore compelled to break the power of this arrogant and double-dealing bureaucracy. From the moment that the running of the state and legislation come under the control of the bourgeoisie, the independence of the bureaucracy collapses. Indeed, from that moment the tormentors of the bourgeois turn into their submissive servitors. 62. All this ties in with the main argument of Engels' pamphlet, which was directed against the feudal socialists whose anti-bourgeois fervor pushed them to look with favor on the monarchical regime. In the course of this argument, it is the state bureaucracy that emerges as the main political obstacle to social progress at the given point in history. After the Revolution, Engels had another go at the question of the class provenance of an absolutist bureaucracy and its relation to civil society. The subject is Austria, and perhaps this exposition is clearest because the situation described is starkest. In Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, Engels explains that the Habsburg absolutism balanced the feudal landlords and the large stock-jobbing capitalists against each other while keeping both tied to the state power by class economic interests. Degree thus, Metternich was sure of the support of the two most powerful and influential classes of the empire, and he possessed, besides, an army and a bureaucracy which, for all purposes of absolutism, could not be better constituted. The civil and military officers in the Austrian service form a race of their own, their fathers have been in the service of the Kaiser, and so will their sons be. They belong to none of the multifarious nationalities congregated under the wing of the double-headed eagle. They are, and ever have been, removed from one end of the empire to the other. They have no nationality, or rather they alone make up the really Austrian nation. It is evident what a pliable and at the same time powerful instrument, in the hands of an intelligent and energetic chief, such a civil and military hierarchy must be. 63. Here it is emphasized that the state bureaucracy, however derived originally, has been torn from its roots in civil society, both class roots and national roots, and turned into an order of janissaries beholden only to the state power. It is an extreme form taken by autonomization. If Engels used the conveniently vague race, in the old meaning of any classification of people, 64 for this social formation, we also find resort to the elastic word caste. In an 1858 article, Marx discussed the class position of the Prussian landrate, landowners appointed as crown officials, the highest government representatives in their districts. These landrate combine, therefore, in their persons the quality of the Krautjunker, fox hunter, and the bureaucrat. They do not live on their state salaries. Generally, therefore, their interests are more strictly bound up with the class and party interests of the landed aristocracy than with the caste interests of the bureaucracy. 66. Here the case is farthest away from that of the Austrian janissaries. This Prussian part-time bureaucrat not only has his provenance in the aristocracy, he still lives primarily as an integral part of the class milieu based on land ownership, not state ownership. And by this time, as we have seen, even the central bureaucracy was well on the way to bourgeoisification. This bureaucracy was déclassé, displaced from its class role as a whole. While it was increasingly difficult to think of it as a class, it was still a something. 6. Caste or class. Again we must deal with a terminological aspect, not because it was important to Marx but for the contrary reason. He was so indifferent to the finicky choice between class or caste that he left plenty of room for latter-day Marxology to blow the matter up to huge proportions. As against a modern propensity to consider Marx's terminology, often taken anachronistically, as the key to his conception, we must emphasize it is only his conception that explains his terminology. Another element too often ignored is the usage of the times. Since the late Enlightenment brought a vogue for things Indian, caste including its combinations like caste spirit, caste mentality, and so on had come into wide currency as a swear word directed especially against old regime strata seen as fossilized, such as the old nobility, officer elite, and so on, as well as the bureaucracy. 67. This pop sociological or journalistic usage existed alongside the technical or narrow meaning of caste in Hindu society. As in other cases, both meanings are to be found in Marx. In addition, there is a third aspect to the imported term that is important to understand. The underlying problem is that, while Marx could and did apply his own conception of social class, taken objectively, to any period of history, the drawing of class lines of demarcation through civil society does not at all exclude other lines of demarcation within the same society. Thus at various times Marx considers color lines, other racial or ethnic lines, occupational lines, and so on, as lines of demarcation, and these have a certain relationship to the basic class lines. But history shows another and very important way of drawing lines of demarcation through a given civil society, namely, the way in which a society officially establishes such divisions for itself in various social systems. These divisions have been called estates, stand, etats, orders, for example, equestrian order, castes, and so on. 3 points may usefully be made about this terminological problem. One is distinct from the Marxian category of class. The contemporaneous labels, estates, and so on, typically denoted social divisions whose boundaries were fixed or recognized juridically, established or enforced by political legal means with openly accepted sanctions. Whatever the means or the degree of rigidity, the boundaries thus demarcated were a refraction, but not necessarily a reproduction, of the objective lines of social division that underlay the society's consciousness. They were conditioned by the class divisions, possibly related ethnic divisions, for example, conqueror and conquered, sometimes occupational divisions, and so on. The contemporaneous labels marked a pattern of juridical orders which lay athwart the pattern of social classes. Capitalism finally does away with this duality. Bourgeois society knows only classes, Engels noted when he had to explain in 1885 the meaning of a passage written by Marx in 1847, about estates and classes. He was echoing Marx's words of 1849.68. Bourgeois society as such involves no class-like formations or privileged orders that are juridically established with relation to the production process and the appropriation of the surplus product, exceptions being recognizable as pre-bourgeois survivals. If bourgeois society knows only classes, pre-bourgeois societies knew the duality. The famous roll call of classes at the beginning of the Communist Manifesto is not, in fact, a list of classes only. It loosely mixes classes in the Marxist sense with juridical orders in the contemporaneous sense. For example, patrician and plebeian were recognized orders of Roman society, and the plebeian order incubated more than one class. This same freedom in mixing the two terminologies characterizes the next paragraph too. 2. In Marx's and Engels' writings, social formations that are classes in the Marxist sense are also freely given the other label, the one which is specific or indigenous to the social system in question. The most common case in point involves class and estate, stand, with respect to feudalism. Thus, from the standpoint of Marx's historical analysis, the landed aristocracy was a class under feudalism. It was also a feudal stand or estate, from the standpoint of the contemporaneous social structure. Marx freely calls it one or the other depending on the context, without risk of being misunderstood. It would be quite senseless to ask whether Marx thought the aristocracy was a class or an estate. The relation between class and estate has its complications, but they offer little difficulty. For example, before 1789 the young French bourgeoisie ranked as part of a feudal estate. The third estate, on the other hand, the first estate of the realm, the high clergy, was part of a class in social reality. The estates system was rooted in the objective class structure, but the two patterns of division were not necessarily congruent. Marx, writing for contemporaries who did not need to have this explained, sometimes used one framework, sometimes the other like everyone else. Hence what seemed to be loose usages to us were often merely idioms of the day. 3. Under the absolutist regime the state bureaucracy was seen as one of the estates of the realm. But it was also seen as a social class. This depends not on some supra-historical definition of class, but on the concrete nature of the social system involved. The way in which a given society divides up into classes is specific to its own social relations. Thus, there are warlord elements in many societies, but a warlord becomes a feudal lord or baron only when specific social relationships become dominant. There is no rule of thumb definition which decides whether the chief of an armed band who resides in a stronghold and lives off the surplus labor of unfree producers, etc. is or is not a member of a feudal class. The point can be settled not by a glossary but only by a concrete examination of the overall social relations of the society. Similarly, merchants become a separate class not simply because they buy and sell, but only when buying and selling begins to play a certain role in a given society. Likewise, state bureaucracy always describes a formation of government officials, of course, but an officialdom enters into differing social relations depending on what societal whole it functions in. We have already explained that to ask whether the bureaucracy is a class in some suprahistorical sense, that is, apart from the social relations of a specific system, is quite as pointless as to ask whether the aristocracy was a class or an estate. It should now be possible to understand what is implicit in a passage Marx wrote in 1849. A pro-government writer, expounding a suprahistorical view of classes as fixed for all time, had argued that wherever there was labor and division of labor there were necessarily class differences, for which reason the worker-bourgeois relationship could never be abolished. Marx replied, "In Egypt there was labor and division of labor and castes, in Greece and Rome, labor and division of labor and freemen and slaves, in the Middle Ages, labor and division of labor and feudal lords and serfs, corporations, estates and the like. In our era there is labor and division of labor and classes, one of them being in possession of all the instruments of production and means of livelihood, while the other lives only by selling its labor." 70. Here caste is used coordinately with class and estate. Caste is to ancient Egypt what the estate is to feudalism. It is the juridically demarcated social formation that is specific to the society, one of the contemporaneous social divisions that lie athwart the underlying class division. Marx did not have available any agreed-on generic term to denote this family of social formations, no umbrella term marking what is common to estate, caste, order, and so on. There is still none in common acceptance today. In addition, the word estate is specially ambiguous in English. For example, when Engels wanted to refer to the estates of pre-1848 Prussia for American readers, his solution in one article was to call them social ranks or castes, and these castes or estates of the realm. 71. Does this mean he thought the feudal estates were castes? Not at all. As often, caste was simply a stand-in for something without a tag of its own. Contrariwise, in Anti-Düring Engels referred in passing to the system of social estates, Standesgliederung, in the heroic epoch of ancient Greece. 72. Does this mean he thought there were feudal estates in the Homeric age? Of course not, as Engels' accounts of this society show elsewhere. 73. Standesgliederung should be translated as any ordered arrangement of social ranks, for stand then and today often has this broader generic meaning. Estate and caste, as well as rank, order, and the like, have occasionally functioned as generics pointing to any kind of class-like formation, leaving open the specifics. The kind of exegesis, therefore, that stresses how frequently Marx and Engels called a bureaucracy a class or a caste is not very helpful. By and large these usages followed the circumstances of the time. Consider the following three passages in Engels. 1. In 1850 Engels remarked of the 1849 campaign in Germany that the reactionary classes, aristocracy, bureaucracy, and big bourgeoisie, were few in number. 79. The bureaucracy specifically, the bureaucracy of the absolutist monarchy is called one of the classes without inhibition. 2. In 1872, as we have already quoted, he wrote that both in the old absolute monarchy and in the modern Bonapartist monarchy the real governmental authority lies in the hands of a special caste of army officers and state officials. 80. 3. In 1884, describing the 1848 revolution, he listed the absolute monarchy, feudal land ownership, the bureaucracy, and the cowardly petty bourgeoisie as adversaries of the German bourgeoisie. 81. The bureaucracy is here implicitly regarded as part of the class structure of 1848 and separate from the monarchy as a social force, at that but no labels are applied. These usages do not involve a change in Engels' conception of the socio-political role played by the autonomized state bureaucracy in the recent past. But something else did change during the decades between the first and the last of the above statements. As Germany developed with rapid strides from the semi-absolutist, semi-Bonapartist monarchy to a modern bourgeois society, then, as we have discussed, the bureaucracy was accordingly subordinated to bourgeois power, hence downgraded from its previous height of autonomization as a class, caste, or estate, becoming a subaltern social stratum. It certainly was still visible as a distinctive social category, but it could no longer be viewed as playing an autonomous class role. By 1884, Calling the old bureaucracy of the absolutist period a class in a historical sense would have required an explanation for the contemporaneous reader. Back in 1850 no explanation had been necessary as a matter of course. 7. Bureaucratic hypertrophy. There is another question that has to be put in its place. It concerns the distinction already mentioned between bureaucratization as the necessary accompaniment of a state in class society, and overbureaucratization as a pathological symptom. The phenomenon of bureaucratic hypertrophy is, of course, very old, antedating even the swollen state machine of the later Roman Empire, and is in no way limited to any one type of class society. It is especially typical of the fatty degeneration stage of any class society, and reached a new peak in the Ancien Regime, as the feudal class lay in its death throes and the young bourgeoisie grew to adolescence. Thus bourgeois political consciousness, arising amidst the rank overgrowths of the absolute monarchies, grew up with a certain hostility to statism, a frame of mind which produced the laissez-faire ideology in its moderate form and bourgeois anarchism in its extreme form. It is interesting that the same Frenchman, Vincent de Gournay, is credited with inventing both the term bureaucracy and the phrase laissez-faire, laissez-passer in the 18th century, 82. However, the tendency to state gigantism tended to reproduce itself in the bourgeois state too, just as in previous class societies. This is a tendency which worked itself out at different rates and in more or less offensive forms, depending on country and period. Above all, it is necessary to keep in mind that even where a tendency is itself inevitable given certain social developments, the particular manifestations in which it takes form are not inevitable as individual phenomena, and indeed usually seem to be highly avoidable and remediable if only the leaders were wiser, or whatever, especially in small-scale cases. If, therefore, one asks whether a particular problem of bureaucratism or overbureaucratization is rooted in the system or merely adventitious, the question may be ambiguous. Any given case of bureaucratic excess may be avoidable, but not so the tendency that some such phenomena will be generated. Cases of bureaucratism naturally attracted Marx's and Engels' pens. The army bureaucracy provided examples galore for Engels' military writings. The Crimean War was a rich source, perhaps the most notorious case being the disastrous administration and logistics of the British forces, topped by the famous blunder that launched the charge of the Light Brigade at Balaclava, which Engels wrote up at the time. Point 83. More important than the fact that someone had blundered was the decimation of the British Army by the incompetence of its own bureaucracy. The scapegoat, wrote Engels, is Lord Raglan. But this is not just. We are no admirers of his lordship's military conduct, and have criticised his blunders with freedom, but truth requires us to say that the terrible evils amid which the soldiers in the Crimea are perishing are not his fault, but that of the system on which the British war establishment is administered. Point 84. This introduces an article which details this beautiful system of administration, this machinery so well adapted to fetter generals and to ruin armies. Marx followed, after a British investigating commission had reported, with a more comprehensive study of the fossilized routinism of bureaucratism. A typical passage. The regulations were so beautifully arranged that nobody knew where his authority began nor where it ceased, nor to whom to apply for anything, and thus, from a wholesome fear of responsibility, everybody shifted everything from his own shoulders to those of somebody else. Under this system, the hospitals were scenes of infamous brutality. And the authors of all these horrors and abominations are no hard-hearted barbarians. They are, every one of them, British gentlemen of good extraction, well-educated, and of mild, philanthropic, and religious dispositions. In their individual capacity, they no doubt were ready and willing to do anything. In their official capacity, their duty was to look coolly and with folded arms upon all these infamies, conscious that the case was not provided for in any part of Her Majesty's regulations affecting themselves. Not a man on the spot had the energy to break through the network of routine, to act upon his own responsibility as the necessities of the case demanded, and in the teeth of the regulations. The only party who has dared to do this is a woman, Miss Nightingale. 85. Raglan Marx dismissed as all his life a head office clerk to Wellington, a man bred to do just as he was bid. Other high officers are well-bred, good-looking gentlemen, whose elegance of manner and refinement of feeling do not permit them to handle a thing roughly, or to act with even a show of decision. But we must now note that Marx did not draw the conclusion that these particular bureaucratic horrors flowed inevitably from the social system, though a connection was obvious. On the contrary, he predicted flatly, and accurately, that, since the system could not afford these indulgences to its inherent tendencies, it is impossible that there should not be a reform in the system and administration of the British Army. 86. For this situation can be taken as a classic example of a bureaucratic foul-up which, while visibly the outcome of tendencies inherent in the class structure, yet had to be and could be remedied in the short run even if plugging a hole in one place meant that the same tendency would burst out elsewhere. The same can be said of instances of the bureaucratic mentality, which are usually removable in retail and inescapable in wholesale. We have seen other instances of Marx's attention to the development of bureaucratization in England, particularly in the form of British colonial machinery for the control of India. 89. Still, it was not England that was the hearth of state bureaucratism. Indeed, well past the middle of the century, the Icelanders regarded the new word bureaucracy as the name of a foreign phenomenon known to be rife on the continent. The visible vanguard of bureaucratization in Western Europe was constituted by France and Prussia. The two went together. When Marx refers to the Prussian bureaucracy as that omnipotent, all-meddling parasitic body, the context is a comparison with the France of Louis Philippe. 90 elsewhere, comparing the state expenditures of France with England's, Marx notes that in a bureaucratic country, like France, the cost of collecting the revenue grows at a rate disproportionate to the amount of the revenue itself. 91. It was mainly in connection with this bureaucratic country par excellence, especially under Bonapartism, that Marx uses the catchword state parasite and similar expressions. The reference above to the parasitic Prussian bureaucracy is an exception. It is significant that it was written in 1858, that is, well past the heyday of the old absolutist bureaucracy, when this social holdover was taking on an anachronistic look in critical eyes. To be sure, Marx's occasional use of the epithet or metaphor parasite is always made offhand, and never becomes a statement on the subject, let alone a theory. For the most part it underlines the unproductiveness of over-bureaucratized sectors of the state machinery. Later, in the Civil War in France and its drafts, where the elimination of the state as such is under discussion, it may also suggest the dispensability of any state as an instrument of class oppression. But what is mainly wrong with a sober-sided effort to read portentous theoretical conceptions into a phrase like state parasite is that it misses the main point. Marx's critics usually like to point out that he not only had a theory about capitalism, he was so deficient in academic objectivity that he hated it with a passionate detestation. When, therefore, they read in Marx about capitalist vermin and bourgeois bloodsuckers, and so on, these phrases do not move them to break out with the discovery that Marx held a theory of the increasing verminosis of capitalism. Instead, they cry shame at such blatantly unscientific language, for everyone knows the said critics have a perfectly unemotional detachment about the social powers they live under. Likewise with state parasite as an imprecation against the bureaucracy, Marx labored under the complication of feeling passionate hostility to everything the state bureaucracy represented. It was not merely an institution to be studied, but an enemy to be fought. The two aims were not contradictory, it had to be studied in order to be fought effectively. In the hour when hatred of the bureaucracy was not merely a political idea but a matter of day-to-day agitation, that is, in the 1848 to 1849 revolution, Marx's articles were already studied with castigation of the ox-heads of the arrogant bureaucracy with upturned noses, and the like, and a call to an active distrust of the executive bureaucrats on generalized grounds. 92 In short, in Marx, the bureaucracy as a social formation, not simply bureaucratism, is a dirty word from very early on. 21 Oriental despotism, the social basis. If bureaucracy was an enemy to be fought, it was also a mid-19th century commonplace that the most stupendous bureaucracy in existence was to be found in the Oriental empires, especially China. 1. By this time, Europe was long past the cult of admiration for Chinese despotism which had reached its zenith in the Sinomania of the Enlightenment. State bureaucratization had become notorious on the continent as a burgeoning evil. The imperialist aims of the European powers in China and India dictated derogation, not admiration, of Oriental society. The climate of thought was no longer as hospitable to the formerly widespread idealization of bureaucratic despotism as a model state. This idealization persisted, to be sure, in other forms, as in the rife illusions about the progressiveness of the Tsarist regime in Russia, a notion that lived on among liberals and leftists in proportion to the belief that the Tsarist state was not merely a bureaucratic despotism any more than it was bourgeois or feudal. Marx did not become interested in the nature of Oriental society because of the problem of its bureaucracy, which held no puzzle for his day. His attention was first drawn eastward at the beginning of the 1850s by the growing possibility that the East might provide a new force for a revolution in the West, perhaps even a decisive force for initiating the overthrow of a European capitalism which, having become colonialist, was exploiting not only workers at home but peoples abroad. From this standpoint, the problem that required elucidation was the interaction between Western society, that is, capitalism, and Far Eastern society, mainly Chinese and Indian, and the basic dimension of this interaction was naturally the socio-economic. Therefore Marx's and Engels' main interest in understanding Oriental history became, and remained, an understanding of the socio-economic relations that were being shaken by the Western impact. As far as the political structure of Oriental society was concerned, Oriental despotism proper, this always remained a subordinate issue and an apparently simple one at the time. In the following pages, given the subject of this volume, we shall try to treat summarily that side of Oriental society which is actually of major importance to Marxist theory, its place in Marx's theory of social evolution, in order to concentrate on the nature of the political structure and its bureaucracy. However, because of the specific nature of this society, these two aspects can be disentangled less easily than in most others. 1. Marx starts with state property. The various Eastern questions did not arise in Marx's and Engels' writings until they were quite through with elaborating their theory in general, up to 1848, and then with testing their politics in the revolutionary proving grounds of 1848 to 1849. Their first attempt at an overall sketch of social evolution in Part I of the German ideology had made only passing references to the East. This sketch was implicitly or explicitly based on the experience of the ancient world and the Middle Ages. 3. Therefore, on classical and European history, it certainly did not follow Hegel's example in starting with the Orient as the childhood of history. The noteworthy feature of this first historical sketch is that it posits state property, not private property, as the basis of the earliest class societies. To be sure, Marx's researches in social history had barely begun. His exposition is rather vaguely formulated and can scarcely be taken as a contribution to scholarship. The importance of this early presentation, outside its use to explain the historical materialist method, is simply that the concept of a state-dominated economy was ordinary enough to be mentioned without fanfare. It was not a concept Marx had to come to, but one that he started with. 2 forms of property preceding feudalism are put forward. The first is tribal property, corresponding to the undeveloped stage of production, at which a people lives by hunting and fishing, by animal breeding, or, at most, by agriculture. The tribe is an extended family headed by a patriarchal chief, and eventually has slaves, at least in higher stages. Point 4. In the case of the ancient peoples, since several tribes live together in one town, the tribal property appears as state property, and the right of the individual to it as mere possession, which however, like tribal property as a whole, is confined to landed property only. Point 5. The slavery latent in the family continues to develop to a more important level, but even the second form is not primarily based on private property. The second form is the ancient communal and state property which proceeds especially from the union of several tribes into a city by agreement or by conquest, and which is still accompanied by slavery. Beside communal property, we already find movable, and later also immovable landed, private property developing, but as an abnormal form subordinate to communal property. The citizens hold power over their laboring slaves only in their community, and on this account alone are therefore bound to the form of communal property. Point 6. A summary statement says that by the time tribal property has evolved through its several stages up to modern capital, which is pure private property, it has cast off all semblance of a communal institution and has shut out the state from any influence on the development of property. 7. At this point Marx is using communal property and state property interchangeably, thereby blurring the difference seen later between primitive communalism before the rise of a state and statified property after the breakup of society into classes. No doubt the Hegelian amalgam of state with communality is still a conditioning influence. For other reasons too, this sketch cannot be taken as a mature Marxist formulation of social evolution. What it testifies to, however, is the matter-of-fact lack of inhibition about societies based on state property, typical of Marx's development from the earliest. 2. Looking to China 1850. The German ideology was written between the British victory in the First Opium War, which opened up Chinese ports as a western bridgehead, and the outbreak of the main Taiping Rebellion in 1850, a peasant-powered uprising against the Manchu dynasty. As Marx was preparing the first issue of his London magazine, the Neue Rheinischen-Zeitung/Review NC, in January 1850, a German missionary brought initial reports about the first large-scale revolutionary upsurge in 3 centuries in the imperturbable Oriental Empire. 8. In writing up the good news, Marx emphasized the gratifying fact that the bales of calico of the English bourgeoisie have in 8 years since the opening of the ports brought the oldest and most imperturbable empire on earth to the threshold of a social upheaval, one that will in any case hold most significant consequences for civilization. The uprising was rooted in economic privation. On top of long-standing oppressive conditions due to overpopulation, the forceful imposition of British free trade soon flooded the country with cheap machine-made goods. Chinese industry, reposing as it did on hand labor, succumbed to the competition of the machine. The imperturbable Celestial Empire went through a social crisis. The taxes ceased coming in, the state was on the brink of bankruptcy, the population was pauperized en masse, revolts broke out, the people went out of hand, mishandled and killed the emperor's mandarins and the Fohist Buddhist bonzes. 9. The news was gratifying because it augured a violent revolution in this previously static corner. What constituted social crisis in China? The breakdown of the state's economic machinery and the attack on the imperial officialdom. The missionary's report was also gratifying because he complained that socialistic talk had been heard from the Chinese mob. Marx gives the socialistic quality of the talk short shrift. It may stand in the same relation to the European variety as Chinese philosophy stands to the Hegelian, that is, as the primitive stands to the advanced, but he does project the possibility that a revolution might establish at least a republican form of government in that stronghold of arch-reaction and arch-conservatism, by the time the approaching revolution in Europe sends our European reactionaries fleeing across Asia. 10. This hopeful prospect is put in terms of the international interaction between revolution in the East and in the West. The same note will be struck as soon as Marx returns to the Chinese Revolution in 1853. In the same article Marx also proposed a sort of orientation to the Pacific, including its Asian coast. His view was that California gold, and the immense tilt of world trade toward the West it had already induced, was making the Pacific what the Mediterranean and the Atlantic had once been. The Central Sea, the Asian as well as the American coast of the Pacific was seen as the new arena of economic expansion. 11. 3 Scots and Taipings 1853. The Taiping rebels continued to gain ground through 1853 and after. In the articles which Marx had begun to write the preceding year for the New York Tribune, European issues predominated, but Marx's attention must already have recurred to the Chinese potential. An article written in January 1853 indicated in passing a new familiarity with the history of Asian society. Its subject was not the East but the Scottish enclosures movement in the early 19th century, replacing farmers with sheep walks and the old forms of clan property with modern private property for the aristocracy. Marx recalled this bit of history in order to pillory the Duchess of Sutherland as she posed before the women's movement as a philanthropist. This is the first time that Marx analyzed social forms founded on the absence of private property in land. The old Scottish clan system, he explains, represented a stage before feudalism, that of patriarchal society. The land belonged to no individual but to the clan, an extended family organized militarily, just as in the Russian community of peasants there is also no question of private property in the modern sense of the word. But there was a hierarchy of officers. The imposts levied on the producing families, though small, represented a tribute by which the supremacy of the great man and of his officers was acknowledged. The officers directly subordinate to the great man were called tacksmen. Under them were placed inferior officers, at the head of every hamlet, and under these stood the peasantry. But the land is the property of the family, in the midst of which differences of rank, in spite of consanguinity, do prevail as well as in all the ancient Asiatic family communities. 12. Thus Marx connected the clan form not only with the contemporary Russian village community but also with that of Asiatic society. The forms based on communal property in land, which he often called Asiatic or Oriental in accordance with the common language of the day, were forms which he knew from the beginning of his investigation were not historically limited to the East. Furthermore, in this very first consideration there was much emphasis that the clan was organized under a hierarchy of officers in a military manner, and that the relations of consanguinity did not gainsay the fact that differences of rank prevailed. Indeed, it is this latter feature which immediately produced his comparison with Asiatic society. Finally, the relationship between the peasantry and the magnates' power was already described as tributary. Later this will be given a fuller content. In the course of 1853 the Taipings took Nanking and made it their capital. In the course of this year Marx also returned to the theme which became the title of his first Tribune article on China, Revolution in China and in Europe. It repeatedly made the point that the European Revolution may depend more probably on what is now passing in the Celestial Empire, the very opposite of Europe, than on any other political cause that now exists. 15. His demonstration of this thesis traces the economic and political impact of British intervention on China's barbarous and hermetic isolation from the civilized world, via the cotton industry, movement of silver, and so on. One of the consequences was the breakdown of the imperial administrative cadres. Opium-connected corruption has entirely demoralized the Chinese state officers in the southern provinces. These imperial officers were regarded as sustaining the emperor's paternal authority. But this patriarchal authority, the only moral link embracing the vast machinery of the state, has gradually been corroded by the corruption of those officers. In proportion as opium has obtained the sovereignty over the Chinese, the emperor and his staff of pedantic mandarins have become dispossessed of their own sovereignty. The force of all these dissolving agencies acting together on the finances, the morals, the industry, and political structure of China underlines the question. Now, England having brought about the revolution of China, the question is how that revolution will in time react on England, and through England on Europe. Marx argues, as in previous articles on England, that this country is heading for an economic slump, and if a Chinese revolution withdraws the eastern market for British goods, then it may safely be augured that the Chinese revolution will throw the spark into the overloaded mine of the present industrial system and cause the explosion of the long-prepared general crisis, which, spreading abroad, will be closely followed by political revolutions on the continent. It would be a curious spectacle, that of China sending disorder into the Western world while the Western powers, by English, French, and American war steamers, are conveying order to Shanghai, Nanking, and the mouths of the Grand Canal. 16. In this reciprocating interaction, Marx traces another element. The Manchus' effort to exclude foreigners was largely due to the fear of the new dynasty, lest the foreigners might favor the discontent existing among a large proportion of the Chinese during the first half-century or thereabouts of their subjection to the Manchu Tartars. In any case, an interference on the part of the Western governments at this time can only serve to render the revolution more violent, and protract the stagnation of trade. 17. In fact, as the rebellion continued to mount, Britain abandoned its benign attitude toward a struggle that was weakening China, and moved openly to crush the rebels militarily. Later, capital, in a footnote omitted from all English translations, remarked that revolutionary convulsions began in China in 1853 pour encourager l'autre at a time when the rest of the world seemed to be remaining quiet. 18 No wonder it engaged Marx's attention. For looking to India 1853. In the spring of the same year, 1853, another Eastern problem faced the British government as the charter of the East India Company came up for renewal: how to deflect the cry for reforms in Indian administration into a means of continuing the privilege of plundering India for the space of the next 20 years. 19 The Indian people were giving trouble, and expensive wars were frequent. The First and Second Sikh Wars had been fought since the writing of the German ideology. The Second Burmese War had just been ended. In less than 6 years the East India Company was going to be abolished in the midst of the Sepoy revolt. Here was another front of the revolution, an impulse that might ricochet from east to west and back again. Marx's attention turned decisively to India, and his research on Indian history continued into his last years. 20. Marx's course of reading on India turned up a gem in François Bernier's accounts of his travels through the Mughal Empire in the 17th century. He reported on it to Engels, who had just written him about his own study of Arab and biblical history. Marx put this question: why does the history of the Orient appear as a history of religions? Why does it take this form? Bernier had made clear that even a capital city like Delhi was basically a big military camp economically dependent on supplying the court and the army. That is to say, it was not an urban concentration of private property. The king, wrote Bernier in a statement quoted and underlined by Marx, is the sole and exclusive owner of all the lands in the kingdom. 21 Marx concludes. Bernier rightly finds the basic form of all phenomena in the Orient. He speaks of Turkey, Persia, Hindustan in the fact that no private property in land exists. This is the real key even to the Oriental heaven. 22. Engels took up the thesis and went on. The absence of private property in land is in fact the key to the whole Orient. Herein lies its political and religious history. But why did it come about that the Orientals did not arrive at property in land, not even the feudal kind? 23. As Marx and Engels discussed this question, it merged with the problem of the static character of Oriental society, which Hegel and others had long emphasized. Marx and Engels are equally free with generalizations about the unchanging character of Asiatic societies, particularly with regard to China, that living fossil, whose fossil social existence and rotting semi-civilization are vegetating in the teeth of time, insulated by the forced exclusion of general intercourse. 24. These are phrases from 4 articles. But as they went on, this conception became something more definite. Marx formulated it particularly with regard to India. The whole of her past history, if it be anything, is a history of the successive conquests she has undergone. Indian society has no history at all, at least no known history. What we call its history, is but the history of the successive intruders who founded their empires on the passive basis of that unresisting and unchanging society. 25. It is Indian society that has no history, that is, has not evolved, even though it has plenty of political history. However changing the political aspect of India's past must appear, its social condition has remained unaltered since its remotest antiquity, until the first decennium of the 19th century. That is, until the establishment of the ryotwary system by Sir Thomas Munro. 27. Marx applied this conception to China and the Orient in general. The Oriental empires show us a picture of steadfast immobility in the social substructure and restless change in the persons and people's stam that get control of the political superstructure. 28. The thesis, then, is that political history in the Orient is superficial, literally the history of the surface of society. This superficiality also tends to take a religious guise, appears as a history of religions. In the margin of Irwin's The Garden of India, Marx jotted a note contrasting a modern centralized government with the much more fluid Asiatic despotism or feudal anarchy. 29. Fluid, not static. It is the political surface which is fluid, while the social deeps remain frozen. The reference made above to the unchanging character of Asiatic societies can now be filled out. The unchanging character of Asiatic societies, which is in such striking contrast with the constant dissolution and reconstitution of Asiatic states and incessant dynastic changes. The structure of the basic economic elements of the society remains untouched by the storms in the political skies. Point 30. We will shortly note a basic socio-economic reason for this socially static quality, the self-sustaining unity of manufacture and agriculture, but in any case the duality exists. In the same passage last cited, from Capital, Marx presents the key to this dual character of Oriental society. Let us go back a bit and pick up the course of his thinking. 5. The key to the Orient. We have seen that the inquiry started with the thought that the absence of private property in land, the basic and dominant form of private property in any agricultural society, was the real key to Oriental society, leading to the question why private property in land had not arisen. Engels began by giving a geographical materialist explanation: the climate makes artificial irrigation necessary, and this can be accomplished only by government, central or local. This in turn conditioned the nature of Oriental governmental machinery. Government in the Orient always had no more than 3 departments: finance, plundering at home; war, plundering at home and abroad; and public works provision for reproduction. 32 Wars and dislocations could therefore turn whole regions into wastelands, with accompanying cultural retrogression that might obliterate knowledge even of writing and foster the rise of myths. Marx expanded this explanation for his article in the Tribune on the British rule in India. There have been in Asia, generally, from immemorial times, but 3 departments of government: that of finance, or the plunder of the interior; that of war, or the plunder of the exterior; and, finally, the department of public works. Climate and territorial conditions, especially the vast tracts of desert, extending from the Sahara, through Arabia, Persia, India, and Tartary, to the most elevated Asiatic highlands, constituted artificial irrigation by canals and waterworks the basis of Oriental agriculture. As in Egypt and India, inundations are used for fertilizing the soil of Mesopotamia, Persia, etc., advantage is taken of a high level for feeding irrigative canals. This prime necessity of an economical and common use of water, which, in the Occident, drove private enterprise to voluntary association, as in Flanders and Italy, necessitated, in the Orient where civilization was too low and the territorial extent too vast to call into life voluntary association, the interference of the centralizing power of government. Hence an economical function devolved upon all Asiatic governments, the function of providing public works. This artificial fertilization of the soil, dependent on a central government, and immediately decaying with the neglect of irrigation and drainage, explains barren lands, ruins, depopulation by war, and so on. 33. In Capital, Marx developed the thesis that, where the soil is fertile and nature is lavish, there is a large amount of surplus labor that is freely disposable, for use by the authorities, for example, and less need of a drive toward economic development. Hence it is not the tropics but the temperate zone that is the mother country of capital. More generally, it is the necessity of bringing a natural force under the control of society, of economizing, of appropriating or subduing it on a large scale by the work of man's hand, that first plays the decisive part in the history of industry. It is in this context that he mentions the irrigation works developed in Europe and in the Orient, and footnotes. One of the material bases of the power of the state over the small disconnected producing organisms in India was the regulation of the water supply. 34. Contrariwise, it follows that where the state failed to perform this function, because of war, for example, the small producing organisms were blighted, and retrogression could set in. But Marx did not believe that this geographical factor could by itself account for the lack of socio-economic development in the Orient. In his reply to Engels' letter suggesting the irrigation factor, he accepted it as only the first part of the answer. Interrelated with it was the nature of the basic socio-economic unit of Oriental life, the village community, which was self-sufficient with respect to other villages, being dependent only on the far-off central state power for the water supply. Atomized, it was an atom detached from any mass, in orbit around a distant sun. What fully explains the stationary character of this part of Asia-India, despite all aimless movement on the political surface, are two circumstances mutually bolstering each other. 1. The public works were the concern of the central government. 2. Alongside this fact, the whole empire, apart from the few larger towns, was atomized, aufgelöst, dissolved in degree villages, each possessing a completely distinct organization and forming a little world of its own. 35. 6. The village community as beehive. This societal pattern was found by Marx in a number of recent works on India, and was best described by a much-quoted passage in an 1812 report of a House of Commons committee. Marx cites this 1812 report 3 times, in his letters to Engels, in The British Rule in India, and later in Capital. 36. The parliamentary report, discussing one of the northern districts, mentioned those petty communities, into which the whole country is divided, and described this village community in some detail, particularly its proper establishment of officers and servants, who are maintained by allotments from the common produce. Wearing British spectacles, it states of the community that, politically viewed, it resembles a corporation or township. Marx interpolates at this point, every village is, and appears always to have been, in fact, a separate community or republic. The kernel of the 1812 description goes as follows. Under this simple form of municipal government, the inhabitants of the country have lived, from time immemorial. The boundaries of the village have been but seldom altered, and though the villages themselves have been sometimes injured, and even desolated, by war, famine, and disease, the same name, the same limits, the same interests, and even the same families, have continued for ages. The inhabitants give themselves no trouble about the breaking up and division of kingdoms, while the village remains entire. They care not to what power it is transferred, or to what sovereign it devolves. Its internal economy remains unchanged. The patel is still the head inhabitant, and still acts as the petty judge and magistrate and collector or renter of the village. 37 Punctuation in original. In his letter to Engels, Marx added the remark: these idyllic republics, which jealously guard only the boundaries of their villages against the neighboring village, still exist in fairly perfect degree fashion in the northwestern parts of India, only recently acquired by the English. I believe that no one could think of any more solid foundation for Asiatic despotism and stagnation. 38. In Marx's opinion, this village community form had long been the dominant one in India and in at least the early history of China. To be sure, these small stereotype forms of social organism have been to the greater part dissolved, and are disappearing, as a result of the impact of English goods as well as English forcible intervention. 39 Also, Marx was entirely aware of pockets or patches of other economic forms in various parts of India. But it was the once dominant village community economy that accounted for the main lines of India's social past. Besides the characteristics of this form already mentioned, there was another aspect which Marx saw as basic to its operation and to its static character. Those family communities were based on domestic industry, in that peculiar combination of hand-weaving, hand-spinning, and hand-tilling agriculture which gave them self-supporting power. 44. The broad basis of the mode of production here India and China is formed by the unity of small-scale agriculture and home industry, to which in India we should add the form of village communities built upon the common ownership of land, which, incidentally, was the original form in China as well. 45. This unity of small-scale agriculture and home industry was important because it underpinned the self-sufficiency of the community and thereby its atomization, their worst feature, the dissolution of society into stereotype and disconnected atoms. 46. The atom metaphor might be replaced by a comparison with the spore form of organism, which has the advantage of being resistant to dissolving forces. Marx pointed out that even usury, loaning at interest, which has a revolutionary effect in all pre-capitalist modes of production only insofar as it destroys and dissolves those forms of property on whose solid foundation and continual reproduction in the same form the political organization is based, has a dim effect on this pre-capitalist form. Under Asian forms, usury can continue a long time, without producing anything more than economic decay and political corruption. 47. Even trade, with its increased use of money, scarcely shook the ancient Indian communities and Asiatic relations in general. 48 After all, in the plant kingdom, fungi, one of the most primitive divisions, can produce highly resistant spores, but have not changed much since time immemorial. To Marx, then, the village community that lay at the root of India's history was a specific form of primitive communalism, if taken in terms of its own little world. As he explained in Capital, cooperative labor among producers at the dawn of human development, or, say, in the agriculture of Indian communities, is based on two things: 1. Ownership in common of the means of production, and 2. On the fact that each individual has no more torn himself off from the navel string of his tribe or community than each bee has freed himself from connection with the hive. 49 This beehive relationship is very important to an understanding of the primitive community. In later forms of exchange, the private owners of the things exchanged treat each other as independent individuals, but such a relationship of mutual alienness Fremdheit does not exist for the members of a primitive community Gemeinwesen, whether it has the form of a patriarchal family, an ancient Indian community, an Inca state, etc. 50 In the margin of Irwin's book on India, Marx jotted down an observation on the big difference between the beehive relationship and security in the modern world. It seems very difficult for the English mind, having always present before itself the examples of the small British and the diminutive Irish tenant at will, to understand that fixity of tenure may be considered a pestilence by the cultivator himself. Even the fugitive slave or serf presupposes a society where, to get free, you have only to escape, to get rid of a man, but to get rid, to escape from social interdependence, AS Schapper des rapports sociaux, escape from social relationships, is quite another thing. 51. 7. Theory of pre-capitalist forms. Marx had a brief summary on the nature of the Indian village community form of society in Capital, but it is only a fragment of the analysis that reposed in his notebook drafts. The passage in Capital is the one, already mentioned, which gives the key to the secret of the unchanging character of Asiatic societies. Here now is the rest of this passage. The context is the subject of various forms of division of labor. For example, those very ancient small Indian communities which still continue to exist in part are based on common possession of the land, direct union of agriculture and handicraft, and a fixed division of labor, serving as a preset ground plan for founding new communities. Each forms a self-sufficient production unit. The main bulk of the products is produced for direct use by the community itself, not as commodities, and even these in part only if in the hands of the state, which from time immemorial receives a certain quantity of them as rent in kind. Different parts of India have different forms of these communities. In the simplest form, the community tills the land in common and divides the products among its members, while each family carries on spinning, weaving, etc. as an accessory domestic industry. Along with this body of people engaged in the same work, we find a number of community officers are here listed. These dozen persons are maintained at the expense of the whole community. The law regulating the division of communal labor operates here with the inviolable authority of a natural law. The simple productive organism of these self-sufficient communities, which constantly reproduce themselves in the same form and, if they happen to be destroyed, reconstitute themselves in the same place with the same name. This supplies the key to the secret of the unchanging character of Asiatic societies. 52. It is in his notebooks of 1857 to 1858, the Grundriss, written during the height of the Sepoy revolt in India and while the Taiping Rebellion was still going forward in China, that Marx put together his fullest analysis of the Asiatic mode of production and its relationship to its political structure, the Oriental despotism. Far from being in finished form, these notes are rough reminders to myself jotted down under difficult personal circumstances. The line of thought is partly a summary of some ideas he had already written about and partly a supplement and elaboration. Marx begins this section, forms preceding capitalist production, by taking up the forms of property in land before the separation of the worker from the means of labor, which in the first place was land. One such early form was free smallholding, another was collective landed property based on the Oriental commune. In the first form of this landed property, there figures, to begin with, a naturally evolved nature Wuchzige's community as the first precondition. There is the family and the tribe formed by an extended family, or by intermarriage among families, or by a combination of tribes. Tribal collectivity, the natural community, appears not as the result but as the precondition for the collective appropriation, temporary, and use of the soil. The naturally evolved tribal collectivity, or, if you will, the herd order, is the first precondition. They naively relate to the land as to the property of the community, that community which produces and reproduces itself in living labor. Each individual relates to it, as owner or possessor, only as a member of this community. This form can be realized in very varied ways on the basis of the same fundamental relationship. Point 53. One of these ways is encountered where, as in most Asiatic fundamental forms, there is an all-encompassing unity above the communities. Marx is here using Hegel's Einheit, or unifying entity, for the relationship that holds the community together. This oneness of the community may be embodied in various ways as the development proceeds, at first religious-social, then also identified with the person of the sovereign or despot. However conceived, this unity stands above all the small, separate communities and figures as the owner of all the land, while the communities under it figure only as the possessors of the land by tradition. No individual holds property in land. The property relation is understood as a grant from above, made to the individual land tillers via the local communities by the entity that represents the overall unity, Gesamteinheit, of society in their eyes. Point 54. This overall unity is embodied in the despot as the father of the many local communities. The surplus product, therefore, belongs to this supreme unity. Therefore, at the core of the Oriental despotism and of the propertylessness which it juridically seems to entail, there exists this tribal or communal property which is in fact its foundation. This property is created mostly through a combination of hand manufacture and agriculture inside the small community, which thus becomes thoroughly self-sustaining and contains within itself all conditions for reproduction and surplus production. A part of its surplus labor belongs to the higher, that is, overall collectivity, which finally takes on existence as a person, and this surplus labor shows up both as tribute, etc., and as labor in common for the glorification of the unity in part, of the actual despot, in part, of the imaginary tribal entity, the god. Point 55. This kind of common property can develop in two ways. In one, small communities independently vegetate alongside each other, while the individual works, with his family, independently on his allotted portion of land. There are also certain kinds of common labor for economic purposes as well as for war, religious worship, and so on. This form is the source of the original rise of dominion by lords, and may form a transition point to serf labor. In another form, the unity can extend to collectivity in labor itself, which can be a formal system, as in Mexico, in Peru especially, among the ancient Celts, and some tribes in India. In addition, the collectivity of the tribe may take the form of a unity represented by the head of the tribal group or of a relationship among the heads of families. Accordingly, therefore, either a more despotic or democratic form of this community. The collective conditions for actual appropriation through labor, water supply systems, very important among the Asian peoples, means of communication, etc., appear then as the work of the higher unity, the despotic government which looms over the small communities. In this connection, Marx makes the point, which he originally found in Berni, about the character of the towns as an appendage to the sovereign and his satraps. Real towns are established here alongside these villages only at points specially favorable for trade with the outside, or where the head of the state and his satraps exchange their revenue, surplus product, for labor, which they expend as labor funds. 57. This special character of the towns, nothing but roving encampments so fond, is one of the consequences of the fact that in Asiatic societies, the monarch figures as the exclusive owner of the land's surplus product. 58. For the peripatetic towns are essentially centers where the state functionaries, the head of the state and his satraps, distribute this revenue to camp followers. The Oriental city was shaped by the mode of production. Of the social forms, the Asiatic is the longest lived. The Asiatic form necessarily holds out longest and most tenaciously. This fact is rooted in its very presupposition, that the individual does not become autonomous vis-a-vis the community, that the production cycle is self-sustaining, unity of agriculture and hand manufacture, etc. 60. The latter part of this presupposition is connected with a typical lack of roads. On the one hand, there is little need for them between self-sustaining communities, on the other, their absence locks the communities into isolation. 61 Whenever slavery and serfdom develop, they necessarily modify the property relations of tribal communalism, but they are least successful in doing so in the case of the Asiatic form, where the self-sustaining unity of manufacture and agriculture resists conquest. By these rivals. 62 In the Oriental form it is hardly possible for the individual member of the community to lose his fixed relationship to property, the community property, except through entirely external influences. For he never enters into a free relationship to it such that he could lose his objective, economic tie with it. He has taken root. 63. 8. The general slavery. To take root is to be bound to the soil. In Capital, as previously mentioned, Marx uses the more traditional and more accurate beehive metaphor. If the individual never enters into a free relationship to this communal beehive, then his condition can be called a sort of slavery, at least metaphorically, just as Marx freely uses wage slavery for an entirely different social system. Some Europeans had called the Asiatic state of affairs slavery tout court. 64 Marx proceeded to a differentiation, to separate the Asiatic form from the slave-holding mode of production familiar to Europeans. Thus we get his phrase the general allgemeine slavery of the Orient. This exposition starts with the following course of analysis. In tribal society in general, an individual's relationship to property is based on the fact that he is a member of a tribe. It is the tribe that holds property, primarily land. Therefore, if one tribe is conquered by another and made subject to the conquerors, it becomes propertyless, Marx's emphasis. Instead of having its own property, it itself becomes the tribal property of the conquerors. Marx draws the conclusion, slavery and serfdom, therefore, begin as only further developments of property based on tribalism. They necessarily modify all forms of the latter. This is true of tribalism in general, but they can do this to the least extent in the Asiatic form. Why? Due to the self-sustaining unity of manufacture and agriculture on which this form is based, the Asiatic form is more resistant to the effects of conquest than where agriculture, alone, and private property forms of landholding predominate exclusively. So on the one hand, the Asiatic form resists the encroachments of slaveholding as a private property holding mode of production, but on the other hand it is true that a sort of slavery already characterizes the internal life of this Asiatic community. In Marx's words, since in this Asiatic form the individual never becomes owner of land but only possessor, he is at bottom himself the property, the slave, of that in which the unity of the community exists, and here slavery neither abolishes the conditions of labor nor modifies the essential relationship. 66. The point recurs a little further on, as Marx reminds us that property takes different forms in accordance with different conditions of production. When, in early societies including the Asiatic, property involves the relationship between a working producer and the conditions of his own production and reproduction, his own livelihood, then we must assume that the individual producer is a member of a tribal or communal organism, whose property he himself is, up to a certain point. The individual is the property of the tribal community? Then he is its slave? Marx proceeds to make a distinction in order to avoid misunderstanding. There is the kind of slavery, serfdom, etc. where the worker himself figures as one of the natural conditions of production for another individual or community, but this is not the case with, e.g., the general slavery of the Orient. It is so only from the European point of view. That is, to European eyes the rootedness and unfree condition of the producer might seem like slavery, but in point of fact a basically different mode of production is involved. We may remark that this mode could just as well have been called the general serfdom of the Oriental community form. Where the real slave relationship does occur in this Asiatic society, Marx adds, it is always secondary, never the original form, that is, it is a second stage development out of the original communal form. In another place Marx likewise carefully distinguished chattel slavery from the Asiatic form, in much the same terms. The original unity of laborer and conditions of labor, leaving out the slave relationship in which the laborer himself is one of the objective conditions of labor, has two main forms, the Asiatic community, primitive nature Wuchzigen communism, and small-scale family agriculture, combined with domestic industry degree in one or the other form degree. Both forms are infantile forms, and are alike unsuitable to develop labor as social labor and develop the productive power of social labor. 68. One important difference is this: in the Asiatic form the individual himself is not a slave, he does not live in a slave relationship either to another individual or to the community as a slave master. The slave-like relationship that does exist is generalized or universalized to apply to the community itself, which is exploited as an organism by the despotic unity, organizing entity, above it. 9. The meaning of the Asiatic mode. The form of society, or mode of production, we have been discussing had impinged on European consciousness from the Far East, and hence first appeared to Europeans with the geographic label Asiatic or Oriental. It was Marx who first stated that the mode of production which Europeans had discovered in Asia in modern times had also existed in the prehistory of European society, that the Asiatic mode of production had to be considered a more or less worldwide development, even though it had taken different paths in different regions and had fossilized in one of them. It is the terminology which has been confusing, not the conception, and the terminology is confusing today only if it is lifted out of its contemporaneous context, as is usually done. In fact, this social form discovered in Asia was treated by contemporaries much the same as other fossils being unearthed in far-flung places. It was, and is, standard procedure to use geographic terms as universal designations in a number of sciences then young, including geology, anthropology, and paleontology. Thus Peking man, Java man, and Mousterian culture were named after the places of first discovery. Nor was the formation of social forms exempt from being metaphorically compared with the process of geological formation, by Marx as well as others. 69. We have seen that already in 1853 Marx had an idea of the historical connection between the Asian and European forms. 70. He worked it out in his notebooks during 1857–1858. In Marx's exposition, the starting point is the naturally evolved community of primitive tribal society, which, in the course of time, develops its property relations in two different forms, along two different paths. These are summarized, on the first page of the section Forms Preceding Capitalist Production, as free small holdings and collective or communal landed property based on the Oriental Commune. Further on, a little more fully, the two ways are described as independent cultivation by families, which may lead to the rise of lords and serf labor, and a unified organization of labor whose collectivity is embodied in a unity as previously discussed. 71. Of these two main forks, Marx summarizes, accordingly, therefore, either a more despotic or democratic form of this community. 72. Clearly, the more despotic form is the second of the main forks, the village community based on a unified organization of labor, which leads toward the concretization of the unity of the community in a despotic regime, the Oriental form. It is this form that became dominant in the Orient. The more democratic form was typical of the European development. It would have been convenient if, from here, Marx had applied the label Asiatic, or Oriental, form only to the more despotic form which actually dominated in Asia, rather than to both and either indifferently. This would have required the invention of a new overall term for the type of society which was bifurcating along these two paths. But, as mentioned, it was the Asiatic label that was retained for both for a time. We will see a new overall term in 1881. Therefore, in 1859, writing the preface for his Critique of Political Economy, which was carved out of the Grundrisse notebooks, Marx summed up the outline of societal evolution in a sentence just as concise as the other formulations given in this preface about his historical method. In broad outlines, Asiatic, ancient classical, feudal, and modern bourgeois modes of production can be designated as progressive epochs in the economic formation of society. 75. The only way to interpret this terse formulation is in terms of the notebook, Grundrisse, material which it sums up. Understood this way, there can be little doubt that by the Asiatic mode of production here Marx designated the general form of naturally evolved community which took different courses of development in different historical contexts, starting from primitive common property. It is an umbrella name, in terms of a social development known to the educated public, for the several forms of primitive communal society which Marx discussed in these notes. The notebooks themselves do not contain any other overall term for this mode of production which would mean something to readers without considerable explanation. The line of thought in the Grundrisse which we have already set out should be enough to indicate this. But in addition, there is no lack of direct statements, all making this much clear, that the underlying village community form based on common property was not peculiar to Asia but rather was a more or less universal development in the beginning of man's society. Just as the discovery of Peking man did not mean that only the Chinese had pre-human ancestors, so too the survival of living fossil social forms in Asia did not mean that the Asiatic mode of production was an Oriental monopoly. This can be found in the main body of the Grundrisse notes from the first pages to the last, literally. In the first pages we read that history shows common property, e.g. among the Indians, Slavs, ancient Celts, etc., to be the original form, a form which long plays an important role in the shape of community property. And a little earlier Marx had referred to the decline of common property, as among Oriental and Slavic peoples. The view is broadened in what is the very last paragraph of the manuscript. Common property has recently been rediscovered as a special Slavic curiosity. But in point of fact India offers us a sample case of the most multifarious forms of such economic communities, more or less in dissolution but still entirely recognizable, and a more thoroughgoing historical research finds in turn that it was the starting point with all civilized peoples. 76. This passage was in turn expanded to become a part of the critique of political economy itself, for publication. New emphasis is put on the universal application of this social form. In the course of an economic argument, the book reads, "Let us take collective labor in its naturally evolved nature-wachsigen form, as we find it on the threshold of history among all civilized peoples." A footnote at this point makes the following statement. In recent times a ridiculous prejudice has become widespread, to the effect that the naturally evolved nature-wachsigen form of common property is a specifically Slavic or even exclusively Russian form. It is the original form, which we can point to among the Romans, Teutons, and Celts. Of this form, however, a whole showcaseful, with diverse specimens, is still to be found among the Indians of Asia, even though partly in ruins. A closer study of the Asiatic, especially the Indian, forms of common property would show how different forms of naturally evolved common property gave rise to different forms of its dissolution. Thus, for example, the various original types of Roman and Teutonic private property can be traced back to various forms of Indian common property. 77. Capital later quoted this in full, as a footnote to a similar statement. 78. The scope of the Asiatic forms of common property in this passage would be ambiguous perhaps, were it not introduced by the reference to the history among all civilized peoples. There is no question, however, about a later letter by Marx to Engels, written after reading Mora's books on the constitution of the old German mark and village community. He demonstrates in detail that private property in land developed only later. Precisely now it's interesting that the Russian way of redistributing the soil at definite times, in Germany at first annually, was maintained in Germany here and there up into the 18th and even the 19th century. The view which I put forward in the critique of political economy, that everywhere the Asiatic, or Indian, property forms constitute the starting point in Europe, here receives a new proof, although Maurer does not know about it. For the Russians, however, even the last trace of a claimed degree of originality degree disappears. Even degree in this line degree, what's left them is that they are still stuck in forms that their neighbors cast off long ago. 79. If Asiatic property forms constitute the starting point in Europe, it is plain that Marx was quite willing to apply the Asiatic label to the communal forms of primitive Europe or any other continent. Asiatic is used as a type label, and the Asiatic mode of production was the generic designation for the primitive community in any or all of the various forms discussed in the Grundriss notebooks, from the earliest community taken as it is evolving out of natural conditions, up through its transition to a state-organized class society, and, with a certain additional looseness, including the final stage where, in the specifically Oriental form, this mode of production becomes subordinated as the economic foundation of a developed Oriental despotism. In subsequent references by Marx, there is strong affirmation that the village community economy based on common property, whatever the label pinned on it, was once the general case in Europe as well as in Asia. A few days after the last mentioned letter, Marx again wrote Engels about Mora's works. His books are exceptionally important. Even the best minds fail to see on principle, owing to degree a certain judicial blindness degree things that are right in front of their noses. Later, when the moment has arrived, one is surprised to find traces everywhere of what one has failed to see. To show how much we all labor under this degree judicial blindness degree, right in my own neighborhood near Trier, in the Hunsrück Mountains, the old German system survived up till the last few years. I now remember my father talking to me about it from a lawyer's point of view. 80. In another letter 2 years later. It is, furthermore, a historical lie to say that this Russian common property is Mongolian. As I have repeatedly indicated in my writings, it is of Indian origin and therefore is found among all civilized European peoples at the beginning of their development. Its specifically Slavic, not Mongolian, form in Russia, which also recurs among non-Russian South Slavs, indeed has the greatest similarity mutatis mutandis to the old German modification of Indian common property. 81. There is an especially interesting passage where Marx used the very term Oriental for the primitive economic form in the development of classical society, Greece and Rome. A footnote in Capital remarks that the small peasant economy and handicrafts in combination not only form the basis of the feudal mode of production but likewise form the economic foundation of the classical communities in their best period, after the original Oriental common property ownership had disintegrated and before slavery had taken over production in earnest. 82. Obviously, Oriental is used here purely as a typological label meaning common property as found in the Orient, or Oriental type common property. The English translation by Moore-Aveling Engels in 1887 struck the word Oriental out of this passage, though it remained in the German editions of Capital. If Marx could publish this statement in 1867, without realizing that it might be confusing to readers, there should be no difficulty in accepting the fact that, in 1859, he intended Asiatic mode of production to have the same scope, that is, to apply to a general stage in social evolution, not one limited geographically to Asia. 10. The archaic formation. The next step in the development of Marx's view of early social evolution, as he continued to study the problem, is mainly known to us from his drafts for a letter to V. Zasulich about the Russian village commune, in 1881, 2 years before his death. Here he was addressing himself more to the European past than to the Asian. His comments are incidental to the main point of the letter, hence not intended to be systematic. In addition, the exposition was left unfinished. For present purposes, it is triply fragmentary, but still suggestive. He is thoroughly aware of the inadequacy of the historical material at his disposal. The history of the decadence of the primitive communities still remains to be done. Up to now only meager outlines have been provided. 83. The former predominance of the primitive communal form in Europe is the basis of the whole discussion. Go back to the origins of Western societies and everywhere you will find common property in the soil. In the course of social progress this has everywhere disappeared in the face of private property. 84. The general label used throughout these drafts for the early epoch, anterior to the development of slavery and serfdom and the breakup of the communal land system, is the archaic formation of society 85, in one place, the primitive formation of society is also used 86 and in another common property of a more or less archaic type 87. This archaic formation is our previous acquaintance, the naturally evolved community. It is divided into two main stages, the community of the more archaic type, that is, the earliest stage, and its successor, the agricultural commune or rural commune, so called by common agreement, writes Marx. The latter stage was no longer based on kinship, gave more scope to private property, and had periodic redivisions of the communal land for individual cultivation. It is the last expression or last period of the archaic formation, the most recent type and, so to speak, the last word in the archaic formation of societies 88. The contemporaneous Russian commune was of this later type. This agricultural commune form is, in turn, the transition to the class societies based on private property, in Europe. As the last phase in the primitive formation of society, the agricultural commune is at the same time the phase of transition to the secondary formation, hence transition from society based on common property to society based on private property. The secondary formation, of course, embraces the series of societies based on slavery and serfdom. 89. In short, this archaic formation, which Marx specifically sees as the generally early form in both Europe and Asia, and elsewhere, represents exactly the same rung in the ladder of social evolution that had been labeled the Asiatic mode of production 22 years previously. Even the difference in the label can be easily understood. In 1859 Marx had gone through a study of the village community mainly in its Asian forms, which at that time were relatively well known, while there were only intimations of a similar development in Europe. The label Asiatic mode of production could be used faute de mieux, in the same sense as the anthropologists and geologists were using geographic labels for time periods. By 1881 Marx had gone through an exciting study of Maurer and other works on Europe's past, and the letter he was drafting specifically dealt mainly with Europe. Using Asiatic mode of production as generic label was out of the question in this new context. But the change in label should not obscure the identity of substance. With the 1881 letter drafts before us, we have as full an idea as we can get of Marx's conception of the social basis of Asiatic society. Now, what was the nature of the political structure associated with this form? 22. Oriental despotism, state and bureaucracy. If the societal form represented by the Asiatic village community was based on a mode of production different from those familiar to Europeans from their own class history, that is, from classical slavery and medieval feudalism, then can it be considered an example of primitive communism? If so, does this mean it was classless and stateless like the earliest tribal communities? Indeed, in a passage we cited on page 536 from Marx's notes for the fourth volume of Capital, he does label the Asiatic community, in passing, as primitive Naturwuchsigen communism, that is, a primitive communal form that has developed directly out of the state of nature. In this case, where does the Oriental despotism come in? 1. The transition to the state. This question arises because so far, in summarizing Marx's notebooks and his line of thought, we have been largely bypassing what is half the problem. So far the spotlight has been mainly on the underlying village community economy. If an ancient Indian village community were transposed to another planet as an isolated colony, then its character as a primitive communism would stand out in relief. But if we consider the village community as it existed in historical Asia, not on Mars, then we must take account of the fact that it did not exist as an isolate. It should be apparent that, in the Grundriss notebooks, Marx inextricably fused the nature of the village community economy with the role of the higher unity towering over it. Marx's resort to the seemingly vague term unity, in the sense of something that unites or embodies the collectivity of the social unit, is not simply a Hegelian reminiscence. The Hegelianizing term is useful because its vagueness, or indeterminacy of content, allows this unifying entity to be seen as a historical process as its content changes. The concept has an algebraic character, The X changes, but the equation, the social relationship, remains. The unity ends by being embodied in, and identified with, the supreme power of the sovereign or despot. It begins with the earliest forms of collectivity, or the sense of oneness, in the tribal extended family, in the institutions of communality developing out of primitive natural conditions, the Naturwuchsiges Gemein Wesen. Underlying this conception is the view of the state's origin, which was explained in Chapter 11. The state does not arise as an institution that descends on society out of the blue, it develops out of the overall unifying institutions of the primitive community, out of the already existing organizing authority of the originally stateless society. It follows that this could have taken place only in the course of transitional epochs and in transitional forms. Inevitably, given the paucity of positive knowledge of prehistory, a given transitional form will appear to us as a puzzling phenomenon. It seems to be neither this nor that. One task of theory is to aid investigation by suggesting what it is transitional from and to. Marx's exposition in the notebooks assumed such a process of transition, the historical process in which one variant of the naturally evolved community arose under Asiatic conditions and eventually fossilized. The general process of transition was most clearly sketched by Engels in Anti-Düring, as presented in Chapter 11. Now, in addition, let us see how Engels specifically discusses this transition in terms of Asiatic society. To refute the notion that the state comes into being simply as an imposition by force from outside the social structure, Engels develops the following argument, in his preparatory draft for the book. But state and force are precisely what all hitherto existing forms of society after primitive times had had in common, and if I should try to explain, for instance, the Oriental despotisms, the republics of antiquity, the Macedonian monarchies, the Roman Empire and the feudalism of the Middle Ages by stating that they were all based on force, I have explained nothing as yet. The explanation has to be made in terms of what the force is used to take, namely, the products and productive forces of the time, and so on. It would then appear that Oriental despotism was founded on common property, the antique republic on the cities engaged in agriculture, the Roman Empire on the latifundia, feudalism on the domination of the country over the town, which had its material causes, etc. 3. The rough summary statement that Oriental despotism was founded on common property did not get into the finished work, though this rough formula had been written down by Marx more than once. In what sense could a state, which is the outcome of class divisions, be founded on common property? In Anti-Düring itself, the matter is put in terms of historical process. Engels brings up the role of the Oriental waterworks, for example, precisely in connection with the process of class differentiation. Society divides into classes, the privileged and the dispossessed, the exploiters and the exploited, the rulers and the ruled, and the state for which the primitive groups of communities of the same tribe had at first arrived at only in order to safeguard their common interests, e.g. irrigation in the east, and for protection against external enemies, from this stage onwards acquires just as much the function of maintaining by force the conditions of existence and domination of the ruling class. Against the subject class. 5. The proto-state institution arises in order to safeguard common interests in the Orient, irrigation, and then evolves its class function. This is what it means to say that it was founded on common property. To complete this picture, let us see how a ruling class arises out of the same foundation of common property. 2. The transition to a ruling class. Pointing to the Asiatic village communities, Engels recalls that for thousands of years Oriental despotism and the changing rule of conquering nomad people were unable to injure these old communities, whereas the importation of European goods started to dissolve them, not primarily by the use of force. The peasants simply find it to their advantage that the private ownership of land should take the place of common ownership. Even the formation of a primitive aristocracy, as in the case of the Celts, the Germans, and the Indian Punjab, took place on the basis of common ownership of the land, and at first was not based in any way on force, but on voluntariness and custom. 6. This primitive aristocracy, which was formed on the basis of common ownership of the land, was it a ruling class? We can raise the same question about the primitive aristocracy that Marx had first described in his article on the Duchess of Sutherland and the Scottish clan. We are dealing with transitions. In this case it is clear that we are dealing with a social formation which is in transition. In general, we are dealing with a ruling class in the process of becoming an embryonic ruling class, that is, not yet a finished ruling class, or merely depending on what point in the transition is in question an officialdom with the potentiality of becoming a ruling class. Marx gave thought to the same problem in his Anthropological Studies 7. It is in the nature of transitions that a definite answer is possible only after concrete factual investigation of a particular case. There is still a controversy over when fertilized ova become persons, and how many hairs must be lost before one is officially bald. The Scottish clan officialdom described by Marx was needed to safeguard communal interests. Likewise, Engels writes of the need for offices even in classless communities to safeguard certain common interests, including control of water supplies, and adds. Such offices are found in Aboriginal communities of every period in the oldest German Marx and even today the 1870s in India. They are naturally endowed with a certain measure of authority and are the beginnings of state power. These beginnings of state power, which naturally do not begin by quite being a state power, tend to become increasingly independent of the community as a whole as class differentiation proceeds. It is not necessary for us to examine here how this independence of social functions in relation to society increased with time until it developed into domination over society, how he who was originally the servant, where conditions were favorable, changed gradually into the lord, how this lord, depending on the conditions, emerged as an oriental despot or satrap, the dynast of a Greek tribe, chieftain of a Celtic clan, and so on, to what extent he subsequently had recourse to force in the course of this transformation, and how finally the individual rulers united into a ruling class. 8. It is not necessary for us, wrote Engels in this notable example of apophasis, to examine here how this potential, embryonic, unfinished, proto-ruling class, comprising all these lords, chieftains, satraps, oriental despots and whatnots, molded into such a ruling class as could be recognized by a textbook, or united, crystallized, amalgamated, clotted, or synthesized, out of class elements into a certifiable class. At any rate, if the how of it was not further examined, it is still quite clear that the individual rulers did unite into a ruling class, including the individual big and little despots and satraps of the Orient, emerging out of the community infrastructure with independent powers that could be transferred, by conquest or otherwise, to bigger Oriental despots. Engels, like Marx, saw no puzzling problem in this process. When a state power did crystallize, continued Engels' exposition, its basis was always the exercise of a social function. And however great the number of despotisms which rose and fell in Persia and India, each was fully aware that above all it was the entrepreneur responsible for the collective maintenance of irrigation throughout the river valleys, without which no agriculture was possible there. This reflected the common interests side of the political power, which continued alongside the class function. It really was in the common interest of the despot or state to keep the communities flourishing, for how else could state revenue be collected? On the other hand, if the amalgamated ruling class of despots and satraps could maintain themselves only in constant warfare, which devastated the villages and undermined the maintenance of the state's social function, this was an internal contradiction of the system. 3. The tribute-collecting state. If a distinctive type of class society developed out of the village community economy and produced individual rulers who finally united into a ruling class, with a characteristic type of state, the Oriental despotism, there are more questions raised about the relationship between the mode of production and the political power. The key point was the question of property, the dominant type, landed property. Who owned the land? The answer is duplex, reflecting two sides of the reality. On the one hand, Marx made clear often enough, as we have seen, that in this mode of production it was the village community that owned the soil. On the other hand, he wrote more than once that it was the state, Oriental despot, etc., that owned the land. In a Tribune article he referred quite in passing to the Asiatic system making the state the real landlord. In Capital, emphasizing that the appropriation of ground rent presupposes the ownership of landed property by certain individuals, he gave examples beginning with, the owner may be an individual representing the community, as in Asia, Egypt, etc., that is, the state sovereign or despot. The context is a warning against confusing the various forms of rent pertaining to different stages of development. In other notes, he wrote that most of the surplus product in the pre-capitalist modes of production goes to the landowner, the state in Asia. In Anti-Düring Engels combined the two formulations to make the point that in the whole of the Orient, where the village community or the state owns the land, the very term landlord is not to be found in the various languages. 11. If we are considering the naturally evolved community before the institution of the state separates out, that is, while the unity is located within the life of the tribal community itself, then there is no problem. The land is communal property. But a special feature of the Asiatic mode of production in the Orient is not simply the existence of the village community form but the continued existence of this form after the communal unity has become embodied in a higher power, one that has risen above the local communities, that has separated itself from the producers as a collectivity and now towers above them with a separate body of armed men and special institutions to extract the surplus product. This is the village community form taken after it has given birth to a class differentiation, which in turn has taken on a life of its own as a state power while the village community infrastructure persists, vegetating in the teeth of time. Within the framework of its own little world, the village community may remain relatively unchanged for a long time, and within this framework it is still the owner of the soil as against the individual. But there is now a new relationship between it, as a little world, and the larger world outside its spore-like walls. The essential feature of the new relationship is the appropriation of its surplus product by the state power, which is the real owner of the soil as against the local community. The form in which this surplus product is extracted, the form in which this ground rent is paid, is tribute. The characteristic relationship between the Oriental state and the underlying village community is the tributary relationship. Thus, Marx writes in Capital that, under the slave relationship, serf relationship, tributary relationship, insofar as primitive communities are concerned, it is the slaveholder, the feudal lord, the tribute-collecting state that is the owner and hence the seller of the product. 12. Further on, there is a similar remark that specifies the state as the economic ruler, owner of the surplus product, taken parallel to the slaveholder and the feudal lord. Marx mentions, under those earlier modes of production the principal owners of the surplus product with whom the merchant dealt, namely, the slaveholder, the feudal lord, and the state, for instance, the Oriental despot. 13. The tribute-collecting state is the specific political structure corresponding to the Asiatic mode of production in its Oriental form. There are three features of this type of state that may usefully be reviewed here. 1. This state extracts tribute not from the individual producer, not from a slave or serf, but from the community of producers as a whole. In general, the tributary relationship did not primarily regulate the relations of the state with individuals, it was the form in which the surplus product, or surplus labor, was extracted from the local community as a collectivity. 2. The relationship of this state to its economic infrastructure more nearly resembles symbiosis than in any other society, for it appears as a relationship between two organisms that seem to be more or less autonomous. The Mughal power can be imagined conquering Afghanistan or Turkey instead of India, though not necessarily with the same socio-economic result, of course, and the village communities did in fact get along much the same under a variety of conquerors. The communities felt the effect of changes in state composition in terms of the three departments of government that Engels and Marx had described as characteristic of the Oriental state: more or less tribute extracted, more or less devastation by war, more or less attention to the necessary public works, especially water works. Otherwise, the restless change in the persons and peoples that get control of the political superstructure merely changed the hands that collected the tribute. The conquests, the storms in the political skies, replaced one centralized power with a similar one, this centralization being the other face of the atomization that reigned below, in a society whose framework was based on a sort of equilibrium, resulting from a general repulsion and constitutional exclusiveness between all its members' components. 16. 3. The tributary relationship, unlike the slave relationship, serf relationship, or wage-labor relationship, is scarcely conceivable except as a relationship between the producers on the one hand and the ruling political power on the other. In the case of the other three, the relationship of exploitation appears as a relationship between two classes of civil society, between a class of producers and a class of private property owners. In these cases, the state normally arises as the instrument or guardian of the economic rulers, the owning class. But in the tributary relationship, the relationship of exploitation is between the producers and the state itself, directly. Put another way, in the case of the other three modes of exploitation, economic exploitation and political rule are related in a certain way, but in the tributary mode, economic exploitation and political rule are fused in the same hands. 4. Symbiosis, localism and Oriental despotism. The disconnected local autonomy of the communities, then, was the complement of the overall state centralization. I believe that no one could think of any more solid foundation for Asiatic despotism and stagnation, Marx told Engels. 18. When he sent this letter, Marx had already written his first article on the British rule in India, which closed with a powerful passage along these lines. Sickening as it must be to human feeling to see what British imperialism is doing to these inoffensive social organizations, the village communities, still we must not forget that these idyllic village communities, inoffensive though they may appear, had always been the solid foundation of Oriental despotism. It is worth reading the rest of this indictment of an outlived and retrograde society, set alongside his invective against the vileness and stupidity of the British masters. We must not forget, continued Marx, that they restrained the human mind within the smallest possible compass, making it the unresisting tool of superstition, enslaving it beneath traditional rules, depriving it of all grandeur and historical energies. We must not forget the barbarian egotism which, concentrating on some miserable patch of land, had quietly witnessed the ruin of empires, the perpetration of unspeakable cruelties, the massacre of the population of large towns, with no other consideration bestowed upon them than on natural events, itself the helpless prey of any aggressor who deigned to notice it at all. We must not forget that this undignified, stagnatory, and vegetative life, that this passive sort of existence evoked on the other part, in contradistinction, wild, aimless, unbounded forces of destruction and rendered murder itself a religious rite in Hindostan. We must not forget that these little communities were contaminated by distinctions of caste and by slavery, that they subjugated man to external circumstances instead of elevating man to be the sovereign of circumstances, that they transformed a self-developing social state into never-changing natural destiny, and thus brought about a brutalizing worship of nature, exhibiting its degradation in the fact that man, the sovereign of nature, fell down on his knees in adoration of Hanuman, the monkey, and Sabala, the cow. 19. Turned around, from an indictment to a program, this is also a statement about the grand socialist alternative as against both the inoffensive victims stuck in the past and the vile exploiters of the present. Marx also applied this insight into the symbiotic union of atomized localism with despotism to the obvious case of Russia. The Russian village community has a self-weakening characteristic. This is its isolation, the lack of liaison between the life of one commune and the others. This localized microcosm, which is not found everywhere as an inherent characteristic of this type but which, wherever it is found, has given rise to a more or less central despotism over the communes. 21. Engels echoed the point more than once, usually with an eye on Russian Tsarism. Such a complete isolation of the individual communities from one another, which creates throughout the country similar, but the very opposite of common, interests, is the natural basis for Oriental despotism, and from India to Russia this form of society, wherever it prevailed, has always produced it and always found its complement in it. 22. This common ownership of land quietly persisted in India and Russia under the most diverse forcible conquests and despotisms, and formed their basis. 23. Where the ancient communes have continued to exist. They have for thousands of years formed the basis of the crudest form of state, Oriental despotism, from India to Russia. It was only where these communities dissolved that the peoples made progress of themselves. 24. We shall take up the case of Russia in the next chapter. It is more unexpected that Marx saw the Oriental despotism element in a European country at the western end of the continent, Spain. 5. The case of Spain. On plunging deep into Spanish history for his series of articles on the Spanish Revolution in 1854, Marx was struck by the occurrence of the localism-despotism pattern in the peculiar development of absolutism on the peninsula. On the one hand, Spain was the very country, where of all the feudal states absolute monarchy first arose in its most unmitigated form, yet here centralization has never succeeded in taking root, that is, centralization of the social infrastructure as distinct from the political centralization represented by the absolute monarchy. Marx asked, how are we to account for the singular phenomenon? 25. Marx's answer, which he announced was not difficult, does not concern us here in detail. It sought to explain historically why the absolute monarchy in this country did not play the same civilizing, modernizing, and centralizing role as elsewhere in Europe, and hence why the towns and bourgeoisie vegetated in decay. And while the absolute monarchy found in Spain material in its very nature repulsive to centralization, it did all in its power to prevent the growth of common interests, the very basis on which alone a uniform system of administration and the rule of general laws can be created. Thus the absolute monarchy in Spain, bearing but a superficial resemblance to the absolute monarchies of Europe in general, is rather to be ranged in a class with Asiatic forms of government. What was Asiatic about this form of government? It is the localism-despotism relationship that Marx has in mind. Spain, like Turkey, remained an agglomeration of mismanaged republics with a nominal sovereign at their head. Despotism changed character in the different provinces with the arbitrary interpretation of the general laws by viceroys and governors, but despotic as was the government, it did not prevent the provinces from subsisting with different laws and customs, different coins, military banners of different colors, and with their respective systems of taxation. The Oriental despotism attacks municipal self-government only when opposed to its direct interests, but is very glad to allow those institutions to continue so long as they take off its shoulders the duty of doing something and spare it the trouble of regular administration. 26. In presenting this observation on a Spanish peculiarity, Marx is detaching the pattern of Oriental despotism as a form of government from the Asiatic mode of production. There is no question here of a primitive village community economy, only municipal self-government. This usefully underlines the fact that Marx uses Oriental despotism to mean a form of government, like republic, which, remember, he metaphorically applied even to the Indian village community itself, or monarchy. Furthermore, the element of Oriental despotism is only one strand in the political character of this peculiar Western state. It is that aspect of Spain's history which differentiates it from other European countries, but it does not negate the area of likeness. The background is not the village community but feudalism, and Charles I attempted to transform that still feudal monarchy into an absolute one, by destroying the power of the nobles and restraining the power of the Cortes. The royal power won out in civil war. It was, above all, the bitter antagonism between the classes of the nobles and the citizens of the towns which Charles employed for the degradation of both. 28. This class pattern is similar to the rise of other absolutisms, as we saw in chapter 19. But for specific historical reasons in Spain it led to economic stagnation and a decaying infrastructure, instead of industrial development and a burgeoning bourgeoisie, hence to retrograde political forms. We may add, hence also to retrograde political ideologies, such as anarchism, which flourished in Spain longer than elsewhere, its localism being the natural complement of despotism. 6. The tribute collecting class. Let us now take a closer look at the nature of the tribute collecting state. Specifically, we are interested in the class at the receiving end of this relationship. For Marx, the ruling class was defined, socio-economically speaking, as the class possessing control over the appropriation of the surplus product. Under the Oriental despotisms as under feudalism, but not capitalism, the answer to this basic question was visible to the naked eye of the most untutored peasant. It was acted out in front of him every day. He could see the physical hands that reached out to take away his surplus product, and he was solemnly made aware of, not deceived about, the hierarchy of power that lay behind those hands. We are, in fact, asking one of the easiest questions in all social history. That is, it is an easy question as long as we are dealing with Marx's tribute-collecting state, and not with the views of others who claim that the dominant forms of Asiatic history have been chattel slavery or feudalism, that is, forms familiar to the Europacentric mind. An illuminating light on the nature of the tribute-collecting state is cast, from another direction, by an inquiry of Engels unwittingly, for he was not thinking about Oriental despotism in this connection. Soon after Marx's death, Engels, reading about the Dutch colonial system in Java, saw an important point in the difference between Dutch and British colonial policy in Asia. J.W.B. Money's Java made clear to him that, whereas the British in Java, 1811 to 1836, as well as in India, had tried to introduce private property in land for peasants, the Dutch refrained from such a westernizing effort in Java. The Dutch maintained the old village community system, and channeled their control and exploitation through the native chiefs and village heads without changing the age-old economic forms of the infrastructure. They merely put themselves at the receiving end. The villages paid their tribute as usual to their higher UPs, who in turn were milked by the Dutch. To Engels, preoccupied at the time, 1884, with the problems of Bismarckian Germany and its homegrown Bonapartist socialists, the pattern had a familiar look. He wrote the German party to examine this case of state socialism in order to use it as a means of educationally exposing the exploitive meaning of the Bismarckian state socialism then making a stir. In terms of our present subject, the case of the Dutch in Java showed how a modern imperialist power could step into the role of the Oriental despot just like any other conquering tribe and maintain the same mode of production as the underpinning of its exploitation and rule. There were two officialdoms, not one, involved in this political system. Standing between the direct producers and the Dutch rulers was the native aristocracy, Money's term, of chiefs and village heads, equivalent to the primitive aristocracy discussed above on pages 548 to 549, and standing above this native communal hierarchy was the Dutch colonial bureaucracy, which appropriated the surplus product, allowing part to stay with the native chiefs. In the case of the old despotisms, this would be the complete pattern. In the case of the Dutch, of course, there was an extra step up, for above the colonial bureaucracy was its ruling class back home. But, to run a hypothetical test mentioned before, if Java with its colonial masters were transported to Mars, it would be detached from the overseas capitalist class. Only the Dutch settlers, immediate colonial exploiters, would remain at the head of the society. To be sure, this transmogrification could not actually be worked on the Dutch, but it serves to illustrate the exact pattern of the traditional Oriental despotism with modern imperialists at the summit. Engels had leaped the gap between two apparently unrelated social forms, the updated Oriental despotism of the Dutch in Java, subordinated to an overseas capitalism, and the up-to-date state socialism of Bonapartism in its Bismarckian version, the class content of which was discussed in Chapter 16.31. What the two had in common, amidst a host of differences, was the autonomous role of the state power with respect to the class structure of civil society. This was what linked Java to state socialism. In Java as in Germany, the executor of this autonomous role was the bureaucracy. It is ironic, in view of the contemporary intimations that Marx was reluctant to recognize the existence of the Oriental bureaucracy, that Marx, so far as I have been able to discover, was the very first writer to do exactly that, apply the still newfangled term bureaucracy to the Chinese state apparatus, in 1858. More than today, the very use of the word had overtones. As we have pointed out, Marx wrote about the highly visible officialdom of the Chinese state with about the same relative frequency as he did of the Prussian, and with about the same division of labor between terms, treating the sovereign power as a Gesamteinheit, king, emperor, crown, throne, monarchy, and terms referring to the inside of the state apparatus. And as in the case of Prussia, he assumed everyone knew that the existence of the sovereign power is, indeed, precisely its officials, army, administration, judges. Apart from this its body, it is a shadow, a figment of the imagination, a mere name. 34. It is certainly true that it never occurred to Marx to reassure future Marxologists about a question no one was yet asking, since his unsophisticated era knew no special inhibition about the concept of a bureaucratic ruling power. For 2 centuries writers on China had again and again routinely described the locus of all power in the hands of the state apparatus, whether this was considered to be the emperor operating through his far-flung administrative machine or the apparatus with the emperor at its head. In the case of Russia, the Marquis de Custine had taken some time to conclude that the state power was in the hands of an apparat that was no longer effectively controlled by the Tsar, but the one theory that Custine never entertained was that the power was in the hands of the nobility or any other property-holding class. In Marx's lifetime, it would have been a puzzling innovation if anyone had claimed that the ruling power under Oriental despotism was in any hands other than the state apparatus. Another reminder is necessary, if only as background. As in the case of many other subjects, Marx's political writings about China and India were usually keyed to current issues, like British policy, movements of revolt, and so on. He never got around to writing his planned volume on the state, nor did he set pen to paper to wrap up the political scene in scientific formulas. He did not do this even with a long list of far more important issues, unfortunately. Nowhere did he ask, in good catechetical fashion, what is the ruling class under the absolute monarchy? And set down the answer for the textbooks of the future. Several scores of Marxologists have written learnedly of his failure to promulgate a canonical definition of class. The fact is that Marx took it for granted that everyone and his or her mother knew who ruled under Oriental despotism and similar regimes. It was an easy question, not a difficulty. In Capital, one of his first remarks about the ancient Asiatic and other ancient modes of production is this: those ancient social organisms of production are, as compared with bourgeois society, much more simple and transparent, to an extraordinary degree. 36. In contrast, Marx has amply explained that bourgeois society is the most highly developed and most multiplex historical organization of production. 37. On the economic level, the simple peasant understood about his own society what the simple professor disputes in ours, namely the fact and mode of exploitation, the appropriation of the surplus product. Simple and transparent. 7. The political dependency relationship. Most important is the common failure to understand the significance of Marx's repeated insistence on what was basic to the inquiry, the contention, which he put forward aggressively time and again as the key to everything, that this Oriental society was founded on common property, that is, that there was no private property holding class in existence. Only today do we have to spell out that there could be no ruling class based on private property if the social scene contained not a single candidate for this honor. To be sure, private property holding elements existed in the pores of this society, but they were not such candidates. It was therefore no problem for Engels, writing in Anti-Düring, in intellectual collaboration with Marx, the sole work in which they undertook a more or less systematic presentation of Marx's ideas, to speak of the amalgamation into a ruling class of ruling elements not based on private property power. 38. In Capital, Marx used an appropriate term for the stratum of economic exploiters in the Asiatic mode of production, referring specifically to the old village community system. He wrote of the non-agricultural laborers that they are directly employed by the magnates den Grossen, to whom a portion of the agricultural surplus product is rendered in the shape of tribute or rent. One portion of this product is consumed by the magnates in kind. 39. Die Grossen, the great ones, magnates, or grandees, is a term used globally for the appropriators of the surplus product, the identity of whom we know from Marx's explanations. It may remind us of Marx's use of the great man for the head of the hierarchy of officers in the Scottish clan. 40. Later Marx used rural magnates, in English, to refer to the landed aristocracy in the French provinces. 41. In 1881 to 1882, Engels resorted to the same algebraic term die Grossen in describing the transition to the feudal ruling class out of the Germanic communities that had melded in the invasions of Rome and gone over to private property in land. But this ruling class information did not begin simply out of land ownership. When, during and by means of the civil wars, the beginnings of a ruling class of the great men Grossen and the powerful landowners, officials, and military chiefs were already being formed, their support was bought by the princelings with gifts of land. 42. Thus the officials and military chiefs who entered into the formation of this ruling class were homogenized with the landowners eventually. So it was in the European, not the Asiatic, course of development. In the Asiatic pattern, they could not be so homogenized because a private landowning class did not arise. In Capital, Marx's use of the great ones for the ruling magnates who received the tribute or rent, the distinctive revenue of rulers under Oriental despotism, occurs in the course of a favorable summary of Richard Jones's analysis of the Indian system. In his economic notebooks, Marx had copious notes on and excerpts from Jones regarding this point among others. These notes show Jones referring only to the sovereign as the controller of the General Labor Fund for the non-agricultural laborers. 43 It was Marx who introduced the great ones. In another book, Jones referred incidentally to the state and its officers as the receivers and dispensers of this fund, and Marx excerpts this passage for quotation in his work. 44. Most interesting is a statement that occurs as Marx's conclusion from Jones's material on the history of rent. In all earlier forms it is the landowner, not the capitalist, who figures as the direct appropriator of the surplus labor of others. Rent appears historically, on the biggest scale among the Asiatic peoples, as the general form of surplus labor, of labor performed gratis. Here the appropriation of this surplus labor is not mediated through exchange, as in the case of capital, but its basis is the forcible rule of one section of society by another, hence also direct slavery, serfdom, or political dependency relationship. 45. The forcible rule of one section of society by another, which provides the basis for the appropriation of the producer's surplus labor, on the biggest scale among the Asiatic peoples. What else did this mean to Marx than the pattern of the state in socio-economic terms? This is immediately followed by a list of 3 modes of production presented as exemplifying different forms of the preceding pattern. 2 of these 3 are well known, direct slavery and serfdom, both of which we know Marx ruled out as descriptions of the dominant Asiatic mode of production. The Asiatic form is termed the political dependency relationship, politisches Abhängigkeitsverhältnis. This is not a designation for the political superstructure of this mode of production, it is the term for the central relationship of the mode of production itself. What is the political dependency relationship which is set coordinately alongside slavery and serfdom? Why is it a political dependency relationship? Because of the specific characteristic of this mode of production which was explained in a previous section 46, the direct dependence of the producer on the political power. It is the political power that is the socio-economic exploiter, that section of society which exercises its forcible rule over another. When the state apparatus is taken as a ruling section of society, it is idle to believe that some crowned head is the total content. If, further on, Marx remarks that in pre-capitalist modes of production most of the surplus labor and surplus product goes to the landowner, the state in Asia, 47, it is as disingenuous to believe that he means a single landowner in the first case as that he knows only a single person in the second. Let us put this passage alongside the previously cited one in which the same 3 modes of production were listed in their double aspect. Under the slave relationship, serf relationship, tributary relationship, insofar as primitive communities are concerned, it is the slaveholder, the feudal lord, the tribute-collecting state that is the owner and hence the seller of the product. 49. The threefold division is identical, for the tributary relationship is the same as the political dependency relationship. It is political because it is the tribute-collecting state which is the owner of the products of labor as well as of the land itself, that is, owner of the economic infrastructure as well as ruler of the political structure, thereby fusing economics and politics in this form of society. It is this fusion which makes the political dependency relationship central to the mode of production. The importance of the designation political dependency relation for the Asiatic mode of production may be better gauged if we get acquainted with the role played in Marx's thinking by the basic concept of dependency relations, Abhängigkeitsverhältnisse. Marx worked this out in the Grundriss notebooks. Capital reflects the results. Well known is Marx's periodization of history in terms of modes of production characteristic of different societies. In his notebooks, Marx proposes a related periodization of history in terms of the dependency relations characteristic of three great stages of society. In these terms, all pre-capitalist societies become the first stage, capitalism represents a second stage, and the future socialist society will be the third stage. An interesting feature of this synoptic view is the basis on which all pre-capitalist forms are subsumed under a single head. This common content is called personal dependency relations. Following is a resume of Marx's exposition which follows his language fairly closely, with added explanations. The mutual interdependence of everybody with everybody else in production is a characteristic of all societies and always remains true, but this all-around dependency of the producers on each other may be organized in different forms. In modern bourgeois society, where all products and activities tend to become exchange values, commodities, the necessary interdependence of everybody in production is brought about for the first time by a social bond, not a personal one. This social bond, the binding force that keeps people working in concert, is represented by bourgeois exchange value, commodity relations, production for the market, and is objectified as money. Thus the social bond, which embodies the social character of production, confronts the individual producer as something alien to him which has become a thing, in this case, money, not simply a relation. But in pre-capitalist societies, money, wherever it existed, had nothing like this social power. It could not be, and it was not, this thing which acted as the social bond enforcing the necessary interdependence in production. Rather, this function, the function of binding individuals together for production, was performed by the power of the community over the individual, whether this community was the old patriarchal community, the community of ancient classical society, or of the feudal and guild system. Today, in bourgeois society, the thing, the social bond standing outside the individual, has an impersonal power over him. In a society where no thing has this social power, the same job has to be done by people, that is, by personal relations. Thus Marx writes, every individual today possesses this social power in the form of a thing, money. Rob the thing of this social power and you must give it to certain people to exercise over other people. Personal dependency relations, quite spontaneously developed from nature, to begin with, are the first forms of society in which human productivity develops, if only to a slight extent and at isolated points. Personal independence based on dependence on things is the second great form, one in which for the first time there takes shape a system of general social metabolism, a system of universal interrelations, multifarious needs, and universal social wealth. Free individuality, based on the universal development of individuals and on gaining mastery over their communal, social productivity as well as over their social wealth, is the third stage. The second stage creates the preconditions for the third. 50. Or in bare outline, 1. The societies based on personal dependency relations. 2. The society, capitalism, in which the personal bond in dependency relations is replaced by a social bond, alien to or external to the individual's personal relations. This is summarized as personal independence based on dependence on things. 3. The coming replacement of all dependency relations by free individuality. This sets the framework in which to understand Marx's treatment of the Asiatic form. All the social forms of the pre-capitalist stage are based on personal dependency relations in one way or another, but in the Asiatic form these personal dependency relations are political, that is, the binding force in production is the relationship to the state. This is why Marx can write direct slavery, serfdom, or political dependency relationship as a quick roll call of pre-capitalist societies. Under all three, the power that enforces the interdependence of production is wielded by people over people. Under slavery, it is wielded by certain people called slave owners; under serfdom, it is wielded by certain people called feudal lords; under the political dependency relation, it is wielded by certain people called the state. 8. Theocrats and priest rule. Before coming to the main passage in Capital where this political dependency relationship is expounded somewhat systematically if briefly, it is worth noting a place where it appears in passing. Discussing the colossal effects of simple cooperation in labor, Marx presents a passage from Jones about the gigantic structures erected by Oriental states, out of the surplus, through prodigal use of massed human labor. Jones remarks that what makes this possible is the confinement of the revenues which feed them the laborers to one or a few hands. This does not sound as if he is aware of a ruling class, but in the same passage, still as quoted by Marx, he had also remarked of Egyptian food production. This food, belonging to the monarch and the priesthood, afforded the means of erecting the mighty monuments. 51. In Egypt he is aware of the priesthood as a social element which is an integral part of the state structure. Marx then adds the following comment of his own. This power of Asiatic and Egyptian kings or Etruscan theocrats, etc., has in modern society passed over to the capitalist, whether he figures as an isolated capitalist or, as in joint stock companies, a collective capitalist. 52. The reference to the Etruscan theocrats is not in Jones, who was discussing Oriental states. Etruscan society, of course, is a dark subject, now as then, but whatever Marx had in mind by Etruscan theocrats, presumably either early priest kings or the later aristocracy that assumed religious sanctions, called the Etruscan priest nobles elsewhere by Marx. 53. The term plainly pointed to a class or class-like formation. Moreover, the power over the disposal of the social surplus, the basic socio-economic power in any society, is regarded as held by the Asiatic sovereigns in the same sense as the Etruscan ruling class and the modern capitalist ruling class. The reference to the Etruscan theocrats as a ruling class has its near counterpart in an equally casual reference by Marx to Egypt, which is however far more specific than Jones's the monarch and the priesthood, though it derives from the same historical sources. Marx writes, the necessity for calculating the periods of the Nile's overflow created Egyptian astronomy, and with it the rule of the priest caste as the director leiterin of agriculture. 54. Typically, Marx is not here posing the question what is the ruling class in Egypt, but making a different point, whose very formulation reveals what he is taking for granted. The control by the priest caste over the technological essential of the conditions of production led to their control over economic life not by means of private property ownership but rather by means of their control over the state apparatus, a political control exercised through religious sanctions much like the Etruscan theocrats. What was established was a political dependency relationship, basically different from direct slavery or serfdom as Marx had explained. Whether and when slavery also existed within the framework of this system, as in India, is an entirely separate issue. 9. The innermost secret of society and state. It is in the section on labor rent included in the third volume of Capital that Marx comes closest to a direct discussion of the political dependency relationship. It begins with labor rent under serfdom, ground rent in the form of unpaid labor for the feudal lord's estate. Marx then generalizes that in all forms of society in which the direct producer does not own his land but is only its possessor, the property relationship must likewise show itself as a direct relationship of rulers and ruled or lordship and servitude, and therefore show that the direct producer is not a free man, a lack of freedom which can soften from serfdom with compulsory labor down to a mere obligation to pay tribute tribut pflichtigkeit. 56. The latter, we know, is the central feature of the Asiatic mode of production, or better, tributary mode of production based on the village community. The direct producer independently carries on his cultivation and handicrafts. This independence is not negated by the fact that, much as they do in India, these small peasants may form themselves into a more or less naturally evolved community of production, since involved here is merely their independence from the nominal landlord. Under these conditions, surplus labor for the nominal landowner can be squeezed out of them only by non-economic coercion, whatever form this may take. One should keep in mind that, for the worker under capitalism, the normal form of pressure involves economic coercion, coercion not directly mediated through the state. Basically the same is true of serfdom, which normally involved a mutual dependency relationship, the direct land tiller receiving protection and other services from his lord. But slavery involved non-economic coercion, forceful compulsion at least implied. Therefore in the next sentence Marx makes the distinction: what differentiates this from the slave or plantation economy is that the slave works within others' conditions of production, and not independently. He then continues on the village community form, hence a personal dependency relationship is necessary, personal unfreedom to one degree or another, and the condition of being tied to the soil as an appurtenance, bondage in the true sense. This characteristic applies to both the serf relationship and the tributary relationship. The next sentence narrows it down. If it is not a private landowner but rather, as in Asia, the state which confronts them, the direct producers, directly as their landowner and their sovereign at one and the same time, then rent and taxes coincide, or rather, there then exists no tax other than this form of ground rent. To paraphrase, if the state, vis-a-vis the direct producers, is both economic and political overlord rolled into one, then ground rent and taxes are also rolled into one package, the tribute in this case, and it is this amalgamated levy which is the source of the social surplus collected by the rulers. Marx continues. Under these conditions, the dependency relationship politically as well as economically need not take harsher form than what is common to any subjection to that state. Here the state is the supreme landlord. Here sovereignty is concentrated land ownership on a national scale. It follows, however, that private land ownership does not exist, although there is both private and collective ownership and usufruct in the soil. 58. In this system, sovereignty, that is, political rule, is concentrated land ownership, writes Marx. This is not merely another form of the aphorism that politics is concentrated economics, which merely points to a relationship between the two. What we have here is an identity, a fusion. Here the state is not the managing committee of the landlords, here the state is the supreme landlord. Is this view somehow out of line with Marx's theory of the state? As if to answer this in advance even at the expense of an intrusive digression, at this very point we get the most generalized statement in Capital on the nature of the state in terms of its socio-economic underpinnings. In line with the context, the formulation is not pitched in terms of class which provides only a mediating definition but rather in terms of that which defines class too. This rock-bottom determinant is the sovereignty-dependency relationship which derives from the specific economic form in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of the direct producers. The specific economic form in which unpaid surplus labor is pumped out of the direct producers determines the relationship of rulers and ruled, as it grows directly out of production itself and in turn reacts upon it as a determinant. But on it is based the entire formation of the economic community growing out of the productive relations themselves, and therewith its specific political form likewise. It is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers, a relationship whose actual form always naturally corresponds to a definite stage of development in the ways and means of labor, and hence its social productive power which holds the innermost secret, the hidden foundation of the entire social structure and hence also of the political form of the sovereignty-dependency relationship, in short, of the specific form of the state in each case. 59. These three sentences present the most concentrated statement by Marx of his theory of the state in relation to his theory of social structure and change, pitched in terms applicable to all class societies without exception. If one had to select from Marx's writing a single statement which contains the main body of his theoretical work in ovo, this would be it. 23. Russian Tsarism, State and Bureaucracy. It is now possible to take up Marx's views on the nature of the Russian Tsarist political superstructure, and, finally, come to a statement of his general theory of the state. The case of the Russian state has already been mentioned in connection with Oriental despotism. What exactly was the connection? By its nature the connection was not exact at all. To Marx as to everyone else, Russia was the semi-country, semi-Asiatic, semi-Occidental, semi-civilized, semi-Byzantine, semi-Mongolian. While every country has an admixture of influences, Russia was an extreme case for obvious historical reasons, and moreover the problem of what was, or was becoming, its dominant line of development changed even while Marx and Engels were considering it during their lifetime. The challenge was to disentangle the separate interacting factors, evaluate their relationship to each other at any given time, and estimate their direction and rate of change. There are, of course, a number of questions clustering about Russian history, but for present purposes we are interested in Marx's views on the nature of the state power. 1. The Asiatic side. The economic forms that the Russian state encompassed were as conglomerate as the historical influences on the country. A letter by Engels to a Russian socialist in 1885 sums up an important aspect. There in Russia where the situation is so strained, where the revolutionary elements have accumulated to such a degree, where the economic conditions of the enormous mass of the people become daily more impossible, where every stage of social development is represented, from the primitive commune to modern large-scale industry and high finance, and where all these contradictions are violently held in check by an unexampled despotism, a despotism which is becoming more and more unbearable to a youth in whom the dignity and intelligence of the nation are united there. When 1789 has once been launched, 1793 will not be long in following. Point 1. We want to focus not on the nature of the coming Russian Revolution which is adumbrated here and elsewhere in Marx and Engels but on the peculiarity of this society where every stage of social development is represented. A living museum of pre-capitalist economic forms alongside the latest capitalist formations, the combined aspect of the Russian development. The two extreme ends of this spectrum, mentioned by Engels, represented different features. On one side, the still primitive peasant village community, Obshchina, Mir; on the other, the modern industrial works in the big cities. In between there were the surviving feudal forms represented by the privileges of the aristocracy, though serfdom had been formally abolished in 1861. In this potpourri, who ruled? What class wielded the state power? This now standard question assumes that a class wielded the state power, an assumption without a shadow of justification within the framework of Marx's conceptions. In any case, this is not how the Russian reality looked to Marx. While the state was tied to the interests of the socio-economic infrastructure as always, it was not acting as the tool of any one of the classes of civil society. As we have seen in the case of Western Bonapartism, this means we are dealing with a state characterized by a high degree of autonomy. The Asiatic component of this semi-country was represented socially by the village community economy in which the bulk of the peasantry still lived. When Marx found evidence in Moore that the Russian village commune, which the Narodniks, or populists, vaunted as a Russian originality, had arisen in Asia and elsewhere in Europe, he commented that the very last vestige of a title to originality disappears for the Russians. What remains true of them is that they are still to this day stuck fast in forms that their neighbors cast off long ago. Later that year, Marx specified further. The whole thing, the Russian community, down to the smallest detail, is absolutely identical with the primitive Germanic community. What must be added in the case of the Russians, and this is also found in a section of the Indian community, not just in the Punjab but in the south, is 1. The non-democratic but patriarchal character of the commune executive, and 2. The collective responsibility for taxes to the state, etc. It follows from the second point that the more industrious a Russian peasant is, the more he is exploited on behalf of the state, not only for taxes but for supplying produce, horses, etc. during the continual troop movements, for government couriers, etc. The whole pile of crap is in process of collapse. Point 3. In another connection we have also seen some of Engels' references to the link between the Russian community and Oriental despotism. Point 4. This provides the economic underpinning of Marx's, and others, view of Russia's Asiatic heritage. The village community economy represents the economic groundwork of Asiatic production in Russia. In another place Marx linked the institutions of common property of the Russian peasants to their Asiatic barbarism, the same Asiatic barbarism being also regarded as a general characteristic of the Russian power vis-a-vis Europe. Indeed, Marx and Engels were free with characterizations of the Russian power as Asiatic, semi-Asiatic in her condition, manners, traditions, and institutions, semi-Eastern, whereas China was completely Eastern, a Byzantine offspring in religion and civilization, Mongolian Tartar especially in the aristocracy. 6. In short, the Oriental despotism aspect of the Russian complex referred to the symbiotic relationship between the disconnected localized microcosms of the old village communities in which the peasantry lived, on the one hand, and the autocratically centralized despotism on top, on the other. 2. The revolution from above. But this Asiatic side represented the past, which still weighed on Russia's development. The European side, or the side which looked to Europe, depended on the economic modernization of the country in order to maintain it as a power among the other great powers. On this side the Russian state resembled the absolute monarchies of the West rather than the Oriental despotisms. In Chapter 19 we saw that the absolute monarchies, no matter how great their initial feudal sympathies, were compelled to encourage the development of capitalist commerce and industry, that is to stimulate the growth of the new class that was to destroy them. This was easy to understand in England and France before the first bourgeois revolutions, when the feudal power simply regarded the bourgeois as money bags to be exploited or cows to be pastured for milking. But even in the 19th century, when Europe was already part bourgeois and part pre-bourgeois, the old regimes were not scared off this course by the suspicion they might be digging their own graves. On the contrary, the remaining absolutisms intensified efforts to bourgeoisify their own social orders while still holding tightly onto the reins of state power. They accepted social bourgeoisification, development of capitalist industry, and so on, as necessary and inevitable, and set out to carry out this revolutionization of society under the auspices of the absolutist state power precisely in order to avoid seeing it carried out under a bourgeois state power, that is, in order to avoid a revolution from below. This was what Marx called the revolution from above, which was characteristic of the Bismarck regime. Then came the new period, wrote Engels, ushered in by Germany, a period of revolutions from the top. Russia took part in this general movement. 7. Russia was under even greater strains than Germany, for Russian society was very obsolete, the state was very autocratic, autonomous, the aristocracy was very dinosaurian, the liberal bourgeoisie was very spineless, and the peasantry was very resentful and restive. The dislocation between state and civil society was the greatest in Europe. It meant a social order in extremis, and a state power autonomized ad extremum. This course worked itself out under various pressures. As Marx wrote in a somewhat different connection, Russia exists in a modern historical milieu. It is contemporaneous with a superior culture, it is tied to a world market in which capitalist production predominates. 8. The form in which this economic imperative manifested itself most imperiously was, as often, the problem of military might, with war as the court of judgment. Not only were the Russian nobles paupers, in their own eyes, as compared with the Western capitalist nabobs, not only did they habitually speak French instead of Russian as their link to a higher culture, but Russia was sliding down to a third-rate power, as the Crimean War showed. 5 years after the Treaty of Paris came the emancipation of the Russian serfs as a step toward modernization. As Engels wrote to a Russian correspondent in 1892, degree from the moment warfare became a branch of the grande industry, ironclad ships, rifled artillery, quick-firing and repeating cannons, repeating rifles, steel-covered bullets, smokeless powder, etc., la grande industrie, without which all these things cannot be made, became a political necessity. A political necessity, that is, the economic modernization of the country was required by the state's interests. Engels' letter continued. All these things cannot be had without a highly developed metal manufacture. And that manufacture cannot be had without a corresponding development in all other branches of manufacture, especially textile. I quite agree with you in fixing the beginning of the new industrial era of your country about 1861. It was the hopeless struggle of a nation, with primitive forms of production, against nations with modern production, which characterized the American Civil War. The Russian people understood this perfectly, hence their transition to modern forms, a transition rendered irrevocable by the Emancipation Act of 1861. Another thing is certain: if Russia required after the Crimean War a grande industry of her own, she could have it in one form only, the capitalistic form. 9. The low level of culture in general meant that Russia, like Austria, lacks the numerically large educated class that alone can supply a sufficient number of competent officers for so large an army, hence the Russian mishaps in the 1878 war with Turkey. 10 During the fighting with Turkey, Engels explained to Marx why neither side could carry on a modern war. The immobility of the Turks lies essentially in the lack of supplies organization. It seems impossible for any barbarians and semi-barbarians to make an army fit not merely for fighting but also for free mobility. Their army, organized by dint of great exertions to approximate a modern one, for fighting, has to carry out movements by means of the appliances of an old-time barbarian army. Modern weapons are introduced, but the ammunition for them is left to take care of itself. Brigades, divisions, and army corps are organized and massed in accordance with the rules of modern strategy, but they forget that they are then unable to forage for their own upkeep like a horde of janissaries, spahis, or nomads. This is already visible with the Russians, still more with the Turks. 11. Result? In an encyclopedia article, Infantry, Engels compared the Russian situation with the bureaucratization of the Byzantine army. In Byzantium, degree the hierarchic and administrative organization of the troops was perfected to an almost ideal state of bureaucracy, but with the result that we now see in Russia, a perfect organization of embezzlement and fraud at the expense of the state, with armies costing enormous sums and existing in part only on paper. 12. The Russian state power undertook a social revolution, the revolution from above. So Engels summarized it, from the perspective of 1890. Degree the internal development of Russia since 1856, furthered by the government itself, has done its work. The social revolution has made giant strides. Russia is daily becoming more and more Occidentalist. Modern manufactures, steam, railways, the transformation of all payments in kind into money payments, and with this the crumbling of the old foundations of society, are developing with ever-accelerated speed. But in the same degree is also evolving the incompatibility of despotic tsardom with the new society in course of formation. The revolution that in 1848 halted on the Polish frontier, is now knocking at the door of Russia. 13. Russia, Engels argued, could not have held its own in the world without industrialization. A nation of 100 million that play an important part in the history of the world could not, under the present economic and industrial conditions, continue in the state in which Russia was up to the Crimean War. The domestic patriarchal industry would have been smashed by the West's cheap goods, and Russia would have wound up like India, a country economically subject to the great central workshop, England, that is, with a semi-colonial status. 14. 3. The state breeds a capitalist class. Looking back in 1894 over the changes in Russia in the past 2 decades, Engels again insisted that, after the Crimean defeats of the old Tsarist despotism, there was only one way out, the swiftest possible changeover to capitalist industry. But one change had to lead to another in an inexorable chain. The vast expanses of the empire had to be spanned by a network of strategic railways. But railways implied a capitalist industry and a revolutionizing of the primitive agriculture. On the one hand, agricultural produce even from the remotest part of the country come into direct contact with the world market. On the other, an extensive network of railways cannot be built and run without a domestic industry supplying rails, locomotives, railway cars, etc. But it is impossible to create one branch of large-scale industry without also introducing the whole system. The relatively modern textile industry was given a fresh impetus. The construction of railways and factories was followed by the enlargement of the existing banks and the establishment of new ones. The emancipation of the peasants from serfdom led to freedom of movement, and it was only to be expected that this would naturally be followed by the emancipation of a sizable part of these peasants from land ownership as well. In this way, all the foundations of the capitalist mode of production were laid in Russia in a short time. 15. This precipitate growth of modern industry in Russia has been brought about only through artificial means, protective tariffs, state subsidies, etc. 16. To be sure, industrialization had been furthered by state policy and action in Western Europe too. But Russia's case, as seen by Marx and Engels, showed a qualitative difference. The English and French monarchies acted largely under the pressure of an objective economic impulsion, the rise of money, for example, and an expanding bourgeoisie, but by the time this wave of the future hit Russia, the relationship had to be reversed. The Russian state, under the impress of the socio-economic forces that gripped the modern world to which it was tied, set out to create in Russia the modern economy which it lacked, hence also the class and the bourgeois conditions which alone could produce this result. The Crimean War had proved, wrote Engels in 1890, that Russia needed railways, steam engines, modern industry, even on purely military grounds. And thus the government set about breeding a Russian capitalist class. In breeding a Russian capitalist class, the state bred another class too, continued Engels. But such a class cannot exist without a proletariat, a class of wage workers, and in order to procure the elements for this, the so-called emancipation of the peasants had to be taken in hand, his personal freedom the peasant paid for by the transference of the better part of his landed property to the nobility. What of it was left to him was too much for dying, too little for living. While the Russian peasant Obshchina village community was attacked thus at the very root, the new development of the bourgeoisie was artificially forced as in a hothouse, by means of railway concessions, protective duties, and other privileges, and thus a complete social revolution was initiated in town and country. 18. Marx had written before this about a case of the deliberate creation of social classes by a political power, by the British in India. With regard to Russia, he too had used the image of the Tsarist state's hothouse forcing the growth of capitalism. At the expense of the peasants, the state has hothouse forced the growth of branches of the Western capitalist system which are best fit to facilitate and stimulate the robbery of agricultural products through unproductive intermediaries. It has thus collaborated in the enrichment of a new capitalist vermin sucking the blood of the already debilitated rural commune. 21. Marx saw the big industries as placed under governmental tutelage. 22. A certain kind of capitalism, nourished at the expense of the peasants through the intermediary of the state, has been erected vis-a-vis the commune. 23. For the role of the Tsarist bureaucracy. There is an interesting passage in which Engels discusses possible class alternatives before Russia at the crossroads following the Crimean War. What actually happened, he had explained, was the changeover to capitalist production and the chopping down of the Russian village community. To lament over this now is useless. Had the Tsarist despotism been replaced after the Crimean War by the direct rule of nobles and bureaucrats, the process of the commune's destruction would perhaps have been somewhat slowed down. Had the budding bourgeoisie come to the helm, it would certainly have been accelerated still more. The way things were, there was no other choice. With the Second Empire in France and the most dazzling upswing of capitalist industry in England, Russia could not really be expected to plunge into state socialist experiments from above on the basis of the peasant commune. Something had to happen. What was possible under the circumstances did happen, as is always and everywhere true in countries of commodity production, for the most part only half consciously, or quite mechanically without knowing what one was doing. 24. There was no other choice? Certainly each of the classes named had its own choice. It was the autonomized state that decided. But who exactly made the decision? In this connection, there is special interest in the casual reference to the direct rule of nobles and bureaucrats as one of the alternatives proposed, even if unrealistically. This course being counterposed to the maintenance of the despotism, it means that the bureaucracy and the state were not always synonymous in terms of political reality. In fact, there was, and is, a tendency in political literature to speak of the bureaucracy as an independent reality only insofar as it escapes from complete subordination to the sovereign. As long as it remains an inert tool of the central unity, it does not impose itself on observers as a social force and does not provoke separate identification. In the Russian case, the talk about a parliament of nobles and bureaucrats meant, in the second member, a decisive sector of the bureaucracy. It did not imply that the Tsar would be left with only his valet. But after all, such splits are inevitable in the case of any social stratum. What is important is that the despotism, the central state power around the Tsar, therefore including a sector of the bureaucracy, pushed in one direction while an important sector of the bureaucracy pressed in another. The latter acted as an independent class element. As in the classic case of France under Richelieu, the creation of the Tsarist bureaucracy had begun as part of the necessity for freeing the central state power from the pressure of the landed aristocracy. The emancipation of 1861 was another step in this direction. First of all, said Marx, the emancipation of the serfs had emancipated the supreme government from the obstacles the nobles were in a position to place in opposition to its centralized action. 25 This pattern balancing the peasants against the nobility in order to free the hand of the central state went back at least to Ivan the Terrible in the 16th century, while enraged against the boyars and also against the rabble in Moscow, he sought, and had to seek, to present himself as representative of the peasants' interests. Wrote Marx. 26 More positively, the bureaucracy was the indispensable instrument of the Tsarist state for the execution of the long revolution from above. So wrote Marx. Degree if the Muscovite Tsars were obliged to Tartarize Muscovy, Peter the Great, who resolved upon working through the agency of the West, was obliged to civilize Russia. In grasping upon the Baltic provinces, he seized at once the tools necessary for this process. They afforded him not only the diplomatists and the generals, the brains with which to execute his system of political and military action on the West, they yielded him, at the same time, a crop of bureaucrats, schoolmasters and drill sergeants, who were to drill Russians into that varnish of civilization that adapts them to the technical appliances of the Western peoples, without imbuing them with their ideas. 27. Diplomatists, generals, bureaucrats, schoolmasters, drill sergeants, all of these elements belong to the state bureaucracy in reality, though the word bureaucrats appears as only one item. These are the human components of the state machine, which, when they act as one, seem to merge into one visage. This was the bureaucratic army, civil and military, for the military is included in the bureaucracy of the long revolution of the Tsarist despotism. In the first place, as mentioned, it was an army mobilized against the landed nobility, to subordinate them to the central state power, that is, to shear them of power to control it. In the second place, it was an army of taskmasters to modernize the leading elements of the population, including the brood of bourgeois in the aforementioned hothouse. The state's need of the bourgeoisie gave the latter a hold on the former's economic policy, just as the bourgeoisie's fear of change from below kept it under the state's tutelage. This bureaucracy, acting out not a conjunctural but a long-term historical role, could not seriously be regarded as the instrument of any of the extant classes of civil society. Now what is the Russian system of government, wherever it is not mixed up with feudal institutions, but a military occupation, in which the civil and judicial hierarchy are organized in a military manner, and where the people have to pay for the whole? 29. This was an attempt by Engels, even before the Crimean War and the emancipation of the serfs, to find a label for the Russian autocratic system, accompanied with its concomitant corruption, half-military bureaucracy, and pasha-like exertion. 30 When talk of the coming emancipation arose in Russia as it staggered under the Crimean War, Engels noted that the country was stirring, but degree still, with the existing political state of the country, no other system of administration was possible than the exclusive and exaggerated bureaucratic system which existed. To lay a foundation for a better system, Alexander II had to recur to the idea of emancipating the serfs. He had two formidable opponents to contend with, the nobility and the very bureaucracy which he intended to reform against its own will, and which at the same time was to serve as the instrument of his designs. 31. In effect, this pointed to a contest inside the bureaucratic system in any case. it assumes the most extreme condition of autonomization on the part of the state. In 1875 Engels published an essay we have had occasion to cite more than once, a polemic against the views of a populist Jacobin Confucianist named Tikashev, who maintained that the Russian state was an imaginary power, a state hanging in the air, so to speak, one that has nothing in common with the existing social order, and which does not embody the interests of any particular estate. 32 The kernel of rationality in this we have already seen, but Engels has little difficulty showing how the interests of the various classes, he uses stand and class interchangeably, are the material bases on which the state rests, instead of hanging in the air. After listing the interests of the noble landowners, the peasantry, the usurers, and traders, he winds up with the big bourgeois elements, and finally asks, have all these important and rapidly growing elements of the population no interest in the existence of the Russian state? To say nothing of the countless army of officials, which swarms over Russia and plunders it and here constitutes a real social estate. 33. The term a real stand would ordinarily be translated a real class, not only in 1875 but even today for the most part. In using stand here instead of class, Engels is merely echoing the text of Tikashev's statement, which he is engaged in refuting. Insofar as there was formerly a historical distinction, it has no present bearing on the case. True, it runs into the consideration previously explained in the case of caste. 34 But the sterile question of terminological refinement is unimportant compared to the plain reality of the special social role played by the Tsarist bureaucracy, as seen by Marx as by Engels. For it is here in Russia, says Engels, not in bourgeois Western Europe that the bureaucracy constitutes a real class-like formation. 5. The general theory of the state. Let us now put the question who ruled? In the following form, what class was it that pushed through the long social revolution in Russia? The state was the executive or managing committee of what class as it set about breeding a bourgeoisie and bourgeois industry as in a hothouse? Certainly not of the bourgeoisie that first had to be bred up, not of the aristocracy which fought at every step, tooth and nail, not of the peasantry which was being ruined in the process. That does not leave very many classes as candidates for the post. It is in this connection that Engels presented the basic formularization of the socio-economic foundation of the state structure. It is expressed in terms broad enough to include the normal class interpretation of the normal state, that is, it underlies the class formula. Like the latter, it is put in terms of executors. Writing specifically of the complex role of the Russian state absolutism, Engels stated, Degree A11 governments, be they ever so absolute, are en dernier lieu in the last analysis but the executors of the economic necessities of the national situation. They may do this in various ways, good, bad and indifferent. They may accelerate or retard the economic development and its political and juridical consequences, but in the long run they must follow it. 35. This, Engels continued, was why the Industrial Revolution in Russia was unavoidable. This was no new thought for Engels, even in this aphoristic form. He had met the same problem in a similar way, if from another direction, in 1875. In the essay against Tikashev, as mentioned, Engels showed how the interests of the various classes are the material bases on which the state stands, instead of hanging in the air. But he does not turn the Tikashev fantasy over on its other side by trying to prove that this Russian state is simply the instrument of a particular class. The conclusion he comes to is put as follows. Not only the Russian state in general but even its specific form, the Tsarist despotism, instead of hanging in the air, is the necessary and logical product of the Russian social conditions with which, according to Mr. Tikashev, it has nothing in common. 36. This is a formula for the nature of the state which cuts behind or deeper than the normal class formula. The relation between these two formulas can now be understood to state the full content of Marx's theory of the state. Under normal conditions of relative stability in society, the necessary product of the social conditions is the accession of a particular class to the unshared domination of the state power. But this can hardly be the product in a period when a societal transition is still unresolved. It cannot be the product when classes are still struggling for dominion in an undecided contest. In such a flux, the state's class content will reflect the state of the war. Nor can it be the necessary product in a situation such as Russia's, driven into the maelstrom of social revolution from above, where no class of civil society was capable of acting as executors of the economic necessities of the national situation. In this Russian case, what was needed was a class whose own interests impelled it to act as the instrument to save the real interests of all the social strata that had a stake in the ongoing society, to save them by saving the society itself from the collapse which was the only alternative to the social transformation. This is what defines the economic necessities of the national situation, not in terms of the interests of any single class, but in terms of the class constellation as a whole. The only social power that could perform this function was the state apparatus. In this way the state acts as the Gesamteinheit, the overall unity not simply of society in the abstract, but of all class elements whose real interests rest on the maintenance of social exploitation in one form or another. And the maintenance of social exploitation in one form or another, in the midst of the Russian transmogrification, had a very concrete meaning, capable of being figured in rubles. In general, we here meet a phenomenon that was also important in Western Europe in the eventual bourgeoisification of the feudal aristocracy itself, insofar as the latter reconciled itself to the inevitability of change instead of inviting a 1789 type of revolutionary convulsion. Both the old and the new ruling class, the landowning nobles and the bourgeois, were equally property-owning, exploitive classes. The revolution from above was a shift from one mode of extracting surplus labor to another. This was also the reason why a revolution from above was possible. The old ruling class in crisis learns that, at any rate, this sort of revolution offers them some very comforting mitigations of the indignity forced upon them, namely, continued economic privileges to one degree or another. We had occasion to make this point in Chapter 14 regarding the Bismarckian development, 38. But this consolation prize depends on channeling the inescapable revolution into a form that maintains social exploitation in one form or another. It is not usually just one of the contending classes themselves that can undertake the organization of this redistribution of power. As we have pointed out elsewhere, it is difficult for one sector of the capitalist class, for example, to referee the internecine struggles of competing capitalists to make sure that the system is not shaken apart by the melee. In the Russian case, it is the state that acted as the executor for the interests of class society as a whole. Autonomous from any particular class of civil society, it could embody what the contenders had in common, the need to ensure the conditions under which to continue the extraction of surplus labor from the mass of people. This spells out the class content of Engels' formulation of the theory of the state, necessary and logical product of the given social conditions, is always in the last analysis the executor of the economic necessities of the national situation. Thus it is always the organizer of society in the interests of the class, exploitive, structure taken as a whole. This is the general theory of the state in Marx and Engels. Within its framework lies the special theory of the state which applies to normal times and conditions in roughly the same way as Euclidean geometry applies to normal space. It is the view of the state as the managing committee of a ruling class with which we started in Chapter 11. Normality here is a function of the process of change. The more rapid the change, the more revolutionary the times, the more history is caught in the flux of becoming, the more does the special theory begin to warp away from a close match with reality, and the more does the general theory of the state become applicable in order to explain the pattern of political power in the process of social transformation. Appendices. Special Note: A. Marx and the Economic Jew Stereotype. A note to Chapter 5, page 123. There is a bulky output of literature alleging that Marx's essay on the Jewish question is anti-Semitic because it equates Jewry with the spirit of money-making, the merchant huckster, preoccupation with self-interest and egoism, that is, with the commercialism of the new bourgeois order. The charge has been furthered in various ways, including forgery. One honest critic renamed the essay A World Without Jews as if this were Marx's title. 1 Few discussions of the essay explain clearly its political purpose and content in connection with the Jewish emancipation question, or even accurately present the views of its target, Power. Mainly, the allegation is supported by reading the attitudes of the second half of the 20th century back into the language of the 1840s. More than that, it is supported only if the whole course of German and European anti-Jewish sentiment is whitewashed, so as to make Marx's essay stand out as a black spot. This note will take up only the 1843 essay and its background. The general method was memorably illustrated in C. B. Kellen's 1936 novel Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, which some may know as a Gary Cooper film. In an attempt to have a hearing declare Mr. Deeds of unsound mind, 2 little old ladies are brought in from his hometown to testify. It's well known, one explains, that he is pixelated balmy in the head. The honest woman's evidence seems damning. But the case blows up later when she is asked one more question: who else in your town is pixelated? She answers, why, everybody. As soon as the question is raised, it is not difficult or even controversial to show that virtually the entire population of Germany, and the rest of Europe, too, was pixelated, that is, habitually used and accepted the words Jew and Jewry in the manner of Marx's essay, whether they were favorable to the Jews' cause or not, whether they were anti-Semitic or not, whether they were Jews or not. In this they were only following the very old, if now discredited, practice of using national and ethnic names as epithets, usually derogatory, for people showing a trait supposedly characteristic of the nation or ethnic group. This practice, which began to be suppressed in self-consciously polite society only a few decades ago, was as common in English as in any other language, and some of it still hangs on. Consider a few: wild Indian, active child, Apache, Paris criminal, Hottentot, as in Hottentot morality, street Arab, Gypsy, Bohemian, Cossack, Blackamoor, Turk, or, as an adjective, Dutch courage, Mexican general, French leave. Another of this group, for centuries, has been Jew. 1. The pattern in Germany. Marx's essay represents a very attenuated form of the general pattern, for most commonly Jew was a synonym for usurer, whereas by this time mere money-making was eminently respectable. 2. Bauer's writing assumed that Jew meant usurer quite in passing, for he was not interested in the economic Jew but in the Sabbath Jew. 3. The same economic stereotype of the Jew can be found in Arnold Ruge 4, who remained a liberal and never became a communist, as well as in Max Stirner 5, whose book The Ego and Its Own heralded anarchism. These names already cover the spectrum of the young Hegelian milieu, whose philosophic mentor Feuerbach provided the immediate example for this language about the role of Jewry. 6. A special case, near if not in the young Hegelian tendency, was Moses Hess, conscientiously Jewish himself. Hess had been brought up in an Orthodox household and later became the progenitor of Zionism. It is well known that the language of Marx's Part 2 of On the Jewish Question followed the view of the Jew's role given in an essay on the money system just written by none other than Hess, and just read by Marx. 7. Hess's thesis was that present-day society was a huckster world, a social animal world, in which people become fully developed egoists, beasts of prey and bloodsuckers. The Jews, wrote the father of Zionism, who in the natural history of the social animal world had the world historic mission of developing the beast of prey out of humanity, have now finally completed their mission's work. It was in the Judeo-Christian huckster world that the mystery of the blood of Christ, like the mystery of the ancient Jewish blood worship, finally appears quite unmasked as the mystery of the beast of prey. 8. There is more verbiage, going back to the blood cult of ancient Judaism as the prototype of modern society, and on to a condemnation of priests as the hyenas of the social animal world, who are as bad as the other animal people by virtue of their common quality as beasts of prey, as bloodsuckers, as Jews, as financial wolves. Earlier in 1843 Hess had published an important article on the philosophy of action, which only incidentally remarked that the Christian God is an imitation of the Jewish Moloch Jehovah, to whom the firstborn were sacrificed to propitiate him, and whom the just milieu age of Jewry bought off with money. 9. Hess intended no special anti-Jewish animus in any of this stuff, compared to which Marx's approach is complementary and drilly economic. Note that Judaism is criticized as part of the Judeo-Christian complex, and not in order to praise Christianity, this being the same pattern as Voltaire's, although Hess saw no contradiction between his own continued Jewish faith and loyalties and his opinion, expounded in his writings, that Christianity was the more advanced, modern, and pure religion, all in the Feuerbachian groove. 10. It is relevant to add that much of the economic Jew stereotype had at this time gained general Jewish acceptance, at least as applied to rich Jews, so one can learn from the best German historian of antisemitism, Eleanor Sterling. 11. If we move outside young Hegelian circles, we may note that two other famous Jews of the period are no exception to the rule, Lassalle 12 and Heine. Heine is especially interesting, as always. His article on the Damascus affair of 1841 of the famous frame-ups of Jews on the blood accusation is full of bitter indignation against the French Jews for lack of concern over their victimized brethren abroad. Among the French Jews, as with other Frenchmen, wrote Heine, in France, gold is the god of the time, and industry is the prevailing religion. Baron Rothschild and the noted Jewish plutocrat Fuld are called two distinguished rabbis of finance. Heine says caustically, "I do not believe that Israel ever gave money, save when its teeth were drawn by force." There are, of course, now and then examples that vanity can open the obdurate pockets of Jews, but then their liberality is more repulsive than their meanness. 13. At this point the American translator was moved to apologize for Heine's language, for by this time, 1891, the modern racist type of antisemitism was over a decade old. In 1840 it had no such significance or motivation. An excellent study by William Rose gives the context of Heine's aphorism that the Jews were the Germans of the Orient, and now the Protestants in the Germanic countries, are nothing else than old Oriental Jews. 14. Rose naturally makes clear Heine's polyvalence about Jewry, ambivalence would be too weak. As for other products of the Hegelian school, farther right, D. F. Strauss 15 was more virulently anti-Jewish than those mentioned, and the famous Hegelian scholar Eduard Ganz, whose lectures Marx attended at the university, was another Jewish case in point. Indeed, Ganz's case can be considered a symbol. When Marx came to the University of Berlin in 1836, Ganz, in jurisprudence, was the big Hegelian influence on the faculty. 17 years before, Ganz had helped Leopold Zuns found the first Society for Jewish Studies in the world, of which he became president. The project bogged down because the rich Jews whom they had counted on refused to dip into their pockets. Zuns cried that Jewry was beyond reform, the prey of barbarians, fools, moneylenders, and Parnassim, synagogue moneymen, slaves of mere self-interest, a pap of praying, banknotes, and charity. But he plugged on. President Ganz reported, "The only link which unites the Jews is fear, the only interest for which they are willing to part with some of their worldly goods is charity," whereupon he went through the baptism route from the cheder to the catheter. But even earlier, in the Society's journal, Ganz had had no inhibition against remarking that Jewish life reflected a double aristocracy whose component parts are money and rabbis. 16. Hegel himself had written along the same lines mainly in early works, that is, before his Prussian conservatization. 17. This was no paradox. It was the conservative right that usually expressed antipathy to Jewry in religious and racialist terms. It was the left of center that put the spotlight on the economic role of Jewry, the economic Jews, and both stereotypes flourished among peasants and other poor victims of the system. Fichte, another source of philosophic radicalism, deserved the name of systematic anti-Semite more than any so far mentioned. 18. If we move to anti-establishment dissent to the right of the young Hegelians and their circle, we find that the Young Germany movement, through the pens of its leader Karl Gutzkow and prominent literary light Heinrich Laube, wrote no differently about the Jews, and at some length. 19. 2. The universality of pixelation. In the 1840s both sides, for and against political emancipation, held the economic image of the Jew as common ground. The strong bourgeois liberal movement pressing for Jewish rights was quite vocal in arguing that civil emancipation was necessary in order to solve the Jewish question by dissolving Jewry as a recognizable entity into the general pool of Germanness and thus eventually eliminating it. Hess himself had presented this viewpoint in his most successful book, in 1841.20 says Gustav Meyer of the pro-Jewish liberals, only through full and equal rights, they believed, would it be possible to wean away the Prussian Jews from their un-German customs and from their one-sided preference for petty trade. 21. Glickson, in the course of an indignant harangue against Marx, lets slip the following statement: it is a well-known fact that the contemporary masters of philosophy and literature, with the single exception of Lessing, had no sympathy for Jews or Judaism. The greatest of them taught that the Jews were foreign and different, and drew definite political conclusions from these teachings. Goethe, the great world citizen, strongly opposed the liberation of the Jews. He saw in them heretics who deny the source of our high culture. 122 Goethe had worse and stupider things to say about the Jews than this, including of course the commercial stereotype. 23 Lessing, the alleged single exception, had been dead for 62 years and was hardly a contemporary. We will come back to this mythical exception. Why, everybody's pixelated. Silberner, who writes as a prosecuting attorney, eventually makes the following remark: the most various writers could indeed have reinforced Marx's prejudice against the Jews. Many representatives of German classical literature and philosophy were not precisely fond of the Jews, and since he read much of them, they could have contributed to his Judeophobia. 24 Silberner does not mention any who were fond of the Jews, including Jews. All of German history exists, for him, only as an influence on Marx. This bizarre approach is due to the understandable reluctance, shown by him and similar writers, to inform the modern reader that so many great men either disliked the Jews or thought of them in terms of the economic stereotype, for fear of reinforcing contemporary anti-Semitic currents by giving them respectable sanction. It is only Marx who is to be accused of being pixelated. As Roman Rostolsky said of this modus operandi, in this manner one could very easily assign to the camp of anti-Semitism 3/4 of the thinkers, writers, and politicians of the past 25. If we consider only left-of-center circles, the proportion would be closer to 100%, since it is on the left, rather than on the right, that the economic structure and role of Jewry was the main operative factor. All this was not only true of Germany. In France and England the economic stereotype of the Jew and its expression in leftish circles was similar. We are not dealing with a phenomenon of the German soul. France was worse. An essay by Z. Sajkowski is illuminating on the subject of France. It reports at the end that it is impossible to find any sympathetic reference to the Jews in the French socialist literature, from Saint-Simon to the date of Drumont's first appearance 1886. For the most part, what this involved was the stereotyped identification of Jews with money values and economic exploitation. More virulent attitudes existed among the Fourierists especially. The tradition of dislike for Jewish economic activities goes back in France not simply to Voltaire but to the history of Jewry in the later Middle Ages and the Enlightenment. 26. In France, indeed, one first finds a new note. Here Jew hatred took a proto-Nazi form in the express desire of Proudhon, father of anarchist libertarianism, for the physical extermination of all Jews. Bakunin, the other father of anarchism, was almost as virulently anti-Semitic in the modern sense as Proudhon. 27. But in this period, this proto-Nazi anti-Semitism is found only among these anarchist liberty shouters, as far as I know. England was by no means as bad as France. But routine equation of the economic Jew with money bags, financial overlords, commercial exploitation, and the rest, cropped up in the Chartist press, including the best of the left Chartists. 28. In the manner of Marx's essay. To take another part of the political spectrum, Macaulay can be viewed as an English example of the liberal supporter of Jewish civil emancipation who expressed as much aversion to Jewish economic activities as many an opponent. 29. The jibes at the economic Jew stereotype are not at all peculiar to socialist writings, they are found wherever there is expression of antagonism to the bourgeois or financial world. The reactionary anti-bourgeois critic Thomas Carlyle was not only virulently anti-Jewish but also opposed the granting of greater legal rights to the Jews. 30. But it would be a complete misunderstanding of the economic Jew stereotype if it is identified with an anti-Jewish context only. Leaving aside the advocates of Jewish emancipation who used language similar to Marx's essay just as automatically as its opponents, it is instructive to look at the first Jewish socialist movement which began stirring in the latter 1870s. This is 3 decades later than the period of Marx's essay. The whole basis of awareness of the Jewish question has been transformed by the rise of a systematically racist anti-Semitic movement for the first time. We are dealing with Jewish conscious socialists reacting to a real anti-Semitic threat, and by this time there is something of a Jewish proletariat in existence. Everything is different, but still, consider the terms of the first socialist manifesto issued to Jewry, by Aaron Lieberman, the historic pioneer of this movement. His call to the Jewish youth reverberated with the tones of Isaiah, as in Isaiah 2:7-9, for example. It said, "Emancipate yourselves from the power lust that lies at the bottom of your privileges. Stop praying to gold and might." Lieberman blames the Jewish bankers and merchants for the plight of his people. "We have had to pay for your sins. The race hatred, the religious hatred, with all their terrors have fallen mostly upon us the poor Jews. You kindled the fire that devours us. We have you to thank for it that the name Israel has become a curse. The entire Jewish people, suffering and astray, must suffer more than all other peoples because of your greed. It is your fault that we have been exposed to calumny. International speculators, who have dragged our name through the mud, you do not belong to us." 31. The power of the traditional stereotype is recognized here precisely by the justified fervor of the plea to repudiate it, to emphasize the class struggle within Jewry in order to exorcise it. There is a historical background to this. 3 Roots of the economic Jew. We have assumed up to now that the reader has a general conception of the economic history behind the stereotype at any rate, how Jews were forced into a lopsided economic structure by Christendom's prohibition on their entrance into agriculture, guild occupations, and professions. 3 myths about the economic Jew are easy to refute but not germane here. They are: 1. That Jews controlled finance or any part of economic life, 2. That all Jews were rich, and 3. That it was the Jews that created, or invented, capitalism. After these myths are disposed of, however, the real historical basis of the economic Jew can be broached. Something else was involved beyond these exaggerations, and may be summarized as follows. 1. The important role that the upper stratum of Jews did play in the development of post-feudal society, especially considering the tiny proportion of the population they constituted. 2. The great tilt in the economic structure of Jewry toward middleman and financial occupations, including the bulk of poor Jews in huckstering occupations, for example, peddlers, petty merchants. 3. The relatively high visibility of the Jews' economic role as, for example, when Junkers employed Jews as loan collectors and mortgage foreclosers, thus gaining the profits while the Jews gained the onus as bloodsuckers. In 1843 little was known, even to those aware of the question, about the economic or socio-historical development of the Jewish people. The very concept of a Wissenschaft des Judentums, Jewish studies, had arisen only in the first quarter of the 19th century. Today there is a considerable literature on the question 32, but it is ahistorical to predate its acquisition. A portion of that history which is important background for our present subject is well summarized in Sterling's Judenhass, which deals precisely with Germany in the years 1815–1850. The enlightened officials recognized, already in the middle of the 18th century, the useful and progressive function of the Jews in the development of commerce and industry, which tended to transform the still semi-natural economy state into a modern money and credit economy state. The princes summoned Jews to their courts in order to carry out the financing of their provinces independently of the estates, in order to obtain monies for raising and maintaining their armies, and to make possible the operation of new businesses. In this way was formed a small rich and politically privileged upper stratum within the Jewish population. Jewish court agents, bankers, and army contractors assumed an important position in finance, in commerce and in the industry of the mercantilist-oriented states. When the economic upswing set in after the Napoleonic War, many Christians as well as Jews found themselves in an advantageous position because they had large amounts of liquid capital at their disposal. Still their number must have been slight. In the course of time arose a new but also not numerous group of Jews who became well-to-do through the new economic development. Unhindered by old traditions and guild regulations, they quickly adopted the methods of the modern English credit system and stock speculation. They understood how to turn out large quantities of goods produced in the new factories for the market, got in position to give state loans, and participated in railroad construction and built factories. In that way the real security of the Jews essentially depended on their usefulness to others and on the goodwill of the governments. All their enterprises, indeed their very existence, remained always in jeopardy. They therefore attempted with great energy to compensate with economic power for the legal and social security they lacked. In this way the Jewish financiers who had grown rich in the new capitalist order, in which money was all-powerful, achieved a privileged position. In the sections where capitalist commerce and industry had already made important progress even without Jews, the Christian population by no means felt that the success of the Jewish upper stratum was a handicap for themselves. Thus, already in 1817 the Gewerbepolizei in Aachen said that Jewish business in the Prussian Rhineland could no longer be considered usury but a synonym for free trade and the profit system. 33. Such favorable attitudes were not taken, however, by merchants' corporative guilds and the patrician order in the smaller German states and backward areas, not to speak of the peasantry and artisanry. It is clear why the spearhead of the Jewish emancipation drive, the petition campaign, came mostly from the big bourgeois circles of the cities in which industrial development was already far advanced and in which the Jews of the bourgeois upper stratum already played an integrating function in the economy. It was Christian and Jewish great merchants, factory owners, bankers, and insurance directors who drafted the petitions and submitted them with numerous signatures. 34. This was the nature of the emancipation campaign which Marx supported and Bauer attacked. But it would be a mistake to believe that the economic Jew stereotype among the population was merely a reflection of this upper stratum, of the Rothschilds and Folds. Many or most of the poor Jews also functioned as middlemen, peddlers, hawkers, hand-to-mouth traders, and merchants, petty money lenders in very direct contact with the poor Christian population, caught in the classic pattern of having to squeeze those below as they were squeezed from above. Jews were associated with financial exploitation on levels far below Rothschild. Recent happenings in the Rhineland and Alsace, relates Solomon Bloom, strengthened this popular suspicion. Jewish moneylenders broke up properties of landlords and farmers at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century. The Western radical community was not unaffected by the resulting animosities. Gustav Mayr says, of anyone brought up in the young Marx's place and time, the Jews to him meant mainly the Jewish cattle dealers in the Rhineland, those who bought from, and sold to the small peasants, taking advantage of their own superior business abilities. 35. For our present purposes it is not necessary to settle the controversy over just how important the Jews were in the rise of capitalism. The identification of Jewry with commercialism, which was everybody's pixelation in the 1840s, was elaborated in great detail as late as 1911 by Werner Sombart's The Jews and Modern Capitalism, and after all the nonsense in that erudite opus is discounted, there is more than enough left to explain the mind of a generation that existed before economic history had even been invented. 4. Ex post facto anti-Semitism. After the rise of Hitlerism, it became de rigueur to play down the Jews' significance for capitalism, since the Nazis used it for their own purposes. 36 But eminent Jewish historians have proudly lauded their role. In his introduction to Ruppin's The Jews in the Modern World, for example, Professor L. B. Namier, writing militantly as a Zionist Jew and a true blue Englishman, boasted, two races sick-headed the movement of progress in the capitalist system, though under vastly different conditions, the British and the Jews, they were the pioneers of capitalism, and its first, and perhaps chief, beneficiaries. For others, that picture was considered to hold only until about the middle of the 19th century, which thoroughly covers Marx's essay. 37. A. Leon has argued, against Sombart and others, that Jewry played such a role in pre-capitalist society. Judaism was an indispensable factor in pre-capitalist society. It was a fundamental organism within it. That is what explains the 2,000-year existence of Judaism in the diaspora. The Jew was as characteristic a personage in feudal society as the lord and the serf. It was no accident that a foreign element played the role of capital in feudal society. The capital of pre-capitalist society existed outside of its economic system. 38. But, continues Leon's thesis, the rise of capitalism to dominance in the social system went hand in hand with the decline of Jewry in this function. Thereupon the Jews were pushed more and more into the interstices of the system, especially in a capacity as distribution middlemen and as usurers, dealing more with the poor than with kings, as formerly. In the measure that usury became the principal occupation of Jews, they entered increasingly into relations with the popular masses, and these relations worsened all the time. The peasant who lost his land or stock, or the artisan who lost his tools, to the Jewish money-lender, was incapable of seeing the upper bourgeois Christians behind the usurer. Hatreds were let loose on the highly visible intermediaries. 39 Leon's term for Jewry, the people class, is an attempt to give scientific form to the social basis of what we have been calling the economic Jew stereotype. Leon aimed at a Marxist analysis, but we can turn to a leading theoretician of socialist Zionism for confirmation, from an entirely different angle, of the effective universality of the old equation for which Marx's essay gets denounced. Chaim Greenberg, writing in 1942, was disturbed about the use made by Nazi anti-Semitism of the facts of the Jews' economic role. He denies the old charge that Jews are parasites in the world's economic order by arguing that the economic role which Jewry was forced into was in fact useful, honorable, and nothing to apologize for. He concludes that there is nothing wicked in being a middleman, but it is not sound for a whole people to consist of middlemen. What Greenberg is trying to say is that it is no more wicked to be a Jewish middleman than a Christian one. All of which was true, of course, as Marx had demonstrated in his own way by transforming the issue from the contrast of Jews to Christians into the economic equivalence of Jews and Christians. In the course of this defense, however, Greenberg testifies to the universality of pixelation in queasy terms which, it must be remembered, are being written by a Zionist champion 100 years after Marx's essay and over a decade after the rise of Nazism. Jews also have been considerably influenced by the notion that they constitute an unproductive, or even a destructive force, in the world's economy. We speak of Jews as essentially a people of individuals whose occupations are unsubstantial, who are exploiters, speculators, and traffickers in the labor of others. Signs of this self-condemnation first appear in the literature of our Enlightenment. Jews who felt spiritually emancipated from the civilization of the ghetto even before they were emancipated from its legal disabilities, developed a great admiration for European culture and were in no small degree affected by its anti-Jewish prejudices. Certainly they shared the Europeans' disdain for the Jew as a traitor. By 1942 all this had become anti-Semitic by ex post facto determination, but note that Greenberg was not so ignorant or hypocritical as to pretend that he had Marx in mind. The views of many Jewish socialists in regard to the economic role of the Jews have also been tinged by a certain anti-Semitic bias. Non-Jewish socialists, and not necessarily Marxian socialists, have tended to look down on the Jew in the world's economy. He cites the Russian Narodnaya Volya, the peasant-oriented populist terrorist movement of the late 19th century, which was even known to encourage peasant pogroms as one activity in their struggle. The populists, he explains, held the idea that the Jew was essentially a bloodsucker, and adds, this also explains Tolstoy's rather unfriendly attitude towards the Jews, an attitude most eloquently expressed by his repeated failure to speak up on behalf of the persecuted Jews. There goes another pixelated libertarian. But Greenberg goes further, to the Zionist socialists themselves and their left wing. Nor is Zionism free from its share of responsibility. There was a time when it used to be the fashion for Zionist speakers, including the writer, to declare from the platform that to be a good Zionist one must first be somewhat of an anti-Semite. 41. Greenberg states that this attitude can be found in Pinsker, Sirkin, Borakov, A.D. Gordon, and others, all of them the leaders and founders of the labor Zionist movement. To this day, he adds, labor Zionist circles are under the influence of the idea that the return to Zion involves a process of purification from our economic uncleanness. 42. It should be added that the movement's social democratic theoretician, Berborikov, based his whole theory of socialist Zionism on a class analysis of the Jewish people along the now interdicted, anti-Semitic, lines, and that his fundamental Marxist argument for Zionism was that it was the only road to changing the class composition of the Jews. The same goes for his successor as the theoretician of socialist Zionism, Nachman Syrkin. 43. It cannot be overemphasized that all of this, for which Greenberg beats his breast, was a matter of contrasting the economic Jew with the Christian world to the Jews' discredit, for this bolstered the Zionist aim of making the Jews a people like other people. None of this sort of thing was in Marx's 1843 essay, which repudiated such a derogatory contrast by already identifying modern, bourgeois, Christendom with the commercial role of what Leon called the people class. While we have shown that this identification was in no way peculiar to Marx but was the common coin of the time, and it was precisely for this reason that Marx could turn it to account in order to make his political point, we must now go a little further along these lines. This identification was not merely generally accepted, but had been built into the language. McClellan goes so far as to put it this way. Judentum, the German word for Judaism, had the derivative meaning of commerce, and it is this meaning which is uppermost in Marx's mind throughout the article. Judaism has very little religious, and still less racial, content for Marx, and it would be little exaggeration to say that this latter part of Marx's review, part 2 of On the Jewish Question, is an extended pun at Bauer's expense. 44. This pun was not a jest but a play on words. Such wordplay was indeed a favorite literary pattern of the young Marx, as it was of Hegel. In both it was not a humorous but an explicatory device, a means of developing, out of the different aspects of meaning packed into one word, various aspects of the reality which the word reflected. Ruppin states that in the Middle Ages the conceptions of Jew and traitor became well-nigh synonymous. Gustav Mayr makes a similar statement. To the average German, Judaism and capitalism came pretty close to being synonymous. Sterling quotes the economist Friedrich Harcourt at the time, on the fact that behind the Jewish moneylenders and mortgage collectors stood the Junkers, who made the profit. These Junkers Harcourt called the Jews with boots and spurs, who constituted the real speculators and grasping creditors. 45. The synonymy of Jew and some form of commercialism was taken for granted not only by those who threw epithets at the Jews but equally by those who defended them. With this background in mind, one can go back to Marx's On the Jewish Question to read it as it was written, not as it is refracted through the dark glass of contemporary ignorance and malice. It was a contribution to a hotly fought campaign in favor of Jewish political emancipation, not however on behalf of the Christian and Jewish great merchants, factory owners, bankers, and insurance directors who drafted the petitions, but to show how to link this current battle up with the eventual struggle against these very gentlemen. Its aim was to support political emancipation today in order to make possible social emancipation tomorrow. Hence its last words. The social emancipation of the Jew is the emancipation of society from Judaism. These compact words do in fact sum up the entire burden of the argument. It is wrong to make the political emancipation of the Jew wait on his social emancipation, as Bauer wanted, for we are dealing with the economic Jew, and economic Judaism is now one with bourgeois society as a whole. 5. How to manufacture anti-Semites. It should be clear now that there were two quite different issues involved in attitude toward the Jews, from the period of the Enlightenment to at least the 1870s, when anti-Semitism first became a racialist social and political movement, and indeed the term itself was invented by anti-Semites. One issue involved an opinion about Das Judentum, like or dislike, the other, a position on the status of Jews in the state and society, abolition of civic, legal, political disabilities. As we have seen, a dim view of Jewry was well-nigh universal, in some not always clear sense and for varying reasons, but with clear roots in the nature of economic Judaism. The division in public opinion occurred on the second issue, the question of political emancipation and equal rights. As a result, there is a curious system common among historians, not to speak of Marxologists. Historical figures are made into philo-Semites or anti-Semites at will by referring only to one or the other issue, with the same obtuse lack of distinction that was so characteristic of the people of that benighted era itself. A couple of examples will give a proper perspective on the treatment of Marx's essay. We saw that Glickson, p. 595, had looked for a single exception among the contemporary masters to the general lack of sympathy for Jews, and had gone back to the previous century to turn one up, G. E. Lessing, whose poetic drama Nathan the Wise, 1779, was the most renowned philo-Semitic production in Germany, perhaps in European history. This reputation is based on the sympathetic portrayal of Nathan as edel Jude, the noble Jew, good and wise. This reputation brought down on Lessing's head the vituperation of generations of anti-Semites, for example, Nazi-like ravings by E. Düring in 1881.46. Without derogating Lessing's contribution for its time, a closer look at the play produces a strange result if it is counterposed to Marx's essay. 1. Lessing's play does not raise the question of equal rights for Jews, to the contrary, it takes their inferior status for granted. For the setting is Saladin's Jerusalem, where both Jews and Christians exist on the sufferance of Saladin, who is portrayed as being just as noble as Nathan. 2. Lessing's chosen model, Nathan, is a rich Jewish merchant who has just returned from a debt-collecting trip, bringing back a fabulous wealth of goods. He is so rich that he is capable of playing the part of Rothschild to the Sultan. In short, he is the worse of the two stereotypes of the economic Jew, not the poor huckster model but the financial plutocrat model. Lessing does not challenge the stereotype, he gilds it. He glorifies his rich Jew by painting him in pleasing colors. 3. Nathan is a Jew by birth but not by belief in Judaism, being in fact a deist, like Lessing himself. He explains in a parable, which is the ideological centerpiece of the play and was its starting point in Lessing's mind, that the three religions are as like as identical rings, the only difference is that one happens to inherit one rather than the other. The repugnance the wise Nathan would feel for Jewish orthodoxy is left implicit but is unquestionable. 4. The point is repeatedly made that Nathan is an exceptional Jew. Repeatedly Jew is used generically to refer to the usual mean, miserly, money-mad Jew of the popular language. The noble Siddha twice wonders whether Nathan is a Jew like other Jews or whether he is good as reported, the noble Templar wonders whether Nathan has really unlearned to be a Jew, and the noble Nathan himself, wondering at one point what game the Sultan is playing with him, soliloquizes, who here is really the Jew, he or I? To be sure, Lessing does not refer to the dirty Jews, instead, he refers just as routinely to the dirty Moors, the contemporaneous equivalent of dirty niggers, 47. In short, the great philo-Semitic message of the play is the equivalent of some of my best friends are Jews, or even you would hardly believe he's a Jew, my dear. In fact, Lessing had written it down himself, in an early, 1749, philo-Semitic comedy called The Jews, Truly There Are Jews Who Aren't Jews at All. 48. Replying to a critic who urged that the noble Jew figure was so great an improbability as to invalidate the play, Lessing vigorously agreed the case was rare, but argued that, since the Jews' unfortunate condition was due to their necessity for living purely and simply from trade, it would cease with the cause, when the Jews no longer maintain a wretched existence through base small trade. Hence, he explained, he chose a rich man as his figure. 49. Lessing's views revolved around the economic Jew stereotype as completely as anyone's. The single exception in 100 years, Lessing, turns out to have used Jude as the same generic cuss word as every other pixelated German and European. In contrast, Marx used Judentum as an impersonal historic economic category, to make the point that Jewry and Christendom had been homogenized in our huckster society. There is a second example, mentioned earlier, the case of Voltaire's anti-Semitism, as reported by Peter Gay. 50. Voltaire's derogatory remarks about the Jews, including the inevitable economic stereotype, are exhibited. But we are told in addition that Voltaire's transgression is so much the less forgivable because the very same period held a live option for philo-Semitism which was taken by other men. John Locke is cited as the philo-Semite, against Voltaire the anti-Semite. The evidence is Locke's letter on toleration, 1689, where he indubitably comes out in favor of religious worship for Jews. The Jews are permitted to have dwellings and private houses, why are they denied synagogues? If Locke was also in favor of equal rights for Jews across the board, as Gay seems to imply, Locke neglected to say so in this essay. He goes so far as to state that neither pagan nor Mahometan nor Jew should be excluded from the Commonwealth because of his religion. Gay did not mention, however, that in this very same passage Locke makes clear that he considers Judaism to be abominable. 51 This is said only in passing, but then the other statements are in passing too, for Locke's essay is a closely reasoned argumentation, not a discursive article, and the reference to the Jews is a hurried one. We know of no reason to believe that Locke had any greater liking than Voltaire for the practitioners of this abominable cult. He was arguing in the spirit of the civil liberties lawyer who battles for equal rights even for known criminals. But was not Voltaire also for religious toleration in the same sense? Yes, he was, and in fact in 1764 a French translation of Locke's essay was joined to Voltaire's treatise on toleration to make one book, with a preface, which Professor Klibanski believes was written by Voltaire himself, praising Locke's argument. 52. We can now see how to create, or appoint, philo-Semites and anti-Semites at will. Granted that both Locke and Voltaire were for toleration of the Jewish religion, and that both disliked the Jews themselves, you quote Locke on the first and Voltaire on the second. Voila! The system is an infallible recipe. There is a further complication about the anti-Semite Voltaire, which Gay does set forth. It seems, argues Gay, that in these excursions Voltaire was interested in striking not so much at Judaism as at Christianity, for he wanted to reinforce his hostile view of Christianity by also discrediting the source, Judaism, from which this pernicious religion derived. Hence his dislike of the Jews was a partly unconscious, partly conscious cloak for his anti-Christian sentiments. 54 In fact, Voltaire was interested in attacking all religions from his deist standpoint just as, from the same deist standpoint, Lessing wanted to represent all religions as equally meaningless as far as differences were concerned. Where Lessing portrayed the noble Jew, Moslem, and Christian with equable brush in a paroxysm of reconciliation, Voltaire painted all the devout as fools, knaves, and miscellaneous miscreants also fairly impartially. In his century there was no reason to let the Jews off the hook. That makes him an anti-Semite in this century for historians who project themselves back into history as undercover agents of the Anti-Defamation League. Lastly, we mentioned earlier that the Young Germany movement, Gutzko, Lob, has been cited for anti-Semitic treatment of Jewish figures like everybody else. Gutzko, for example, wrote a novel involving this sort of anti-Semitism. But when the young Engels, not yet 19, became enthusiastic about young Germany's liberal and democratic tendency, the figure he admired most was Ludwig Born. Indeed, his letters of this time to a boyhood friend are filled with encomiums on this German Jewish publicist. 55 In this young man's eyes, young Germany stood not only for political freedom in general but in particular for Jewish emancipation. Who can have anything against this? For him, the distress of the Jews is part of the liberal indictment of the status quo. He tells his friend about his literary hero, "You call for a faithful Eckhart? See, there he is already, a small chap with a sharp Jewish profile. His name is Born." He mentions the liberal poet Kreuznach twice with warm praise, and both times prominently identifies Kreuznach as a Jew. He brings up the Wandering Jew, in German, the Eternal Jew, as one of the models for freedom of the spirit about which he dreams of writing a second Faust. He lists the emancipation of the Israelites as the first of 3 positive achievements of Napoleon. 57. Is this young man a philo-Semite like Lessing? Yes, like Lessing, for, in this same correspondence with his friend, one also finds the routine use of the economic Jew stereotype as a jibe, as also in later life. Quoted by itself, this would make him an anti-Semite like all the other pixelated people. The real issue of the time had nothing to do with the use of language about Judaism based on the universally accepted economic Jew stereotype. The real Jewish question was, for or against the political emancipation of the Jews. For or against equal rights for Jews? This was the Jewish question that Marx discussed, not the one that dominated the minds of a sick society a century later. Special note B. Rhyme and Reason, the content of Marx's juvenile verse. A note to Chapter 9, page 196. Comments on the verse that Marx wrote in 1836 to 1837, when he was about 18 or 19, usually echo Franz Mehring's negative opinions. Point 1. This would seem a safe procedure, in view of Mehring's status as a Marxist, historian, and literary critic. Besides, there is the scornful view of his own poetic productions which Marx himself expressed by late 1837 and in later years. Point 2. Since Mehring, any serious independent evaluations of these poems can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Point 3. This much remains uncontroversial. Most of the poems are amatory effusions of a personal sort. The themes were common in recent German Romantic poetry, going back at least a couple of decades, and aesthetically speaking they are not notable as poetry. However, Mehring added, something that has no aesthetic value can nevertheless have a biographical and psychological value, for this is our present concern. What features of interest do the poems show in the context of our discussion in Chapter 9? Precisely on this point Mehring is of limited use as a guide, for a reason that is usually overlooked. The poems he discussed are not the ones that have been available to us. He saw the poetry notebooks of 1836, which were later lost, the poetry notebook of 1837, the only one extant until recently, had not been discovered when Mehring wrote. But the latter is substantially more interesting than the former with regard to the biographical and psychological value of the material. To begin with, there is no doubt that many of the poems breathe a spirit of passionate energy, but the trouble with making much of this fact is that it is just in this respect that they are most plainly echoes of romantic clichés. Byronic and Heinesque heroes with emotions that are tearing them apart had long been a drug on the market. This has never prevented young apprentices to poetry from feeling the old emotions anew, but the forms into which the passions are poured have to be seen in their contemporaneous context. Thus, if in A Song to the Stars 7 the young Marx denounces the tranquility of his subject. But ah! You shine forever! With calm ethereal rays. The gods will fill you never. With burning brands that blaze. One must recognize that the sentiment was in a rut, though it is illogical to conclude that it was insincere. In this body of verse, the most often mentioned examples of tearing a passion to tatters are the only two that Marx published, 4 years later, under the joint title Wild Songs 8, the very first products of Marx's pen to see print. They are as good examples as any of this genre. The first is the minstrel. The minstrel's viol is singing. His light brown hair is out flinging. He wears a saber at his side. His pleated cloak is flaring wide. Minstrel, minstrel, how savage you sound! Minstrel, why look so wildly around? What inner storm is so heart-rending? Look, your very bow is bending. You ask me why? Why does ocean roar? To shatter waves on its rocky shore. Till eyes go blind and hearts rebel. And the soul goes roaring down to hell. Minstrel, though scorn tears at your heart. A shining God sent the healer, art. To draw you on high to rhythms entrancing. Till you mount the sky where stars are dancing. What's that? I'll thrust, beyond control, this blood-black saber into your soul. God knows not of art, and less does he care. Art rises as fumes from the devil's own lair. Till it addles the brain and transmutes the heart. I got it from old Nick himself, this art. 'Tis he beats the time, he tells me how. I must play the Dead March wildly now. Must play a darkling, must play a glow. Till the heart is broken by strings and bow. The minstrel's viol is singing. His light brown hair out flinging. He wears a saber at his side. His pleated cloak is flaring wide. The companion poem, entitled Love in the Night, 10 is somewhat darker. His arms round her strain. His eyes dark and stormy. Love, hot burns your pain. You tremble before me. You drank of my soul. From me took fire. Blaze out, aureole. Young blood, blaze higher. Sweet, whitely you stare. Speak so strangely, my love. Look, singing up there. High the worlds spin above. High, darling, high. Burn, stars, oh burn. Up. Up to the sky. Let our souls flash in turn. His voice low and frightening. Despair in his sighs. His glances dart lightning. Burn a void in his eyes. It was poison you drank. We must go, come away. Night's host, rank on rank, comes to banish the day. His arms round her strain. Death stands at the door. And stabs of deep pain close her eyes evermore. Perhaps the maximum that can be read into these juvenile effusions, this side of common sense, has been set down by W. M. Johnston in connection with the minstrel. He sees it as an expression of the artist's isolation. The artist is a victim of alienation, he knows no restraint in his calling. Indeed, at first glance it may seem that here Marx is expressing a whole series of romantic commonplaces. The artist as a man in league with the powers of darkness, the musician as the supreme artist, the power of music to intoxicate the soul, the scorn of the artist for the restraints of the social order. These themes are familiar in Germany from Wackenroder, Tieck, and Novalis in the 1790s on down to Platon, Lenau, and Heine in the 1830s. Marx, however, voices these sentiments with a fury that suggests rebellion of a starker sort than mere poetic Weltschmerz. Why is this of a starker sort? Because this artist carries a saber and threatens to commit mayhem. This effort to endow the becloaked minstrel with originality assumes that Heine and the others always expressed mere poetic Weltschmerz rather than fury with the way of the world, an assumption which is simply not true. But why must the poetical sentiments be established as original before they can be taken to reflect Marx's temperament? Johnston also writes, while it may be going too far to say that this minstrel is an incipient revolutionary, it is plain that his estrangement from society is total. He lives uniquely for his art, as a dedicated revolutionary lives uniquely for his cause. In temperament, Marx's minstrel is a born despiser of the social order. It is not far-fetched to say that out of this minstrel a revolutionary is waiting to be born. And even if we ignore Marx's post-1846 vocation as a revolutionary, his portrait of the artist as the alienated individual par excellence suggests that his own sense of alienation may have deepened enormously during 1836 and 1837.11. Maybe. The trouble with this kind of case is that too many adolescents and youths of idealistic temperament have gone through stages of rebellion and estrangement without becoming revolutionaries. The revolutionary that waits to be born is aborted by the despised society. Plainly Marx's case went deeper than anything visible in the juvenile verse. Obviously more self-revealing was the poem which Mering selected for quoting from the notebook that was later lost. 12. I ne'er can treat with calm dispassion what grips my soul the mightiest, ne'er repose in easeful fashion. On I dash, without a rest. *******. I would compass all, attaining every boon the gods impart. Dare to crave all knowledge, straining to embrace all song and art. ******. So let's dare all things to seek out. Never resting, never through. Not so dead as not to speak out. Not to want, and not to do. Only never, meekly standing. Bear a yoke in fear and pain. For the yearning, the demanding, and the deed, all these remain. There are quite a number of poems in the 1837 notebook that deal directly with ideas, though none is overtly political. Some reflect the youth's idealistic indignation against sordidly materialistic attitudes. Among a group directed at the medical profession, perhaps best is one entitled To Physicians 14. You Philistine physicians, cursed pack! To you the world's a bone heap in a sack. If once you've cooled the blood with hydrogen, and felt the pulse begin to throb, why then, you think, I've done what can be done for these now one can live in tolerable ease. The Lord God is a clever one, I see. To be so well versed in anatomy. And every flower is useful, it is true. When once it's made into an herbal brew. The same spirit is evident in several of the epigrams, taking the side of the high-minded, loftily spiritual, and idealistic against the mundane. Goethe and Schiller are taken as representing the former. There is a philosophical quartet of epigrams entitled Hegel, which reflects Marx's first antagonistic reaction to that thinker. In the following example, the third of the quartet 15, it must be understood that the I refers to Hegel, and the whole thing was intended as a needle thrust against him. Kant and Fichte like to roam the ethereal blue, where they sought a distant shore. But I seek only to grasp through and through what I found right outside my door. A year later, this sarcastic jab was going to change from derogatory to honorific, as Marx found that Hegel's concern with the real world, which is mundane by definition, was his strong side as compared with previous idealist philosophy. Indeed, the same reversal would affect Schiller later. Marx used Schillerizing, counterposed to Shakespearizing, to connote abstraction mongering in literature. Point 16. But in other epigrams of the 1837 notebook, Schiller and Goethe were put on a pedestal. In the following two examples 17, the assumed speaker is a despised critic of the Olympians. V. This is the trouble with Schiller, I'd say. He can't entertain in a human-like way. He drives things so far they take off and soar. But won't put his hand to a workaday chore. He's good at the thunder and lightning bit, but entirely lacks plain everyday wit. 6. There's Goethe now, too precious a man. He'd rather view Venus than Raggedy Ann. Right stoutly he'd grasp things from below. Yet if soaring on high one is forced to go, don't make the form too sublime, on the whole. It leaves no footing for the soul. Now Schiller was right to a greater extent. With him the ideas were evident. You could say they were down in black and white, even if you didn't quite grasp them aright. There is a group of epigrams under the collective title Pustkuchen, defending Goethe and Schiller against the Lutheran pastor of that name who became notorious when he attacked Goethe as the most typical representative of the licentious and depraved tendencies in modern literature and published a moralizing parody of Wilhelm Meister. Here are three of the Pustkuchen epigrams. 18. 1. Schiller, he thinks, might have been all right, had he only read more in the Bible at night. His poem The Bell would be fine if a section were added to expound the resurrection, or how on his little ass Christ rode into town, alas! And his Wallenstein needs additional scenes on how David defeated the Philistines. 2. For the ladies Goethe is pure Hades, a horror above all to old ladies. All he has grasped is nature's totality, but hasn't polished it up with morality. Let him study Luther's book a bit, and manufacture verses out of it. On beauty, indeed, he'd sometimes call, but forget to say, God made it all. 7. On the wings of sin this Faust would soar. He lived for himself and nothing more. He doubted in God, in the world no less. Forgot Moses, thought it a smashing success. And Maggie that goose, she loved him instead of stuffing the fear of the Lord in his head, by reminding him he was the fiend's own prey, as he soon would find out on Judgment Day. How David defeated the Philistines is indeed the keynote. The sensitive youth sees the apathetic throng and the dead weight of Philistinetum flattening all public life, and reacts with scorn. The first and third of the epigrams 19 express this most clearly. In snug armchairs, dull and dumb, the German public all keep mum. What if the storms rage nimbus shrouded? What if the sky grows dark and clouded? What if the lightnings writhe and hiss? They are not stirred by things like this. But when the sun comes out of hiding, the breezes rustle, the storms subsiding, then forth they come and crow at last, and write a book, the danger is past. They spin out fancies, fabrications, would trace the thing to its foundations. Claim the correct way wasn't pressed. It just was heaven's peculiar jest. Life needs a more systematic model. First rub your feet and then your noddle. They act like children, babble on. Chase after things long dead and gone. Meanwhile, let them only seize the day. Let earth and heaven go their own way. Things would go on as they did before. And the wave roll calmly along the shore. 3. If the Germans had ever got underway, the people would surely have won the day. And when it all was over, indeed, on every wall here's what you would read. Marvels have happened. Will wonders ne'er cease? All men will soon have 3 legs apiece. Thereupon everybody would fidget and fret, and begin to be covered with shame and regret. Too much all at once has happened, we vow. Let's all become quiet as mice for now. That sort of thing belongs in a book. And it won't lack for buyers, the way things look. If Johnston saw the incipient revolutionary in the alienated artist figure, de Riazanov pointed to the last-cited epigrams as the germinal form of rebellion. It is against Philistinism that the idealist concentrates the whole bitterness of his scorn and the sharpness of his ridicule. But it is not a question of the traditional antithesis between the gay life of students kicking over the traces and the orderly, comfortable everyday life of the good burgher. This Sturm und Drang period Marx had already gone through in Bonn the university. He appears here, rather, as a youth filled with philosophical and political aspirations that come into contradiction with the insipid realism and inertia of the public. This protest against the intellectual domination of the Philistin is, however, nothing but the germinal form of rebellion against the dominant state of things in society. 20. There are many kinds of germs, and from this undifferentiated form one does not always know what the germ will grow up to be. What we have at this point is a leaning in character and temperament. Special note: see the state as political superstructure, Marx on Mazzini. A note to chapter 18, page 460. In 1858 Marx's attention was focused on what he thought were the last gasps of the Bonaparte regime in France. The political temperature had heated up with the attempt by the Italian nationalist Felice Orsini to assassinate the emperor on January 14, in protest against the French designs on Italy. In brief, Bonaparte wanted to liberate Italy from Austrian domination in order to impose French control. In Italy, Cavour was playing the cat-and-mouse game of alliance with France, aiming to use Bonaparte's imperial ambitions for the purposes of the House of Savoy, without being swallowed up by the French liberator. In this situation the émigré leader of the Republican wing of the Risorgimento, Giuseppe Mazzini, called on the people to forge Italian national unity against both Cavour and the foreigners. Mazzini took the Orsini attentat as an occasion for issuing an open letter denouncing Bonaparte. 1 Now in general Mazzini represented about everything Marx detested in the self-styled radical. He was as bitterly anti-socialist as he was anti-democratic, a much-admired rhetorician who substituted empty moralizing abstractions for political ideas, a bourgeois nationalist who sought a following among the working classes with social elocution rather than a social program, a conspiratorialist who preferred plots to mass organization. 6 years after this episode, it was going to be a knot of Mazzinians in London, headed by Mazzini's secretary Luigi Wolf, who presented one of the first obstacles to putting the International on its feet. But Mazzini's open letter to Bonaparte impressed Marx as striking a new note, in its awareness of the relationship of socio-economic development to political problems in general, and in its attention in particular to the interests of working people. In consequence Marx wrote an article for the New York Tribune on the Mazzini letter which greeted it with pleasure and quoted from it extensively and approvingly. The longest Mazzini passage quoted indicted the Bonaparte regime in terms of the economic conditions of the peasantry and working class as well as of the dissatisfied bourgeoisie. It is also made clear that Mazzini was pronouncing the doom of the Second Empire. The fullness of time approaches, the imperial tide is visibly rolling back, he wrote. From this moment, your fate is sealed. You may now live months, years you cannot. Written on March 30, 1858, Marx's piece was published on May 11 under the title Mazzini and Napoleon, as a leading article, editorial, hence unsigned. We reproduce the first part of the article, up to the point where Marx starts quoting and summarizing the content of the Mazzini letter. So much for the context. Its interest for us here lies in its remarks on the relation between the political superstructure and the economic realities. Mazzini and Napoleon. Mazzini has recently addressed a letter to the French Emperor, which, in a literary point of view, must hold, perhaps, the first place among his productions. There are but few traces left of that false sublimity, puffy grandeur, verbosity, and prophetic mysticism so characteristic of many of his writings, and almost forming the distinctive features of that school of Italian literature of which he is the founder. An enlargement of views is also perceptible. He has, till now, figured as the chief of the Republican formalists of Europe. Exclusively bent on the political forms of the state, they have had no eye for the organization of society on which the political superstructure rests. Boasting of a false idealism, they have considered it beneath their dignity to become acquainted with economical realities. Nothing is easier than to be an idealist on behalf of other people. A surfeited man may easily sneer at the materialism of hungry people asking for vulgar bread instead of sublime ideas. The triumvirs of the Roman Republic of 1848, leaving the peasants of the Campagna in a state of slavery more exasperating than that of their ancestors of the times of imperial Rome, were quite welcome to descant on the degraded state of the rural mind. All real progress in the writing of modern history has been effected by descending from the political surface into the depths of social life. Duro de Lamel too, in tracing the different phases of the development of landed property in ancient Rome, has afforded a key to the destinies of that world-conquering city, beside which Montesquieu's Considerations 3 on its greatness and decline appear almost like a schoolboy's declamation. The Venerable Leluel IV, by his laborious research into the economical circumstances which transformed the Polish peasant from a free man into a serf, has done more to shed light on the subjugation of his country than the whole host of writers whose stock in trade is simple denunciation of Russia. Mazzini, too, does not now disdain to dwell on social realities, the interests of the different classes, the exports and imports, the prices of necessaries, house rent, and other such vulgar things, being struck, perhaps, by the great if not fatal shock given to the Second Empire, not by the manifestos of democratic committees, but by the commercial convulsion which started from New York to encompass the world. It is only to be hoped that he will not stop at this point, but, unbiased by a false pride, will proceed to reform his whole political catechism by the light of economical science. The hope that Marx expressed in this article was not to be fulfilled. In September of the same year, Marx devoted another Tribune article to Mazzini, Mazzini's new Manifesto 5. Most of the article is given over to a translation of his historical document, enabling the reader to judge for himself of the vitality and the prospects of that part of the revolutionary emigration marshalled under the banner of the Roman Triumvir. Marx limits himself to a brief comment. Instead of inquiring into the social agencies on which the revolution of 1848 to 1849 foundered, and of trying to delineate the real conditions that, during the last 10 years, have silently grown up and combined to prepare a new and more powerful movement, Mazzini, relapsing, as it appears to us, into his antiquated crotchets, puts to himself an imaginary problem which, of course, cannot but lead to a delusive solution. The imaginary problem is why the émigrés have failed at renovating the world. Mazzini busies himself with advertising nostrums for the cure of their political palsy. The long excerpts from the manifesto show Mazzini appealing for action regardless of views, with the people writing upon its banner the signal: God, people, justice, truth, virtue. Still, the following year Marx had occasion to write another Tribune article complimentary to Mazzini, for by that time the expected war had broken out, with France ostensibly allied with Piedmont against Austria. Marx's article on Mazzini's manifesto welcomed the Republican leader's position of intransigent opposition to Bonaparte's schemes. 6. Special note D. The state parasite and the capitalist vermin. A note to Chapter 20, page 514. A number of different theories of the state have been assigned to Marx posthumously, since it is easier to deal with a Marxian theory if one has first invented it oneself. One of these is the independent parasite theory of the state, fabricated by an ingenious Marxologist by putting together two words to form a phrase which Marx never used and which makes no sense in his framework. One, it is done with rare economy, by quoting a sentence from the 18th Brumaire without wasting words on analysis. While none of Marx's passing mentions of state parasite constitutes a theory, there is a certain interest in examining the train of thought behind its use. 1. In the 18th Brumaire, the use of the metaphor state parasite, or similar term, is concentrated in, though not limited to, two of Marx's historical works written about 2 decades apart, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte and the Civil War in France, especially the drafts of the latter, representing respectively the beginning and end of Bonaparte's Second Empire. Since it is found mostly in connection with a denunciation of the grossly overinflated bureaucratic machine of the Bonapartist state, the question arises whether, in the thought behind the phrase, it is the state as such which is being impugned as parasitic, or only the Bonapartist overgrowth. The second interpretation is certainly in the forefront, for the context overwhelmingly emphasizes the dispensability of the characteristically Bonapartist expansion of the government apparatus. We meet the epithet in a key passage of the 18th Brumaire, describing the overbureaucratization of the French state. It says that in a country like France, where the state has swollen to such immense and all-pervading proportions, where through the most extraordinary centralization this parasitic body acquires a ubiquity, one of the National Assembly's tasks was to simplify the administration of the state, reduce the army of officials as far as possible. This is also the interpretation we would expect from everything else that, we have seen, Marx wrote about Bonaparte's regime, with its superstructure of praetorians, stock jobbers, swindlers, functionless functionaries, and lumpen adventurers, piled on top of the normal state superstructure. But it is evident that to point to a parasitic element as dispensable does not mean it is useless to the ruling class. On the contrary, not only was the inflated bureaucracy obviously useful to Bonaparte, in the very next sentence Marx points out it became useful also to the French bourgeoisie. The fact that the Bonapartist freebooters sponge off the social revenue does not in the least prevent them from playing a role as instruments of the rulers. Indeed, the first is requisite to the second from the standpoint of the rulers, though not from the standpoint of society's objective interests. These elements are certainly parasites from a basic social point of view, but pillars of the state from the point of view of their patrons. A second key passage in the 18th Brumaire elaborates the description of the French bureaucratic tradition, and again the parasite epithet crops up in the indictment, but this time we are clearly told that this executive power, this appalling parasitic body, sprang up in the days of the absolute monarchy, with the decay of the feudal system. 2. It was not the state that sprang up at this time, only a particular type of state or state apparatus. Unquestionably the reference is not to the state as such but to the special phenomenon of the heavily over-bureaucratized state structure. A similar remark 6 years later also refers specifically to the Bonapartist regime, the administration, that ubiquitous parasite feeding on the vitals of France. 3. 2. In the Civil War in France. When we get to the Civil War in France there is a certain ambivalence built into the relevant passages. The reason for this is the great and repeated emphasis in this work, particularly in its drafts, on the Commune's replacement of the state as such. This pervades the work so thoroughly that the two possible interpretations under discussion appear to be telescoped. To be sure, the second draft of the essay repeats the statement, from the 18th Brumaire, that the huge governmental parasite dates its birth from the days of absolute monarchy. 6. Again, it is clear at this point that the parasite is the overinflated bureaucratization of the state, and not the state as such. But in a dozen other passages, mainly by juxtaposition of ideas, never by direct statement, the attribution of parasitism could just as well be an epithet hurled against the state as such, and not only against the particular French Leviathan. The final version of the Civil War in France says that the organization of national unity by the Commune Constitution would become a reality by the destruction of the state power which claimed to be the embodiment of that unity, independent of, and superior to, the nation itself, from which it was but a parasitic excrescence. But this is followed immediately by the clearest of all statements that there was no question of abolishing the state tout court, the legitimate functions of the state would be exercised by the responsible agents of society. Further, the communal constitution would have restored to the social body all the forces hitherto absorbed by the state parasite feeding upon, and clogging the free movement of, society. The argument is made that the commune would have provided cheap government, by destroying the two greatest sources of expenditures, the standing army and state functionarism bureaucracy. 7 In short, parasitic excrescences are to be eliminated. Legitimate functions retained in a new form, the concept of the smashing and recasting of the state machine. Further along, we read that the commune would have transformed the peasants' present bloodsuckers, the notary, advocate, lawyer, executor, and other judicial vampires, into salaried communal agents. 8. In the first draft of this work, where Marx, along with an unusual number of other cuss words, please note 9, uses the parasite epithet very freely, the passing mentions are equally casual. None in the least resembles a statement on the idea. But we may well pause at the remark that the commune does away with the unproductive and mischievous, that is, harmful work of the state parasites. 14. This links the charge of parasitism with the fact that, economically speaking, state officials are unproductive laborers. This is a significant ingredient in the connotation of the phrase. The economics of unproductive labor had already been thoroughly explored by Marx in his manuscripts for Capital, particularly the 4th volume, and we will take this subject up in some detail in Volume 2 of this work, dealing with the role of intellectuals in society. One connection has already been made in the passage which we had occasion to quote about the subordination of the bureaucracy to bourgeois society. Point 15. Here the subject is the social stratum of unproductive laborers such as state officials, military people, artists, doctors, priests, judges, lawyers, etc. All of them find it unpleasant to be relegated by Adam Smith economically to the same class as clowns and menial servants, and to appear merely as people partaking in the consumption, parasites on the actual producers, or rather agents of production. Point 16. The bourgeoisie originally objected to the expense of keeping such unproductive laborers, but changed back in so far as state power came under its own control. Bourgeois society reproduces in its own form everything against which it had fought in feudal or absolutist form. In the first place, therefore, it becomes a principal task for the sycophants of this society, and especially of the upper classes, to restore in theoretical terms even the simply parasitic section of these unproductive laborers, or to justify even the exaggerated demands of the section which is indispensable. Point 18. It is seen on closer examination, then, that Marx does not say that all unproductive laborers are also parasitic. There is a parasitic section, but others are indispensable. And if the parasitic elements are dispensable, they may still be useful in a class sense. In any case, while unproductiveness is a scientific category and not a value judgment, poets and socialist theoreticians are just as unproductive as policemen. It would be a mistake to treat the parasite epithet as if it aspired to be the same sort of scientific term. That is why we never meet it except as an incidental sideswipe. If this is understood, then it may well be that in the Civil War in France Marx pinned the parasite label on the state as such in one definite sense, namely that the best interests of society no longer need a state at all any longer, and that it will be the task of socialism, as it was the orientation of the commune, to get rid of this no longer indispensable institution. This points to the well-known prospect of the withering away of the state, but not to any innovation in Marxist theory. 3. Parasitic capitalism. Insofar as parasitic simply connotes dispensable, then Marx should be just as complacent about applying it to capitalism itself, not only the state. And that is exactly what he does in exactly the same way, as a passing expletive. It crops up particularly in notes and drafts rather than in finished and published writings, as an expression of antipathy rather than analysis. Thus, in the notes for the 4th volume of Capital, Marx discusses just how much the productivity of labor must rise before a profit-monger a parasite, can come into being. 20. This certainly reflects Marx's feelings about the role of capitalists, but it hardly constitutes a new theory of capitalism. Some profit-mongers are more parasitic than others. This is applied, with or without the epithet, especially to usury and commerce as distinct from manufacturing. 21 It applies redoubled to special situations, like that of the Tsarist state, which has collaborated in the enrichment of a new capitalist vermin, sucking the blood of the already debilitated rural commune. 22 Besides the capitalist vermin, we also find Marx denouncing the English factory owners as these vampires sick, fattening on the lifeblood of the young working generation of their own country. 23 Because of their sweatshop use of child labor. And in a draft of the Civil War in France he refers to the financial swindlers as the most parasite fraction of the reactionary classes. 24 Like Marx, Engels pointed to Russia as the country where capitalistic parasitism was most developed, referring to elements less advanced than the big bourgeoisie. 25 More important, Engels flatly called the merchant class in general a class of parasites. The context shows that this label referred to its character as an unproductive class. A class that took no part in production, but engaged exclusively in exchanging products, the merchants. Here a class appears for the first time which, without taking any part in production, captures the management of production as a whole and economically subjugates the producers to its rule, a class that makes itself the indispensable intermediary between any two producers and exploits them both. Thus a class of parasites arises, real social spongers, who, as a reward for very slight real services, skim the cream off production at home and abroad. 26 Here the use of parasite is clearly rhetorical, especially since it is simultaneously acknowledged that this parasite is indispensable under the given historical circumstances. It is not used as a scientific economic term, any more than state parasite is a rigorous political term. One might as well try to read something into Marx's note that capital constantly sucks in living labor as its soul, like a vampire. 27 But any Marxologist who is beating the brush for new and profound Marxian theories can spin the theory of vampire capitalism into a fresh discovery without any more difficulty than heretofore. Special note: E Oriental despotism before Marx, the Wittfogel fable. A note to chapter 21, page 515. Today, discussions of Oriental despotism have mainly become a surrogate form of discussing the contemporary communist social system, that is, a society ruled by a state bureaucracy. As such, the subject is outside our purview, but a word about its genesis may help to clarify our own inquiry. 1. The contemporary issue. Just as the literati of the Enlightenment praised Chinese despotism as a means of criticizing the society they lived under, Voltaire being the type, so now theories of Oriental despotism tend to be regarded as predated judgments on the type of society developed in Stalin's Russia. This approach was first adopted by the Stalin bureaucracy itself, when a Leningrad conference in February 1931 decreed a new party line, a departure from views expressed in the 1920s by D. Ryazanov and others, and even from the views embodied in the 1928 program of the Communist International. 1. The new pronouncement by the scholastic establishment was that henceforth Marx's views on the Asiatic mode of production, if mentioned at all, were to be interpreted to mean that the Asiatic societies were essentially feudal. The political motivation behind this decision was not hidden. It was specifically directed against the menace of Trotskyism, after the disaster of Stalin's China policy of 1925 to 1927. What was required from scholars was a theory justifying Stalin's Popular Front type of policy, which in turn involved the notion that the enemy in China was the remnants of feudalism and imperialism, at any rate, pre-capitalist social forces familiar to European political thought. Supporters of any other view were decreed to be Trotskyites, and a number of them were sent to their ancestors for instruction on this point. The party line was later amended by 1934 to make the Asiatic societies slavery-based instead of feudal, later, loosened up to allow other versions mixing slavery or feudalism as ingredients, as long as interpretations stayed inside the framework of European classical and medieval society. The Chinese communists, Maoists, continued to enforce this policy after their accession to power, as before. Even dissidents who persisted in emphasizing the uniqueness of Chinese society relative to the two European patterns had to do so in terms of the slave-holding or feudal labels. The crux was the proposition that the ruling class had to be one of these two private property-holding classes, so that the possibility of the mandarinate bureaucracy was excluded. Point 2. The contribution by Wittfogel on this issue, especially through the publication of his book Oriental Despotism in 1957, was to rouse a hue and cry in the Western Marxological enterprise, which widely accepted Wittfogel's claim that here was a new handle by which to administer a beating to Marx's reputation. As it happened, this coincided with the intellectual thaw touching Eastern Europe after the death of Stalin and after the 20th Congress in 1956. It was clear that refutation of Wittfogelism on the basis of the Stalinist dogma on Oriental society was impossible for anyone striving for a modicum of intellectual honesty. There arose a strong thrust in some intellectual circles of the communist world for a change in the party line, or at least a loosening to allow deviationist opinions, namely Marx's. One of the prominent spokesmen of this tendency was the Hungarian sinologist Ferenc Tokai, who first published his views in his own country and then participated in discussions that bubbled up in French communist circles of Orientalists and others who respected scholarship more than political dogma. During the 1960s, the French discussion became the main international sounding board for dissident opinion on this issue from scholars in various communist countries, at any rate in print. Point 3. A discussion opened in Russia in December 1964, sparked by E. Varga. In May 1965, the Russian academic establishment organized a conference on the issue in Moscow, where variants of the Asiatic mode of production view were permitted to be expressed in a careful form, one that indicated no political conclusions, as one dissident theory. At its close, the reporter, V. Nikiforov, laid down the line again with full force. The very term Asiatic mode of production was still to be rejected, the official pretense being that Marx and Engels had abandoned it themselves, but, Nikiforov emphasized, the crux was not the term itself but this. When it is said that there is no Asiatic form of society, what is meant is that there is not, and there could not arise, a society characterized by antagonisms without a class of private owners of the means of production, that the state could not arise in a society where classes have not formed in any case up to now. We do not know any facts attesting such a development. Point 4. The crucial word is private. No class society can exist except under a ruling class of private property owners. So goes the decree for the past, present, and future. The concept of a state bureaucracy functioning as a ruling class in any conceivable society is outlawed. In the international discussion there was somewhat more leeway for analyses of Oriental society as a mode of production, but much less for any political conclusions, that is, implications for the theory of the state. 2. Wittfogel's claims. With respect to this issue, Wittfogel represented the opposite side of the coin. Karl Wittfogel came out of the matrix we have just sketched. A former Comintern theoretician, he had been one of those whose views were scotched in Leningrad in 1931. By 1957 he was one of the many ex-communists reconciled to Western capitalism and specializing in exposing his ex-colleagues. However, by the time of the Cold War period of the 1950s, anti-communist expositions were neither new nor scarce. Wittfogel's novelty consisted primarily in three allegations. 1. Marx refused to take the obvious step of designating the ruling class of Oriental despotism to be the state bureaucracy. 2. He did this because he was paralyzed by the precognition that his socialism had to lead to a bureaucratic despotism like Stalin's. 3. This was embedded in a grandiose theory about a world historical pattern of hydraulic society, based on waterworks, which purported also to offer a historical explanation for the rise of the Stalinist regime in Russia. Not all of these propositions had equal success. The hydraulic society theory on its Wittfogelian scale soon began petering out, as an overwatered exaggeration of the waterworks factor. The second proposition, the paralysis thesis in its most psychiatric form, has not been taken up with a will by most of the Marxological industry. Apparently it required too much of the instant Freudian psychoanalysis seen mainly in movie plots and the works of L.S. Fuhrer. The deposit that was left behind by Wittfogel's contributions has worn down mainly to one theorem: Marx failed to solve the problem of the ruling class under Oriental despotism because he could not accept a bureaucracy in this role, and this shows that his theory cannot account for historical reality. We have seen in Chapter 21 that, along with everyone else, Marx was unaware of an unsolved problem of this sort in connection with Asiatic society, and that he had no difficulty working with the then commonly accepted view of the nature of this Oriental state and society. But this is exactly what had to be expunged from the picture if Wittfogel's thesis was to have verisimilitude. If Marx was to be depicted as refusing to see what was so clearly before his eyes that his blindness could be explained only by mental paralysis, then there must have been contemporaries of his who did make the discovery that he closed his eyes to. Wittfogel entered his nominees for this service, the classical economists, mainly Richard Jones and John Stuart Mill, also Adam Smith and James Mill. Hence Wittfogel solved his problem with the following two propositions, essential to his case. 1. Marx learned about Oriental despotism, or Asiatic society, from these classical economists, who in the Wittfogel story were the first to use these concepts, indeed the first to use these labels or their similars. 2. Jones, Mill, and others did indicate the character of the ruling class in Oriental society, thereby providing Marx with the answer which he refused to adopt. Therefore the excuse cannot be made for Marx that the idea was unheard of. If Marx has to be depicted as rejecting it, then someone has to be discovered who proposed it. These claims are a farrago of misinformation in a double-barreled way. The classical economists did not do what Wittfogel claims, but, far from the concept of Asiatic society being otherwise unknown, it had been spread over Europe on a massive scale for 2 centuries and had become ideological platitudes. Far from the British classical economists being innovators of these ideas, they were relatively silent about, perhaps uninterested in, continental views about the Oriental state and bureaucracy which were part of an educated person's baggage when Marx was a mere student, frequently encountered in the literature on which he was educated. But before we review this continental furor over Oriental society, let us see what it is Wittfogel tries to extract from the writings of Jones, Mill, and others. 3. The classical economists. Wittfogel scoured the writings of Smith, Jones, and Mill, and came up with a meager handful of phrases which went little further than to refer to the existence of state officials under the power of the Oriental emperor. Naturally this material, if clearly presented, would not have set the Potomac on fire. Their phrases had to be puffed up into the semblance of a theory, or at least a serious conception, about the Oriental state structure and bureaucracy. This job is accomplished by Wittfogel indirectly. To begin with, how are these writers represented as innovators? We are told that Marx, on reading them, accepted their conviction that there existed a specific institutional conformation, which they, presumably not others before them, called Asiatic or Oriental society. When the Communist Manifesto was written, Marx and Engels seemed unaware of a specific Asiatic society. 7. It was in the early 1850s that Marx began to use the concept following Richard Jones and John Stuart Mill. He had found the Asiatic concept, ready-made in the writings of the classical economists. Again, Marx's concept of Asiatic society was built largely on the views of such classical economists as Richard Jones and John Stuart Mill. 8. The invention of the term Oriental society is assigned to Mill in 1848, and of Asiatic society to Jones. We shall see that the picture implied by these claims is pure fantasy. How does Wittfogel know that Marx learned about Asiatic society only from Jones and Mill? The factual basis is solely that Marx read them, as he did indeed. There is no question of evidence that he so much as jotted down a note about the discovery claimed by Wittfogel. But Wittfogel embroiders freehand. In the 1850s the notion of a specific Asiatic society struck Marx with the force of discovery. Temporarily abandoning party politics, he applied himself intensely to the study of industrial capitalism. 9. This is pure fiction. No attempt is made to confuse by citing a fact. But we know quite well, from the Marx-Engels correspondence, why Marx temporarily abandoned party politics, organizational life, after the revolution, and we know that it had nothing whatsoever to do with the unrecorded moment when the discovery of Asiatic society burst on Marx as he read the classical economists. The historical method here is vintage Hollywood, the script being modeled after the dramatic moment when Don Amich invented the telephone. What exactly was the innovative political theory allegedly put forward by the classical economists? In his original article on the subject, Wittfogel went close to the edge of outright falsification. In contrast to Jones, Mill, and others, Marx failed to indicate the character of the ruling class in Oriental society. 10 ordinary people would take this to mean that Jones, Mill, and others did designate the ruling class in Oriental society, and furthermore the context would leave no doubt that the ruling class they nominated was the state bureaucracy. But Wittfogel cannot cite a line or word where Jones or Mill did this service. In fact, no such statement exists in Jones or Mill to account for Marx's discovery. In fact, neither of these men even raised the question of what the ruling class was in Oriental society, or indicated that such a question existed. A couple of pages after this dangerous juggle, the claim is stated more carefully. Marx should have had no real difficulty in determining the ruling class in Asiatic society. Moreover, Jones and Mill had already volunteered important suggestions. Jones had viewed, as the representatives of the Asiatic state, the monarch and his officers. At times he omitted the sovereign altogether and spoke only of the king's officers or the state and its officers. John Stuart Mill listed among the many persons who benefited from the revenue of the Asiatic state the immediate household of the sovereign, and particularly the various functionaries of government and the objects of the sovereign's favor or caprice. 11. The inquiring reader who turns to the actual passages in Jones and Mill indicated by Wittfogel will find that these passages are not at all concerned with any political exposition or theory about the state officials mentioned, let alone about a ruling class. The great discovery is that these state officials exist and consume revenue, that the state does not consist solely of the person of the monarch. We are to assume that somehow Europe had believed, before Jones and Mill uncovered the truth, that the Oriental state had no officers, that perhaps the monarch had no household, or that the officers and household were not maintained by state revenue, or some other remarkable notion which would mean that Jones and Mill were preceded in Europe exclusively by simple-minded witlings. The important suggestions about the nature of the ruling class which Jones and Mill made, then, turn out to be the fact that they reveal the existence of state officials and such. It was on coming across this revelation one day that Marx threw up his hands and abandoned party politics. Moreover, according to Wittfogel, upon learning the crucial fact that an officialdom existed, Marx should have had no real difficulty in determining the ruling class in Asiatic society. On this a provisional comment, it becomes very puzzling why, 3/4 of a century and several revolutions later, after everybody and his brother had raised the question of the bureaucratic ruling power all over the world press, Wittfogel himself had such agonizing difficulty in determining the ruling class in a society right in front of his eyes, where state officials not only obviously existed, but in fact ordered him what to think about state officials. In his main opus published 4 years later, Wittfogel was more discreet. At the very beginning he even stated some of the damaging facts about what his innovators had not done. True, Jones and Mill indicated a word that does not mean said that in Oriental society the officials enjoyed advantages of income which in the West accrued to the private owners of land and capital. How this enjoyment of advantages of income differs from that by officials in any other society is not indicated, nor is there any citation to explain it. Nor is it mentioned that advantages of income is precisely what does not define a ruling class, or a class of any kind, from Marx's viewpoint. But Wittfogel is very modest in making claims even for this minor accomplishment. For they did so only in passing and without stating clearly that under agrodespotic conditions the managerial bureaucracy was the ruling class. Did they come near stating it even unclearly? Wittfogel can't be caught stating this. They therefore did not challenge the widely accepted concept of class which takes as its main criterion diversities in, active, private property. 13. This means, their theoretical conceptions did not even raise the possibility of the bureaucracy being the ruling class. Perhaps Mill was paralyzed by the precognition that the coming aggrandizement of the state under liberal capitalism was going to lead to fascism if Wittfogelian psychiatry is taken seriously. In spite of this total lack of evidence for his central proposition, Wittfogel still manages to find words to contrast Marx's paralysis with the perspicacity of Jones and Mill, for he cannot do without some such ploy. Although Marx accepted the classical view in many important essentials, he failed to draw a conclusion, namely that his own theory required the designation of the bureaucracy as the ruling class. 14 The admission about the innovators leaves Wittfogel with remarkably little basis for claiming that Marx should have had no real difficulty in giving an answer to a question that no one had even asked as far as Wittfogel knows. All he has is the indubitable fact that Jones and Mill had mentioned the existence of state officials in the Oriental Society. To hint at a contrast, then, Wittfogel must actually suggest that Marx failed to note even the existence of anybody in the Oriental state except the individual monarch. How he manages this testifies to the advantages of being an ex-Comintern wrangler. The following statement appears. Marx established a ruling class as the main beneficiaries of economic privilege in other societies, whereas with regard to government-dominated Oriental society he was satisfied to mention a single person, the ruler, or an institutional abstraction, the state. 15. A careful re-examination of this extraordinary statement turns up the possibility that this is not a summary statement, as it would appear to the ordinary literate reader, but that it applies only to certain previously mentioned passages in Marx. That is, in these passages Marx mentions only a single person or the state. If this were really all Wittfogel was saying, then it would be quite irrelevant. It is unquestionable that Marx and everyone else, including Jones and Mill, usually referred to the political power by speaking of the sovereign, the crown, and the like. It is likewise unquestionable that he usually did this not only in connection with Oriental society but in connection with the Prussian state and any other absolutism. Wittfogel's statement plays a crucial role in the argument only insofar as it is misleading. We have seen in our last 3 chapters that Marx referred plentifully, more so than Jones and Mill, to the officialdom of the Oriental despotisms, when there was a reason for so doing. Wittfogel himself mentions that, in the 4th volume of Capital, Marx cites precisely the passage in Jones about the state and its officers, as well as a long passage by Bernie in his correspondence. 16 Does Marx get points for this? It is only another reason for denouncing him. With Wittfogel, it's heads I win, tails you lose. About these 2 citations by Marx, Wittfogel complains they prove that Marx did know of persons who, in Asiatic society, shared the surplus with the sovereign and therefore presumably should have had no difficulty. Then any officials who share the surplus with the sovereign power are thereby constituted as the ruling class? This foolishness is the only argument made on the subject. In another place, a summary statement, Wittfogel asserts that Marx crippled the concept of an Asiatic society by dropping the idea of a bureaucratic ruling class. 17 Whose idea was dropped? Not Marx's own, for Wittfogel denies he ever put it forward. Not that of Jones or Mill, for Wittfogel admits they never had it. It remains now to emphasize that there was a special contribution made by Jones and Mill to the understanding of Oriental society, one that Marx repeatedly praised. It did not pertain to the political structure, state or bureaucracy, nor to innovating the concept of an Asiatic or Oriental society. Their positive contribution was to the economic analysis of these societies. This service is alluded to in Marx's remark in 1857, in praise of the classical economists, that only when the self-criticism of bourgeois society had begun was bourgeois political economy able to understand the feudal, ancient, and oriental economies. In this field Marx gave the palm to Jones, on the ground of his sense of the historical differences in modes of production, and considered Mill inferior in this respect as well as a mediocrity in general. 18 Both Jones and Mill were experts on India particularly, rather than China, for both were involved with the British administration of India in their working lives. For the dream of enlightened despotism. The real career of the Oriental despotism concept dates back 2 centuries and more before Jones and Mill. The European discovery of the wonders of Chinese society began with the merchant adventurers of the 16th century, and the first knowledgeable reports were brought by the missionaries who followed, especially the Jesuits. The latter, the greatest trading company of Europe, were especially influential in arousing the interest and admiration of the European public. The praise heaped on Chinese society by Jesuit missionaries mounted up through the 18th century. 20. The European intellectual and social world echoed this admiration, contrary to Wittfogel's assertion, 21 with few exceptions. There is a considerable literature on the wave of Sinophilism that gathered strength by the 17th century, and it was in the following century, the Age of Enlightenment, that the spirit of Chinese culture reigned supreme. Thus by the middle of the 18th century Sinomania had become one of the chief cults of the time. In religious, philosophical, political, and economic fields France turned to the East for enlightenment. The much publicized portrait of Chinese institutions afforded a rallying point for many advocates of reform as the Réveil Chinois was popularized. 22. This Chinese dream had more than one source, but let us concentrate on its roots in an important socio-political development. The rise of the absolutist state out of polycentric feudalism established the idea that the general welfare could best be furthered by a firm state power based on a centralized bureaucracy, which subordinated the warring elements of civil society to overall control. But in practice, this new state power was accompanied by arbitrary injustice, harsh oppressions, corruption, and incompetence. If only the absolutist welfare state could be purged of its bad side. The notion of an idealized absolutism is familiar to us as the yearning for an enlightened despotism that filled the philosopher of the Enlightenment. As H. Jacobi has pointed out, these ideas were not at all put forward simply by apologists and propagandists for royal power, but no less by utopian visionaries, who were out to project the image of a better state. If for Hobbes the state, the absolute state, was an artificial contrivance to protect and benefit the people, then it was inevitable that advanced thinkers should look forward to an ideal Leviathan where the contrivance of society's welfare through a perfected bureaucracy was pushed to its furthest thinkable point. This represents the real root of the early, pre-1789, utopianism of Thomas More, Campanella, Morelli, and others. 23. The conceptions of an enlightened despotism and the social idealism of the original utopianism were, then, of a piece. If Richelieu, the political engineer of the absolutist state, already put forward the essential concept of monolithism in his Un-Roi, Un-Foi, Un-Loi, it is also true, as Tocqueville remarked in an analysis that should be read in its entirety, that the modern 1856 idea of a single class of citizens on an equal footing would certainly have pleased Richelieu, since equality of this kind facilitates the exercise of power. 24. Or more generally, bureaucratic despotism tended to press in the direction of reducing everybody to the state of a mass of administered atoms, which it then celebrated as equality and fraternity. This is why the characteristic political attitude of the Enlightenment, as is well known, was a yearning for a good despotism, enlightened despotism, whether in China, Egypt, Inca Peru, Jesuit Paraguay, or Catherine's Russia. This attitude was well known to Marx, of course, who mentions the phenomenon in connection with the Russophile cult of the period, which went hand in hand with the Sinophile dream. Of the Bonapartist Karl Vogt, who was also an admirer of Russian Tsarism, Marx wrote, "Crying up phrases about Russia as the Lord Protector of liberalism and national aspirations is not new." Catherine too was celebrated as the banner-bearer of progress by a whole host of French and German enlighteners. The noble Alexander I, in his time played the role of the hero of liberalism in all of Europe. Didn't he rejoice Finland with the blessings of Russian civilization? And so on, until Nicholas II was greeted before 1830 as a hero liberating nationalities, in every language with or without the help of rhyme. 26. And just as we have interpreted More's utopia as an idealized extrapolation of absolute despotism, so also Marx interpreted Plato's Republic, whose institutions were traditionally regarded as communistic, as an idealization of the Egyptian system as it appeared to Greek eyes. Plato's Republic, insofar as division of labor is treated in it as the formative principle of the state, is merely the Athenian idealization of the Egyptian system of castes, Egypt having served as the model of an industrial country to many of his contemporaries also. 27. It was the vogue of enlightened despotism among the enlighteners that provided the real context for the career of Oriental despotism that flourished in the European intellectual and political world right up to Marx's day, in one form or another. 5. Sinomania in Germany. The Sinophile cult of the Enlightenment meant that Oriental despotism was cried up as a model state and society. Two things must be kept clear that are blurred by Wittfogel. 1. This admiration was felt not in spite of the despotism of the regime but because it was viewed as a good despotism, the right kind of despotism, and, 2. What was admired even more than the paternal beneficence of the emperor was the competence, efficiency, and effectiveness of the administrative apparatus, the Mandarinate bureaucracy. One of the odd notions in Wittfogel is that the existence of the Oriental bureaucracy had to be discovered in the 19th century. On the contrary, from close to the beginning of the European infatuation with China, it was the performance of the state bureaucracy that was in the forefront. The first great name in the Sinophile movement was, as it happens, a German, though the French later assumed leadership. Leibniz's Novus Sima Sinica, latest news from China, of 1697, based on the Jesuits' reports, called for Chinese missionaries to teach Europe the good life. It was Leibniz who gave the first strong impulse to both the French and German enlighteners in presenting the Chinese despotism as a model. 28 Scholar, mathematician, and philosopher, Leibniz was also deeply concerned with politics and economic development. His Protestantism did not get in the way of his strong support of the Jesuit operation in China, which was in line with the Leibnizian formula for missionary penetration through cultural and commercial exchange. The China cult was important in influencing the introduction of the merit system of civil service examination for the state bureaucracies of France and Britain, perhaps also of Prussia, which began this system first in Europe. Leibniz may have stimulated this, as he did the establishment of at least one economic monopoly as a Prussian state enterprise. 29. The positive value of Chinese despotism was very clear to Leibniz. For to win the mind of a single man, such as the Tsar or the monarch of China, and to turn it to good ends, by inspiring in him a zeal for the glory of God and for the perfection of mankind, this is more than winning 100 battles, because on the will of such men several million others depend. On the other hand, the Chinese system was equally effective in keeping the masses quiet while their perfection was being effected. Indeed, it is difficult to describe how beautifully all the laws of the Chinese, in contrast to those of other peoples, are directed to the achievement of public tranquility and the establishment of social order, so that men shall be disrupted in their relations as little as possible. 30. The autocrat, converted to progress, octroys his reforms from above, while the people obey in silence and business is not disrupted, a real utopia. Leibniz established the pattern for admiring this Oriental despotism, followed by other influential Germans including Christian Wolff and A. H. Frank. Grimm was one of the exceptions in Germany as Fenelon, Montesquieu, and Rousseau were in France. Von Giusti was a worthy successor among the Enlighteners. He counterposed the European states, governed irrationally by their rulers and the latter's henchmen, to the well-ordered bureaucratic administration of China. In China there was not only one or two ministers with government authority but a whole administrative apparatus. In China, wrote von Giusti, a great mass of state servants were organized into working ranks, their numbers running to 13,600. It is the special advantage of the Chinese monarchy that its principles, motives, conceptions, and ways have the aim of getting the state servants, or the mandarins who are so designated, to regard themselves in all matters as fathers of the people. He saw the despotic regime as an approach to a real welfare state, which would be perfected in proportion to the advance in Polizeiwissenschaft, the 17th century term for social administration. 31. Herder, while not uncritical of Asiatic despotism, recognized that the Emperor of China was not simply an absolute despot but himself subordinate to the yoke of tradition, that is, the system. He was entirely aware of the Mandarinate and state officialdom in general, and spoke of the people's slavish service to the state machine. 32. 6. France, Voltaire to Quesnay. The China cult reached its zenith in intensity and influence in the land of Voltaire, who became the leading encomiast of the Oriental despotism. In a play, in the Dictionnaire philosophique, and particularly in his essay Sur les Moeurs, he portrayed China with uncritical enthusiasm as a social and political Eden of state wisdom and tolerance which put European institutions in an unflattering light. Previously, Voltaire had thought to find the ideal enlightened despot in Frederick the Great, that inventor of patriarchal despotism, as Marx called him, 33, but he was disillusioned in Berlin. He did not make the mistake of trying to visit Peking. 34 other philosophes and their admirers were no less involved in the apotheosis of the Réveil Chinois, such as Helvétius and Madame Pompadour. In mid-18th century, 3 series of Chinese letters with wide popular appeal reinforced the Sinomania. Alongside the Marquis d'Argens Lettres Chinoises and Goldsmith's A Citizen of the World, it was Étienne de Silhouette's La Balance Chinoise that was most interesting. Silhouette's emphasis was on the perfection of the bureaucracy, which was the balance of the title, countervailing the sovereign power. The Chinese recognize no rank but that appertaining to a man's office, promotion in government services for virtue and ability only, the efficiency of the governmental machinery is lauded, the perfect mandarin being the ideal state official, hence the emperor, though a despot, cannot abuse his despotic power. The state has regulated all things, even the most minute. 35. Although, as mentioned, there was a minority among the enlighteners who viewed the China cult with dubiety or reserve, it was the spokesman for the old feudal aristocracy whose power had been curtailed by absolutism who strongly attacked the centralized bureaucratic state perfected by Richelieu and, in works published abroad, pressed the similarity of the bureaucratic absolute monarchy with the bureaucratic despots of Oriental society. 36. Berny, whose travels, read by Marx in 1853, was important in concretizing the latter's analysis of Oriental society, is chock full of discussions and descriptions of the Mughal bureaucracies in India, including a long section detailing their numbers, varieties, hierarchical grades, and so on, as well as the great burden on the land and the people to satisfy their exactions. The French traveller, whose power of observation Marx lauded, notes more than once that the tyranny of the top bureaucrats is stronger than the sovereign power, and that the reins of government are often in the hands of viziers while the emperor remains profoundly ignorant of the domestic and political condition of his empire. In another work, published 1688, Berny took the usual contemporaneous view of China as a humane and enlightened despotism based not on force but on virtue, persuasion, and love. 37. In all this adulatory literature, as well as in the writings of holdouts like Montesquieu. 38, the Chinese and Indian, Mughal, empires were freely and uninhibitedly labeled Oriental or Eastern despotisms, the word implying no necessary disapproval. Chronologically speaking, the apogee of the glorification of the Oriental despotisms as such came with that school of economists who first represented the bourgeois spirit in the absolutist state, the physiocrats. Their head was Quesnay, a writer whose works Marx studied intensively. What has been called Quesnay's political testament 39 was his propaganda pamphlet Le Despotisme de la Chine, 1767, unmatched in its eulogy of the Chinese despotism on the basis of the Jesuits' testimonials. The eminent Confucius of Europe, so called by his admirers, begins his work with a straightforward defense of the term despotism, explaining that China is the good kind of despotism. Again and again, repetitiously, the bureaucratic machinery of the officialdom is described, for this emphasis on the countervailing power of the bureaucracy is part of his polemic against Montesquieu. Quesnay explains in some detail that the, formally, absolute power of the emperor is really tempered by the de facto power of the officialdom, and argues that an emperor who persisted in disregarding remonstrances by the mandarins would eventually have to yield. The hierarchical organization of the bureaucracy is described in detail. A host and multitude of mandarins carry on administration, and stamp out sects and errors at their inception, in order to preserve the true and solid doctrine in all its purity. The last words of the booklet celebrate China's inherently stable order. Quesnay explains that the nobility is no hereditary nobility, for he is using this European term to mean the actual ruling class. Only two classes may be distinguished among the Chinese people, the nobility and the people. The first include the princes of the blood, those with titles, the mandarins, and the scholars. The second, the husbandmen, merchants, artisans, etc. He describes the various classes of scholars, who are also the administrators, below the mandarinate, while the war mandarins are divided into 9 classes, and so on. 40. Tocqueville, quite rightly if superficially, emphasized that the physiocrats were not only principled supporters of enlightened despotism, but more, tended toward what we might today call totalitarianism, that is, they wished to destroy all centers of countervailing influence other than the central state power and to reduce all elements of the population to equally atomized individual fragments dependent on the beneficence of the bureaucratic state. Since Tocqueville's definition of democracy was equality of status, he accepted the contemporary label of democratic despotism for this political ideal of Quenet's comrades. 41. The state should be all-powerful, was the opinion of the physiocrat Mercier de la Rivière. We must see to it that the state rightly understands its duty and then give it a free hand, said another physiocrat. Indeed, all thinkers of the period, continued Tocqueville, from Quenet to the Abbé Baudot, were of the same opinion. The new form of government contemplated by them was to be modeled to some extent on the monarchical government then in force, which bulked large in their vision of the ideal regime. According to the economists physiocrats, the function of the state was not merely one of ruling the nation, but also that of recasting it in a given mold, of shaping the mentality of the population as a whole in accordance with a predetermined model. In short, they set no limit to its rights and powers. Its duty was not merely to reform but to transform the French nation, a task of which the central power alone was capable. The state makes men exactly what it wishes them to be. This remark of Baudot's sums up the economists' approach to the subject. Being unable to find anything in contemporary Europe corresponding to this ideal state they dreamed of, our economists turned their eyes to the Far East, and it is no exaggeration to say that not one of them fails, in some part of his writings, to voice an immense enthusiasm for China and all things Chinese. 42. Tocqueville then links this Sino-cultist movement with the subversive theories of what today 1856 is known as socialism, referring to Morelli. 43. He is only half right, for he ignores the fact that the other prominent precursor of French socialism, Mably, was one of the few who publicly attacked the pro-Chinese views of Quenet and Mercier de la Rivière. 44. In his economic notebooks on the physiocrats, Marx digressed to take passing cognizance of their political views too. He notes Quenet's advocacy of absolutism and of the existence of only one supreme power in government. He quotes Mercier de la Rivière's saying that by nature man is intended to live under a despotism. Yet, says Marx, it was precisely this school, with its laissez-faire, laissez-aller, that overthrew Colbertism and all forms of government interference in the activities of bourgeois society. The glorification of landed property in physiocratic theory in practice turns into the demand that taxes should be put exclusively on ground rent. And this implies the virtual confiscation of landed property by the state. For all their sham feudal pretenses, the physiocrats were working hand in hand with the encyclopedists. 45. Surely there has scarcely been a more mind-boggling contradiction, formally speaking, than the fact that the inventors of the very phrase laissez-faire were also the first principled theoreticians of the all-encompassing despotic state in modern times. Coming in the dawn years of capitalism, this historical fact prefigures the combination, in its twilight period, of enthusiasm for authoritarian state controls in the name of free enterprise. The formal contradiction is easily resolved in terms of class interests, let alone, to be sure, but let whom alone? Marx analyzed the dawning contradiction with his thesis that the physiocrats were the first systematic spokesmen of capital in reality. 46. While operating within the power context of the absolute monarchy. Intellectually, Quenet's school heaped praise on an oriental despotism which subordinated the rights of private property to the state, but in fact they had no desire to import this feature into Europe. The growing bourgeois system needed a bureaucratic despotism that could combine efficiency and virtue, for the purpose of recasting the nation in a given mold, as required by the new class whose interests also molded the ideas of the physiocratic school. In short, a formal, scholastic case could be made out that the Sino-cultist wave preceding the French Revolution was a movement for a social system and type of state basically different from the bourgeois as well as the feudal one that we might anachronistically call bureaucratic collectivist of a sort, but this superficial case would be historically misleading in mistaking intellectual foreplay for social reality. The play of free-floating ideas, as always, revealed potentialities, but it was going to take the unwinding of a whole historical epoch before the intellectual potential was bodied forth. It is also significant that the cult of Oriental despotism was relatively weak in bourgeoified England, where it was mainly a literary echo from the continent. One need only compare Goldsmith's use of the Chinese exemplar with Voltaire's to measure the great difference. In France and Germany, Sinomania started to fade soon after Quenet's Paean of Praise, that is, after the 1760s, though its place was partly taken by a new faddist enthusiasm for Hindu marvels. 47 By 1789 it was no longer a popular cult or uncritical furor, to be sure, but the conception of Oriental despotism remained altogether familiar to the intellectual world. 7. Hegel and Oriental despotism. It is therefore not surprising, except to readers of Wittfogel, that Hegel dealt with Oriental despotism time and again, using this term and similar ones. We are told that preoccupation with the Orient was one of the most intensive, if not the most intensive, preoccupation of Hegel's in Berlin. He came to Berlin in the year Marx was born, and his interest in the Orient was at its height in 1826 to 1827.48. In his lectures on the philosophy of the spirit, Hegel sought to differentiate true monarchy from Oriental despotism, since both seemed superficially to be cases where the will of a single individual stands at the summit of the state. The difference he finds is in the principles of right on which the state power is based, namely freedom of property ownership, at any rate personal freedom, freedom of civil society, its industry, and the municipalities, plus the subordination of the authorities to law. 49 He thus assumed his readers understood that Oriental despotism was inimical to European, bourgeois, conceptions of property rights. In China, noted Hegel's encyclopedic survey in the philosophy of history, the soil came to be regarded as state property at some unspecified late epoch, after which time it was established that a ninth part of what is produced goes to the emperor. Here he also mentions the existence of forms of slavery and serfdom as well as private property in land in certain times and circumstances, but stresses that these forms are all subordinate to the overall domination of the central power. It is necessarily true in China that the difference between slavery and freedom is not great, since all are equal before the emperor, that is, all are equally degraded. In India, he mentions, the pre-British society was organized in nearly feudal fashion, with various princes at the head of small realms 50, but he is definitely not claiming that the society was feudal in some European sense. The remark is descriptive, not analytical, and the rest of the description is plainly alien to European feudalism. In short, although Hegel does not pose the modern question of spotting social systems in time and space, he not only makes no effort to assimilate the Orient to familiar European forms, but, on the contrary, wishes to emphasize that Oriental social and political forms are fossil representatives of a first stage of human history that is long behind Europe. For Hegel, of course, the stages of world history go hand in hand with corresponding steps in man's ascent to freedom, marked also by an ascent in political forms. History begins in China, and despotism in the Orient marks the childhood of history. It is an inconvenience for his schema that, while despotism comes first in man's development, followed by the classical duo of aristocracy and democracy, it is monarchy that represents the culmination of progress. 51 Yet he must admit that despotism is one variety of monarchy. The embarrassment is solved by dividing monarchy into despotism and monarchy proper, or true monarchy, which is the blessed state of affairs that obtains when one-man rule is used only to effectuate whatever has become necessary in civil society and the state through the impact of reason in history. 52 Unlike despotism, true monarchy does not atomize individuals into depersonalized fragments by the crushing force of the state but encourages individuality to flower, this being freedom. Hegel, therefore, is exercised to demonstrate the basic gulf between Oriental despotism, which represents political childhood, and the absolute monarchy of his day, which represents maturity. Far from wanting to assimilate Oriental society to European forms, Hegel's constant unspoken premise is that Oriental despotism must be shown to be as alien to modern Europe as a Manchu to a Hohenzollern. Hegel has to distinguish despotism in general from the sovereign power which wields force, for state sovereignty is not merely a matter of force. But despotism denotes in general the condition of lawlessness where a particular will as such, whether of a monarch or a people, ochlocracy, mob rule, counts as law, or rather counts instead of law. Despotism is like the purely feudal monarchies that formerly existed in Europe and which were marked by constant revolts, wars, and outrages, because under such conditions the division of the state's business is merely mechanical, since its sectors are handed over to vassals, pashas, etc. Despotism reduces the scene to a polarization of the princes and the people, in which the latter have an effect, if at all, merely as a destructive mass versus the organized structure. Given an organic role in the state system by the true monarchy, the masses will pursue their interests in a legal, orderly way, otherwise they run wild. In despotic states, therefore, the despot goes easy on the people, who even pay little taxes. 53. It is clear that Hegel's criticism of despotism is not that this system oppresses the masses particularly. His objections focus on what despotism does to the upper strata, who have to grovel before the emperor like everybody else. The ascent to freedom will be a boon mainly for the propertied magnates whom despotism represses. From this new direction it is implicit that there is a goal between despotism and modern monarchy. Hegel is also concerned about the way in which different societae determine division into classes, stand. If in modern Europe freedom means that the arbitrary power of the sovereign is used to effectuate only what is necessary and rational, then by contrast, in the Orient as in the ancient world, the division into classes was left to the governing class, as in the Platonic state Plato's Republic, or was simply a matter of birth, as in the Indian castes 55 or worse. Class divisions may be virtually atomized as in China. Thus Hegel shows that the class system of Europe is not simply an arbitrary imposition from above as in the past, but the exercise of mature sovereignty within the framework of necessity and reason. This conditions his class analyses of the despotisms. In Oriental society, there is only a class of lords and thralls, it is the sphere of despotism, he remarks in his History of Philosophy 56, and when he goes on to explain that fear is the ruling category there, a clear echo of Montesquieu's basic indictment, it is plain whose fear is meant concretely. His complaint is that despotism breaks up the class system in a bad way. The class distinctions that develop in accordance with the various aspects of mores, government, and state, become stodgy, complicated, and superstitious rituals, accidents of personal power and arbitrary domineering, and the arrangement into classes undergoes a natural rigidification into castes. 57. In this patriarchal despotism where the emperor's fatherly solicitude runs everything, even his upper class subjects are legally minors, and no independent categories or classes have interests to protect for themselves, as in India, for everything is managed and superintended from above. Thus in China the people are dependent on the laws and moral will of the emperor without distinction of classes, but this is bad, for this very equality is not a triumphant testimonial to a person's inner worth but to a low level of self-esteem that has not yet attained to recognizing distinctions. 58. To put it somewhat anachronistically, Hegel seems to be complaining that this Oriental despotism is a classless society of equals. Outside of the emperor there is among the Chinese no specially distinguished class or rank, stand, no nobility. Only the princes of the imperial house and the sons of ministers enjoy any superior rank, more by their position than by their birth. Otherwise, all count as equals. Since in China equality rules, yet without freedom, despotism is necessarily the mode of government. 59. The point is very like the one that Tocqueville is going to make later. But we shall have to mention that this passage is followed without a pause by his account of the wonderful Oriental bureaucracy. 8. Hegel to Marx. Also like Tocqueville later, Hegel turns this criticism of Oriental despotism into a criticism of what we might nowadays call something like totalitarianism, that is, a society so rigidified by constraints from above that there is no allowance for the play of countervailing forces even in the upper strata, at least formally. He has to make do without the modern term. In his lectures on aesthetics, he remarks that the unfree Oriental unity, that is, the monolithism of state power in the Oriental system, results in religious and political despotism because the individual has no rights as a person and therefore no footing of his own. Elsewhere, under the Asian despots, individuality is allowed no validity as such, whereas it is respected in modern Europe. The Orient knew, and still knows, only that one is free, for all the freedom allocated by history to this toddler society is concentrated in the one-man ruler who singly represented the unity of society through the fatherhood of all. For outside the one power, before which nothing can take independent form, there exists nothing but gruesome arbitrariness ranging at large to no one's good. 60. In a comparison with the situation in India, he remarks that China is all state, as one would say an object is all steel, and in another comparison, that the substantive totality Ganz seen in China is not found in Persia. Incidentally, for Hegel it is China that is quite characteristically Oriental, while India and Persia compare with Greece and Rome. 61. It is instructive that it is as easy for Hegel to show that China is all state as that it is no state, and that he does both, though not in the same book. In his philosophy of history, if China is all state, the Indian political system is only a people, not a state, since in India there is no principle of freedom located anywhere, not even in a monarch, it is merely the most arbitrary and evil despotism, not a true state. But in his philosophy of right, he wants to take a fall out of the advocates of church-state unity, and so argues, under Oriental despotism is found that oft-desired unity of church and state, but thereby the state does not exist, not the self-conscious formation based on lawfulness, free ethicality and organic development which is alone worthy of the spirit. This elimination of the state's existence in Oriental despotism does not stop Hegel from writing, elsewhere, voluminously about the state in China, and even of its perfected machinery for the unity of the state organization. 62. This ambivalence, displayed over the question whether China is all state or no state, crops up also in Hegel's account of the Chinese bureaucracy. Here the realities of Prussian statism preserve the remnants of the Chinese dream. The existence of a pervasive bureaucracy in this childhood society can hardly be considered an infantile trait when it is found also in the state which crowns the ages, Prussia. To continue a passage already begun. All count as equals, and only those take part in government administration who possess skill in it. Offices are thus filled by those most highly educated in a scholarly way wissenschaftlich. Therefore the Chinese state has often been put forward as an ideal that should serve as a model even for us. 63. The praise is put forward second-hand but not negated, except for the caveats previously mentioned, equality minus freedom equals despotism. Explaining that the government proceeds exclusively from the emperor, who carries it on as a hierarchy of officials or mandarins, Hegel lays in pages of detailed description of the bureaucracy, its numbers, varieties, gradations, classifications, and checks. 64. The whole of this administration is thus covered with a network of officials. Everything is arranged with the minutest precision. This hierarchy of officials or mandarins is it aristocracy. We have seen why Hegel denied that China had an aristocracy or nobility, at least in the European sense. If modern jargon had existed, he would have been able to explain that it was a meritocracy, for he does explain it is by the merit that anyone may acquire that one attains to any high position in the state. 65. But, he would have to add, it is a meritocracy which is unfortunately lacking all autonomy with respect to the one power above. From all this it is clear that the emperor is the central point around which everything revolves and to which everything refers back, and it is on the emperor that thereby depends the welfare of the land and the people. The whole hierarchy of the administration works more or less according to a routine that becomes a convenient habit when things are quiet. It goes its own way first, last and always, with the uniformity and regularity of nature's course, only, the emperor is supposed to be its alert, ever vigilant, and self-active soul. 66. Now the importance to us of Hegel's portrayal of Oriental despotism does not depend on its accuracy in the light of later knowledge, which generally downgraded the emperor's unitary power and gave more emphasis to the power or property-holding classes, which Hegel represented as thoroughly atomized under the thumb of the imperial one. Its importance lies in the fact, 1. That Hegel, who early absorbed the literature of the Enlightenment, takes his place in the long line of European thinkers and writers who since 1585 had published copious descriptions and analyses of Oriental despotism, its hierarchy, its bureaucracy, and its form of society, and 2. That Marx early absorbed, not only the literature of the Enlightenment like any other intelligent student of the 1830s, but in particular these writings of Hegel. It would be supererogatory to explain that Marx absorbed Hegel, but it may be worth mentioning that most of our references to the philosophy of right come from the same part of that book that Marx dissected minutely in 1843, and that in the German ideology, Marx refers repeatedly to Hegel's views on China as he ridicules Stirner for clumsily parroting Hegel's opinion of Chinese virtues, as expressed in the Philosophy of History. 67 in the discussion of pre-capitalist economic formations in the Grundrisse notes, Marx frequently makes use of Hegel's concept of unity, Einheit, as underlining the role of the Oriental despot. While departing basically from Hegel's historical analysis, of course, Marx retains a number of other concepts, notably that of the Orient's static historical nature, so prominent in Hegel. 68. 9 Hess and Custine. Perhaps we can now appreciate the enormity of Wittfogels' claim that it took some incidental words in Jones and Mill to enlighten Marx, or any other well-informed literatus of the time, about the existence of a concept of Oriental society and its officialdom, so that he abandoned party politics in despair as the discovery pierced his soul. This after Hegel. Hegel was not the only one from whom Marx heard about Oriental despotism in his student days. The pioneer of comparative geography Karl Ritter was one of the live eminences at the University of Berlin in those days, and Marx took his course in general geography in 1838.70. Ritter gave considerable attention to Oriental society with stress on material and social factors, too in his works and doubtless in his lectures. Then there was Moses Hess, whose collaboration with the young Marx has been noted in Part I. In a couple of articles in 1845 Hess made some revealing references to Oriental despotism. In one article, he charged that Weitling's type of communism would inevitably lead to the destruction of all freedom, reversion to an Oriental despotism or some other already obsolete condition of lordship and servitude. In another essay he argued that if communism were really a system of forced labor, as painted by the bourgeoisie, it would run afoul of the sense of freedom of the Western peoples who would not stand for any Oriental despotism. 71. In these popular propaganda articles, Hess assumed general familiarity on the part of the educated public with the authoritarian features of Oriental despotism, which already made it a bogey if regarded as the threatened outcome of communism. A similar reference to Oriental despotism as a bogey may be found in an early article by the young Engels. 72. This familiar use of Oriental despotism by the German left was no doubt encouraged by the copious material on the Russian variety that pervaded the general press and the columns of the Paris Vorwärts in 1844. The Vorwärts was a semi-weekly published for the German emigrants in France during that year. In the spring Marx and his friends began to collaborate with it closely and influence its politics in a radical direction. 73 Marx and Engels published material in 14 issues of the paper. The Vorwärts carried copious excerpts from a book just published by Marc Fournier in collaboration with the German radical Bornstedt, Russie, Allemagne et France. This in turn followed the sensational impact made about the same time by the book La Russie in 1839, by the Marquis de Custine, published in 1843 and immediately translated into German and English. Custine's book was of great importance in this period, and M. Rubel is probably right in claiming that Marx was much influenced by its formulations. 74. The Marquis de Custine was a class-conscious feudal aristocrat whose travels not only made books but took him away from a France that alienated him. He was as hostile to absolutism as to democracy, hence sensitive to a despotism that made bondsmen out of the Russian nobility. During his sojourn in St. Petersburg he was dazzled by the Tsar's personal attentions though repelled by the regime, and at first his letters reflect the illusion that the crown is the all-in-all of the state. Only after a sojourn in Moscow and the provinces does his realization come that the bureaucracy wields a collective power standing even above the Tsars. Nicholas himself tells him that the regime is a despotism, it is the essence of my government. Custine adds that it is an oriental despotism. Especially after Moscow, he repeats that the land lies between the Occident and the Orient, that Moscow is between London and Peking 75. Custine's early view of the Tsar as the one power resembles Hegel's of the Chinese emperor, the empire is the emperor. It is his will which alone animates the country, like the patriarchal tyranny of the Asiatic governments. Acute observer in the tradition of Berny, he early notes the shadowy background figures of the officialdom who seem to be saying, "Make way, I am one of the members of the grand machine of state." Yet in Petersburg he snorts at the ornate ministry buildings, temples erected to clerks. In his first sketch of the class of men constituting the bureaucracy, he sees them only as instruments of the throne and a danger to the state. 76. After traveling in the interior, he abandons his original notion that the Tsar's absolutism really means that equality reigns below him. He vaguely sees castes and mutually antagonistic secondary powers. The nobles can do what they please on their own estates, but the country is not governed by them. Where then is the power? He finally writes down, and elaborates, the thesis that it is the bureaucracy that really rules the vast state. Russia is governed by a class of subaltern employees, transferred direct from the public schools to the public administration. By virtue of their offices, these despots oppress the country with impunity, and incommode even the emperor, who perceives, with astonishment, that he is not so powerful as he imagined, though he dares not complain or even confess it to himself. This is the bureaucracy, a power terrible everywhere, because its abuses are always made in the name of order, but more terrible in Russia than anywhere else. When we see administrative tyranny acting under imperial despotism, we may tremble for a land. 77. Soon he concludes of this class of subaltern employees, or secondary nobility. This, indeed, is the class which, in spite of the emperor, governs the empire. These new men are also masters of the supreme master, and are the preparers likewise of a revolution in Russia. These are old enemies created by the emperors themselves, in their distrust of the old nobility, a host of commissioners and deputies, the greater number of foreign origin. 78. 10. The image of the Oriental bureaucracy. The contemporaneous brouhaha over Custine's portrait of Russia was due to its expose of the progressive pretensions of this despotism. It was not the notion of a bureaucratic ruling class that disturbed the readers. An investigation of this corner of intellectual history would be interesting, though beyond the call of duty here. A couple of examples specially pertaining to Marx may be useful, with focus on the midpoint of the 19th century as Marx started writing about the subject. 1. We know that one of the important books Marx used and often quoted in his writings on India was George Campbell's knowledgeable Modern India, 1852. Campbell, an old India hand, shows constant interest in the varieties of social systems there. He notes areas of slavery, feudal forms, and so on, while stressing that these forms are not predominant. He describes the nature of the village organization as a stateless community, not his term. And as for the centralized despotism of the Mughal imperial power, he classifies it directly as an Oriental despotism. Moreover, unlike Jones or Mill or Whitfogle's other stick figures, Campbell takes up and answers the question of the ruling social power in this state. The only aristocracy, he writes, is the officialdom, which is headed by the sovereign. There is nothing feudal in the composition of this empire, he avers. Naturally, he devotes detailed attention to the organization of the administrative cadres that make up the governing bureaucracy. 79. None of these observations is made by Campbell as a discovery or revelation, nor even as a fresh or original thought. Two major encyclopedias of a period usually reflect thought about a decade behind. In all the leading encyclopedias at mid-century, it goes without saying, detailed attention was paid to the Oriental bureaucracies such as cannot be found in Jones or Mill. It was standard fare in such works as the Britannica or Brockhaus. Two others are especially interesting. In the Great Larousse du XIXe siècle, the article on China tells us quite matter-of-factly that, while the government is absolute, as with all despotic governments, it is a eunuch, who, from behind the curtain, works the imperial puppet, hence one does not complain about the sovereign. The imperial palace is a veritable city, with its government and its people. 80. In the New American Cyclopedia, the leftish Dana Ripley enterprise for which Marx and Engels ground out articles, one reads that the Chinese monarchy is not despotic, since the emperor is bound by ancient laws and customs, and could scarcely without danger, if he would, disregard the advice or remonstrances of his ministers or the boards of administration. There is the usual devotion of great space to what is called the most stupendous bureaucracy in existence. Indeed, of ancient Egypt we are told outright that the priests were the ruling class, the monarchy being limited by the powerful hereditary privileged classes of priests and soldiers. This was an interpretation very like what Hegel had written down. 81. There is no awareness in these sober encyclopedia articles, any more than in Campbell, that one should be startled by these opinions, right or wrong. The idea that some states were, or could be, ruled by bureaucracies was perfectly conventional, if not downright platitudinous. The notion that this concept was ipso facto scandalous, sacrilegious, or sinful is a distinctly modern invention, which Marx never heard of. Special note F. Oriental Despotism and Engels. A note to Chapter 22, page 535. The statement has frequently been made that Engels eventually discarded or abandoned the concepts of the Asiatic mode of production and Oriental despotism. The kernel of fact behind this claim is that neither term appears in Engels' writings after the death of Marx. More specifically, the main exhibit is Engels' Origin of the Family, written in 1884, only a year after Marx's death. Not only does neither term appear, but it has been argued that some statements in that book exclude the concepts by making slavery, and only slavery, the first type of class society. Certainly Engels never mentioned, or even hinted at, any change of view in this regard. There is not the slightest evidence that he was aware of it. The speculation about it, in my opinion, arises from a misunderstanding of Engels' relation to the question. The misapprehension about Engels. The difference between Engels' relation to this issue before and after Marx's death is not as great as is made out. One must be struck by the relatively minor part that Engels played with respect to this question from the beginning, ever since 1853 when Marx first raised it. His part was even less than would be indicated by the few times that he has been quoted as using the terms under discussion. In the original correspondence of June 1853, when Marx brought up the matter with his reference to Bernier's book, Engels duly made a useful suggestion in his reply 1 and then immediately returned to the historical problem he had been working on, Arab and Middle East history, and his plans to learn Arabic or Persian. He never did comment on the interesting material that Marx included in his follow-up letter. 2 In fact, neither then nor at any subsequent time did Engels show much interest or initiative in studying or working out Asiatic social and economic history. This was by no means an unusual facet of the division of labor, or division of interest, between the two men. On his part, Marx did not get involved in a number of the special enthusiasms developed by Engels, who pursued more than any one man could follow. Engels' attitude plainly was, Marx is working up India and China, and that takes care of that. His own journalistic articles on Indian and Asian events, mainly military, to be sure, never mentioned Oriental despotism. In fact, for the 30 years before Marx's death in 1883, there was not one occasion on which Engels independently brought up or wrote on this subject, with a questionable exception in the 1870s. The exception, of course, is anti-Düring. What is questionable about the exception is whether Engels brought it up independently. We know that Marx closely reviewed the manuscript and wrote a part of it as explained in the foreword. It is difficult to ignore the coincidence that the only substantial references to these concepts ever made by Engels occurred in the work which was written in the closest collaboration with Marx. In short, with a prominent exception, Engels failed to mention Oriental despotism or the Asiatic mode of production for 3 decades before 1883. That hardly warrants much to do over the fact that he did not mention it after 1883. But we know that this failure had nothing whatever to do with disagreement or doubt about Marx's views. It simply was not his bailiwick. Engels' line of interest. On the positive side, if Engels never showed any initiative for independent work on Asian society, which Marx was covering, he was all the more involved in the early history of Europe. Unpublished manuscripts on the development of pre-capitalist society among the German tribes show his intensive work. He started on a history of Ireland. His letters show that he had done wide reading at various times on early history in a number of Scandinavian and Balkan countries, to mention a few of his projects. It is therefore not to be wondered at that, after Marx had made him aware of Louis Morgan's Ancient Society, Engels rounded out Morgan's material for his own purposes with the material that he knew best and could handle with some expertise. This is sufficient to explain why his Origin of the Family specifically restricted itself to filling out, or illustrating, the general thesis with material from Greek, Roman, and German history, remarks about other parts of the world being incidental. In the Origin of the Family itself, Engels stated in so many words that he was leaving out consideration of Asia. Space prevents us from going into the Gentile institutions still found in a more or less pure form among the most diverse savage and barbarian peoples of the present day, or into the traces of such institutions found in the ancient history of civilized nations in Asia. One or the other is met with everywhere. 5. One may suspect that he exempted Asia from discussion not only because of space but also because it was not his field of knowledge. In any case, it is difficult to understand why this plain statement is ignored by those who make out a case for abandonment simply on the basis of what is not in the book. When, therefore, Engels writes in his summary that slavery is the first form of exploitation, characteristic of the ancient classical world, 6, he is summarizing the European material. It is not intended as a universal recipe, not only in view of what preceded it, but in the context of the qualification contained in the statement itself. Yet it is suggested that Engels wrote this sentence as a sort of secret repudiation of the form of exploitation which Capital called the tributary relationship, a manner of proceeding frequent in the academic world but not in Engels. In any case, we have here another example of the Marxologist's propensity for turning passing remarks, taken in one context, into theories about something else. The term slavery is an especially risky subject for this enterprise, for Marx's and Engels' writings are full of examples of the very common use of the word for any intensive or despotic exploitation, or for the whole range of master-subordinate relation in history. This broad use is not always signaled by a modifier, as in wage slavery, and not confined to popular writings. For example, in the Grundriss notebooks we find Marx writing, after a reference to capitalism, all earlier forms of property condemn the greater part of humanity, the slaves, to be pure instruments of labor. 7. This proves that Marx saw slavery as the content of all social forms earlier than capitalism. Finally, we can point out that, in a real sense, the Asiatic mode of production is not absent from the Origin of the Family, though the term is not used. It depends on whether the term bears Karl Marx's meaning or someone else's. Marx's Asiatic mode of production, we have explained, is identical with the general social form of primitive tribal communalism which he termed the archaic formation in his 1881 letter drafts, a form which went through changes in time, and which took different aspects in Europe and Asia. In the Origin of the Family there are numerous mentions of the European exemplars of this social form, the village community, the German Mark, the Naturwuchsiges Gemeinwesen 8 and many others. In this book a point which Engels had explained in detail in Anti-Düring now appears mainly as background. This is the process of class and state formation out of the proto-political institutions. For example, he writes about the outcome of the Athenian development. The class antagonism on which the social and political institutions rested was no longer that between the nobles and the common people, but that between slaves and freemen, dependents and citizens. 9. It turns out, after all, that there was a kind of class antagonism which preceded slavery, even here. It is typical of this book's focus of concentration that the very existence of this primitive aristocracy, which arises out of the archaic formation, as we have seen, is referred to only in passing, though often enough. 10. What this points to is a weak side of the origin of the family, the content derived from Morgan and other anthropologists, and filled out by Engels, is not well integrated with the approach taken in, say, Anti-Düring. But this has nothing to do with the alleged rejection of Oriental despotism. Other late writings by Engels. As in The Origin of the Family, the primitive communal mode of production gets mentioned in Engels' later writings under various designations, when he is writing about Europe. It would be rather wrong-headed to fault him for declining to pin the Asiatic or Oriental label on these European forms, to the confusion of readers. Thus, before Marx's death, Engels had published a considerable essay on this early mode of production in the Mark, without once using Asiatic terms or even linking this German form with other variations, as Marx might conceivably have done. Engels continued to approach the question this way after Marx's death, without any significant change in either his viewpoint or his terminological strategy. Take, for example, a letter to Zarga in his last year. The war in China has given the death blow to the old China. Isolation has become impossible. But with it the old economic system of small peasant agriculture, where the family also made its industrial products itself, falls to pieces too, and with it the whole old system which made relatively dense population possible. 11. The description of this old system gets along without a label of any kind, there is none really available, none that even Marx stuck to in his private papers and notes. But by the same token this old system without a name is not any of the old systems that friend Zarga would recognize by name. We have mentioned Engels' letters in 1884 about Java's old communistic village communities. In line with our present point, we must be struck by the fact that, although dealing with an Asian primitive communism, Engels' mind made the operative connection with something going on in Europe, in this case Bismarck's state socialism. Finally, in 1894 Engels very clearly identified the Asian village community system with the European, in his last polemic against the Russian Tikashev. Here he refers to what soon after Haxthausen became common knowledge, and proceeds to summarize the views of Marx which are detailed in Chapter 21, sections 9 to 10. Namely, that communal ownership of land was a form of tenure which in the primitive epoch had been prevalent among the Germans, the Celts and the Indians, in short, among all the Indo-European peoples, which still exists in India, which was only recently forcibly destroyed in Ireland and Scotland and still occurs here and there in Germany even today, and that it is a disappearing form of tenure which is, in fact, a phenomenon common to all peoples at a definite stage of development. 12. This is a general statement of Marx's view of the archaic formation. It remains to be pointed out that in this last period there is one important work in which Engels continued to publish the view of Asiatic social formations and Oriental state forms as before, his editions of Marx's Capital. This bears on the English translation of Volume 1 as well as his construction of Volume 3 out of Marx's notes. Especially in the case of the third volume, where there was considerable room for choice in editing and arrangement, there is no indication that, after allegedly turning against and discarding Marx's views on this subject, he sought to save Marx's honor by leaving this erroneous material out. On the contrary, the material on this subject in Volume 3 is, if anything, more effective than in Volume 1. Kautsky's article of 1887. It is risky and speculative to cite anybody else's writings as a reflection of Marx's and Engels' views. Certainly no firm conclusion can be founded on such evidence alone. With this warning, however, there is good reason to call attention to an article published by Karl Kautsky, editor of the party's theoretical organ Die Neue Zeit in 1887, the time of his closest collaboration with Engels, both being resident in London. Entitled Die moderne Nationalität, the article attempts to sketch the historical development of nationhood from the earliest times. A long section is devoted to the prehistoric crystallization of nations around economic needs, the first such formation discussed being that of the river valley cultures of the Orient. The suggestions in Marx on the relation between water control, irrigation and so on, and the rise of the Oriental empires are developed here. The references to Marx's writings are only implicit but quite clear, for example, to the failure of the British to keep up Indian water works. Like Marx, Kautsky links the disconnected autonomies of the village communities with the anarchist ideal, and comments, "This ideal is not one of the future but of the hoariest past, as we have just seen." Its result, however, was not unbounded personal freedom but Oriental despotism. 13. Kautsky evinces no paralysis about the ruling power in this Oriental despotism. He writes about the ruling aristocracies, the holders of the central power often with only a nominally personal head, the soldier and priest castes, as they have been called, not always very happily. In fact, he digresses to polemize against the shallow historians who explain the origin of class differences purely and simply by conquest, and offers his own explanation for the origin of the ruling class, the aforementioned aristocracy. To be sure, he agrees, there can be no doubt that the ruling aristocracy of the Oriental despotisms was and is often a foreign conquering tribe. But such a conquering tribe could take over the central power only if it was already in existence. If it took over this central power and its functions, then the people would let it rule in peace, since actually nothing would be essentially changed. Both the rulers and the ruled class then blended into one nation, because both parts constituted a single economic organism. 14. Further, of these conquerors turned rulers, he adds, far from feeling themselves to be foreigners, these aristocracies together with their retinue became, in the civilized states of the Orient, the bearers of all national life insofar as it developed at all. But these beginnings of national life confined themselves always to a small fraction of the whole people, to the aristocracy, to the possessors of seats in the central power, to the free urban population. 15. The article, it is true, is vague about the mode of production behind this national state development, although, on the other hand, this was not the subject. Clearly neither slavery nor feudalism is represented as dominant, the reference to the military and the priesthood as the ruling powers is not developed further, but certainly no private property holding class is on the scene. The term aristocracy is, as often, simply a generic term for a ruling stratum. What is significant is that the concept of Oriental despotism as a historical state form is prominently put forward, and the class rulers are represented without visible inhibition in terms of those who held the central state power. In fact, one of the reasons for the lack of further detail along these lines appears to be the assumption that there is no great need for explanation. 2 queries. 1. Where did Kautsky get these concepts in 1887? It may safely be assumed that they did not arise in his own skull by spontaneous generation. Certainly there were the suggestions in the first volume of Capital and in Anti-Düring, already published. But the important third volume of Capital was not yet in being, nor were the Grundriss notebooks known. If Kautsky read the seminal discussion in Marx's 1853 articles, not to speak of the letters, it was only because Marx or Engels made them specially available. Indeed, it is hardly conjectural that this was precisely the kind of historical subject that Kautsky would be eager to discuss with Marx in London before his death, no doubt also with Engels after that. In any case, the least doubtful proposition is that Kautsky wrote this in the belief he was giving currency to Marx's views. 2. What about his relations with Engels, who allegedly had now discarded the concept of Oriental despotism? If that allegation has any truth at all, we have a mystery. If it is baseless, all is clear. For in this period Kautsky's intellectual association with Engels was close and dependent. That does not exclude disagreement, but it makes it overwhelmingly probable that such a disagreement would have left some traces. As it happens, it was in just this year that we get the most far-reaching statement by Engels on his relations with Kautsky. A rumor was received from America, that Kautsky was becoming reserved in his association with Engels. Engels replied with a round denunciation of the rumor as a complete fiction. I rely on Kautsky as on myself. Like most of the young people, he can do something precocious at times, but if he had any doubts he would first let me know. In any case, I'll ask him tonight what, if anything at all, the report may refer to point 16. The close personal relations between Engels and Kautsky, indicated by this letter and abundant other testimony 17 plus the nature of the subject on which Kautsky was writing, make it likely that Kautsky at least showed the article to Engels before publication.